Desolate Ancient Realm, Qitian Immortal Domain. In the capital of Great Chu Tianshu City, within Wanxian Tower. Inside an elegant private room on the 9th floor, a black-haired young man in white robes was drinking alone, pouring wine for himself at leisure. The youth possessed a flawless, peerless countenance that would entrance anyone at first sight. In his eyes seemed to be reflected myriad rivers of stars, and his entire being exuded a natural Tao-like charm. Xuan drained his cup in one fierce gulp, not even sparing a glance for the lavish spread of delicacies laid out before him. He called toward the door, "Keeper, bring more wine." Right away. The waiter stationed outside the private room answered and hurried off to fetch the wine. "The wine here at Wanxian Tower is truly excellent, Qin Bo. You should have a taste as well," Xuan remarked, as if talking to himself. An aged voice sounded out of nowhere, though no figure could be seen. "This old one bears the grave duty of protecting young master, and is not at liberty to drink." "Qin Bo, I did not expect you to be quite so humorous," Xuan said with a slight shake of his head, chuckling softly. At that moment, a virtual panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Host Xuan, age 20, Realm Transcendence, Stage 6, Heaven Cultivation Arts, Solar True Canon Immortal King, Grade Undying Longevity, Art Immortal King, Grade Haoyan Immortal Codex, Immortal Emperor, Grade Reincarnation, Undying Scripture, Immortal Grade, Eternal Treasure Canon Transcendence Grade. Divine Abilities, Chaos, Heaven Devouring Palm, Immortal Emperor Grade, 3000 Ancient Realms, Fist, Immortal Grade Sword that Severs Mortal Dust, Immortal Grade, Myriad Heavens, Undying Body Tao, Lord Grade, Tao Extinguishing Finger Transcendence Grade. Spirit Artifacts, 9 Nether Heaven Abyss Spear, Immortal Emperor Grade, Undying Lufu Pagoda, Immortal Grade, God-Slaying Demon, Halberd, Immortal Grade, Heaven Refining Tao Furnace, Tao Lord Grade, Primordial Heaven Suppressing Steel, Transcendence Grade. This was the system that had bound itself to Xuan the moment he was born into this fantastical world. The system's function was exceedingly simple. Every single day, it would freely bestow various rewards upon it. Immortal Soldiers, Immortal King Arts, Immortal Emperor Artifacts, Immortal Techniques, Tao Artifacts. Such things were trivial. The most outrageous rewards were the cultivation years. The system granted him hundreds of thousands, even millions of years of cultivation at a time. At times when the system was in high spirits, it would directly grant him tens of millions of years, even several entire epochs worth of cultivation. Thus, within a mere 20 years, without doing anything at all, Xuan's cultivation had soared straight to the 6th heaven of the transcendent stage. In this world, the realms were divided as follows: body tempering, chi condensation, mortal shedding, profound comprehension, core formation, mountain moving, sea overturning life, and death tribulation bridge, Tao seeking, Saint Realm Supreme, Great Emperor, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Tao Lord, and Transcendence. It could be said that within this world, Xuan already stood at its absolute summit. He still remembered the expressions of utter shock on the faces of those ancient clan elders when he had just turned 5 and broke through to the Saint Realm. Though they were astonished, it was still within the bounds of what they could accept. After all, the sons of immortal lords, or immortal kings, or mighty experts reincarnated into new lives were sometimes born as saints, stepping into the Saint Realm the moment they came into the world. They had lived through so many ages that such phenomena were not unheard of. Yet what followed went entirely beyond anything they could comprehend. At 6, he broke through to the Supreme Realm, at 7 to Great Emperor, at 9 to Immortal Lord, at 11 to Immortal King. These old monsters who had lived tens of millions of years, even several epochs, had never in all that time heard of such a thing. He did nothing all day but eat, drink, and amuse himself, and yet, he kept breaking through. Those who had once lectured Xuan, relying on their greater seniority and age, all fell completely silent. It was a joke. The youth had already become an immortal king, while the strongest figure in the clan, the Grand Elder, was only at the Immortal King realm himself. On what basis could he presume to instruct an immortal king on how to conduct himself? Later, when Xuan was 13, he stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. The entire Gu clan descended into madness. An Immortal Emperor. Throughout the whole desolate ancient realm, there was not a single Immortal Emperor. Now that their Gu clan had produced one, did that not mean they would become the sovereign rulers of the desolate ancient realm? Within the desolate ancient realm were not all 3000 immortal domains destined to bow their heads to the Gu clan. With the might of an immortal emperor, a single glance could collapse an immortal domain, while a casual punch could shatter hundreds. Yet after becoming an immortal, to taste every fine wine under heaven, to lie drunk in the arms of beautiful women, that was the life he desired. In the face of this, the Gu clan's elders could only extinguish their thoughts of conquering the other immortal domains. After that, Xuan achieved the immortal realm at 15, advanced to Tao Lord at 17, and at 19 set foot upon the path of transcendence. From that point on, even his own clansmen could no longer clearly perceive him. He seemed to dwell within this world, and yet also as though he walked outside the long river of time itself. He was like a god, With a single glance, he could reopen chaos and remold heaven and earth. Such a realm lay wholly beyond their understanding. Everyone in the Gu clan from top to bottom showed him boundless respect whenever they saw him. Even the Grand Elder measured every word with utmost care when speaking to Gu Xian, no longer daring to treat him as he did the other juniors. Even when Gu Xian concealed his own aura, the Gu clan disciples upon encountering him would only bow respectfully and utter, "I have seen the divine sun," before hastily taking their leave. From then on, Gu Xian came to understand what it meant that the heights are bitterly cold. In such a vast Gu clan, there was not a single person with whom he could truly speak. As for the Xiantian immortal domain where the Gu clan resided, he had long since had his fill of it over the years. Thoroughly weary of such a life, Gu Xian decided it was time to go out and see the wider world. Thus, after offering a few brief words to his parents and the Grand Elder, he left the Xiantian immortal domain where the Gu clan was located and set out alone. Or rather, not entirely alone. There was still Qin Bo, the protector of the Gu clan's divine son, a guardian at the second heaven of the immortal king realm. Although so far as Gu Xian was concerned, there was no one left in this world capable of harming him. In fact, he might well have to act as Qin Bo's protector instead. However, since the Grand Elder was insistent that Qin Bo accompany him, Gu Xian could not keep refusing. Besides, with another person along the road, there would be someone to talk to, and it would not be so dull, so he agreed. And so the old and the young left the Gu clan's ancestral land together. "Young master, here is the wine you requested," the waiter said. Gu Xian withdrew from his thoughts and accepted the fine wine from the waiter, filling his cup to the brim. Just as he was about to drain it in one go, a sudden commotion arose outside the room. "Young Saint Young, we truly have no seats left. Every private room is occupied. How about you be magnanimous and dine at Wanhua Tower today instead? I will treat you all right. Get out of my way. Do you know whom I am dining with today? The 9th Prince of Great Chu. If you delay His Highness's meal, can you bear that responsibility? But the private rooms on the 9th floor really are all taken. Perhaps you could go to the 8th floor instead. There are seats available there." Manager Lu, you are quite bold indeed, daring to make the 9th Prince sit beneath others. Do you think that just because a supreme realm expert sits in town here at Wanxian Tower, you can afford to slight the 9th Prince? Believe it or not, with a single word, the 9th Prince could see Wanxian Tower shut down across the entire Great Chu. Thighs. "Young Saint Yang, I have never intended to slight His Highness the 9th Prince. Enough, I have no time to argue with you." Bang. The door to the private room was violently kicked open. Gu Xian turned his head to look and saw a youth in green Taoist robes stride inside. Behind him followed several men and women, all dressed in the same Taoist robes. If Chu Haoyang's cultivation had not reached the divine transformation stage, he would have been wounded by the sound wave at once. At that moment, the sound wave would have become punishment for his... At that moment, Manager Lu walked in looking deeply troubled and gave Gu Xian an awkward smile. "Young master, I am truly sorry. How about this? I will waive the bill for this meal, and you continue drinking downstairs instead." "Very well, but I have one condition," Gu Xian replied with a nod, setting down his wine cup. "Please speak, young master." Manager Lu's face lit up with hopeful relief. "This man has disturbed my mood. Have him atone with his life, and I will leave this place." "Good, I will immediately." Manager Lu's expression froze midway through his response as he processed the words. "Ah, this. Boy, it seems you have no idea who I am," Yang Feng sneered. With that, Yang Feng unleashed his aura. The pressure of a second heaven Dao-seeking cultivator erupted without warning. Boom. All the private rooms on the 9th floor shattered at once, and the invisible pressure caused those of weaker cultivation to collapse to the floor on the spot. At that moment, array patterns began to flicker to life across the floors and walls of Wanxian Tower. Carved by a Saint Realm expert, this defensive formation existed precisely to prevent people from fighting recklessly here and destroying the building. Otherwise, with that single burst of pressure, not only Wanxian Tower, but perhaps even the surrounding 1,000 li would have been razed flat. What happened? Everyone turned in terror toward where Gu Xian was, wanting to know what was going on. "It is the Shengzi of Huiyang, Shengdi Yang Feng. How could such an illustrious figure be here?" It seems they were hosting a banquet for the 9th Prince. However, with no vacancy in the elegant private room on the 9th floor, they likely requested that the young master yield his seat, but he refused, and thus the situation escalated. A nearby onlooker explained, "Tisk, this man is surely doomed. He has provoked Yang Feng, and by the looks of it, mercy is no longer an option. Who can be blamed? Venturing out alone and still not knowing how to humble oneself," one remarked. "Indeed, I even overheard someone saying they were so disturbed that they expect Yang Feng to atone with his life. It must be the young master of some family spoiled by arrogance at home and assuming the same entitlement out. Hey, have you noticed? That fellow remains completely unscathed. Considering Yang Feng possesses the cultivator power of Wind Aging Stage 2nd Tier 1 would need at least the Wind Aging Stage to withstand his aura, and yet at such a young age does he truly have that level. Could it be that a Tao Protector has intervened? If a Tao Protector were present, they would have appeared long ago. There's no way we'd wait until now. Yang Feng had clearly restrained his overwhelming aura just now. Oh, after all, this is the territory of Wanxian Lu, and causing a death here would be troublesome. The crowd murmured among themselves, all watching Gu Xian with amused curiosity. Gu Xian cast a cool glance at Yang Feng. A dead man. Must I really care about his identity? Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted into laughter. This man must have been rendered senseless by fear. At a time like this, he still refuses to kowtow and admit his mistake, instead boasting. Surely he thinks that Yang Feng truly lacks the courage to kill him. Perhaps he is merely putting on a facade. It seems he will be forced to kowtow and apologize any moment now. Even Lu Zhonggui displayed a look of helpless resignation. For such a handsome young master, how could his wits be so lacking? Young master, heed my words. While Yang Shengzi has not yet erupted in anger, you should depart at once. At that moment, Yang Feng's fury curdled into a bitter smile. Boy, I reckon you truly have no idea how to spell death. With that, he moved to strike. The ninth prince is approaching. Has the ninth prince arrived? All eyes turned in unison. At the staircase, a group of over a dozen individuals ascended one after another. At the forefront stood a man adorned in splendid attire with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and an imposing presence. Seeing this, Yang Feng had no choice but to temporarily mask his ferocity with a pleasant smile. Brother Chu, you have arrived. Chu Zhengyang nodded, scanning the surroundings before frowning slightly. Has there been any fighting here? I must apologize. When I arrived, there was no space, so I requested that the young brother yield his spot. Unfortunately, it led to a conflict. Chu Zhengyang glanced at Gu Xian and instantly understood the matter. Yang Feng, there is an order to all. Moreover, you have left Wanxian Lu in such disarray. How can one possibly do business now? Yes, I was too rash. I shall bear the entire cost of Wanxian Lu's losses. Yang Feng, looking rather abashed, said, and then, mustn't you apologize to that young master? This? Though he was initially reluctant to apologize upon seeing Chu Zhengyang's displeased expression, he hastily mumbled an apology to Gu Xian. Fellow cultivator, my earlier conduct was indeed abrupt. Though the words of apology were uttered, his eyes betrayed a deep, murderous intent. Chu Zhengyang turned to Lu Zhonggui with a smile, saying, Lu Zhonggui, let's not mention today's events to Lin Bo for fear of upsetting him. Lin Bo, Lin Donghe, the masters of Wanxian Lu, possessing the power of supreme stage 3rd tier. The ninth prince speaks too gravely. It is merely a trifle. Lu Zhonggui, alarmed, said, then we shall take our leave now. With that, he turned and departed immediately. We should leave as well, Yang Feng declared, casting a long, meaningful glance at Gu Xian as he prepared to move out with his entourage. Did I ever tell you to leave? Gu Xian's voice rang out, halting Yang Feng in his tracks. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with barely contained fury. Chu Zhengyang also stopped and approached Gu Xian with a smile, saying, I wonder what matter this young master still has. None at all. Oh, just a few people to kill, came the cool reply. Barely had the words fallen when a flash of cold light streaked by, and in unison the heads of Yang Feng's men, and even those who had mocked Gu Xian moments before, fell to the ground. In the very next instant, blood gushed from their necks like fountains. Chu Zhengyang stood in stunned silence for several seconds until the sound of a collapsing corpse from behind snapped him back to reality. Gazing upon Yang Feng's headless body, he was filled with disbelief. You actually killed him? Do you know who he was? He was the Shengzi of Huiyang Shengdi. By slaying him, the entire Huiyang Shengdi will rise against you. Chu Zhengyang fixed an angry gaze upon Gu Xian. Yang Feng, as the Shengzi of Huiyang Shengdi, was destined to ascend to the position of Saint Lord in time. Chu Zhengyang had aligned himself with Yang Feng precisely because he recognized his potential for the future. With the advantage of Huiyang Shengdi on his side, his leverage in the future struggle for the imperial throne would be greatly enhanced. Yet now, with Yang Feng dead before him, not only is the card of Huiyang Shengdi lost, but if that asset were to fall into the hands of his elder or younger brothers, the outcome would be disastrous. Huiyang Shengdi. Gu Xian smirked. There is no Huiyang Shengdi anymore now. What are you saying? Chu Zhengyang began, but before he could finish, a dazzling sword light 1,000,000 zhang in length swept down from thousands of miles away, as if cleaving the heavens and the earth in two. At Huiyang Shengdi, a protective barrier inscribed with divine talismans had just flared to life, only to shatter instantly upon meeting the sword light. A thunderous boom resounded, accompanied by the trembling of the earth. Everyone within Tianshu City watched in abject horror. Who unleashed that sword strike? The power behind it surely exceeds even that of the D realm, does it not? That place appears to be Huiyang Shengdi, doesn't it? Ugh, what offense did Huiyang Shengdi commit? With that sword strike, Huiyang Shengdi should cease to exist. Inside the Grand Chu Imperial Palace. So who was the one who struck? Chu Jingtian, clad in a dragon robe, sat upon his throne. As the ruler of Dechu and its mightiest warrior, Chu Zhengtian's cultivation at the supreme stage 8th layer ensured he never lost his composure. Yet now even his words trembled slightly as he said, "Your Majesty, we truly could not discern the one who drew the sword, nor sense his spiritual energy fluctuations." However, that sword strike seemed intended solely to obliterate Huiyang Xingdi. Not a single blade of grass or leaf around it was harmed. At these words, Chu Zhengtian's anxious heart finally eased somewhat. Fortunately, it was not aimed at Dechu, otherwise he admitted that not even 10,000 of him could have withstood that strike. Investigate further. Yes. At the Wanxian Tower, the crowd looked on in shock as that world-annihilating sword light cleaved into the Huiyang Holy Land, and for a long time no one made a sound. Is the Huiyang Holy Land really gone just like that? A man swallowed hard, his words tangled in knots. I can't imagine what the Huiyang Holy Land could have used to withstand that sword. Did you see it? The mountain-protecting grand formation only flickered once, and then it shattered. It said that several hundred years ago the Huiyang Holy Land offended a supreme realm powerhouse. That powerhouse bombarded the Holy Land's mountain-protecting grand formation for a full 2 hours before a single crack appeared on its surface. In the end, he could only leave helplessly, fearing that his mana was insufficient and he might be killed in turn. A grand formation that could hold off a supreme realm attack, yet now it couldn't last even a single second. It's unimaginable what level of cultivation the person who launched that sword strike has reached. It must be that young master's guardian. I said it just now, but you wouldn't believe me. Good thing we didn't say anything to ridicule that young master earlier. Otherwise, several more of us would probably be lying underground by now. Chu Xingyang's Adam's apple bobbed. Slowly turning his head, he looked at Guxian. He longed to say something, yet he didn't know where to start. That was the Huiyang Holy Land after all. Any place worthy of being called a Holy Land must surely have Saint Realm figures in it. As far as he knew, the Huiyang Holy Land had not just one Saint Realm existence, but a full 5 of them. Rumors said that the former Holy Master, who had not shown himself for tens of thousands of years, had already placed 1 foot into the Supreme Realm after those tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. And yet a being of such caliber was reduced to ashes beneath that unparalleled sword light. He had once seen his imperial father make a move, but it couldn't match even 1/10th of this sword light. A great emperor. The one who struck was at the very least at the emperor realm. To have an emperor realm cultivator as a guardian, this young man's identity. Chu Xingyang no longer dared to think further. He even wanted to give himself a slap. Why had anger toward this young master even surfaced in his heart just now? He could only count himself lucky that the latter had not noticed these little thoughts of his. Otherwise he and the great Chu kingdom behind him would likely have followed the Huiyang Holy Land to the same fate. At that thought, Chu Xingyang broke out in a cold sweat. With a thud, he knelt straight down before Guxian. The crowd burst into commotion. This was the 9th prince after all, the very embodiment of the great Chu kingdom's honor. And now he had knelt before someone else without a word. If word of this got out, who knew what an enormous stir it would cause? But soon they too felt relieved. Put themselves in his shoes, they would certainly kneel even faster than he did. What could be more important than one's own life? Young master, this Yang Feng is my subordinate. That he behaved with such arrogance and tyranny is because I failed to discipline him. Please punish me, young master. Guxian cast him a faint glance and smiled. If you hadn't just made him compensate the shopkeeper for the losses, then, with that trace of anger in your eyes alone, the great Chu kingdom would have long ceased to exist. Indeed, before an existence like this, nothing could be concealed. Chu Xingyang smiled bitterly. You are merciful, young master. I am willing to take my own life to atone, and I beg you to spare the imperial family of Great Chu and the hundreds of millions of people of this kingdom. With that, a glint flashed out of thin air, and a 3-foot azure sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, without hesitation, he swung it straight at his own neck. I didn't say you should kill yourself. Guxian set down his wine cup and stood up. You're quite thoughtful of the young master. What is this? Chu Xingyang raised his head in bewilderment. He suddenly felt that no matter how hard he strained, the long sword in his hand could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. As he raised his head, a blood mark 2 fingers wide on his neck was dazzling and shocking to the eye. He had indeed just intended to use his death to preserve the great Chu kingdom, yet he had no idea why Guxian had stopped him. You're quite perceptive. You've put me in a very good mood, so I'll give you something. Guxian waved his hand, and an ancient longsword stood before Chu Xingyang. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding space instantly became extremely unstable. The defensive formation patterns of the entire Wanxian Tower flashed to their limit, and faint cracks began to spread across the structure. The crowd also felt as though 100,000 great mountains were pressing down on them, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. If you don't put it away soon, this restaurant will collapse. Hearing Guxian speak, Chu Xingyang snapped back to his senses. Reaching out, he stored that ancient long sword into his spatial ring. Young master, could this be? Chu Xingyang asked tentatively. Oh, it's just a worthless emperor weapon. When I'm bored at home I use it to split firewood. It's useless to me anyway. If you think it's beneath you, you can refuse it. Disdain it. Who would disdain it? This was an emperor weapon. A single random swing could annihilate their entire great Chu kingdom. Probably only this young master before them could say something like a worthless emperor weapon. This further cemented his suspicions. To be able to casually toss out an emperor weapon as a gift to someone this young master was absolutely the heir of some immortal lord clan, perhaps even an immortal king clan, who had come out to travel the mountains and rivers experiencing life in his idle time. With that thought, Chu Zhengyang hurriedly knelt prostrate again. Young master, what virtue or ability do I possess to accept such a treasure? I am already infinitely grateful that you have not counted my offense against me. Take it when I say take it. Keep refusing, and I might change my mind. Gu Xian walked straight past him. Then, as if he had remembered something, he took out a storage pouch, and with a snap tossed it in front of shopkeeper Liu. This wine is good. I enjoyed it very much. Hey, raise the payment. Trembling shopkeeper Liu opened the pouch. Instantly a thick, rich aura of immortal spiritual energy spread outward. Thighs, these are immortal crystals, and all of them are top-grade immortal crystals. Although shopkeeper Liu's cultivation was only at the life and death realm after so many years at the Wanxian Tower, he was seasoned and knowledgeable and naturally recognized the items in the pouch. Immortal crystals. What are those? Are they spirit stones? Someone asked. Spirit stones are the only. The person beside him said with contempt. You know immortal stones, right? Those are what Emperor Realm and Immortal Realm bigwigs use to cultivate. And immortal crystals are the essence condensed from immortal stones. It takes 1,000 immortal stones to condense a single immortal crystal. Hiss. There must be several hundred immortal crystals in this pouch, at the very least. That's almost enough to buy the entire Tianshu city. Chu Zhengyang also looked at the pouch with burning eyes. Let alone immortal crystals. The great Chu imperial family didn't even possess many immortal stones, only 1,000 or so in total, amassed over hundreds of thousands of years and set aside for his imperial father to use after a breakthrough to the Emperor Realm. That man was mistaken just now. This pouch of immortal crystals could buy not only Tianshu city, but the entire great Chu kingdom. Thighs. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Shopkeeper Liu had intended to decline, but he knew this young master didn't like people making excuses. He immediately cupped the pouch in his hands, brought out a flying treasure boat, and sped away from the Wanxian Tower at great speed. This thing was far too precious. He had to deliver it to Lin Donghe immediately. For every extra second it stayed in his hands, shopkeeper Liu felt his life might be snuffed out at any moment. Chu Zhengyang withdrew his gaze. Watching Gu Xian's figure slowly disappear down the corridor, he seemed to have made a certain resolve, and he quickly chased after him. Outside the Wanxian Tower, Gu Xian turned around in confusion only to see Chu Zhengyang jogging over with a hint of nervousness. What's the matter? You still have something to say? Seeing Gu Xian frown, Chu Zhengyang quickly said, You misunderstand, young master. I merely wish to ask, judging by your attire, are you out sightseeing? Yes. I was too stifled at home, so I came out for some air, Gu Xian said casually. Why is there something fun to do around here? There isn't much of note here, but in 3 days the 100-flower sacred land will hold the 100 blossoms gathering, inviting the finest young talents of the realm to come taste tea and pick flowers. Would the young master be interested? The 100 blossoms gathering. Gu Xian had never heard of it, and shook his head. Not interested. Seeing Gu Xian about to leave, Chu Zhengyang grew anxious. Young master, please wait. Word has it that on the day of the gathering the sacred land will bring out its 10th sandy-year-old peach blossom brew to entertain the realm's finest. Would you not like a taste? Gu Xian paused mid-step and turned back. Very well, then I'll stay around here for a few days. If you do not mind, young master, you could stay at the Imperial Palace. I will have my Imperial father bring out the vintage wine he discovered 1,000 years ago in a forgotten ruin just for you. Fine. Let's go. The Grand Chu Imperial Palace, Tiana Hall. In the center of the great hall, dozens of dancing maidens were swaying their graceful figures in song and dance. On both sides of the hall, tables were laden with fine wine and delicacies, yet all the princes and princesses of the Grand Chu Empire sat upright and proper, not a single pair of chopsticks moving. Gu Xian was seated upon the throne, flanked by Chu Jingtian and Chu Zhengyang. Gulping down a generous mouthful of wine, he set down his cup. Father and son, Chu Jingtian and his boy, watched Gu Xian's expression with bated breath, terrified that their honored guest might utter a single word of dissatisfaction. Not bad. Excellent wine. Gu Xian's face showed his approval. Fill it again. Seeing this, Chu Jingtian breathed a sigh of relief and hastily rose to Gu Xian's side, carefully replenishing his cup. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly dumbfounded. How could the sovereign of the Grand Chu Empire stoop to playing the part of a wine attendant pouring drinks for another, and judging by his expression wearing it as a badge of honor? Gu Xian picked up the filled cup and downed it in one gulp. How exhilarating! Chu Zengxian's mind stirred. If the young master is fond of it, why not stay a few more days? I still remember the location of that ruin. I shall set out tomorrow, know this very moment, to search for more jars of that fine wine for you. No need. Gu Xian shook his head, then turned his gaze to Chu Jingtian. Speak. What is it you want? Young master jests. For you to grace my imperial palace with your presence is a blessing I could not earn in 100 lifetimes. As long as you drink your fill and enjoy yourself, that is my greatest wish. Chu Zingxian's string of flattery left the princes and princesses below utterly astounded. They had never imagined their imperial father's sycophantic prowess could rival that of the most fawning court officials. The two of you are quite alike in that regard. Gu Xian chuckled. If there is nothing else, I shall retire for the night. It has been a long day, and I am somewhat weary. Chu Jingtian was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Chu Zhengyang clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Brother Gu, my imperial father does indeed have a favor to ask. For years now, the northern border of Grand Chu has suffered relentless raids by the barbarian tribes, and the people of the frontier live in utter misery. Enough. I understand. Gu Xian snapped his fingers. Uncle Qin, as you command. An aged voice resounded through the hall. North of the border, the domain of the barbarian tribes. The barbarians were gathered around a bonfire singing and dancing. They had won yet another battle today, routing the humans in complete disarray. Soon they would break through the border entirely and pillage to their heart's content. They had heard that human women were all delicate and fair-skinned, soft and lovely. At the thought, their dancing grew even wilder. Suddenly the sky seemed to darken further. Puzzled, they looked up. A palm print of indescribable vastness, tens of thousands of miles wide, was descending slowly upon them, wreathed in Dao runes like a world-annihilating millstone. Run! Panic erupted as bodies tumbled over one another. What is happening? At the center of the barbarian domain, several elders rushed out from the great hall and looked up to see that world-destroying palm. Instinctively, they tried to mobilize their spiritual power to flee. But the next instant, despair seized them. Their boundless spiritual energy, vast as an ocean, was sealed, not a single trace responding to their will. The fate of the barbarian tribes is spent. One of them smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. Rumble. The entire continent seemed to shudder. From this moment on, the barbarian race ceased to exist. Grand Chu Imperial Palace. Chu Jingtian was pouring wine for Gu Xian when he suddenly felt the surroundings tremble. Then that aged voice sounded once more. Young master, the barbarians are no more. Gu Xian nodded, stretched lazily, and said, I'm tired. Do carry on. I'll go rest now. Without waiting for Chu Jingtian or the others to react, he took a single step and vanished from the palace. Only after Gu Xian had left did everyone in the hall finally let out a sigh of relief. Imperial father, have the barbarians truly been dealt with? Asked a prince. Yes, in the time it took that young Master Gu to drink a cup of wine, his protector destroyed the entire barbarian tribe, another young princess chimed in. It wasn't that they refused to believe it, it was simply too staggering to accept. The barbarian horde that had given Grand Chu a headache for thousands of years had been erased so effortlessly. It all felt profoundly unreal. And yet it is so. The moment Gu Xian was gone, Chu Zingxian's countenance reverted to that of a sovereign, stern, imposing, and regal. When I stood before that young Master Gu, I felt as though I were facing the boundless starry river itself. Especially when he cast that glance at me. For that one instant. I cannot begin to describe it. He was like a god. If this young Master Gu is so terrifying, how could his protector be anything less? Chu Jingtian looked upon his children below and said coolly, never dare to imagine that the sovereign realm or the great emperor realm is the end of everything. The true masters of this world are far beyond anything you could conceive. Xingyang, I am truly delighted that you have come to know such a peerless prodigy as young Master Gu. From now on, you must continue to nurture this connection. A single word from him can decide the rise or fall of Grand Chu. Your son shall bear this in mind. Chu Xingyang answered in a low voice, then winked at his father as if presenting a treasure. Imperial father, young Master Gu also gifted me an artifact. Care to guess what it is? At that, everyone's attention was drawn to him. What did young Master Gu give you? Chu Jingtian asked, also curious. A sword. A sword? Could it be a saint weapon? One of the princes asked, is it possible? After all, with young Master Gu's family background, giving someone a saint weapon is not out of the question. Good heavens. A saint weapon. Ninth brother, you have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Chu Jingtian looked at him with a questioning gaze, only to see Chu Zhengyang shake his head. No, not a saint weapon. Indeed, saint weapons are extremely precious. Our great Chu dynasty has only a paltry few. Still, a Dao-questioning grade sword is not bad at all. After all these years, I am still using a mere life-death grade spiritual artifact I obtained from a secret realm. Chu Xingyang said helplessly, the more you talk, the more absurd it gets. A Dao-questioning grade sword. Even the dog bowl that young Master Gus dog eats from is probably above Dao-questioning grade. Guess bigger. Bigger. Could it be? A supreme artifact. The moment those words were spoken, the hall fell into a terrifying silence, so quiet that a falling pin could be heard. Chu Jingtian waved his hand, dismissing the dancers and all other idle attendants from the hall. The entire Great Chu possessed only one supreme artifact, and it rested precisely in Chu Zengxian's hands. The reason Great Chu had been able to stand unshaken for millions of years was precisely this supreme artifact in his hand. If one more supreme artifact were added, he was confident he could annex the several dynasties surrounding them. No. Chu Xingyang shook his head again. Still not. Then what exactly is it? Seeing that he had built up the suspense just right, Chu Xingyang finally smiled slightly. What young Master Gu gave me is an imperial weapon. A flash of cyan light and an ancient longsword appeared silently floating at the center of the hall. Wisps of imperial might coiled around it, as if a true great emperor stood there radiating boundless majesty. Xingyang, you are truly a lucky star for our Great Chu. With this imperial weapon, how could our Great Chu ever worry about failing to prosper for 10 million years? Father flatters me. All of this is thanks to young Master Gu. Chu Xingyang replied modestly, but the pride in his eyes betrayed him. You're right. Yet you managed to build a close relationship with young Master Gu, so there must be something extraordinary about you. Xingyang, from this day forth you shall be the crown prince of our Great Chu. Chu Jingtian swept his gaze across all his sons and daughters, and said in a deep voice, why do you not pay homage to the crown prince? Hearing this, everyone bowed to Chu Xingyang. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at him. Why oh why had they not encountered a great figure like young Master Gu themselves? My imperial brothers and sisters, rise. Chu Xingyang suppressed the joy in his heart, clasped his fists toward Chu Jingtian, and said, your son, thanks his imperial father. Chu Jingtian, beaming with relief, patted Chu Xingyang on the shoulder. Xingyang put the imperial weapon away. Chu Xingyang was taken aback. Father, aren't you going to take it? This was young Master Gu's gift to you. How would I dare take it? If young Master Gu learned that the gift he gave you was immediately passed on to someone else, what would he think of you? Chu Jingtian shook his head. Father, you worry too much. Perhaps in young Master Gu's eyes this imperial weapon is no different from ordinary iron. He simply would not care about such matters at all. Besides, as a cultivator at the 6th level of the Tao-questioning realm, a single swing of this sword would probably drain me dry. Father, as a supreme realm cultivator, you are far more suited to this imperial weapon. Having said that, Chu Xingyang stretched out his hand and summoned the imperial weapon, bringing it before Chu Jingtian. Gazing at the ancient longsword so close at hand, Chu Jingtian could no longer conceal the burning desire in his heart. Fine. Since you put it that way, Xingyang, I will keep it safe for you for now. When you advance to the supreme realm in the future, I will return it to you. With that, he immediately stored it inside his storage ring. I still have matters to attend to. You all continued. Space rippled. Chu Xingyang watched his father's receding figure vanish and murmured, I hope father won't be too excited to fall asleep tonight. 9th brother young Master Gu is retiring for the night. Do we need to find someone to keep him company? The 3rd prince asked. As soon as these words were uttered, the princesses suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, what man in this world did not love a beautiful woman? If one of them could share young Master Gu's pillow, would that not be tens of millions of times better than being a princess of Great Chu? What was more, they were naturally lovely and delicate. Their suitors could form a line from the imperial palace to the gate of Tianshu City. They were confident they could catch young Master Gu's eye. Chu Xingyang looked at the eager, longing looks in his imperial sister's eyes and sighed. He truly hated. In the eyes of outsiders, they might be heaven's favored daughters, possessing background strength and beauty, the sort of women countless gifted young men pursued, yet could never obtain. But in that man's eyes, they might not even be as important as a mouthful of wine. Forget it. Young Master Gu prefers solitude, and it is already late. Do not disturb him. 3 days, young Master Gu, if it were not for pressing state affairs, I would surely accompany you on the journey. Chu Jingtian walked alongside Gu Xian, chatting and laughing with each other. Don't trouble yourself. Gu Xian walked up to the Tiansong cloudlark and happened to meet its big round eyes. The Tiansong cloudlark's previously languid gaze suddenly became as if it had seen the most terrifying sight of its entire life, and its whole body trembled. This cloudlark is so plump it must taste excellent with wine, Gu Xian said with an easy laugh. Hearing this, the cloudlark was even more frightened out of its wits. Why did I have to risk my bird life just to ferry someone this time? If I had known, I would not have come. Gu Xian had only been making an offhand joke, but Chu Jingtian did not take it as a joke. Xingyang, go to the treasure hall and bring me my Xianyu flying boat. First prince, first have the palaces on this Tiansong cloudlark dismantled. After young Master Gu returns, kill it and make it into a dish to go with wine. Yes, father. Chu Xingyang and the first prince answered in unison. I was just speaking idly. There is no need to go to such lengths. Gu Xian said. Your flying boat is far too small. Oh, I would not be comfortable riding in it. Then he patted the cloudlark's enormous bird face. Don't worry, I won't eat you. But if you fly too slowly and delay my drinking, that might no longer be certain. Hearing this, the cloudlark frantically bobbed its enormous head up and down. A few minutes later, everyone heading to buy, the Tiansong cloudlark rose to its feet and spread its colossal wings, which stretched several thousand zhang wide. Young Master Gu, when you return, I shall prepare a feast to welcome you home. Gu Xian smiled and nodded. The next moment, a fierce gale howled past, the Tiansong cloudlark flashed, and in an instant, it was already high above in the sky. Inside the palace on the back of the Tiansong skylark, Gu Xian sat cross-legged at the desk. The third imperial princess of the Great Chu Kingdom stood by his side, concentrating intently on brewing tea. After a moment, a jade-like hand pushed a teacup before Gu Xian. Young Master Gu, I know only a little about the art of brewing tea. Should there be any inadequacy, I hope you will forgive me. The third imperial princess leaned forward slightly, seemingly unintentionally, revealing the snow-white skin at her chest. Gu Xian did not even glance at her. He simply picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and set it down. Excellent tea. The princess has taken great trouble. Seeing that Gu Xian had nothing further to say, her heart sank. Sensibly, she retreated to the side. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Chu Xingyang, witnessing this, did not know what to say either. At that moment, a guard walked in. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have already arrived near the Baiwa Sacred Land. In at most a quarter of an hour we will reach it. So fast. Chu Xingyang exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Gu Xian with a smile. It seems this Tiansong skylark was truly frightened by you, Brother Gu. A journey that once required a full day is completed in less than half a day today. Gu Xian also smiled lightly. It shows this bird usually slacks off quite a bit. Chu Xingyang was overjoyed. That Brother Gu was willing to joke with him signified that their relationship had grown closer. In his view, this was far more important than any imperial weapon. Brother Gu is right. Once we return, I shall have it. Eat only one meal a day. Laughter filled the palace with a joyful atmosphere. Only the Tiansong skylark let out a mournful cry in its heart. The Baiwa Sacred Land. This was a sect that accepted only female disciples. Since its founding tens of millions of years ago, it had never enrolled a single male disciple. Thus many called it the Jade Maiden's Sacred Land. Countless people came drawn by its fame. Some from prominent families would lavish over 1 million spirit stones just to spend a single day within the sacred land, yet none had ever succeeded. There were those who tried to force their way in. Several thousand years ago, a peak Saint Realm expert took a fancy to a woman of the Baiwa sacred land, abducted her by force, and forced himself upon her. But on the next day, a palm print spanning hundreds of millions of miles descended and smote him dead on the spot. His entire clan was exterminated by an unknown force before nightfall. Only then did people understand that the Baiwa sacred land could be bullied, but the Sansan law of the Baiwa sacred land were not to be trifled with. The Baiwa Assembly, in plain words, was a gathering for choosing Sansan law. It invited outstanding young talents from various forces to earn points by hunting demonic beasts. The top 100 in points would be allowed to select from 100 carefully cultivated female disciples of the Baiwa sacred land. These women were the finest in the Baiwa sacred land. All possessed breathtaking beauty, seen once in a millennium. They excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though their cultivation was not terrifying. The lowest were above the life and death realm. Moreover, for them strength was never important. Nor did the Baiwa sacred land casually issue invitations to just any young talent. The minimum requirement for an invitation was that one's backing force must at least have a Saint Realm expert in command. The Baiwa Assembly was held once every 100 years. One could imagine how many worthy Sansan-la the Baiwa sacred land had amassed over the years. The forces behind these holy sons, divine sons, and princes were staggeringly enormous. Some sects boasted dozens of Saint Realm elders, others had Supreme Realm patriarchs, and some were even children of the great emperors themselves. This led to no one daring to bully the Baiwa sacred land, because you might enjoy your first day only to never see the sun of the second. No one dared to offend so many forces at once. The Tiansong skylark slowly descended, and Gu Xian and his party stepped down. The Baiwa sacred land had long assigned dedicated personnel to receive guests here. After all, each visitor boasted extraordinary backgrounds, and the sacred land dared not slight them. Your Highness, ninth prince over here. A tall, mature beauty in a red dress waved. Seeing this, Chu Zhengyang said to Gu Xian, Brother Gu, that is Elder Linghua of the Baiwa sacred land. Gu Xian nodded, and the group walked toward Elder Linghua. I never expected that after 100 years Your Highness would become the crown prince. I hope Your Highness will forgive my failing eyesight just now. Elder Linghua led them aboard a flying boat, and then engaged in conversation with Chu Zhengyang. Indeed, she had not noticed earlier, only now did she see that Chu Zhengyang was wearing a python robe. This was the future sovereign of the great Chu Kingdom, of force with Supreme Realm experts. She had to win him over. I owe my position as crown prince entirely to Brother Gu. Chu Zhengyang laughed. Elder Linghua, let me introduce you. This is young Master Gu Xian. This time I have specifically invited him to attend the Baiwa assembly. Hearing this, Elder Linghua's expression immediately became troubled. The invitation list for the Baiwa assembly had already been decided internally. If an extra person suddenly appeared, even as an elder of the sacred land, she would find it hard to explain to the sacred master. But if she refused, she might damage relations with the future sovereign of the Great Chu Kingdom. This left her torn. Set your mind at ease, Elder. Young Master Gu absolutely has the strength. As if sensing her predicament, Chu Xingyang leaned in and said softly, "A man who can casually gift me an imperial weapon. What do you think? Does he have the strength?" Imperial weapon. Elder Linghua was stunned by his words. Her tempting red lips parted slightly, evoking all sorts of thoughts. To casually gift an imperial weapon meant the force behind young Master Gu absolutely possessed immortal realm experts. Moreover, there was likely even an immortal king. Even an ordinary immortal lord clan could not casually gift an imperial weapon, for some immortal lords possessed merely one or two imperial weapons themselves. As for the truth of this claim, she could tell from Chu Xingyang's eyes that he was not lying. With this thought, her red dress swayed slightly as she stepped forward and approached Gu Xian. "Young Master Gu, I am Linghua, an intersect elder of the Baiwa sacred land. This is our first meeting. If you need anything, feel free to find me at any time." Gu Xian responded indifferently and glanced at Elder Linghua. Her face was flawless, her figure tall, where it should curve it curved, and where it should be slender it was slender. The whole of her was like a ripe peach, every movement brimming with mature charm. Pity though that she was somewhat older. Seeing Gu Xian's icy attitude, Elder Linghua was not displeased. She handed a jade token stamped with a peach blossom to Gu Xian. "Young Master, this is the jade token for attending the Baiwa assembly." A soft fragrance wafted over. "Thank you." Gu Xian tucked the token away. Seeing Gu Xian put away the token, Elder Linghua smiled gently and walked back. She knew she was no longer young. She did not aspire to capture the heart of such a prodigy, but merely to leave a favorable impression. That was enough. "Where are we headed?" Gu Xian asked, watching the scenery rush past outside. Just as Chu Xingyang was about to answer, Elder Linghua spoke before him. "Young Master Gu, we are heading to the Lucian Lodge of the Baiwa sacred land. We shall stay there for the night. The Baiwa assembly will officially commence tomorrow." "Oh, does the Lucian Lodge have peach blossom wine?" "I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Elder Linghua smiled wryly. "The peach blossom wine will only be offered to the assembled prodigies when the Baiwa assembly begins tomorrow." Gu Xian nodded. "No matter, I'll wait until then." A few minutes later, the flying boat halted. Elder Linghua rose to her feet. "Everyone, we have arrived. Lucian residence is a blessed land specially opened by the 100 Flowers sacred land for the 100 Flowers gathering. Elegant dwellings are scattered across the mountain peaks. The residences of Lucian are divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven-tier mansions are reserved for those backed by Emperor Realm forces, while the earth tier and mortal tier correspond respectively to forces with Sovereign Realm and Sage Realm standing. The heaven-tier mansions rest at the mountain's summit, commanding a panoramic view of the exquisite scenery, with interiors lavishly adorned to the utmost. The earth-tier mansions, one rank lower, sit halfway up the mountainside and fall somewhat short in every aspect. The mortal-tier mansions stand at the foot of the mountain, where scenery is out of the question. They can only be described as quaintly antique. Gu Xian and his party descended one by one from the flying vessel. The place where they stood was on the mountainside, home to hundreds of earth-tier mansions. "This is your first time here, isn't it, young Master Gu? Come, let us head to the Cloud River Pavilion. When the Crown Prince and the others came here before that." Elder Linghua smiled apologetically at Chu Xingyang, then led them forward. As they walked, the group gradually sensed that something was amiss. Along the road, Elder Linghua, "Those people must all be from forces with Sovereign Realm backing, aren't they? Why are they all heading to the foot of the mountain?" Chu Xingyang asked in confusion. Some of them, he even recognized, a few of the forces behind them were not inferior to his own Great Chu Kingdom. Why did they all look so enraged right now? Elder Linghua was puzzled as well. As her beautiful eyes swept around, she seemed to catch sight of something. She took a step forward and vanished from the spot. "Elder Hongqi." Several li away, dozens of people were trudging forward with grim expressions. Suddenly, a figure in a red dress blocked their path. They were already deeply displeased, their bellies full of pent-up fury. Upon seeing this, they were about to curse and shout, but a female voice stopped them. "Everyone, please forgive me. This is an elder of my 100 Flowers sacred land." A woman in a dark green long dress walked up beside Elder Linghua. "Linghua, why are you here? Why haven't you gone down yet?" "Gone down? Where?" Elder Linghua's beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion. "The people of Great Chu have arrived. I was leading them to the Cloud River Pavilion. Why would I go down?" Hearing this, the woman addressed as Elder Hongqi smiled bitterly. "Linghua, you arrived a bit late, so you still don't know the situation here. All the earth-tier mansions here have been taken over by others. We can only stay in the mortal-tier mansions at the foot of the mountain." taken over by others. Elder Linghua seemed to be encountering this situation for the first time. By whom? Behind each of those forces stood a sovereign realm expert. What kind of person would dare offend so many sovereign realm forces all at once? It's the Wang clan of the Eastern Radiance Immortal Domain. The Wang clan. Elder Linghua pondered for a moment as if remembering something and said in astonishment, "You mean the Wang clan of that Eastern Radiance Immortal Lord?" "Exactly," Han Chi sighed. "They arrived here an hour ago, but they brought far too many people." At the summit, the occupants of the dozen or so Heavenly mansions were all driven out by the Wang clan, yet that still wasn't enough to house them. They then declared that they would take over the Earth-tier mansions as well. So arrogant. Linghua frowned. Is no one going to step in and stop them? Stop them? Who? A red-haired youth standing nearby gritted his teeth. Just a moment ago, the holy son of the falling phoenix sect merely expressed his displeasure and was struck dead with a single palm. Hearing this, Elder Linghua's expression turned grim. The falling phoenix sect was also a major sect housing several sovereign realm experts within its ranks on par with Great Shu. Yet even the holy son of such a force was killed with a single palm for merely voicing discontent. Was this not too outrageous and overbearing? So the sect master just watched them run rampant without restraint. "Linghua, what are you thinking?" Han Chi said helplessly. "That is an Immortal Lord clan. An Immortal Lord. Do you understand the weight of those two words?" Even the inheritor of the War Emperor, Hull, slipped away crestfallen. What could the sect masters possibly do? "Well, you and I can travel together. Tell the Great Shu party what has happened, and then let's all head to the mortal tier mansions together." "I understand, Han Chi. Thank you." Elder Linghua nodded in gratitude and returned to Gu Xian and the others. "Well, Elder Linghua," Chu Xingyang asked hurriedly, "what exactly is going on?" "My sincere apologies, Crown Prince. The Wang clan of the Eastern Radiance Immortal Domain has arrived. They have seized every Heaven-tier and Earth-tier mansion, leaving these people with no choice but to head toward the mortal-tier mansions at the foot of the mountain. This is utterly intolerable." Chu Xingyang erupted in fury after hearing this. "Young Master Gu, why don't you wait here for a moment? I will go and negotiate with them." Elder Linghua glanced at Gu Xian only to find him completely unperturbed. "No need for all that trouble," Gu Xian said with a shake of his head. "Xingyang, wherever you stayed before, we shall stay there again. Lead the way." "Very well, Brother Gu." Chu Xingyang said to Linghua, "Come, Elder Linghua. With Brother Gu here, I'd like to see just how many waves that damn Wang clan can stir up." Young Master. Had anyone else uttered such a simple sentence, Elder Linghua would surely have dismissed it as a joke. But when Gu Xian said it, it seemed as though he truly was the strongest being in the world, with none daring to stand against him. Watching the calm, confident smile on Gu Xian's face, a fierce throb struck Elder Linghua's heart. How he stirs one's heart, young master. On the way, they encountered Elder Han Chi and her company again. Linghua, why are you all heading back up?" Elder Han Chi said in surprise. "Did you not explain the situation to them?" "It's fine. Which young Master Gu is that?" Han Chi thought for a moment, but found no immortal clan surnamed Gu in her memory. "Linghua, all of you should just leave. The Wang clan is not someone we can afford to provoke. Whether we stay or go is not for me to decide." "It depends on young Master Gu," said Elder Linghua. Seeing that she could not persuade her, Han Chi could only sigh and say to the red-haired youth beside her, "Since that is the case, holy son of 10,000 flames, let us leave first." Unexpectedly, the youth known as the Holy Son of 10,000 Flames stood motionless. He stared at Gu Xian, the shock in his eyes growing ever more intense. So alike. Truly so alike. Zhao Qinyan, the Holy Son of the Myriad Flames, sect murmured. "What is so alike?" Elder Han Chi asked. "Holy Son, perhaps we should leave first." "No." Zhao Qinyan refused her outright, then strode quickly to Gu Xian and said with the utmost respect, "I am Zhao Qinyan of the Myriad Flames sect. Greetings, young Master Gu. Do you know me?" Gu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. "I come from the Shuiyang Immortal Domain, a follower of young Master Lu Feng of the Lu family. I have heard him speak of you, and have seen a portrait of you, young Master." From beginning to end, Zhao Qinyan kept his hands clasped in salute, and his head bowed, never once lifting his eyes. Elder Han Chi watched in utter shock. Zhao Qinyan was after all the holy son of a holy sect. How could he be so reverent to a young man? His manner was almost as if he were worshipping a deity. It was unreasonable, extremely unreasonable. But then she heard the words Lu family. The Lu family. The Lu family of the Shuiyang Immortal Domain. This was an old established Immortal Lord family. The Shuiyang guard of the Lu family had crushed countless forces underfoot, chilling the hearts of countless people. And Lu Feng was the Lu family's divine son. It was said that despite his youth at barely 300 years old, he had already reached the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. Even many veteran powerhouses felt ashamed of their own inadequacy. Could it be that this young man, surnamed Gu, knew the divine son of the Lu family? "Oh, you mean that boy Lu Feng?" Gu Xian laughed. "I didn't expect him to have followers already." Elder Hongqi's heart jolted once more. If he could casually call the divine son of the Lu family a boy, just how terrifying was the identity of the person before her. Holy son of the myriad flames, do you know this young Master Gu? Elder Hongqi asked tentatively. I have only seen young Master Gu's portrait today. Is the first time I have seen the young master in person. Elder Hongqi Zhao Qianyin said, come over at once and pay your respects to the young master. Oh. Elder Hongqi was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she an elder of the 100 Blossoms sacred land? Why was she suddenly being told to bow? But seeing how reverent Zhao Qianyin was, she still decided to bow first and talk later. No need, Gu Xian said with amusement. He's the one who taught you all this, isn't he? Young Master Lu Feng ordered that if we ever met young Master Gu out in the world, we must perform the rites of master and servant. Zhao Qianyin said. Enough. Don't put on such formalities for me. Gu Xian said. Yes, young master. Zhao Qianyin stepped respectfully to Gu Xian's side and asked, young master, have you come to attend the 100 Blossoms gathering? Gu Xian nodded. I heard the wine here is decent, so I came for a taste. Then this is truly the 100 Blossoms sacred land's honor. Who knows how many lifetimes of blessings they've accumulated to have the young master grace them with his presence. Don't learn his flattering tricks. Gu Xian said. I heard some Wang family has seized all the residences. It's the Wang family of the Dongming Immortal Domain. Their divine son came to the 100 Blossoms gathering this time and brought many people, including quite a few powerhouses. That divine son also has an Emperor Realm protector beside him. Zhao Qianyin said. Honestly, I can't even have a proper drink. Gu Xian seemed a little helpless. Young master, should I contact the powerhouses of our sect? As long as I send a sound transmission, the sect master and the elders can arrive here within less than 2 hours. Whether they come or not makes no difference. Gu Xian stepped forward. Take me to the Cloud River Pavilion. Yes. Over 100 people then proceeded in force toward the Cloud River Pavilion. Along the way they attracted quite a bit of attention. Isn't that Zhao Qianyin of the Myriad Flames sect? Weren't they heading downward earlier? Why have they turned back now? No idea. But look how respectfully he treats that young man beside him. Just like a servant. Could that person have an extraordinary background? Judging by how confident they look, he might be a successor of some immortal lord power. Let's go take a look too. Holy son of Myriad Flames, what exactly is this young Master Gu's identity? On the way, Elder Hongqi couldn't resist rushing up to Zhao Qianyin and asking in a low voice. Elder Linghua and Chu Zhengyang also pricked up their ears. They too were extremely curious about Gu Xian's identity. Zhao Qianyin said coolly, the Xiantian Immortal Domain, the Gu family's divine son. Boom. As if struck by lightning, Elder Hongqi stopped dead in her tracks. For the 100 Blossoms sacred land, learning about the major powers of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm was a mandatory course because of the 100 Blossoms gathering. And so Elder Hongqi had a thorough understanding of the great superpowers among the 3,000 immortal domains. That was precisely why her mind was shaken almost to the point of shutting down when she heard those words from Zhao Qianyin. The Gu family of the Xiantian Immortal Domain was one of the most supreme forces in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. It was said that within the clan there were as many as several hundred great emperors alone and dozens of immortal lords besides. As for the supreme and sage realm experts below them, there were too many to count. But the most terrifying thing was the number of immortal kings. A single immortal king could dominate several immortal domains, and the Gu family had a full 10 immortal kings. Its supreme elder's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the immortal king realm. He was one of the few in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm with the greatest hope of entering the Immortal Emperor realm. With such a formidable reputation, how could Hongqi not know the Gu family? I never imagined. He is actually that divine son of the Gu family. Chu Zhengyang was also badly frightened. He had known that this young Master Gu had an extraordinary background, but he had never expected it to be so extraordinary. Divine son of the Gu family. Elder Linghua stared blankly at the figure ahead, bitterness churning in her heart. Now she seemed to have even less of a chance. At the Cloud River Pavilion. What are you people doing here? Don't you know this is already the residence of our divine son? Get lost now. The two burly gatekeepers said impatiently when they saw Gu Xian and the others. How dare you insult the young master? You're asking for death. Zhao Qianyin flickered and appeared before the two men, grabbing one with each hand. A blazing fire dragon coiled past, and the two burly men turned to ash without even a chance to scream. These two burly men were not weak. Both were at the life and death realm enough to found a sect in the lower world. But in the eyes of Zhao Qianyin, a 9th-level Dao-seeking cultivator, they were no different from ants. Who is it? Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation, several more people charged out from inside. At their head was a white-haired old man. He glanced at Zhao Qianyin, then at the two patches of ash on the ground, and sneered, "It seems you're tired of living." With that he swept his sleeve, sending a streak of spiritual energy shooting at Zhao Qianyin. The spiritual energy of the entire mountain peak suddenly churned violently. The dense sage might press down, making it impossible for everyone present to straighten up. Sage realm. And not a low cultivation at that. At least the 6th level of the sage realm. Hongqi cried in shock. Holy son of myriad flames, dodge. Zhao Qianyan was not afraid. Flame after flame of different colors converged on his body, forming a suit of flame armor. Then he threw a punch at that streak of spiritual energy. Boom. The dreadful spiritual energy wave instantly swept across several thousand li in every direction, and even the mountain trembled. Among the onlookers, those with weaker cultivation hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy to withstand the shock. Zhao Qianyan was sent flying backward like a cannonball, only managing to stop after more than 10,000 zhang. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he flickered and appeared before the old man again. Your sage realm is nothing special after all. Hiss, this Zhao Qianyan is really capable. He took a sage realm strike Hedon, and by the look of him, he's hardly injured. I don't think so. That old man was probably just casual with his strike, and yet Zhao Qianyan had no choice but to use his trump card protective divine art. Let's just say all below the sage realm are ants. Right. If that old man had been even a little more serious just now, Zhao Qianyan would probably be dead by now. Although he is at the 9th heaven of the Tao-seeking realm, only one step away from the sage realm, that single step is like a heavenly chasm. Among the onlookers, someone offered an analysis. This old man was worried about disturbing the divine sun's rest. In that casual strike, just now I used only 0.5% of my strength. The old man cackled eerily. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. With that, he struck out with a palm. In the sky, a colossal palm imprint formed of spiritual energy spanning thousands of zhang descended towards Zhao Qianyan. Zhao Qianyan is as good as dead now. The young man who arrived with him hasn't made a move. Is he just going to watch? Probably scared out of his wit. The pressure of a Saint Realm expert is not something they can withstand. Tisk thought he was someone important, but that's all he is. Let's get out of here before they turn their attention on us. The heritage of the Immortal Lord clan is truly terrifying. Anyone they send out is at the Saint Realm. We'd better head quietly to the foot of the mountain. They shook their heads and turned to leave, the outcome already. At that moment, Xuan calmly uttered a single word. Die. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the old man and the several figures who had emerged with him burst apart, their nascent souls annihilated without mercy. The spiritual energy palm imprint in the sky dissipated as well. This. Hong Qi and Ling Hua, who had been about to make a move, exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A single word extinguished both body and soul. What kind of divine power was this? Did his words become law? Was this the divine son of the immortal monarch clan? Such terror defied belief. Did I see that right? That person only said one word, and the Saint Realm expert of the Wang family was gone, just like that. Words become law. This words becoming law. Someone stammered in awe. Who exactly is this person? Utterly terrifying. The onlookers hiding in the distance discussed in hushed voices, when suddenly several hundred figures descended from the mountaintop, in unison, their dreadful auras blanketing the entire peak in suffocating pressure. Was it you who killed Elder Hu and the others? The leading figure was a noble youth clad in a golden robe. He glanced at the mangled remains splattered across the ground, without a flicker of emotion. Uncle Wang killed. In the eyes of the golden-robed youth's flying head lingered a trace of confusion. Why had his life been cut short before he could even finish speaking? The whole area fell into dead silence. So many people. All dead just like that. Elder Hongqi was unwilling to believe what he had witnessed, yet the reality was right there before him, leaving no room for doubt. Elder Ling Hua's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Xuan, unable to conceal the terror in her heart. But the most shocked of all was Chu Zhengyang. He had always assumed Xuan relied entirely on that guardian, and just now he had expected Xuan to call upon the guardian to act. He never imagined that Xuan's own strength was overwhelmingly formidable. With a casual wave of his hand, he slaughtered all those members of the Wang family. And if he hadn't misheard, Zhao Qianyan had mentioned earlier that there was supposedly a great emperor realm guardian among those people. Even a great emperor was killed in a single move. What cultivation realm was this young Master Gu in? Could he be an immortal lord? But that was impossible. So young, how could he be an immortal lord? Yet if he wasn't, how could he kill a great emperor with one strike? Chu Zhengyang felt his mind going blank. Zhao Qianyan also swallowed hard, his gaze toward Xuan growing even more reverent. He had always heard from his followers, young Master Lu Feng and the others, that this young Master Gu was so heaven-defying that no one in the world could match him. At first he hadn't fully believed it. Today he did. As expected, one who could make the divine sons of immortal lord clans and the inheritors of supreme sects willingly become his followers was truly monstrous beyond compare. The crowd watching from the distance stood frozen, gaping so wide that one could have fit an egg in each mouth. They had already been shaken beyond measure by the single word that killed that Elder Hu, and now he had wiped out the divine son of the Wang family, and all those Wang family experts with one move. Terror began to creep into their hearts. Just moments ago they had said plenty of belittling things about Xuan. Would he come after them for it? We would better get out of here fast. I'm afraid my head might change places too. Right, let's go. I don't dare stay in this 100 Blossoms sacred land for even a moment longer. You're all still talking. I've already brought out my flying boat. Damn, you're fast. Within a few breaths, everyone turned into streaks of rainbow light and vanished. It's a bit dirty here. You don't mind if we go to the mountaintop to rest, do you? Xuan turned around smiling as he looked at Elder Linghua. No, not at all. Linghua snapped back to her senses and said hurriedly, Elder Hong Qi, please clean this place up. I'll take young Master Gu to the celestial grade private room. Oh, yes, of course. Hong Qi nodded repeatedly. Elsewhere in a hidden void, several figures stood in silence. Sacred Lord, the divine son of the Wang family died in our sacred land. Don't we need to do something? A feminine voice broke the silence. Do what? Did you not see who that was? The divine son of the Gu family. The divine son of an immortal monarch clan. With one move he slaughtered all those members of the Wang family, and even that Emperor Realm Guardian did not escape. Do you intend to seek justice for the Wang family in front of him? A figure like him could carry off every female disciple of our 100 Blossoms sacred land, and we wouldn't dare utter a single word of refusal. In my view, we should do nothing at all, just pretend none of this ever happened. Of these two great clans, we cannot afford to offend either one. But the Wang family's divine son is dead. The Wang family will surely come to our 100 Blossoms sacred land to demand an accounting. There's no escaping it. Sigh. In the past, we always longed for figures from the immortal realm to come here. Now that two have come at once, the situation is so precarious that one misstep could bring about the ruin of our 100 Blossoms sacred land. What are we to do? The crowd was at a loss. Offer our apologies. Hua Yuing, the sacred lord of the 100 Blossoms sacred land, spoke up, her voice like jade beads falling onto a platter, exceedingly pleasing to the ear. Offer apologies. To whom? Someone asked in confusion. To young Master Gu. After saying this, Hua Yuing stepped forward gracefully and vanished. At Lucian residence atop the mountain peak inside a luxurious and imposing great hall. Young Master Gu, what do you think? Is this residence to your liking? It's fine. Xuan nodded. I'm going to rest now. You may all leave. Yes, young master. Elder Linghua bowed respectfully, then quietly withdrew. When she came out, she saw several figures standing outside the door. Sacred Lord Grand Elder. Why are you all here? We have come to offer our apologies. Hua Yuing said softly. Linghua, has young Master Gu retired for the night? Not yet. He only just went in, Linghua replied. Hua Yuing nodded, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pushed open the great doors. Seen enough. Hua Yuing and the others entered, and before they could speak, they saw Xuan sitting calmly at the table, idly savoring his tea. Hua Yuing smiled bitterly. Divine Son Gu, there was nothing we could do in this situation. You and the Wang family are both immortal aristocratic clans, while our humble Baiwa sacred land could be ruined beyond redemption with the slightest misstep. What we did just now was truly out of helplessness. After saying this, Hua Yuing stared fixedly at Xuan. To her disappointment, however, he merely examined the cup of tea in his hand, as though he had not noticed a single word she said. Is that all? Xuan asked with a smile. A fine bead of sweat quietly emerged on Hua Yuing's forehead. Be that as it may, it is indeed the failure of our Baiwa sacred land that you encountered such a thing on your very first visit. Divine Son Gu, if there is anything you desire, our Baiwa sacred land will do everything in its power to satisfy you. What could your Baiwa sacred land possibly have to satisfy me? I came here only to taste your wine. But as for now, I'm not particularly in the mood to drink. Xuan raised his head, swept his gaze over Hua Yuing's perfect figure and peerless beauty, then rose and walked toward his room. You stay? The rest of you may leave. Outside the great hall, Elder Linghua was waiting anxiously. Just then the doors slowly opened and several figures emerged from within. Linghua hurried forward. How did it go, Grand Elder? Did young Master Gu say anything? After speaking, she took a closer look and asked, puzzled, where is the Saint Sovereign? Why hasn't she come out? The Saint Sovereign. She was. A senior elder had barely spoken a few words when the Grand Elder interrupted. Linghua, you need not concern yourself with this. As it stands, our Baiwa sacred land should be out of danger, perhaps even. A flicker of intense excitement blazed in the Grand Elder's peach blossom eyes. Perhaps even our Baiwa sacred land is poised to soar to the heavens. Seeing the Grand Elder's ecstatic expression, Linghua understood at once what had happened. Yet the instant she understood, an inexplicable emptiness suddenly gripped her heart. Sure enough, to young Master Gu, she was not as appealing as the Saint Sovereign. And that was hardly surprising. After all, the Saint Sovereign surpassed her in every way. In talent and beauty and status, how could she ever compare? She understood this, but still a faint bitterness lingered in her heart. Let's go. We must not disturb Divine Sun Gus' rest. With that the Grand Elder transformed into a beam of light and departed, and the other elders flew away one after another. Elder Linghua looked back at the tightly shut doors, then silently took her leave. The next day, knock knock. Young Master Gu, may I come in? Linghua's voice came from outside. Elder Linghua pushed open the door and entered the great hall. At that moment Hua Yueying was massaging Gu Xian's back with an expression full of tenderness. Seeing this, Elder Linghua was stunned to the core. How could the Saint Sovereign, who was ice cold to everyone on ordinary days, now appear as gentle and soft as water? Could it be that in just one night the Saint Sovereign had been conquered by young Master Gu? Swallowing her thoughts, Linghua lowered her head and said, Young Master, the 100 Flowers gathering is about to begin. Crown Prince Chu and the others have been waiting outside for some time now. When should we set out? Let's head over now. Gu Xian patted Hua Yueying's jade-like hand and said, That's enough. You must be tired after massaging for so long. Go on back first. Hua Yueying nodded submissively. Yes, young master. After Hua Yueying left, Gu Xian stood up. Let us go as well. The 100 Flowers gathering was not held in just any place, but in a separate secret realm within the Baiwa sacred land. Once one's cultivation reached the Saint Realm, one could use the laws of the Saint Realm to carve out a secret realm of one's own. The size and resilience of a secret realm were directly linked to the strength of its creator. A secret realm opened by a Saint Realm expert generally spanned only 10,000 li around, whereas a secret realm opened by an Immortal Emperor realm expert could rival an entire immortal domain. This secret realm of the Baiwa sacred land was said to have been created by the very first Saint Sovereign of the sacred land. That Saint Sovereign was at the Supreme Realm, which was why this secret realm measured as much as several 100,000 li across. The secret realm was filled with demonic beasts captured from all corners by Baiwa sacred land experts, and not one of these beasts was below the core formation realm. It was said that at the center there were even a few Saint Realm demonic beasts. The young prodigies attending the 100 Flowers gathering went in groups of 100, and within the span of 1 hour, they hunted demonic beasts in the secret realm to earn points. Meanwhile, a special spiritual artifact inside the secret realm would project real-time images outside, allowing those beyond the secret realm to watch everything unfold. At the end, after everyone had participated, the top 100 participants by points would be tallied. Starting with the first place, in descending order, each would take turns selecting one of the 100 beauties in the Baiwa Hall. On a tall viewing platform, over 1,000 prodigies sat either clustered together or scattered apart. At this time, the first batch had already entered the secret realm and begun hunting beasts. Everyone watched the enormous light screen in the sky, which was divided into 100 segments, each corresponding to one prodigy. That Lin Feng of the Daong Empire is truly fierce. In just a few minutes, he's already killed dozens of life and death realm beasts. Yang Tian of the Xuan sect isn't bad either. I heard he broke through to the 5th heaven of the Dao Inquiry realm a while back. Damn, who is that guy? So ferocious. He cut down a peak tribulation bridge realm beast with a single sword stroke. That's Zhao Jueshing of the Wuxin sect. I heard he's been stuck at the 9th level of the Dao Inquiry realm for a long time. He's probably already close to touching the threshold of the Saint Realm. No wonder he's so fierce. The crowd drank and chatted amidst the buzz. At the very top of the viewing platform were several private rooms. In one of those rooms, Gu Xian leisurely tasted the peach blossom wine of the Baiwa sacred land, occasionally popping a spirit fruit peeled by Hua Yueying into his mouth, utterly content. He had no interest at all in the beast hunting talk that everyone was discussing. To him, it was even more childish than children playing at fighting. Chu Xingyang, Zhao Qinyan, and the others meanwhile stayed in another room, chatting enthusiastically about it. Brother Zhao, in your opinion, who among this batch will have the highest points? The Wanhua Sacred Land was a supreme realm force, just like the Great Chu Kingdom, and since Chu Xingyang wanted to build a good relationship with Zhao Qinyan, the future Wanhua Saint Sovereign, he spoke up first. Brother Chu, just call me Qinyan, Zhao Qinyan said modestly. He had been worrying about how to strike up a conversation with Chu Xingyang, so now that Chu Xingyang had taken the initiative, he could not have asked for more. In my humble opinion, that Zhao Jueshing is likely to come out on top in this batch. I've fought against him before. This man is truly strong. Since Brother Zhao says so, that man must indeed have real strength. Chu Xingyang nodded. Just as he was about to continue, an angry roar came from the horizon. Who killed the divine son of my Wang family? Who killed the divine son of my Wang family? Following that furious roar, the entire heaven and earth slowly darkened. In the distance, the void shattered. Ancient warships one after another arrived above the Baiwa sacred land, shrouded in a dense killing aura. Aboard the warships, armored figures stood solemnly, each emanating an aura at the peak of the Dao Inquiry realm. At a rough glance, they numbered in the millions. Ahead of them all was a warship wrapped in a desolate primeval aura, its hull covered in scars left by great battles. inspiring fear at the very first sight. Standing at the bow, a middle-aged man held his hands behind his back. The dense imperial might radiating from his body seemed about to crush this world. Behind him stood several hundred mighty warriors of the Supreme Realm and the Saint Realm. The crowd did not understand what was happening. Gazing at the warships in the void and the murderous intent that had condensed into a tangible black mass, they trembled in terror, their legs shaking uncontrollably. The Wang family's divine son is dead. Wasn't he perfectly fine yesterday? There was indeed a great battle on the mountain last night. I thought the Wang family was bullying cultivators from another force again, but I never imagined that the Wang family's divine son had actually died. Now that I think about it, I vaguely heard someone say the Wang family's divine son had died. At first I didn't believe it, but from the look of things now the rumor was not false. Humph. Dying is fine. Since he bullied others so badly, he should have seen this day coming, someone mocked. Shoo. Mind your tongue, mind your tongue. Inside the Baiwa sacred land, all the disciples and elders rushed out and stared in terror at the scene before them. What kind of enemy had their Baiwa sacred land provoked to warrant such an imposing array? At Baiwa Hall the women came outside. Looking at the dense sky-darkening warships, they quaked in fear, their delicate frames trembling uncontrollably. Their cultivation was not high to begin with, and facing this only made them more terrified. Merely being able to stand upright was already remarkable. Holy Maiden, who are these people? When did our Baiwa sacred land offend such a formidable enemy? That's right. They've come with such ferocity. Do they intend to destroy our sacred land? Jiang Ziyue shook her head and said grimly, I am not entirely sure. They seem to be from the Wang family of the Immortal Lord clan. Could it be that their divine son came here? Aboard the warship, seeing that no one emerged, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. Since that is so, you will all be buried alongside the divine son. That man is Wang Tianfeng of the Wang family. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago he was already at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm and has been in secluded cultivation ever since. I never imagined he would come. The ninth heaven of the Emperor realm. We are doomed, completely doomed. We came out once, and now we are going to lose our lives. Everyone was utterly bitter. Hua Yueying put down the spirit fruit in her hand, and was about to step out, when Gu Xian pulled her back. Stay here. Hua Yueying obediently nodded. The void rippled, and Gu Xian appeared before the middle-aged man. Was it you who killed him? The latter asked. Gu Xian ignored his words, his eyes slightly lowered, and murmured to himself, I was in quite a good mood before. Now, I am in a bad mood. Boy, what are you muttering about? A Supreme Realm cultivator behind the middle-aged man barked. Didn't you hear his lordship asking you a question? Gu Xian cast a cold glance at him. The next instant that Supreme Realm cultivator transformed directly into ashes and scattered in the wind. The sight left everyone present stunned and speechless. A single glance, and he was reduced to ashes. What heaven-defying power was this? Wang Tianfeng's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of divine art was this? It was utterly unheard of. Suddenly an intense wave of unease surged in his heart. He rather regretted making this trip. When I am in a bad mood I kill people. Gu Xian looked at him without expression and said, and I will kill a great many people. The next moment, he casually threw a punch. An overwhelmingly dense aura of death instantly descended upon Wang Tianfeng. Without even thinking, Wang Tianfeng moved to flee. But it was already too late. In that instant, everything in front of Gu Xian was annihilated by the force of the punch. The great Tao of this immortal domain began to collapse, its laws began to crumble, and its order began to shatter. Space itself split apart, endlessly extending for hundreds of millions of miles. In the distance, untold ancient stars exploded, and the starry rivers of the sky reversed course. Heaven and earth lost their original color and grew profoundly dark. The entire continent began to crack open, dark red magma churned and surged, and every living being was plunged into despair. Countless spatial storms howled in, devouring everything in their path. Before this doomsday-like scene, everyone completely lost the ability to think. They stood as stiff as wooden statues, staring at the white-robed figure in the void. One same question arose in all of their hearts at once: is this still a human being? With a single punch, he had killed Wang Tianfeng, a ninth heaven Emperor realm cultivator, along with the millions of cultivators behind him. He had even smashed this world's great Tao to pieces and torn the very sky apart. Could such power really be obtained through cultivation? Could this really be a power that a human being can possess? Not good. The spatial storm is heading our way. Someone suddenly roared. Only then did everyone notice that around them were endless spatial storms carrying the force of space itself and rampaging straight toward them. If they were caught up in those spatial storms, even a great emperor would have only one chance in 10 to survive, let alone them. Scatter. Gu Xian lightly uttered a single word. In an instant, the spatial storms that had been raging savagely simply vanished. The shattered space rapidly repaired itself. The great Tao and the heavenly laws resumed their workings. The sky brightened anew, and the boiling magma was once again covered by the earth. Someone looked at that figure in the sky and murmured, "A miracle. This is a divine miracle." Yes, such boundless power must surely be a miracle. Having witnessed this with my own eyes, I have not lived a single wasted day in my life. That young master. At that moment someone suddenly began to prostrate in worship. Seeing this, others followed suit one after another, and before long a large crowd had fallen to their knees. Zhao Qianyan looked at Gu Xian's back, his admiration reaching the point of total surrender. Young Master Lu Feng and the others truly did not deceive me. Young Master Gu is indeed the foremost person in this world. The awe in his eyes reached its utmost peak. Afterward he turned around, walked to Chu Xingyang's side, and considerately closed Chu Xingyang's mouth for him. "Brother Chu, be careful not to let in cold air." Chu Xingyang. "Brother Zhao is right. I must be careful not to catch a cold." Hua Yueying's beautiful eyes were locked on Gu Xian, filled only with adoration and nothing else. "Holy maiden, do you know who that young master is?" Outside Baihua Hall the women had now all turned into infatuated admirers, staring at Gu Xian's back with love in their eyes. "This, I too do not know." Jiang Ziyue did not even turn her head. Like everyone else, she gazed at Gu Xian in a daze. Just then a flash of light glimmered in Gu Xian's hand, and a long spear wreathed in thunderous power appeared. He looked toward the place where the Dongming Immortal Domain stood, then hurled the spear. The originally unremarkable spear erupted with a power that transcended heaven and earth the moment it left its wielder's grip. The spatial rift just mended was torn open once more in the blink of an eye, a fissure dozens of zhang wide stretching eastward toward the Dongming Immortal Domain. Dongming Immortal Domain, Wang Family Main Hall. Master of the family, dire news. The Soul Lamp Hall has just sent word. The soul lamps of Elder Wang Tianfeng and all the Wang family powerhouses who accompanied him have simultaneously extinguished. What? All of them extinguished? Wang Tianyin, the patriarch of the Wang family, was a dignified, middle-aged man, his aura wreathed in immortal might. A single wisp of it could crush an ancient star. He was unmistakably in existence at the Immortal Lord realm. Could the opponent also possess an immortal? Just as doubt crossed his mind, a thick aura of death swiftly swept toward him. Trouble. Meanwhile, within the Wang family ancestral grounds, 3 figures emerged from the earth, all with white hair and beards radiating an aura of decay. Yet without exception, all 3 were at the Immortal Lord realm. This was the Wang family's true. What is that? The moment they emerged, they saw in the distant sky a bolt of thunder, billions of zhang long bearing down upon the Wang family with irresistible force. Only when it drew nearer did they realize it was a spear. This is an immortal king artifact, an immortal king artifact. An elder spoke with trembling voice, then, as if remembering something, he erupted in fury. "Wang Tianyin, what enemy have you brought upon the Wang family? Old man will flay you alive." Before he could finish his words, that world-destroying thunderbolt pierced straight through the entire Wang family ancestral grounds. Terrifying thunderous power erupted, and everything that existed within the Wang family was reduced to nothingness. At the 100 Flowers sacred land, everyone gazed toward the sky, where a purple flower was blooming breathtakingly beautiful. "Gudu." Chu Xingyang swallowed hard and tugged at Zhao Qianyan's sleeve. "The Wang family has been annihilated." Zhao Qianyan nodded. "From this day forward, there shall be no more mention of the Dongming Wang family." Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly horrified. An immortal lord noble family, just like that, gone. Good heavens, what on earth? All one could do was curse. Their own lack of vocabulary for a single expletive could express it all. Gu Xian stepped and returned to the viewing platform. Enough, carry on. Hearing this, everyone finally realized they had come to attend the 100 Flowers gathering, not to worship gods. "As you command, young master." The moon hung high in the sky and the day passed swiftly. The beast hunting competition was also drawing to a close. However, Gu Xian cared little for any of it. At the Lucian residence in the main hall, Gu Xian sat at the upper seat, pouring and drinking for himself, while Hua Yueying danced gracefully at the center of the hall. Creak. The door was pushed open and Elder Linghua entered silently. Hua Yueying paused, turning to look at the newcomer, slightly surprised. "Linghua, why have you come?" "Holy Lord, the point rankings for the top 100 prodigies have been finalized," Linghua said with bowed head. "Then just take them to the 100 Flowers Hall." Hua Yueying looked somewhat puzzled. "There is no need to report to me, but..." Elder Linghua glanced at Gu Xian before continuing. "They say the first to make their selection should rightfully be young Master Gu. If young Master Gu does not go, none of them dare to be the first to choose. Is that so?" Hua Yueying nodded, her figure floating as she approached Gu Xian, pouring him a cup of wine with a smile. "Young master, it seems those prodigies have all been won over by you." "I came here only to drink. I have no interest in anything else," Gu Xian said. "Young master, why not take a look? You might find unexpected gains." Hua Yueying spoke with breath as fragrant as orchids. Gu Xian looked at her alluring face and smiled lightly. Are you not jealous? Young master jokes. For someone like young master, how could there be only one beauty at your side? That Yueying can remain by your side is already a life fulfilled. What jealousy could there be? Very well, let us go take a look. Outside the 100 Flowers Hall, prodigies from various forces lingered there, their eyes full of envy as they gazed at the 100 figures ahead. They were the top 100 prodigies selected by this year's 100 Flowers gathering based on points. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao of the Jiuxiao sword sect, who usually keeps such a low profile, has already reached the third heaven of the Saint Realm and even claimed first place on the points board? Indeed, not just him. Several others have also broken through to the Saint Realm. Sigh, we agreed to slack off together at the Dao-seeking realm, yet they secretly worked hard behind our backs. Zhao Qinyan isn't bad either, achieving 9th place with only the 9th heaven of Dao-seeking. I hear he is a follower of the divine heir of an immortal Lord noble family. To serve such a figure, his strength must certainly be extraordinary. The crown prince of the Great Shu Kingdom is also quite capable, ranking within the top 30. Everyone discussed animatedly, sharing their opinions on these prodigies. Inside the 100 Flowers Hall, the women gazed at the figures outside the door, growing somewhat puzzled by their prolonged absence. Strange, why haven't they entered yet? A little flirt, can't you even hold back that long? Someone teased. Not at all. The woman blushed slightly. Perhaps. They are waiting for someone, Jiang Ziyue spoke up. Waiting for someone, the Holy Lord. No. Jiang Ziyue shook her head, the figure in white from that morning rising in her mind. Could it be you, young master? Outside the hall, at the very front of the 100 figures, stood a black-haired youth carrying a sword upon his back, his features somewhat ordinary. Yet those around him treated him with deep respect. He was Lin Xiao of the Jiuxiao sword sect. Everyone. Lin Xiao turned around and said in a deep voice, since young Master Gu will not come, we shall wait here. If he does not come tonight, we will wait through the night. If he never comes, then we shall disperse. Does anyone have any objections? Following that morning's battle, Gu Xian's name had already spread among Chu Xingyang and the others, though they had not revealed his true identity to them. No objections. Everyone replied in unison. They had all witnessed Gu Xian's power firsthand, so none had any objections. Yet there was one exception. I disagree. Huh. Everyone present seemed to doubt their own ears. Someone dared to disagree. Good heavens, who on earth would be this audacious? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It's Zhao Jueshing. Zhao Jueshing from the Wuxin sect. Yes. How dare he? I remember now, when Zhao Jueshing and his group were hunting beasts within the secret realm, they didn't witness young Master Gus display. Then didn't anyone tell him after he came out? We did, but he simply wouldn't believe it. He thinks himself number one under heaven. What could we do, eh? Tsk tisk, what a pity for the Wuxin sect. Brother, why do you say that? Just wait and see. Upon hearing someone objected, Zhao Qianyan and Chu Xingyang's expressions darkened instantly. How dare you show disrespect toward young master? How dare you show disrespect to young Master Gu? Zhao Qianyan and Chu Xingyang's faces immediately darkened. Fellow brothers, allow me to handle this. Lin Xiao smiled, looking at Zhao Jueshing with slightly narrowed eyes. Zhao Jueshing, is it? That's right. What do you intend to make a move against me? Don't think I fear you just because you're at the third heaven of the Sage Realm. Opt. Zhao Jueshing's miserable shriek rang out as one of his arms was severed. Everyone stared at Lin Xiao in shock. Was this the true power of the Sage Realm? It was truly terrifying. After all, the Wuxin sect was a force at the supreme realm level. As its holy son, Zhao Jueshing's strength was far beyond the apparent 9th heaven of Dao Inquiry. He had already begun to touch the laws of the Sage Realm. Even against opponents at the 1st or 2nd heaven of the Sage Realm, he could hold his own for hundreds of exchanges and retreat unscathed. Yet just now no one had even seen Lin Xiao move before Zhao Jueshing's arm was already severed. There were also gaps between those in the Sage Realm. You dare sever my arm. He'll kill you. Zhao Jueshing's face twisted ferociously, but before he could act, another flash of sword light passed, and his other arm was severed as well. Opt. Zhao Jueshing was utterly overwhelmed by agony. With both arms crippled, he had almost no combat ability left. Just you wait. If I don't avenge this, I'm unworthy of being the holy son of the Wuxin sect. As he spoke, he pulled out a sound transmission treasure, preparing to summon reinforcements. Are you the only one who can call for help? Lin Xiao shook his head and took out his own sound transmission treasure from his spatial ring. Sect Master, Zhao Jueshing of the Wuxin sect has shown grave disrespect to young Master Gu. Please dispatch strong experts from the sect to annihilate the Wuxin sect, lest it displease young Master Gu. Good, no problem. After the battle that morning, Lin Xiao had already reported what had happened here to the sect master of the Jiuxiao sword sect. As for their own holy son's words, the sect master naturally chose to believe him. Not only that, he had earnestly instructed Lin Xiao to seize any opportunity to get closer to that young Master Gu. Now wasn't this a perfect chance to build familiarity? Seeing this, the prodigies of other forces also took out their sound transmission treasures to contact their families or sects requesting that powerful experts be sent to the Wuxin sect. Hey Father Emperor, it's me. Chu Xingyang said angrily. You know the Wuxin sect, right? What the what? How dare he show disrespect to young Master Gu? Chu Zengxian's voice boomed across the plaza, rattling Chu Xingyang's ears and filling everyone around with embarrassment. Good heavens, if you yourself died, your father wouldn't be this angry. This infuriates me. You wait. He'll have the ancestors emerge from seclusion right now. Also, he'll personally lead 9 million great Chu guards to destroy that damned Wuxin sect. Alright, the spiritual energy fluctuation here is unstable. Gotta hang up, now hanging up. Chu Xingyang put away the treasure and slapped his forehead in exasperation. Seriously, could you at least act like the ruler of a nation? With so many people here, how am I supposed to hold my head up? Zhao Jueshing stared blankly at all this, his face drained of color. What was going on? How could this happen? Just what kind of enemies had he brought upon his own sect? On the other side, Zhao Qinyan had just finished contacting the Wanhua sacred land. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his sound transmission treasure again. Young Master Lu, the holy son of the Wuxin sect, has disrespected young Master Gu. Lin Xiao looked at Zhao Jueshing with a smile. You may leave now. Zhao Jueshing snapped back to reality. Gazing at the crowd before him, he viciously spat out a harsh parting threat. Even if all you forces besiege my Wuxin sect is not afraid. With that, he fled into the distance. At that moment, space rippled, and Gu Xian and several others appeared on the scene. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly bowed in salute. Young Master Gu, you've arrived. Lin Xiao took the lead, speaking respectfully to Gu Xian. Gu Xian smiled and nodded slightly. The beauties are waiting quietly inside the hall for everyone. Why have you all delayed so long? Young Master Gu, Crown Prince Chu, said you also came to participate in the Baiwa gathering. Although you did not enter the secret realm to hunt demonic beasts, we all unanimously believe that first place in this Baiwa gathering should belong to you. Therefore, if you do not make your selection first, how would we dare to break the rules? Lin Xiao said, slowly lowering his head. Please, young Master Gu, enter the hall. The group of prodigies behind him said in unison. Well then, I am deeply grateful for your esteem. I shall not decline any further. With a faint smile, Gu Xian walked into the Baiwa hall, followed by the others one after another. Inside the hall, 100 beauties were quietly seated in their respective places. At that moment, a figure in white robes caught their eyes. Instantly, their hearts pounded wildly. Wasn't this the white-clad young master who that morning had suppressed and killed millions of experts of the Wang family with a single punch? Back then, they could only see his back, not his face. Now, with Gu Xian's full visage before them, they were all starry-eyed, their breath growing slightly short. Oh heavens! Such an unmatched countenance, like an immortal banished to the mortal world. How could they not fall for him? A man with this much strength and this much charm. Wasn't he exactly the man of their dreams? Young master, if you've taken a liking to any of them, just say so directly. Hua Yueying spoke. Gu Xian cast a glance around the room, feeling a slight hint of regret in his heart. Although these women were all excellent in figure and appearance and would surely be goddesses pursued by countless men outside, they were far from being able to catch his eye. Not to mention how far they were from Hua Yueying. Even Elder Ling Hua was hundreds of streets ahead of them. Following his principle of preferring quality over quantity, Gu Xian was just about to give up when a pretty face smiled softly at him. The moment he saw that smiling face, Gu Xian inexplicably felt his mood become much more pleasant. Moreover, upon closer inspection in terms of both figure and appearance, this woman was in no way inferior to Hua Yueying. He stepped forward and arrived before that woman. Would you be willing to come with me, eh? Jiang Ziwa looked at Gu Xian, who had suddenly appeared before her, momentarily startled. Then she heard his words. Her heart immediately raced with joy like a startled fawn. Though ecstatic inside, she had to maintain her composure on the outside. In answer to you, young Master Ziwa is willing. Then let's go. Gu Xian directly took one of Jiang Ziyu's delicate hands and vanished from the hall. Seeing this, Hua Yueying felt a pang of jealousy, pouting her alluring lips slightly like an angry little girl. Honestly, once he has someone new, he forgets the old love. And I'm still right here. After a brief complaint, she too stepped into the void and disappeared. The beauties felt a sudden sense of loss as they watched Gu Xian take Jiang Ziyu away. But soon they were resigned. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Baiwa sacred land. How could they compare with her? For a supreme prodigy like young Master Gu, it was only natural that he wouldn't take a fancy to them. When Lin Xiao and the others saw the disappointed expressions on the women's faces, their hearts tightened slightly. Were they destined to live forever in young Master Gu's shadow? Wuxin sect. Outside the mountain gate, several gate-guarding disciples were idly chatting. So soon. How is it? Was the woman the holy son brought back from the Baiwa sacred land beautiful? Not sure. They say the holy son came back alone. Seems like he was injured too. Impossible. The Holy Sun has already begun to touch the laws of the Saint Realm. Who could possibly injure him? I'm not too sure about that either. I only heard it from others. At that moment a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly spotted countless dense black dots appearing at the edge of the sky. Look, what is that? Everyone followed his gaze toward the horizon. That is, a disciple activated his spiritual eye technique, and the next moment his face turned deathly pale. They're all warships. Countless of them. It seems they're all heading for our Wuxin sect. All heading for us. A disciple face filled with shock hastily took out a sound-transmitting treasure. Grand Elder, many warships are heading toward our Wuxin sect. What? Inside the Grand Hall of Wuxin sect, the Grand Elder's expression shifted unpredictably. He looked at Zhao Jueshing, who was avoiding his gaze, and said coldly, "This is all because of you." No, it wasn't me. They joined forces to oppress me. Humph. The Grand Elder gave a cold snort, then stepped into the void. By then warship after warship had already arrived outside the mountain gate of Wuxin sect. The Grand Elder felt his heart tremble. Jiuxiao Sword Sect, Tianin Valley, Tiandao Gate, Chiliang Sect, Wanhua Sacred Land, Great Shu Kingdom. What exactly did Zhao Jueshing do out there? Several more figures appeared in the void, standing beside the Grand Elder. They were the sect master of Wuxin sect, and several other elders. Swish! 2 black shadows flashed, and 2 gaunt-faced old men appeared before them. They were Wuxin sect's supreme elder and the previous sect master, both with cultivation at the peak of the sovereign realm. Might I ask why you have come to our Wuxin sect? One of the old men spoke. It seems we have not offended any of you. Ridiculous. Your Wuxin sect is about to be annihilated. And you still don't know why. The sect master of the Jiuxiao Sword Sect sneered. The old man frowned. Sect master, what is going on? The sect master of Wuxin sect broke out in cold sweat. Supreme elder, this. I'm not too sure either. Let me explain. A voice came from the distant sky. Then 10,000 miles of void shattered as warships brimming with killing aura tore through. On the lead warship a man in a green robe stood coldly. Behind him a fluttering banner snapped in the wind bearing an immortal suffused character Lu inscribed upon it. To show disrespect to Brother Gu is enough for you to die 10 million times over. This is the Lu family of the Xuan Immortal Domain. That man is the Lu family's divine son. Someone recognized the man in the green robe and couldn't help crying out in shock. Hearing this, everyone present turned pale with fright. The faces of the Wuxin sect members immediately became so awful that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The Lu family was an immortal lord aristocratic clan. Now even the divine son of the Lu family had personally come to this Wuxin sect. Just who was that young Master Gu? Could it be? They linked him to a family. That family also bore the surname Gu. Hiss. At that thought they dared not think further. But if so, everything made sense now. Young Master Lu, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here, the supreme elder of Wuxin sect said awkwardly. When did we ever offend the young Master Gu you speak of? For that you should ask your precious holy son. Chu Jingtian sneered. Zhao Jueshing. The old man's divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Wuxin sect, immediately detecting Zhao Jueshing, who was trying to sneak away. In that instant a surge of rage shot straight to his crown. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Jueshing appeared before him. You brought such great trouble upon the sect. No, Supreme Elder, I didn't. Zhao Jueshing still wanted to argue, but the old man directly struck him to pieces with a palm. Young Master Lu, I have killed Zhao Jueshing. Might you now let everyone leave? When did I ever say that I would leave once he was dead? Lu Feng said indifferently, his gaze upon the people of Wuxin's sect, as if they were ants. Uncle Ji, don't let them escape. Yes, divine son. Beside Lu Feng, a middle-aged man nodded, and a wisp of immortal might merged into heaven and earth. In an instant the people of Wuxin's sect felt as though they were trapped in a sea of mud. Their cultivation seemed to vanish and their entire bodies were immobilized. An immortal lord. They roared inwardly. If even an immortal lord had made a move, what chance did they have left? All because of that Zhao Jueshing. At this moment the supreme elder was filled with boundless regret. He regretted killing Zhao Jueshing with a single palm strike. It had been far too merciful. Lu Feng snapped his fingers. The next moment the warship beneath him surged with immense spiritual power fluctuations, and then a beam of spiritual energy, tens of thousands of zhang thick, shot toward Wuxin sect. Boom. A flash of light. In that brief instant Wuxin sect was obliterated into nothingness. Let's go. Lu Feng walked toward the great hall on the warship. Divine son, aren't you going to see young Master Gu? Uncle Ji asked with a smile. No. Lu Feng shook his head with what seemed to be lingering fear. We'd better not disturb him. I don't want to ruin his mood again and get thrown into the sea of lightning. He recalled the time he had disturbed Gu Xian's rest, and was directly picked up by the latter and thrown into the 9 heavens lightning sea where he bathed for an entire month. At that thought, goosebumps rose all over his body again. The Lu family's warship tore through. The sect master of the Jiuxiao sword sect cupped his hands toward all parties with a smile, then left. Seeing this, the other forces also departed one after another. They did not know one another anyway. They had gathered here merely to curry favor with Xuan. Since this matter was over, it was time for them to return. Baiwa Sacred Land Lucian Residence. Zhang Ziyue walked down the stairs a little unsteadily. Ziyue, is your body fully recovered? Hua Yueying said with a meaningful smile. Zhang Ziyue's cheeks flushed slightly, then she retorted, unconvinced. Thank you for your concern, Sacred Lord. Since the Sacred Lord is fine, how could anything happen to me? This girl's so stubborn. Hua Yueying shook her head with amusement. Sacred Lord, a member of the Holy Maiden's clan, has come saying they have important matters to report to the Holy Maiden. Elder Ling Hua's voice sounded from outside the door. Ziyue's clan. Hua Yueying glanced at Zhang Ziyue only to see a slight grimness in the latter's expression, then let him in. The gate opened, and an arrogant young man swaggered in. The moment the young man stepped inside, he spotted Zhang Ziyue, standing beside Xuan, and could not help curling his lips into a sneer. Zhang Ziyue, you've hidden yourself well. Have you forgotten that you are betrothed to the divine son of the Wei clan? What are you here to pick up men? The young man turned to Xuan and sneered. Is this the pretty boy you've picked? Do you intend to rely on him to oppose the Wei clan? The Wei clan is an immortal lord family. What can he possibly use to fight them? Hua Yueying understood at once. Hua Yueying had found it strange when she first met Zhang Ziyue. Why would someone with such outstanding talent and beauty join the 100 Flowers Sacred Land? So it turned out she had come here to escape a marriage contract. Zhang Ziyue glanced nervously at Xuan and felt a little relieved when she saw that he was not angry. Turning to the young man, she said with disgust, Jiang Xing, I will say this one last time, I have already severed all ties with the Zhang clan. I am no longer a member of the Zhang family. Don't use that marriage contract to restrain me. Jiang Xiang gave a derisive snort. I'm your elder brother. Whether you're a member of the Zhang clan is not for you to decide. Come with me. The divine son of the Wei clan has been waiting at the estate for days. Don't make him wait any longer. I am already young Master Gus woman. Go back and tell the divine son of the Wei clan to give up all hope. Jiang Xiang froze. On closer inspection, he realized that Zhang Ziyue had already lost her primal Yin essence. His expression darkened enormously as he stared at Xuan. Boy, you've got guts. How dare you steal the woman of the Wei clan's divine son? The next instant, his cultivation at the second level of the Sage realm erupted, and he raised his hand about to hurl a punch at Xuan. At that moment, a red light flashed past. Hua Yueying slowly returned her jade sword to its sheath. Zhang Ziyang remained in his previous posture, completely motionless. The next moment, a line of blood traced down from the center of his brow. Thud. His body split directly in two and collapsed to the ground. Ziyue, I killed him. Do you hate me? Hua Yueying asked softly. No. Zhang Ziyue closed her eyes and shook her head as if freed from a burden. The Zhang family only ever treated me as a tool for marriage alliances. They all hoped I would marry the Wei clan's divine son, so that the Zhang clan could leap to the heavens in one step, but they never once cared about my feelings. I have long since had no kinship with them. That's good then. Hua Yueying walked to her side, pulled her into an embrace, and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. With the young master here, from now on no one can ever force you to do anything you don't want to do. Zhang Ziyue looked at Xuan and murmured softly, Young master, you're not angry, are you? Xuan smiled. Why would I be angry? As he spoke, he rose to his feet. The void shattered, and a spatial passage appeared. Let's go. Since they have made you sad, I will kill them. The Zhang clan. Inside the main hall, a corpulent man with lecherous eyes sat in the seat of honor. Two elderly men stood silently on either side of him. Below them were all the high-ranking members of the Zhang clan. They watched the man with the utmost deference, their eyes filled with fawning flattery. 5 days have passed. Why has Ziyue still not been brought back? The man's tone was somewhat impatient. Divine son, please don't worry. Half a day ago, my son sent me a voice transmission saying he had found my daughter's whereabouts. He should be hurrying back by now. Zhang Mingyun, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, kept his head bowed low and spoke in a deeply servile tone. If the divine son feels bored, I can pick a few more women from the Zhang clan to serve you. No need. The only ones your Zhang clan can offer are just those few, and I've already grown tired of them over the past few days. Wei Tianhe said coldly. Clan Lord Zhang, you should be well aware that you have already accepted the betrothal gifts. You know the consequences if you fail to bring the girl back. Naturally, I understand. Rest assured, divine son, she will definitely be brought back. Zhang Mingyun nodded repeatedly. Is this the Zhang clan? Xuan stood in the void, gazing down at the clan territory below. With a light wave of his sleeve, the clan-protecting grand formation collapsed in an instant. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on the Zhang clan's territory? Someone spotted Zhang Ziyue and said excitedly, quick report to the clan lord. The eldest young lady is back. At once, a figure flew straight toward the Zhang clan's main hall. Eldest young lady, did you come back alone? Where is the young lord? The leader, not seeing Jiang Ziyue, said expressionlessly, "Don't call me eldest young lady. I am no longer a member of the Jiang clan. I came here today to sever all ties with the Jiang family completely." But the leader tried to say something when a cold shout came from behind him. "Ziyue, so you still remember?" Jiang Mingyun stepped into the void, followed by the Jiang clan's high-ranking members. "Exactly. Do you know how long the divine son of the Wei clan has been waiting here? Can you bear the responsibility if the divine son of the Wei clan breaks off the engagement? If the divine son breaks it off, you will be a sinner of the Jiang clan." The high-ranking members began scolding her as soon as they arrived. Jiang Mingyun did not stop them. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ziyue and asked, "Where's your brother?" "Dead," she replied indifferently. "Dead?" Jiang Mingyun thought he had misheard. "How could he die? Didn't he go to find you?" "I killed him," Hua Yueying said. "He insisted on making Ziyue marry someone she didn't love. As the sacred lord of the 100 Flowers sacred land and Ziyu's master, I naturally couldn't stand by and watch my disciple being bullied, so I cut him down with one sword strike." With that, she waved her delicate hand, and the two halves of the corpse fell at Jiang Mingyun's feet. He looked down and saw that the body was unmistakably his own son. "You actually dared to kill my son." His face twisted savagely. His cultivation at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm exploded forth, and he threw a punch at Hua Yueying. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly surged violently. A fist radiance 10,000 zhang tall blazed between heaven and earth, and within a radius of 1,000,000 li space itself shattered completely. When a supreme being rages, corpses drift across 10 million li. Blinded by the grief of losing his son, he even forgot that Jiang Ziyue was on the opposing side. This punch was thrown in fury, and in his overwhelming sorrow, it even carried a faint wisp of imperial might. "What's going on? Has a fight broken out outside?" In the main hallway, Tianhe frowned and vanished from his seat in an instant, with the two old men following closely behind. "Bastard!" A furious shout rang out as a sky-covering palm imprint slapped the fist radiance apart. "Jiang Mingyun, what do you intend to kill my fiancée as well?" Wei Tian's voice reached him, and Jiang Mingyun instantly sobered. He hastily moved aside, cold sweat pouring down his face. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Wei Tianhe strode forward and kicked Jiang Ziyang's corpse aside with disgust. "I don't care whether your son lives or dies, but if Ziyue is hurt in any way, I guarantee you will regret it. The divine son is absolutely right. My worthless son is dead, and that's that. I simply lost my head a moment ago." Jiang Mingyun apologized endlessly. Watching this scene, Jiang Ziyue felt sick to her stomach. Wei Tianhe looked at Jiang Ziyue with a beaming smile and said, "Ziyue, come back to the Wei clan with me. My father and the others have already prepared our wedding and invited the major powers to witness our union. I am already the young master's woman. Give up that hope," Jiang Ziyue said coldly. "What a—" Wei Tianhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At that moment, one of the old men beside him seemed to notice something and whispered in his ear. After the old man whispered a few words into Wei Tian's ear, the latter's face instantly flushed a deep, angry crimson. He thrust a trembling, fleshy finger toward Gu Xian, his face twisted with venom. "Boy, you actually dared to take Ziyu's primordial Yin. He'll have you killed. He'll have you killed." The others, hearing this, were filled with shock. They all turned to Gu Xian. This fellow truly had no idea how high the heavens were. He even dared to bed the fiancée of the Wei family's divine son. He really had a death wish. Jiang Mingyun's eyes, too, were heavy with murderous intent as he looked at Gu Xian. Now that Jiang Ziyue had lost her purity, the Wei family's divine son would very likely call off the marriage. Yet, Jiang Mingyun had already accepted the betrothal gifts, which contained much that he needed, and the last thing he wanted was to yield them back. He looked at Wei Tianhe, only to see the latter nearly mad with rage. "Elder Qing, Elder Ming, kill him for me. I want him dead without even a trace of his bones left." Wei Tianhe roared wildly. The two elders exchanged no words. Each simply drove a fist toward Gu Xian. The overwhelming might of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm instantly flooded heaven and earth. The entire Jiang family was crushed prostrate upon the void, unable to rise to their feet. Sky-splitting fist intent wrapped in fist light stretched. As supreme powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor realm, a casual strike from them could shatter an ancient star. With this punch, they had already held back immensely. Otherwise, the very star where the Jiang family resided would have ceased to exist in the blink of an eye. Yes, that's it. Crush him to death with one punch. Wei Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he howled maniacally. How childish. Gu Xian swept his white sleeve, and in an instant those two awe-inspiring elders turned to dust scattering across heaven and earth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The two great emperors, just gone like that. How was this possible? The 9th heaven of the Emperor realm was even in some barren immortal domains the caliber of hegemon-level overlords. They died that easily. The Jiang family members looked at Gu Xian as though they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Elder Qing and Elder Ming died just like that. Wei Tianhe was shattered, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment Hua Yueying moved. Her long sword in hand, she sent a 10th Sansheng sword light, cleaving toward Wei Tianhe. No. Just as panic seized Wei Tianhe, golden light blazed forth from his body. A palm-sized immortal cauldron emerged from his crown, directly scattering the sword light. Huh. Even you want to kill me? Wei Tianhe laughed wildly. This is a protective immortal artifact personally refined by my father. Didn't expect that, did you? After his laugh, he looked venomously at Gu Xian and Hua Yueying. Just you wait. When I return, I'll have my father strip your skin and tendons and seal your souls in soul lamps, burning in agony for all eternity. Gu Xian stepped forth to stand before Wei Tianhe, who sneered. What, you want to kill me too? I have an immortal artifact protecting me. Gu Xian reached out and clenched his hand. The small cauldron radiating dense, immortal light shattered into pieces. Is this the only immortal artifact your father refined for you? Gu Xian chuckled. Seems he doesn't dote on you all that much. You're spouting nonsense. Father loves me the most. The fat on Wei Tian's face trembled ceaselessly from fear. Backing away, this jade pendant contains a wisp of my father's will. He's an expert of the third heaven of the immortal Lord realm. You just wait to die. Wei Tianhe poured in his spiritual power, and a phantom towering hundreds of millions of zhang appeared. Beside it, the ancient star where the Jiang family resided seemed utterly minuscule. His face was majestic, his entire being radiating peerless immortal aura. He looked at Wei Tianhe. My son, why have you summoned your father? Father, he wants to kill me. Kill him for me. Wei Tianhe pointed at Gu Xian, his tone dripping with poison. You wish to kill Tianhe? The phantom glanced indifferently at Gu Xian, then slowly raised its palm. Ha, you're finished now. If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might just consider sparing your life. Wei Tian's eyes brimmed with unbridled arrogance. Gu Xian didn't even look at the phantom. He spoke calmly. Disperse. The next instant, before Wei Tian's terrified gaze, the phantom vanished. Impossible, impossible. Father is an immortal lord powerhouse. How could he disappear just like that? Wei Tian's eyes were full of disbelief. It seems your father truly doesn't care much about you. I said just one word and he was gone. Could it be that the jade pendant he gave you merely held a phantom meant to frighten people? Gu Xian said with a chuckle. No. That can't be. That definitely can't be. Wei Tianhe shook his head like a rattledrum. In a frenzy, he pulled out sacred artifacts, supreme artifacts, and even several emperor weapons from his storage ring, and without even glancing at them, hurled them all at Gu Xian. Oh, do you have any other life-saving treasures? If not, you're about to die. Gu Xian advanced leisurely, casually batting away the pile of scrap metal flung at him. Nothing left. Gu Xian stood before Wei Tianhe, asking with a smile, even as a palm formed of spiritual power slowly closed around the ladder. You can't kill me. In the Wei family's divine son. You can't. All color drained from Wei Tian's face. Squelch. The giant spiritual palm crushed him to pulp. Yet the very next instant a flash of golden light passed, and Wei Tian's figure suddenly reappeared. Staring at his own intact body, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh. You can't kill me. I have my father's life substitute divine talismans. I advise you not to waste your strength. Bang. Another cloud of blood mist scattered. Golden immortal light condensed, and Wei Tianhe revived once again. He had barely spoken a word before he was crushed into pulp once more. Golden light glimmered, and at another point in the void Wei Tian's figure appeared again. This time his eyes were filled with sheer horror and despair. He had only possessed 3 life substitute divine talismans, and those 3 had just turned to ashes. Now only his own life remained. If he died again, he would be truly dead. Please don't kill me. Don't you have your life substitute divine talismans? Why panic? Gu Xian said tauntingly. Could it be? You've run out. Yes, my lord senior. With a heavy thud, Wei Tianhe knelt upon the void, his voice trembling. I beg you to spare me. Ziyue is yours. I won't compete with you anymore. Please just let me. Boom. Wei Tian's body exploded yet again. This time he did not revive. It seems your father really didn't care for you all that much, giving you only 3 life substitute divine talismans. Gu Xian said with a shake of his head as though pitying him. Hearing his words, Hua Yueying couldn't help but find it amusing. But the heart's essence blood of an immortal realm expert was immeasurably precious. Losing a single drop was like throwing away millions, nay tens of millions, of years of cultivation. That Wei Tianhe possessed 3 such talismans was proof enough of how utterly his father doted on him. My lord, why have you kept this grotesque head? Hua Yueying asked, curiously looking at Wei Tian's head floating alone in the void. Isn't the Wei family celebrating a joyous occasion? We can hardly show up to congratulate them empty-handed, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. Hua Yueying covered her mouth and giggled. My lord, you're truly wicked. The Jiang family members were utterly numb. With such cultivation, he was at least an immortal lord, and above the third heaven at that. So young yet already an immortal lord. This was a monster. In a flash, waves of regret surged within their hearts. This young man possessed immortal lord cultivation at such a tender age. How colossal must the power behind him be? They could be certain it was far, far more powerful than the Wei family. This man was so handsome, so overwhelmingly powerful. Compared to him, the Wei family's divine son might as well be a world apart. No, he wasn't even worthy of comparison. If only such a man could become the Jiang family's son-in-law. Wouldn't that be utterly perfect? The Jiang family members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with nothing but bitter smiles. They knew in their hearts they had already let this destiny slip through their fingers. But Jiang Mingyun refused to give up. He approached Gu Xian, saying obsequiously, "My lord, I've decided. I shall betroth Ziyue to you. From today onward, you are the Jiang family's son-in-law." Yes, my lord, you are peerlessly brave and unmatched in all the world. You and Ziyue are a match made in heaven. The high-ranking members behind Jiang Mingyun wore smiles plastered across their faces, chiming in one after another. Gu Xian shook his head upon hearing this. "Go fetch your Wei family's divine son to be your son-in-law instead." "What do you mean?" Before the Jiang family could make sense of it, a colossal palm covering the entire Jiang family descended from the heavens. And amid their gazes mixed with terror, regret, and venom, it came thundering down. Watching the Jiang family being wiped out with a single palm strike by Gu Xian, Jiang Ziyue felt no stir in her heart. She walked over to Gu Xian's side and gently nestled into his embrace. "Young master, from this day forth, all Ziyue has is you alone. I ask for nothing else. Only that no matter what the future holds, you will never cast me aside." "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Xian said, stroking her head with fond indulgence. All right, if you two keep hugging like this, I'm going to join in." Hua Yueying teased. Only then did Jiang Ziyue remember that Hua Yueying was still present. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly straightened up. Although she had served Gu Xian together with Hua Yueying the night before, she was thin-skinned by nature, and in broad daylight letting others see her being so intimate with Gu Xian was still embarrassing. "Let's go. Time to pay the Wei family a visit." With that, the three of them vanished from the void. Ancient Spirit Immortal Domain, the Wei family estate. As a hegemon-level clan ruling over the Ancient Spirit Immortal Domain, the news that the Wei family's divine son was about to wed was nothing short of momentous. Over these past few days, countless powers had flocked to the Ancient Spirit Immortal Domain to offer their congratulations. Within the Wei family's ancestral grounds, lanterns and festoons bedecked every corner, presenting a scene of grand celebration. In the main hall, Wei Yin, the clan patriarch, stood at the center, greeting the luminaries of various major powers with a smile. Only figures at the immortal realm were permitted into the Wei family's main hall. Patriarchs of immortal clans, immortal sects, and immortal dynasties alike. Even as the master of the Wei family, Wei Yin dared not show the slightest negligence towards such guests. Jikong Palace, master of the roaming Dragon Palace, presents a holy tier, high-rank spirit artifact, the Dragon Subduing Hammer. Wu Chan sect, master of the Golden Silkworm sect, presents a holy tier ultimate rank Dharma robe, the Spirit Silkworm armor. Su Hao Gate, master of the Heaven Sealing Gate, presents a supreme tier low-rank divine ability, the Heaven Usurping Seal. Outside the hall, the voices of gift-recording acolytes rang out one after. Most of the congratulatory gifts they sent were holy tier treasures, though a few supreme tier treasures were also. As for Emperor tier spiritual artifacts, divine abilities, and cultivation methods, even to these immortal lords such things were priceless beyond measure and naturally could not be given away so easily. Wei Yin conversed warmly with them when another voice echoed from beyond the hall. Luya, patriarch of the Lu family, presents an Emperor tier ultimate rank pill, the Calamity-Breaking Pill. At these words, everyone was utterly astonished. Who was this directly gifting an Emperor tier ultimate rank pill? A pill of that caliber was exceedingly precious even to an immortal lord. A middle-aged man stepped into the hall. Wei Yin immediately hurried forward to greet him. "Brother Lu, I never thought you would come. Has it really been nearly 1,000,000 years since we last parted?" Luya smiled faintly. "Indeed, 1,000,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A few days ago, when I heard word of your son's joyous occasion, I resolved to come no matter what. That you would come, Brother Lu, truly takes me by surprise. Come, please take a seat inside." Luya was the patriarch of the Lu family of the Xuan Immortal Domain. Not only was his status exalted, but his cultivation was said to have long reached the 9th heaven of the Immortal Lord realm. He was even on the verge of attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal king. His mere presence undoubtedly gave Wei an immense face before all the others. "Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is Luya, patriarch of the Lu family of the Xuan Immortal Domain. Brother Liu's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Lord realm. One could say he is undefeated below the Immortal King level. Haha, brother Wei flatters me. Luya waved a hand modestly. At his words, all present turned toward Luya with reverent gazes, then stepped forward one by one to offer their greetings. Though they were all at the Immortal Lord realm, only they knew the truth after becoming an Immortal Lord. The gap between each minor realm was as vast as a chasm. Sometimes one could spend tens of millions of years in bitter closed-door cultivation and still fail to break through a single minor realm. And most of them were only at the first or second heaven of the Immortal Lord realm. So when facing Luya at the ninth heaven's pinnacle, it was only natural that they were filled with profound reverence. The Wei family patriarch really is something. He can even get Patriarch Lu to come personally to congratulate him. This shows their relationship is truly close. From now on, we should probably draw closer to the Wei family patriarch. Well said. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Wei Yin felt immensely satisfied. At that moment, the voice of a gift-recording acolyte rang out once more from beyond the hall. By Lingjian, sect master of the Immortal Feather Sword sect, presents an Emperor tier ultimate rank spiritual artifact, the 10,000 Seas Sword. Chi US sect master of the Falling Xia Immortal sect presents an Emperor tier ultimate rank spiritual artifact, the War Heaven Halberd. Mo Hao patriarch of the Mo family presents an Emperor tier ultimate rank cultivation method, the Ninefold Spirit Return Scripture. Everyone present was shaken to the core. 3 more Emperor tier ultimate rank treasures. Just how much face did Wei Yin truly command? Immediately after 3 figures stepped into the hall. Seeing them, Wei Yin was overjoyed. Brother by sect master Chi patriarch Mo, you've all come. Please hurry, take a seat. Wei Yin greeted them enthusiastically. When the young master of the Wei family celebrates such a joyous occasion, how could we possibly not come? Said a handsome, dashing man dressed in white robes with a long sword at his waist. Your presence truly brings radiance to my humble Wei estate. Wei Yin laughed. Tonight we must drink a good many cups together. The 3 nodded in agreement, and then walked into the great hall. The crowd inside rose to their feet as the trio approached, offering their respects. Like Luya, these 3 were all of supremely exalted status, and their cultivation all surpassed the 7th heaven of the Immortal Lord realm. They all stared at Wei Yin in astonishment, unable to fathom how exactly he had managed to persuade Luya and the others to come congratulate the Wei family. Each of them making astonishingly lavish contributions, whether imperial weapons or imperial-grade pills. To put it bluntly, this was far too much honor being heaped upon Wei Yin. Oh, old Bai, you all came too, Luya said, surprised at the sight of the 3. Since you came, of course we had to come as well. Bai Lingjian sat down unceremoniously beside Luya, while Chi Yu and Mo Hao behind him also took their seats. The 4 chatted with great familiarity, entirely shedding the polite courtesy they had shown Wei. Their coming at all was already a tremendous show of respect. Just then a voice descended from beyond the heavens. Gu Xian sends the Wei family a gift, the head of its divine son. Boom. With a single effortless punch, Gu Xian smashed through the Wei family's protective clan formation. Arriving above the main hall, he kicked Wei Tian's severed head down, where it landed squarely before Wei Yin, who had just walked out. My son. Staring at that alto familiar head, Wei Yin felt his mind go completely blank and stood frozen on the spot. Brother Wei, what's wrong? People from both inside and outside the hall rushed over, and when they saw the head on the ground, they all drew in sharp breaths. Who was so audacious as to dare kill the Wei family's divine son? This was practically an old man eating arsenic, courting death itself. Everyone raised their heads to look at the void, but no one recognized the figure before them. Gu Xian? Who is he? Does anyone know? No idea. Never heard of him. I haven't heard of him either, but one thing I do know. This kid is about to die. Killing the Wei family's young master, and still daring to show up at the Wei estate. I've truly never seen anyone this reckless. Not only does he have to die, but the clan and sect behind him will be destroyed as well. The crowd sneered coldly at Gu Xian. A cultivator at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm, hoping to curry favor with Wei Yin, shot toward Gu Xian, emanating imperial might as he reached out to seize him in a single palm. Gu Xian flicked his finger. The Emperor realm cultivator exploded in midair, his blood and flesh raining down across the ground. Everyone below was struck with sheer terror. A single finger had slain a great emperor. This youth was fearfully formidable. Those who had likewise been considering putting on a show for the Wei family now felt waves of lingering dread. They all silently thanked their luck that they had not been the first bird to stick its head out. Otherwise it would have been them exploded by that flick of a finger. Patriarch, what's wrong? The Wei family's elders had arrived with the clan's powerhouses. By now Wei Yin was holding Wei Tian's head with vacant, lifeless eyes, completely deaf to their words. Kill him. Whoever cuts off his head and brings it to me will be made an elder of the Wei family. The Wei family's grand elder roared furiously at Gu Xian. The moment his voice fell, over 100 Supreme Realm cultivators of the Wei family, along with more than a dozen Emperor Realm experts, charged at Gu Xian in unison. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted instantly, its dense oppressive pressure spreading wildly like a surging tide. Those weaker onlookers hastily retreated, while those who were too slow had already been crushed to dust by the spiritual pressure. Over 100 supremes and more than a dozen great emperors all joining forces to strike at Xuan. The display was utterly terrifying. The heavens and earth dimmed, stars and rivers reversed, and ancient stars shattered en masse, as if the apocalypse itself had arrived. Yet faced with all this, Xuan simply extended a single finger once more. Bang! Before the Wei family's powerhouses could even react, their bodies exploded outright. Drifts of blood mist scattered across the sky, and not even their souls remained. Silence. A deathly silence. It was as if everyone had forgotten to breathe, staring blankly at that figure in white. Still just a single finger. Over 100 sovereigns and more than a dozen emperors were annihilated in an instant. And he had done it so effortlessly, so casually. Just how powerful was this young man? At that moment, a man in a yellow robe stepped out from the main hall and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't think that." Bang! Before the yellow-robed man could finish his sentence, Xuan casually pointed and blew him apart. Holy shit. Everyone present was shaken to the core with terror. That hat man. He looked like the Grand Master of the Great Evolution Immortal Sect, Immortal Lord Luo Yuan. He was a mighty cultivator at the second level of the Immortal Lord realm. And yet, he was destroyed with a single point too. Killing an Immortal Lord is as easy as crushing an ant. Could he be an Immortal King? The moment these words were spoken, the Wei family members were utterly dumbfounded. An Immortal King? How could the Wei family possibly fight against an Immortal King? An Immortal King could wipe out the entire Wei family 10,000 times over with a single palm strike. Every Wei family member, including the elders, glared hatefully at Wei Tian's head. If Wei Yin weren't right there holding it, they would have kicked it around like a ball themselves. Patriarch, that young man seems to be an Immortal King. What should we do? The Grand Elder said bitterly. An Immortal King. Wei Yin finally snapped out of his grief. He glanced at Xuan, and the hatred in his eyes blazed straight up to the heavens. So what if he's an Immortal King? The other family patriarchs are here too. They're said to know people from Immortal King clans. Given how my father once saved their lives, if I beg them, they surely won't refuse. Wei Yin gnashed his teeth. No matter what, I want this brat dead today. Lu Ya and the others walked over at that moment. Seeing Wei Yin clutching Wei Tian's head in overwhelming grief, their hearts sank. Wei, who did this? It was the man outside the hall. Wei Yin looked at Lu Ya and the others with a face full of sorrow, almost on the verge of tears. Brothers, you saw it all. Today was supposed to be my son's joyous wedding day, yet now it has become his funeral. I beg you, brothers, help me slaughter that man. Our Wei family will offer 4 immortal crystal mines as thanks. Hearing this, Lu Ya and the others were indeed tempted. Immortal crystal mines were extremely rare. Even mighty Immortal Lord clans possessed only a handful. Wei Yin offering 4 at once showed his sincerity, and likewise made clear his determination to kill the man outside the hall. Rest assured, Brother Wei, the old patriarch saved our lives. Back when we were still emperors, we strayed into a forbidden land, and it was only thanks to him that we managed to escape. Now that your son has been killed, there's no way we'll stand by and do nothing. Wei Yin was overjoyed to hear this, but he kept a worried expression on his face. Brother Lu, that man's strength is extraordinary. He just slew an Immortal Lord, and he might well be an Immortal King. Are you all? Rest easy, Brother Wei. Even if he were an Immortal King, so what? Bai Lingjian patted Lu Ya's shoulder and laughed. We have an Immortal King right here too. Brother Bai, you mean? Wei Yin turned to Lu Ya in shock. Brother Lu, you've already attained the Tao and become an Immortal King. Lu Ya shot Bai Lingjian a helpless look, then nodded. I got lucky. That's wonderful. With Brother Lu here, Tian's death will surely be avenged. Wei Yin led Lu Ya and the others outside the hall. The Wei family members were all staring at Xuan in fear, none daring to act. Brother Lu, look at him. Wei Yin pointed at Xuan, hovering in the void, hatred blazing in his eyes. If looks could kill, Xuan would have died 10 million times over. Rest easy, Brother Wei. We will surely. Lu Ya looked up at the sky and suddenly froze. Behind him, Bai Lingjian and the other 2 were equally stunned. Nephew Gu. Lu Ya could never have imagined that the target they were supposed to destroy for the Wei family's holy son was actually Xuan. Fuck, there was no way in hell they were retaliating now. Uncle Lu, Uncle Bai, what a coincidence. You're all here too. Xuan smiled. Yeah, quite a coincidence indeed. Lu Ya rubbed his head awkwardly. Wei Yin watched from the side, confusion rising in his heart. Brother Lu, do you know him? Know him? Of course I know him. He's my dear nephew. How could I not? A sense of dread crept into Wei Yan's heart. But he killed Tianhe. Brother Lu, even if he is your nephew, you can't shield him like this. Wei Yin said anxiously. Have you forgotten? My father was the one who rescued you from that forbidden land. Hey, stop right there. Lu Ya cut Wei Yin off and said seriously, Patriarch Wei, don't go spouting nonsense. When did we ever go to any forbidden land? Sect Master by did you? No I didn't. I'm a homebody. I'd never go anywhere as dangerous as a forbidden land. Bai Lingjian shook his head with a blank expression. Sect Master Chi, have you ever been to a forbidden land? A forbidden land? What's that? Is it fun? Chi Yu looked at Imo Hao, both of them wearing equally bewildered expressions. Patriarch Imo, have you a forbidden land? Yes, I've been to one. Imo Hao nodded. Wei Yan's face lit up with joy as if he had just found a savior. But Imo Hao's next words sent a chill straight through him. My garden is called the Forbidden Land. I drink tea there every day. Imo Hao said with the utmost seriousness. Wei Yan felt his heart ache. He pointed at Lu Ya and the others, his hand trembling with rage. You? How can you people be like this? Doing this? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? What have we done? Lu Ya said in a deep voice. All we saw was your son getting killed by some unknown person. My nephew happened to find his head and traveled thousands of miles to the Wei residence to kindly return it to you. But you didn't even say thank you. Instead, you drew your weapons against my nephew and falsely accused him of killing your son. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone here. At that, Lu Ya looked around at everyone present. You all heard what I just said. I'm certain you all feel exactly the same way I do. Am I right? Threat. A blatant threat. But did anyone dare say no? Whoever dared utter a single word of dissent would probably be killed on the spot by Lu Ya and the others. Patriarch Lu is right. This young master was clearly doing you a kindness by returning your son's head. Not only did you show no gratitude, but you even slandered him as the murderer. Patriarch Wei, what are you trying to do? Seeing someone take the lead, everyone else immediately began making up stories on the spot. That's right. The young master was acting out of pure goodwill, yet you bit the hand that fed you. Patriarch Wei, I've truly seen your true colors now. So this is the kind of man you are. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's a celestial being descended to the mortal world in flowing robes. How could he possibly kill your son? If you ask me, it's just because your son wasn't as handsome as him. You were jealous, so you accused the young master of being the killer. More and more people joined in. Wei Yan watched these very men who had been swearing brotherhood with him moments ago now condemn him with ruthless words. He looked like a man who had lost his very soul. Lu Ya smiled. Patriarch Wei, everyone's eyes are sharp. They would never twist right and wrong. You all. Wei Yan pointed at them in fury, a ball of rage swelling ever larger in his chest. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and toppled straight over. And just like that, a generation-defining immortal lord was angered to death. What? He just died like that? Everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had ever imagined that the dignified patriarch of the Wei family, an immortal lord of the third heaven, would simply be angered to death. Just as they were at a loss, someone spoke up. See, we were right. He felt guilty in his heart, ashamed to face that young master, ashamed to face us. And so he chose to take his own life. Fellow Taoist is right. Otherwise, how could an immortal lord die in such a disgraceful manner? Could he really have been angered to death? I don't believe it anyway. Fortunately, clan leader Lu and the others were discerning, or we would have been deceived by him. Lu Ya and the others listened to these words and sighed inwardly. Good grief, this was practically flogging a corpse on the spot. Seeing Wei Yan die just like that, the Wei family members were not only stunned, but also completely at a loss. The strongest member of the Wei family was already dead, so what were the rest of them to do? Lu Ya and the others stepped into the void, nodded with a smile at Jiang Ziyue and Hua Yuing beside Gu Xian, then looked at Gu Xian and asked, Nephew, why have you come here? The Wei family forced Ziyue to marry their divine son. I've come to seek justice for Ziyue. Gu Xian took Jiang Ziyue's hand, and she looked at him shyly, her heart filled with a sense of security. There's actually such a thing. Bai Lingjian looked at the Wei family members below, and a thick, killing intent began to gather in his eyes. Along with the gathering of his murderous intent, countless black clouds rolled across the sky, like a scene of world-destroying doom. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out, and a terrifying sword intent that pierced through the heavens erupted from his body. Pointing his sword at the Wei family, he said coldly, they even dared to set their minds on your woman. Nephew, tell me, what should be done? The incredibly sharp sword intent enveloped the entire Wei family. Those whose cultivation had not reached the Saint Realm were so terrified that their Tao hearts shattered. Even the immortal lords at the first or second heaven felt the bone-piercing sword intent stabbing painfully into them. They were all horrified. So this was a high-level immortal lord. They felt that before such an existence they could not survive even 3 moves. Clan leader Lu, sect master Bai, we are not members of the Wei family. We have nothing to do with them. We'll leave right now. As they spoke, those who had come to congratulate the Wei family mounted their escape light and fled the place as if running for their lives. We're leaving too. Some Wei family members saw this and tried to slip into the crowd, but the moment they stood up, a sword intent split them in two and their entrails and flesh spilled across the ground. This scene made the faces of the other Wei family members who had also wanted to escape amid the chaos turn deathly pale in an instant. They cowered in place, not daring to move at all. Uncle Bai, why not ask Ziyue what she thinks? Gu Xian said. That's right. Bai Lingjian nodded, looked at Jiang Ziyue, and said, kindly young lady, what do you want done with the Wei family? The Wei family members looked at Jiang Ziyue as if pleading for mercy, but she acted as if she didn't see them. I hope I will never have to see the Wei family again. Very well. Bai Lingjian nodded and swung the long sword in his hand straight down. Under the despairing gazes of the Wei family, a sword light containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth descended, and the great star on which the Wei family lived was instantly reduced to ashes. Young master, thank you. Jiang Ziyue looked at Gu Xian, then stood on her toes and quickly kissed him on the cheek, after which she blushed and lowered her head. Seeing this, Lu Ye and the others smiled without speaking. Hua Yuing also felt somewhat gratified. This girl had finally found a bit of courage. Xianer, haven't you been staying at the Gu family all along? Why did you come out now? Lu Ye asked. I was bored staying in the clan, so I came out to get some air. Gu Xian smiled. Bai Lingjian said, why didn't you say so earlier? If you wanted to have fun, you should have come straight to your Uncle Bai. When it comes to other things, I may not match them, but when it comes to eating, drinking, and enjoying life, no one understands it better than me. Bai Lingjian proudly thumped his chest. Enough, you're the only one who actually has the nerve to say that. Qi, you said contemptuously, as an elder, you don't behave like an elder at all. Oh Qi, are you trying to lecture me? How about it? Want to go a couple rounds? Bai Lingjian rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. As if I'm afraid of you. Qi, you let out a cold snort and flew straight toward the outer heavens. Old Qi seems to still be brooding over the fact that your daughter broke his son's ribs. Mo Hao laughed. Bai Lingjian retorted his son was merely no match. If the son is useless, the father must be useless too. You all wait. I'll beat the crap out of him, or else it won't count. Ahem, mind the occasion. There are other people here. Lu Ye coughed. Sorry. Bai Lingjian smiled apologetically at Jiang Ziyue, and Hua Yuing then also flew toward the outer heavens. Both of them were top-tier immortal lords. If they fought with full force, they could even stir turbulence throughout the surrounding immortal domains. But the outer heavens were a void, so there was nothing to worry about. Please don't laugh at us, young ladies. Those two have always been like this. If they stop for a few days, they have to spar. Lu Ye smiled. Not at all. Hua Yuing smiled, and said, on the contrary, I think both uncles are people of true character. Haha, if they heard you praising them, they would definitely start showing off again. Lu Ye laughed heartily, then looked at Gu Xian. Xianer, your Uncle Mo and I won't stay here as unnecessary people. We'll be off now. When you've had enough fun, come to our place. The crimson saliva incense I've kept for over 10 million years is still untouched. Then your nephew will thank Uncle Lu in advance. After I've traveled a while longer, I'll definitely come and taste that crimson saliva incense. Gu Xian said. Lu Ye smiled and nodded, then said to Mo Hao, let's go, old Mo. Wait, Uncle Lu. Gu Xian said. Is there something else, Xianer? Lu Ye asked in confusion. You've broken through to Immortal King, and I didn't know what to give you. Gu Xian reached out, and in the distance a dim streak of light flew over swiftly. You've always liked using a spear. I'll give you this Dark Thunder heaven-piercing spear. As for its rank, it's a peak-grade Immortal King artifact, just barely touching the edge of an Immortal Emperor artifact. Gu Xian handed it to Lu Ye, and said with a smile, Uncle Lu, don't think little of it. This is the most suitable weapon for you right now. An Immortal Emperor artifact, on the other hand, you wouldn't be able to fully master. A peak-grade Immortal King artifact. Lu Ye stared at Gu Xian in shock, then gently stroked the spear in his hand. His tender expression was like that of someone caressing a beloved. Mo Hao looked at the Dark Thunder heaven-piercing spear with immense envy. He couldn't help but want to touch it, but Lu Ye slapped his hand away. Don't touch. This is a gift from my nephew. Lu Ye's eyes could not conceal their fervor. Tisk, what's so great about it? Mo Hao curled his lips. Gu Xian smiled. Uncle Mo, you don't need to envy him. When you break through to Immortal King, I'll give you something even better than this. Really? Mo Hao's eyes lit up. Seeing Gu Xian nod, he said happily, I knew Xianer wouldn't play. It will probably take a few million more years before you break through to Immortal King. Lu Ye teased, then looked at Gu Xian. Xianer, your Uncle Lu knows that with your strength, giving away an Immortal King artifact is nothing, but I still want to thank you. Between uncle and nephew, why say such things? Gu Xian smiled. True, I was being too formal. Lu Ye laughed, and looked at Mo Hao. Let's go, old Mo. Mo Hao didn't even look at him. After saying goodbye to Gu Xian, he turned into a streak of light and flew away. Hey, old Mo, what are you going to do? Lu Ye called out. Closed door cultivation. It seems he really is envious. Lu Ye shook his head and smiled. Xianer, I'll be going then. Gu Xian nodded. Lu Ye took a step forward and vanished from the spot. After Lu Ye left, Gu Xian, Jiang Ziyue, and Hua Yuing tore through the void and returned to the Baiwa sacred land. Before he knew it, Gu Xian had already spent more than half a month in the 100-flower sacred land. Zhao Qinyan and the others had taken their leave a few days earlier and returned to the 10,000 Flames sacred land. During this time, Hua Yuing and Jiang Ziyue had kept him company day and night, and Hua Yueying had even brought out all the peach blossom wine stored in the sacred land for Gu Xian to drink whenever he pleased. Fine wine and fair companions. Wasn't this precisely the life Gu Xian had always wanted? Yet today that peaceful existence was shattered. My lord the Crown Prince of Chu is outside requesting an audience. Ling Hua stepped into the hall and bowed to Gu Xian. Let him in. Yes. The next moment, Chu Xingyang walked in quickly, his face filled with anxiety. Brother Gu. He glanced at Hua Yueying and Zhang Ziyue beside Gu Xian, hesitating for a moment. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Brother Gu. Go ahead. What trouble have you run into? Gu Xian said. It's like this, Brother Gu. Chu Xingyang said. Earlier my elder brother sent me a message saying that a few days ago our imperial father went to a secret realm to seek treasure. He said he would return in 2 or 3 days, but 5 or 6 days have passed without the slightest news from him. My elder brother and the others tried to contact him with a sound transmission treasure, but there was no response at all. According to my elder brother, when our imperial father left, he brought with him 3 national elders of the great Chu royal family at the supreme realm. Moreover, Chu Xingyang glanced at Gu Xian before continuing. Moreover, he was carrying the imperial weapon you bestowed upon me. We suspect that our imperial father must have encountered some kind of mishap. My elder brother asked me to come and beg you for help, Brother Gu. I truly could think of no other way, which is why I presumed to come here. With that, Chu Xingyang suddenly knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground, and said in a low voice, I have little else to offer, but from this day forward my life belongs to you, my lord. What use would I have for your life? Get up. Gu Xian stood and stretched lazily. I've been sitting all day. About time I went out for a stroll. With that he waved his sleeve, and the hall was instantly emptied of people. Inside a hidden cave in the Jiyuan secret realm, 5 people leaned against the stone wall, their auras withered and weak. Their clothes were torn to shreds, and hideous bloody gashes covered their bodies with blood ceaselessly seeping out. Your Majesty, I fear. I can't hold on much longer. An old man spoke with powerless eyes. He had lost an arm, and a sword wound so deep it reached the bone ran from his shoulder to his abdomen, nearly cleaving him in 2. He struggled to rise. Let me go out instead. I can still self-destruct and buy you a few moments. Use the chance to escape. Chu Jingtian hurried over and helped him lean back against the stone wall. National Elder Lu, say no more. Even if someone must self-destruct, it should be me first. I brought you here, and if I cannot lead you back safely, the fault is entirely mine. Chu Jingtian was also in a sorry state at the moment. Disheveled hair, a tattered yellow robe, and fresh bloodstains still on his face. Sigh, Brother Chu, you've utterly ruined me. A silver-robed middle-aged man smiled bitterly. A single trip with you, and I've nearly lost my life. Had I known this would happen, I should have stayed in my Wanxian tower, leisurely sipping tea. Donghe, I never insisted on bringing you along. Chu Jingtian said irritably. The moment you heard that Brother Gu liked wine, you insisted on following me without a second thought. Now that you haven't managed to curry favor, you blame me. Lin Donghe was helpless. Brother Chu, am not blaming you. I'm just lamenting that our luck is simply too rotten. Logically speaking, very few people know of this secret realm. How is it that we'd only been here a few days when those people from the so-called Joyful Zen sect showed up? And with an Emperor Realm expert no less. Since when did Emperor Realm powerhouses become so abundant? Normally you might not encounter one in 1,000 or 800 years, yet now we run into one just by stepping outside. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Chu Jingtian said, glancing at the 3 jars of wine in his spatial ring with a bitter expression. We got the wine, but now we can't leave. What are we supposed to do? Brother Chu, if you ask me, we should just give them the wine. They said that as long as we hand it over, they'll let us go. Lin Donghe leaned in and said. Hearing this, Chu Jingtian shot him a fierce glare. Lin Donghe, have you lost your mind as well? Do you really think they'll let us go if we give them the wine? Lin Donghe didn't know what to say. He sat back down dejected. Then what do you suggest we do? You may have an imperial weapon, but so do they. Fighting Hedon is definitely not an option. Lin Donghe said. Chu Jingtian seemed to have made up his mind. His voice low, he said, once the time is up, you take the wine and retreat first. They'll hold them off from behind. I have the imperial weapon in hand, and among the 5 of us I have the highest cultivation. At the very least I can buy you a few minutes. Use that time to get as far away as you can. Before Lin Donghe could say anything, the 3 elders had already spoken. Your Majesty, we cannot obey this order. As national elders of Great Chu, how could we abandon our sovereign in his hour of need? We will fight alongside your Majesty until the very last moment. You? Seeing the resolute expressions of the 3 elders, Chu Jingtian was about to lose his temper when Lin Dong's voice came over. Brother Chu, never mind them. I won't agree either. At worst we die? What's so frightening about that? A fierce glint flashed in Lin Dong's eyes. Isn't there divine son among them too? Even if I die, I'm dragging him down with me. Seeing them like this, Chu Jingtian was also at a loss. Sigh, this is no time for sentimentality. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Lin Donghe looked at Chu Jingtian and asked, Brother Chu, if we used a sound transmission treasure to contact that Lord Gu now, do you think he would come save us? No. Chu Jingtian shook his head. The moment we use a sound transmission treasure, those people will inevitably detect the spiritual energy fluctuations. And this place is so far from the 100 Flowers sacred land. By the time Brother Gu arrives, he would likely only be able to collect our corpses. That's true. Is there really no way out? Lin Donghe sighed bitterly. Suddenly the cave they were in began to shake violently. Not good. They've noticed us. Let's get out now. As soon as Chu Jingtian finished speaking, the 5 of them appeared outside in an instant. Scarcely had they left when a massive palm print flattened the place where they had been hiding. You rats certainly know how to hide. Seeing Chu Jingtian and the others scramble out covered in dust and defeat a young man dressed in a black robe with an eerily handsome face smiled from within the crowd of the joyful Zen sect. Don't you understand the rule of first come first served? First come first served? The eerie young man curled his lips into a smirk. How amusing. This Jiyuan secret realm is the very place where our joyful Zen sect's former sect master, the Jiyuan Emperor ancestors, sat in ascension. We've simply come to retrieve our own belongings. What need do we have to discuss first come first served with you? You are nothing but a band of thieves. What face do you have to speak of first come first served? Murderous intent flickered in the young man's eyes. Elderly, kill them. Yes, divine son. Elderly cast an indifferent glance at Chu Jingtian, and the others then produced a strange-shaped black cauldron. Dense imperial might began to rise, pervading the secret realm. How much longer can you keep driving that imperial weapon? The old man chuckled darkly. Once I kill you, that imperial weapon will be mine. Blood-refining cauldron, go. The moment his voice fell, the small cauldron spun rapidly, shooting toward Chu Jingtian and the others in a streak of dark light. Chu Jingtian gritted his teeth, about to offer his essence blood once again to summon the imperial weapon, when the space before him rippled and a figure in white robes emerged first. The white-robed figure flicked his finger through the air from afar, and the black cauldron shattered into pieces on the spot, a terrifying shockwave instantly sweeping across the entire secret realm. With his life-bound emperor artifact destroyed, Elderly spat out a mouthful of black blood. My blood-refining cauldron. His eyes were wild with fury. It was a mid-grade emperor artifact that he had stumbled upon in a ruin when he first set foot into the emperor realm, and he had been ecstatic about it for days. For millions of years, he had cherished this artifact with the utmost care. After every battle, he would have it devour tens of millions of living beings as nourishment. Moreover, a considerable portion of his cultivation at the third heaven of the Emperor realm had been fed back to him through the blood-refining cauldron. Now, seeing his own Emperor artifact destroyed before his eyes, how could he bear it? His gaze turned icily vicious as he fixed it on Xuan. You dare destroy my blood-refining cauldron? I will make you wish you could neither live nor die. How noisy. Xuan cast a single glance over. Bang. Elderly's body stiffened, and in the next instant his entire frame exploded, spraying blood and flesh all over the Huanchan sect crowd. Elderly is dead. They could hardly believe it. That young man had clearly done nothing at all. He merely took one look at Elderly, and the latter burst apart. A single glance had made an emperor explode. How utterly inconceivable. The eerie young man stretched out a trembling hand, flicked away a piece of flesh that had splashed onto his face, and looked at Xuan in fear. May I ask, sir, who you are? I am the divine son of the Huanchan sect. While speaking, he secretly produced a jade pendant and crushed it behind his back. Huanchan sect. Never heard of it. Xuan shook his head. Do you have any other backing? I. The young man opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Brother, isn't the Huanchan sect already a strong enough backing? In the past, whenever I announced my sect, those people would all slink away with their tails between their legs. Why are you so different today? If you don't, then go die. Xuan moved to raise his hand. Wait. Our sect still has an immortal sovereign patriarch. He'll come to save me any moment now. The young man said hastily. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how absurd he was being. Who would be foolish enough to wait around for your sect's powerhouse to arrive? Unexpectedly, Xuan said, Is that so? Fine, then I'll wait for this old ancestor of yours to come. Oh. This time it was the young man's turn to be dumbfounded. You'll really wait for the patriarch to come? Yes. Xuan nodded. Very well. The young man sneered coldly upon hearing this. Pretend, just keep pretending. I'd like to see how you keep pretending once the patriarch arrives. At that moment, Chu Zhenyang also appeared and hurried over to Chu Jingtian and the others. Father, are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Jingtian shook his head. How did you find this place? I don't know either. All I saw was young Master Gu wave his sleeve, everything went black, and then we were here in the next instant. Chu Jingyang shook his head. Young Master Gu is truly unfathomable. I thought the strongest person beside him was that Tao protector, but it turns out young Master Gu himself is the strongest. Chu Jingtian sighed. All right. Elder Lu is badly wounded. Do you have any healing pills on you? Let Elder Lu take them quickly. Oh yes, I do. Chu Xingyang went to Elder Lu's side, took out a pile of pills, and poured them straight into the latter's mouth. Cough, cough. Your Highness, no need to be so hasty. I won't die just yet. Elder Lu choked until his face turned red. My apologies, Elder Lu, I was too impatient. Chu Xingyang hastily patted him on the back. You child. Even if Elder Lu was fine, you would still manage to feed him into trouble. Chu Jingtian scolded with a laugh. Brother Chu, is that young Master Gu? Lin Donghe pointed at Gu Xian and asked. Then have young Master Gu seize the chance and kill those Huanchan sect people now. If their immortal sovereign patriarch arrives, everything becomes uncertain again. Lin Donghe's expression was anxious. Having finally caught a glimpse of hope to live, he didn't understand why Gu Xian didn't seize the moment to kill those Huanchan sect people. Uncle Lin, rest assured. To young Master Gu, an immortal sovereign is no different from an emperor. Chu Xingyang smiled. No different from an emperor. How is that possible? That's an immortal sovereign. Lin Donghe said urgently. I know young Master Gu has a Dao protector, but is his Dao protector necessarily a match for their immortal sovereign patriarch? Just watch and you'll see. The moment Chu Xingyang finished speaking, space rippled. 100 more figures descended before the Huanchan sect group. Not one of their auras was below the supreme realm. A few breaths later, several more figures appeared. The instant they came, space around them became extremely unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. They are our sect's Emperor Realm powerhouses. Seeing this, the young man was overjoyed. But before he could go forward to greet them, the crowd parted to both sides. We welcome the patriarch. They knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, their voices thunderous, echoing millions of miles. Then space shattered, and an old man in a red robe with snow-white hair and beard stepped forth. Boom. As the old man appeared, dense, immortal might radiated in all directions. The secret realm could no longer hold itself together and burst apart with a bang. Patriarch, you're here. The young man came to the old man's side and addressed him with reverence. The old man nodded, turned to look at Gu Xian and the others, and said with an impassive face, so you are the ones who want to kill my sect's divine son. Gu Xian looked at him with interest. Your cultivation is as insignificant as an ant's, but you certainly put on quite an impressive entrance. But I advise you to show a little respect to the patriarch. Don't think you're invincible just because you have some strength. The young man sneered triumphantly. Considering that you just gave me time for the patriarch and the others to arrive, I'll give you a chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake now, and I'll let you off. So this is your greatest reliance. Gu Xian pointed at the red-robed old man and asked, What do you mean? The young man was rather baffled. Gu Xian didn't answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand and pressed down lightly. Bang! The Huanchan sect's Supreme Realm and Emperor Realm powerhouses, who had just arrived together with their immortal sovereign patriarch, all had their bodies burst apart at once. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Chu Jingtian and the others' eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Killing an immortal sovereign powerhouse. Was it truly that simple? How powerful was young Master Gu exactly? Gulp! Their Adam's apples bobbed as they looked at Gu Xian and all. Behind him, Elder Linghua watched Gu Xian slaughter so many Huanchan sect powerhouses with a single palm strike, including an immortal sovereign, and her admiration for him grew even stronger. Looking at the white-robed figure before her, a trace of infatuation flickered in her eyes, but she quickly considered. Is there anyone else? Gu Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. I'll give you time and I won't kill you. The young man seemed dazed. He ignored the scattered shreds of flesh and blood all over his body and stared blankly around. The sect's powerhouses who had come just now had all vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only splattered flesh and blood on the ground as proof that they had truly been there. As for the Huanchan sect people behind him, they were not much better off. Each stood rooted to the spot, as if their souls were lost. He swallowed hard, his body trembling, his heart full of terror. Even the immortal sovereign patriarch had been so powerless before him. Who in this world could be his match? The young man opened his mouth and slowly forced out a few words. No one. The moment his voice fell, his body, along with the Huanchan sect people behind him, exploded with a thunderous bang. Gulp! Lin Donghe was shocked by everything before him. He had expected a brutal battle, but had never imagined it would end in such a simple way. How absurd. He had just been worrying that Gu Xian might not be able to win. So Uncle Lin, seeing this, has widened your horizons, hasn't it? Chu Xingyang patted his shoulder and laughed. It's fine. I won't think any less of you. The first time I saw it, I was just the same. Lin Donghe snapped back to reality and smacked Chu Xingyang away. Get out of here, you rude little brat. At that moment, Gu Xian and the others came before them. Seeing Gu Xian approach, Chu Jingtian and the others hurriedly rose to greet him. Young Master Gu, I truly apologize. We've troubled you again. Chu Jingtian bowed, his eyes filled with remorse. It's no trouble. Gu Xian waved a hand and asked, what are you all doing here? At that reminder, Chu Jingtian slapped his forehead. Young Master Gu, aren't you fond of drinking? A few days ago, I found in an ancient text that a spiritual wine called fire charm was sealed away in this secret realm. So I invited several state elders to come with me, intending to take a few jars and hold a welcome banquet for you once you returned. But who would have thought that the moment we got the wine, those from the Huanchan sect arrived and insisted we hand it over. Inevitably, a fight broke out. Fortunately, I still had the imperial weapon you gave me, young master, and barely managed to survive. As he spoke, Chu Jingtian leaned forward mysteriously and said, young master, I suspect this wine is extraordinary. When their divine son first saw it, his eyes nearly turned green with greed. Is that so? Gu Xian glanced at the wine jars, then at the tattered clothes on Chu Jingtian and the others. You've worked hard. I'll accept the wine. Gu Xian reached out with a wave, stored the wine in his spatial ring, and then flicked several medicinal pills toward them, setting them before the group. The moment the pills appeared, a rich, dense fragrance of medicine spread through the air. Chu Jingtian inhaled, and instantly his mind became incredibly clear. Hidden injuries accumulated over these hundreds of thousands of years vanished without a trace, and the spiritual power that had been nearly exhausted in the battle was now surging with boundless vitality. Take one, and your wounds will heal immediately. State elderly stared at the pill excitedly and asked, young Master Gu, can this severed arm of mine also grow back? The vitality of a supreme realm cultivator was extremely vigorous. Regenerating a severed limb should have been effortless. But his arm had been destroyed by the Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Huanchan sect using Emperor Realm laws. Without some heaven and earth miraculous treasure, it could never grow back in a lifetime. Gu Xian cast an indifferent glance at him and said, this is the life-giving creation pill. As long as one's cultivation is below the immortal realm, even if you are dead, it can bring you back to life and restore you to your absolute peak condition. State Elder Lu was astounded. Even the dead could be brought back to life. What kind of immortal medicine was this? This old man, thanks young Master Gu. He knelt heavily before Gu Xian. Lin Donghe also could not conceal his shock. With such a pill, wasn't it equivalent to gaining an extra life? He extended a trembling hand, took the pill, and his eyes burned with fervor. That's enough. Look at what a sorry sight you've become. Chu Jingtian laughed. Hurry up and thank the young master. Upon hearing this, Lin Donghe quickly cupped his fists and said, I, Lin Donghe, thank the young master for your gift. Seeing Gu Xian look puzzled, Chu Jingtian explained, young Master Gu, he is the owner of the Wanxian Pavilion. Gu Xian nodded lightly and said, your wine is good. If I have time, I'll visit again. For the Wanxian Pavilion, earning young Master Gu's praise is an honor. Lin Donghe, filled with awe and trepidation, glanced at Gu Xian and said, I did hear a piece of news. In a few days, the Wanbao auction house will hold an auction in the Tianling Immortal Dynasty, and it seems they will be auctioning a pot of immortal brew obtained from an ancient ruin. Oh, Gu Xian became intrigued. Tianling Immortal Dynasty. Where is that? The Tianling Immortal Dynasty is located in the Yuheng Immortal Domain. If you're interested, young Master Gu, I can take you there. Chu Jingtian cut in. Lin Donghe was extremely indignant. Well, I was the one who provided the news, yet you got to play the good guy. How can you act like this? Very well. When the time comes, I'll return to the Great Chu Kingdom, and we'll go together. Gu Xian smiled. Since there's nothing left to do here, I'll give you a ride back. Thank you, young Master Gu. Chu Jingtian was about to bow and offer his thanks when Gu Xian flicked his sleeve. In a dizzying shift of stars and heavens, they suddenly found themselves within the royal palace of the Great Chu Kingdom. Lin Donghe's face was full of shock. He turned to Chu Jingtian and asked uncertainly, Brother Chu, what else did you expect? Chu Jingtian sat down on the throne and ordered the attendant nearby bring wine and have the imperial kitchen prepare some dishes. We've escaped death by a hair's breadth. It deserves a proper celebration. As you command, your majesty. Watching the attendant leave, Lin Donghe could not help but sigh in admiration. Young Master Gu, your cultivation has truly opened my eyes once again. When we traveled from the Great Chu Kingdom to the Jiyuan secret realm, even going at full speed took us a full 3 or 4 days. Yet with a single move, young Master Gu sent us straight back. I, Lin Donghe, am utterly and completely impressed. I didn't expect it either, Chu Jingtian marveled. So young Master Gu's own strength is actually this formidable. Chu Jingtian was also astonished, then looked at Lin Donghe and said, see, didn't I tell you? As long as you work for young Master Gu, rewards will never be lacking. If I know that. Lin Donghe gave a cold snort and sat down to the side. Now shouldn't we talk about how you just cut me off? The Baiwa Sacred Land. After returning from the secret realm, Hua Yuing went back to the main hall of the sacred land to attend to matters, while Zhang Ziyue also dutifully returned to cultivate. In her own words, she did not want to be merely a useless vase, as she hoped that in the future she could use her own strength to help Gu Xian. A silver moon hung high in the sky. Inside the great hall, only Gu Xian remained. Just then the voice of Elder Linghua sounded from outside the door. Young master, may I come in? Come in. Elder Linghua pushed open the door and walked in slowly. Young master, the sacred lord is still handling sacred land affairs in the main hall. She asked me to bring these dishes over. As she spoke, she gave a light wave of her jade-like hand, and a succession of delicacies appeared on the low table. I've troubled you, elder. Gu Xian sat at the table and was about to pick up his chopsticks when he suddenly looked toward Elder Linghua. The latter immediately grew nervous under Gu Xian's gaze. What is it, young Master Gu? Is there something wrong with the food? Gu Xian shook his head. Can you drink wine? Linghua had not expected Gu Xian to ask her such a question. Although she had never drunk a single drop of wine under Gu Xian's gaze, her heart pounded wildly and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yes. Good. Since they're not here right now, I'll trouble you to drink with me for a while. With that, Gu Xian brought out the wine that Xu Jingtian and the others had found in the secret realm. Let me pour a cup for you, young master. Elder Linghua went to Gu Xian's side, carefully filled a cup of wine for him, then returned to her seat and poured herself a full cup. Young master, I raise this cup in your honor, thanking you for saving the Baiwa sacred land from the Wang family. With that, she tilted her fair neck back and drained the cup in one go. As the strong liquor burned down her throat, a fiery sensation spread through her entire body. Elder Linghua's cheeks, already somewhat rosy, now became even more bewitchingly alluring. Are you all right? Gu Xian put down his wine cup and asked with concern. I'm fine, young master. Elder Linghua said, pouring another cup for the two of them. So this is what drinking feels like. My whole body feels light and airy. Not bad after all. Elder Linghua's eyes grew hazy, her red lips slightly pursed as she looked at the cup in front of her, then drank it down in one gulp. In a short while, her snow-white skin slowly took on a faint blush. Gu Xian frowned slightly. By rights, as a sage realm expert, Elder Linghua should not have gotten so drunk after just a cup or two of wine. Could the problem be the wine? With that thought, Gu Xian drank his own cup. Sure enough, a trace of eerie red light gathered in his body and flowed toward his kidneys. At the same time, a strange heat began to take hold of his body. With a mere flicker of thought, the eerie red light and the scorching sensation vanished without a trace. Gu Xian came to a realization. No wonder those from the Huanchan sect coveted this wine so much. It could amplify one's yin-yang primordial essence several-fold, allowing dual cultivators to gain tremendous benefits from their partners. Even a cultivator at the Emperor realm would slowly sink into a craving for the love of man and woman after drinking this wine, let alone Elder Linghua, whose cultivation was merely at the second heaven of the sage realm. It was hardly strange that she was this drunk. Fire charm. It truly lives up to its name, Gu Xian thought. Young master, you finished your cup too. By now Elder Linghua could no longer speak clearly. She lifted the wine jar with both hands and moved to pour Gu Xian another cup. Gu Xian covered his cup with his hand. You're already drunk. You'd better not drink anymore. No, I'm not drunk. Elder Linghua's mature, exquisitely beautiful face was flushed crimson. Seeing Gu Xian cover his cup and stop her from pouring, she couldn't help pouting. Young master, do you dislike me? Because I'm not as beautiful as the sect mistress and the others, so you don't want to drink with me anymore. Elder Linghua's expression at that moment was as sweet and lovely as a young girl's. Seeing that Gu Xian had covered his cup and refused to let her pour, she filled her own cup again. I know I'm not as beautiful as the sect mistress and the holy maiden, and I know you look down on me, young master. But so what? Even if you don't like me, I can like you just the same. After saying this, Elder Linghua downed another cup. In an instant, her face turned bright red. Elder Linghua looked at Gu Xian with her limpid, affectionate eyes. Young Master Gu, do you know how awe-inspiring you were when you killed millions of Wang clan experts with a single punch? That won the hearts of countless women of our holy land. And the words you said, no one in this world can stand against me. Elder Linghua smiled. When you said that, young master, I truly felt that you were the strongest person in the world. What woman wouldn't admire a powerful man? At this point, Elder Linghua's tone grew a little dejected. Why can't I have the one my heart loves? Elder Linghua stared at Gu Xian's perfect face, feeling heat flare within her body as a blaze of desire burned fiercely in her heart. Young master, my body feels so hot. As she spoke, Elder Linghua began to take off her clothes. Gu Xian had been listening quietly the entire time. Seeing Linghua like this, he sighed softly, walked to her side, and took hold of the hand that was undoing her clothes. Young master. Seeing the one she loved so close to her, Elder Linghua threw herself into his arms without hesitation and pressed her red lips directly onto his. In the sky, the bright moon seemed to have turned a faint pink as well. The next day, Elder Linghua slowly woke up, taking in her surroundings and the disheveled bed, and recalling all the bold things she had done last night. A deep flush of shame rose to her cheeks. Linghua, I never thought you could be so shameless. After scolding herself inwardly, she broke into a happy smile. Young master, I finally have you too. Even if it's only once, I can die without regrets. When she arrived at the Great Hall, Hua Yueying happened to be there as well. Sister Linghua, how did it taste? Hua Yueying said with a smile. Sect mistress, Linghua instantly became nervous. I was the one who seduced young Master Gu. If you were going to punish someone, punish me alone. Young Master Gu had nothing to do with it. Alright, did I say I was going to punish you? Hua Yueying turned toward Gu Xian and teased, young master, did you cast some heart-bewitching curse in this hall? How is it that every woman who comes here has become yours? Maybe it's because I'm just too handsome. It was rare for Xuan to praise himself. Seeing this, Linghua knew that she had been overthinking. Young master, about yesterday, I'm sorry. It's all because I drank too much, Elder Linghua said regretfully. After all, she had been the one to make the first move, and she had no idea whether her actions had upset the young master. You were indeed wrong, Xuan said calmly. Oh, young master, I don't know where I was wrong. Linghua's heart tightened with nervousness, and even Hua Yueying turned to look. Your mistake was not being with Yueying last night. Once you've seen how she acts, you won't let her tease you anymore, Xuan said with a smile. At that, even Hua Yueying's perpetually icy beautiful face could not help but blush. Young master is teasing me again. Hua Yueying cast a charming flirty glance at Xuan. By then, Elder Linghua realized what was going on and couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. She was also a little curious. What exactly did the sect mistress look like at such a moment? And so a few more days passed one after another. Because Jiang Ziyue had been in secluded cultivation in the Holy Land's secret realm, she wasn't accompanying Xuan. Only Hua Yueying and Linghua were by his side. During these few days, Linghua finally saw Hua Yueying's true side. It shocked her deeply. This was basically two different people. She would never have imagined that the sect mistress, who usually treated others like ice, could show such a shockingly shameless expression in front of young Master Gu. And those words, Linghua could hardly bear to repeat them, yet the sect mistress said them without the slightest hesitation. Such a contrast. It was simply too much. For quite a few days afterward, whenever she saw Hua Yueying, she would recall those images and immediately blush, her heart pounding. One day, Chu Xingyang's voice sounded from outside. All right, I know. Xuan stood up and said to the two women, would you like to come along? I would like to, but if I leave the Holy Land's affairs unattended, it'll be busy for quite a few days once I get back, Hua Yueying said with a smile. I also need to cultivate hard. Otherwise, if Ziyu's realm surpasses mine, wouldn't I be too useless? Reluctance was evident in Linghua's eyes, but she knew in her heart that in this world, if she wasn't strong enough, she would eventually become a burden to the young master. She didn't want that, so she had to do everything she could to become stronger. All right, I'm going now. Xuan smiled and nodded, then walked out. Outside the hall, Chu Zhengyang and the others were waiting respectfully. Let's go, Xuan said. Yes. The entire group boarded the flying treasure boat in a grand procession and headed for the reception square of the Baiwa Holy Land. Screech. The Tiansong cloud lark let out a cry and descended beside the Great Chu Imperial Palace. There Chu Zhengtian Lin Donghe and a host of Great Chu royal members had long been waiting. Seeing Xuan and the others descend, Chu Zhengtian hurried forward to greet him. Young Master Gu, the journey has been rough, and you must be weary. Next we will go to the Tianling Immortal Dynasty, so we won't be riding this bird. Donghe, Chu Zhengtian said, turning to Lin Donghe, why don't you bring out that thing of yours? Lin Donghe nodded. His spatial ring flashed, and a golden treasure boat several thousand zhang long appeared. Pavilions and towers stood tall on the boat, adorned with curious stones and rare treasures. Spirit brooks wound through it while clouds and mist coiled around them. A truly magnificent sight. Young Master Gu, this is my 9 streams heavenly scenery boat. I have nothing else worthy of offering. This treasure boat is the only thing that can still be of use. I hope you will not disdain it, Lin Donghe said respectfully. It's no matter. Xuan waved his hand and stepped aboard first, with Chu Zhengtian and the others following close behind. The Tianling Immortal Dynasty was a ruling level power in the Yuheng Immortal Domain. The reason it could dominate the Yuheng Immortal Domain was that it possessed an invincible army. The Tianling Immortal Dynasty was a ruling level power in the Yuheng Immortal Domain. The reason it could dominate the Yuheng Immortal Domain was that it possessed an invincible army, the Tianling Guard. Within the Tianling Guard were 5 great immortal generals, each with cultivation above the 3rd heaven of the Immortal Lord Realm. In addition, there were tens of millions of Tianling Guards. Moreover, none of them had cultivation below the Saint Realm. Among the Tianling Guard, those with Supreme Realm cultivation could become Vice Commanders, while those with Emperor Realm cultivation could become Grand Commanders. The entire Tianling Guard had fully several hundred Grand Commanders and over 10,000 Vice Commanders. Furthermore, it was said that the ruler of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty was a high-level immortal lord at the 8th heaven of the Immortal Lord Realm, and his Tianling sword art suppressed the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Some even said that the ruler of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty intended to rename the Yuheng Immortal Domain as the Tianling Immortal Domain. After all, the name of an immortal domain was fixed by the Heavenly Tao. If one tried to rename it, one would inevitably suffer the backlash of the Heavenly Tao's power. Yet the ruler of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty did not fear the Heavenly Tao's backlash, which was enough to show how formidable his cultivation was. 2 days later, Tianling City, the Tianling Immortal Dynasty. This was the capital of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty. Because the Wanbao auction house was about to hold an auction, an enormous number of people had arrived in Tianling City, adding a touch of crowding to the already incomparably prosperous city. Young master, the auction will begin in half a shurchen. Let us go over now. Very well. Xuan nodded. A short while later they arrived outside a palace of golden splendor and extreme luxury. On the hall's gate hung a golden plaque. The 5 large characters Wanbao auction house shone brilliantly, and even it was said that the plaque had been forged from dozens of imperial weapons melted together. The Wanbao auction house had chosen the most direct, heavy-handed way to prove its overwhelming wealth. The group entered the venue where tens of thousands of people had already taken their seats, and the clamor of voices was unceasing. After Chu Jingtian reluctantly paid 10 immortal stones, the auction house manager led them into a private booth. Damn it, this Wanbao auction house is truly ruthless. They even charged 10 immortal stones for a private booth. Screw that. Chu Jingtian's face was black as an iron pot. Seeing this, Lin Donghe felt much more at ease. Serves him right for trying to steal the conversation earlier. Brother Chu, with your vast wealth and power, why fuss over a few immortal stones? He said with a laugh. Chu Jingtian glared at him. Easy for you to say. My imperial treasury has only a few hundred or 1,000 or so stones in total. Try paying them yourself and see how it feels. We came here for peace and quiet. Stop arguing. Gu Xian frowned slightly. Hearing this, Chu Jingtian and Lin Donghe immediately shut their mouths. Their Adam's apples bobbed, cold sweat poured out, and the room fell into terrifying silence. Chu Jingyang's heart leapt into his throat as he secretly watched his father. He knew full well that if they displeased Gu Xian, his imperial father could very likely be killed with a single palm strike. Although Gu Xian usually seemed to have a decent relationship with them, only they knew that this relationship was something Gu Xian had condescended to bestow upon them. Young master, forgive me. Chu Jingtian's heart pounded violently as he started to apologize. Gu Xian casually tossed him a spatial ring, and he caught it in a fluster. What's inside should be enough to compensate you. Chu Jingtian did not understand. He extended his divine sense into the spatial ring, and a blinding burst of radiance nearly seared his divine sense blind. Immortal crystals, all immortal crystals. Chu Jingtian murmured, his face going numb with shock, for before him was a small mountain piled high with immortal crystals. The spatial ring's interior was several hundred meters across, almost completely packed with immortal crystals. Chu Jingtian could not help but stare in astonishment. These immortal crystals could probably buy 1,000,000 great Chu kingdoms. Immortal crystals? How many immortal crystals? Brother Chu, tell me quickly. Lin Donghe waved a hand in front of Chu Jingtian and said anxiously. The latter snapped back to his senses, glanced at Lin Donghe, and said in a daze, it feels like tens of millions. SSO man. Why hadn't he paid those 10 immortal stones for the booth just now? If he had, perhaps young Master Gu would have rewarded him with this many immortal crystals as well. Such regret. Chu Jingtian turned to look at Gu Xian and bowed deeply. Young master, this reward is far too precious. I truly cannot bear to accept it. Please take it back. As he spoke, he respectfully offered the spatial ring back to Gu Xian. What, are you dissatisfied with my gift? Gu Xian said coolly. No, that is not what I meant. Chu Jingtian dropped to his knees with a thud. Everyone present was startled, but they all fell silent and turned their eyes elsewhere. Seeing Gu Xian's indifferent expression, Chu Jingtian gritted his teeth and took back the spatial ring. Young master's great kindness, I will never forget it for all eternity. That's better. Gu Xian nodded, withdrew his gaze, and looked outside. It should be starting soon. To answer you, young master, it will begin in about 10 minutes. Chu Jingtian said. In another booth, several men in ornate robes were chatting. Third Prince, I heard that this auction is selling a jar of immortal wine. Is that true or false? The one addressed as Third Prince was a young man in a golden robe. His black hair was casually tied back with a ribbon, and his features were incomparably handsome. His eyes were dark and profound, as if they could see into people's hearts, and his entire bearing carried a languid, carefree air. He had been toying with a jade pendant. Hearing someone ask him a question, he put it away. Of course. Otherwise I would not have come here in person. The Third Prince's brow tightened slightly. In another month is my imperial father's 1,000th year birthday. This immortal wine is a gift I have been searching for a long time. This time I must get it. If the Third Prince presents such immortal wine to His Majesty will certainly be very pleased. Moreover, you Third Prince are barely over 10,000 years old and already at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. It seems the position of Crown Prince of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty is destined to be yours. That is premature. The Third Prince shook his head, but the ambition in his eyes could not be concealed. Rest assured, Third Prince. With us here, that immortal wine will never fall into anyone else's hands. Exactly. With the few of us joining forces, we could probably buy this whole auction house. The Third Prince nodded and made a slight bow with clasped hands. Then I thank all of you in advance. Third Prince, you flatter us too much. The men hurriedly returned the salute. At that moment on the auction floor, an old man in white robes slowly stepped to the front of the stage. After briefly sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he released his cultivation without the slightest restraint. Dense immortal might flooded the hall, and everyone present was shaken. Hiss. An immortal lord. To have an immortal lord manage an auction, this Wanbao auction house truly is something. The venue, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent. Everyone in the venue stared at the old man on the stage, their breathing growing lighter. I am Lu Qian, the head of the 10,000 Treasures auction house of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty. I am directly in charge of this auction. I hope everyone here follows the rules. You pay, I deliver. If anyone violates the rules, don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. With these words, he let out a soft snort. In the audience, from those at the mountain moving and sea overthrowing realms who had come to watch the excitement up to the Supreme Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators, everyone's mind jolted violently, as if struck by a giant hammer, their blood energy surging. I heard that during a previous auction at the 10,000 Treasures auction house, an Emperor Realm expert took a fancy to a treasure, but because he lacked enough spirit stones, he simply went up and snatched it openly. The 10,000 Treasures auction house consequently lost dozens of people to that Emperor Realm expert's hands, and the man was never found afterward. Since then, the reputation of the 10,000 Treasures auction house has plummeted in people's minds. It seems that this time the 10,000 Treasures auction house is determined to restore its reputation. So that's it. No wonder they gave us a show of force right off the bat. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Lu Qian glanced at them and spoke again. I have nothing more to say. Now the auction officially begins. After saying this, he waved his hand, and a rusty iron sword appeared on the stage. This is an ancient sword we found in the cave dwelling where an ancient emperor fell. According to our analysis, it should be that ancient emperor's life-bound imperial weapon. However, due to unknown reasons, the Emperor Realm laws within this sword have almost completely faded. Yet even so, it remains a top-grade Supreme Realm artifact. Although the Emperor Realm laws are gone, its material itself is still of middle-grade Emperor rank. Wielding this sword, one need not fear even a low-grade Emperor rank spiritual artifact. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones. Begin bidding. As soon as his words fell, many sword cultivators below immediately started bidding. Although this sword looks somewhat shabby on the outside and lacks Emperor Realm laws, it is still made of Emperor. That was precisely the point they coveted. The Emperor Realm laws could be re-engraved later by an Emperor Realm elder from their clan or sect, but Emperor rank materials were extremely hard to find. Countless Emperor Realm cultivators spent their entire lives unable to find enough Emperor rank materials to forge a life-bound imperial artifact of their own. 110,000 spirit stones. 150,000. I bid 200,000 spirit stones. Please, fellow cultivators, don't fight me over this. Who do you think you are? I bid 300,000. I bid 500,000. Most of those bidding were Supreme Realm cultivators, but there were also quite a few Emperor Realm cultivators. For them, this sword could not have been more suitable. They were already Emperor Realm experts. Once they obtained this sword and engraved their own Emperor Realm laws upon it, an imperial artifact would be born. Having cultivated for tens of millions of years, they had naturally accumulated many spirit stones. In the end, this ancient sword was successfully auctioned to an Emperor Realm loose cultivator for 1,200,000 spirit stones. Even so, that Emperor Realm loose cultivator wore a pained expression. Lu Qian smiled slightly. His original expectation for the ancient sword had been around 800,000 or 900,000 spirit stones. The final price of 1,200,000 came as a slight pleasant surprise. For every item auctioned successfully, he could draw a 20% commission. This was a privilege reserved only for Immortal Realm level heads of the 10,000 Treasures auction house. Heads below the Immortal Realm could only take 5%. 1,200,000 means 240,000 spirit stones. For him, that was no small sum. Next, the second treasure for auction. Lu Qian removed the ancient sword, and a treasure box appeared in his hand. He opened the box, revealing a jade-white pill. A rich, dense fragrance of the pill instantly filled the entire auction hall. Everyone was electrified, staring intently at the pill. Lu Qian chuckled. This pill is called the life-restoring pill. In terms of grade, it is top-grade Emperor rank, refined personally over thousands of years by the Grand Elder of the Jade Pill sect. You have surely all heard of the Grand Elder of the Jade Pill sect. He is a mighty immortal lord, and has even refined immortal-grade pills with his own hands. There is no need for me to say more about pills refined personally by him. As for this life-restoring pill, for anyone below the Emperor Realm, no matter how severe your injuries, as long as you still have a breath in you, swallowing this pill will restore you to your original condition. For those at the Emperor Realm, it can also heal you up to 70 or 80%. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones. Begin bidding. The moment his voice fell, the crowd below erupted. Having a pill that could restore you to full health as long as you drew breath was equivalent to carrying a life-saving talisman. Even those Emperor Realm cultivators stared at the pill with blazing eyes, one after another. They didn't dare expect full recovery. If taking this pill could truly heal 70 or 80% of their injuries, then even losing their entire fortune would be worth it to possess it. Imagine fighting another Emperor Realm expert until both are badly wounded. Take one pill like this and your injuries would almost instantly heal, allowing you to take the opponent's life in a turn of your hand. How desperate would that opponent feel? In the private room where Xuan was located, Chu Jingtian curled his lips in disdain. How dare they auction such a low-grade pill? Compared to the life-creating transformation pill you gave us, it's incomparably inferior. Indeed. Lin Donghe nodded in agreement, then looked at Xuan. Young Master Gu, may I take the liberty of asking what grade that life-creating transformation pill is? A top-grade Immortal King rank. Xuan replied without turning his head. It's not anything good. I've been meaning to give it away, but I've never had the chance. Hearing this, Chu Jingtian and Lin Donghe exchanged looks, their hearts churning like raging waves. An Immortal King rank pill, and it's not anything good. They truly wish to say, young master, how many of these not good things do you have? Give them all to us. 700,000 spirit stones. Someone immediately started bidding. 1 million spirit stones. An Emperor Realm expert said coldly. It's the Grand Elder of the Withered Leaf sect. Such an expert has also taken a liking to this pill. I thought it was prepared for us Supreme Realm cultivators, but I didn't expect all the bidders to be Emperor Realm big shots. Sigh. Someone sighed bitterly. What did you expect? Healing pills of this kind have always been coveted by everyone, let alone one that is top-grade Emperor rank. Let's give up that hope and just watch quietly. After the Withered Leaf sect elder called out 1 million spirit stones, another Emperor Realm cultivator immediately bid 1,100,000. 1,300,000. In the end, this life-restoring pill was won by an elder of a reclusive family for 3 million spirit stones. Lu Qian's face beamed with delight. This pill would bring him 600,000 spirit stones in profit. Being in the auction business is wonderful. Why did he ever foolishly choose to be an elder before? Next, the third treasure. And so treasure after treasure was brought up for auction, but Xuan in the private room watched with little interest. In his eyes, these items were no different from rotten waste, truly failing to spark any interest. Next, what we're auctioning is a little different. Lu Qian smiled mysteriously, then beckoned. Immediately, someone pushed a cage over. The cage was covered with a black cloth that could block divine sense, so nobody could see what was inside. For a moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. The people were all pointing at the cage with curiosity, but because it was covered with a black cloth that could block divine sense, none of them could tell what was inside. Inside the private booth, the corner of Xuan's mouth lifted slightly. Finally, something interesting has shown up. He had naturally long since seen clearly what was inside the cage, but Chu Jingtian and the others behind him could not see anything at all. Young master, what is locked inside that cage? Chu Jingtian asked. Since it had been wheeled out in a cage, it was almost certainly a living creature, but their cultivation was insufficient to see what was inside. Xuan did not answer them. Seeing this, Chu Jingtian and the others could only look toward the stage. At that moment, Lu Qian saw that the atmosphere was just about right, gave a faint smile, and with a wave of his hand, pulled the black cloth off the cage. A young girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14 appeared before everyone. Her hands and feet were bound with iron chains that could seal spiritual energy, and there were a few smudges of dirt on her face. Even so, one could clearly see just how breathtaking that immature face was. Seeming accustomed to the darkness, the girl raised an arm to shield her eyes from the dazzling light. But that was not the main point. The main point was that 2 tender budding horns actually grew on her forehead. The crowd's eyes were full of confusion. Lu Qian spoke at this moment. As you can all see, this girl is not of the human race. She is from the Songlong clan. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out below the stage. As everyone knew, anything connected with dragons was never simple. The Songlong, though not as powerful as top-tier dragon races, such as the Azure Dragon and the Torch Dragon, was still a branch of the dragon lineage that could not be underestimated. It was said that the dragon ancestor of the Songlong clan had already reached the Immortal Emperor realm countless years ago, and that Songlong bloodlines scattered throughout the various ancient realms and immortal domains all had Immortal Lord and Immortal King powerhouses stationed within their clans. After all, with the Immortal Emperor bloodline right there, even if they did not cultivate with the accumulation of years, the very least they would possess was cultivation at the Immortal Lord realm. With such a powerful family behind her, how was this girl of the Songlong clan captured, locked in a cage, and sent here to be auctioned off? As if seeing the confusion of the crowd, Lu Qian said unhurriedly, "We found this girl in an immortal domain. At that time she was covered in wounds and on the verge of death. After our treatment, she has basically recovered to her original state. She is only 14 this year, and her cultivation is not high, merely the core formation realm. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, we have placed chains on her wrists and ankles that seal her spiritual energy. Since we saved her, now is the time for her to repay that kindness." Lu Qian smiled. A girl of the Songlong clan starting bid 100,000 immortal stones. After Lu Qian finished speaking, the audience below did not immediately begin bidding as it had before. Instead, it fell into a brief silence. Lu Qian was not at all surprised by this. Just because they dared to sell did not mean anyone dared to buy. After all, she was a member of the Songlong clan. If someone bought this girl, and one day a Songlong clan expert discovered their own kin being kept as a slave by another, that person would surely have to face the rage of the Songlong clan. Almost no one dared to try. But then again, nothing is absolute. There were also many people in this world who cared nothing about these things, and those were exactly the people Lu Qian was waiting for. I bid 110,000 immortal stones. An unusually hoarse voice rang out. The crowd looked over and saw an old man dressed in a gray robe. He laughed sinisterly, the withered flesh on his face like bark that had lost all its sap, as if it might fall off at any moment. This girl is a top-grade cauldron he. The people around him all shuddered, a wave of goosebumps rising across. He is the sect master of the Xuan sect. It is said that this sect specializes in devouring women's essence to strengthen itself. Its reputation is utterly foul. Someone recognized him and whispered this at once. When the old man heard it, he cast an indifferent glance at that person, frightening the latter into immediately shutting his mouth. How can a beauty like this be defiled by the likes of you? A handsome-looking man with lust-filled eyes stared straight at the girl in the cage and said, I bid 200,000 immortal stones. The old man looked coldly at the man, an Emperor realm aura emanating from him in a faint, elusive manner, sending a chill of fear through everyone around. The man was not afraid in the least, also releasing the oppressive might of the fifth heaven of the Emperor realm. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a cold snort rang out. Both of their minds shook at once, and a trace of blood seeped from their mouths and noses. Have you two forgotten what I said earlier? Lu Qian looked at them without expression, and in his eyes traces of killing intent seemed to gather. The two immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their breathing stalled, and their bodies seemed unable to move. They were horrified beyond measure. So this was an immortal lord. A single glance made them experience the sensation of death. It was simply too terrifying. We are the ones who broke the rules. Please forgive us, Manager Lu. The two hastily apologized. Let this be the last time. Lu Qian said coolly, then shifted his gaze away. Only then did they feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and they collapsed into their seats. 200,000 immortal stones. Is there any higher bid? Lu Qian looked around. I bid 250,000. I bid 300,000 immortal stones. 500,000 immortal stones. The bidders were almost all male cultivators, each staring at the girl with lustful eyes. Such a peerlessly beautiful face and flawless figure truly made one's desire unbearable. As for the Songlong clan's revenge, sorry, but in their minds, living well in the present was the most important thing. Besides, the world was so vast. Would the Songlong clan really discover this girl? Lu Qian listened to the bids climbing higher and higher, and the worry hanging over his heart gradually settled. It seemed this transaction had not been a loss. By then the bid had reached 1,500,000 immortal stones, and no one was raising it any further. 1,500,000 immortal stones. Is there anyone higher? Lu Qian called out. Seeing that no one was bidding, he was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out. 5 million immortal stones. Everyone was stunned. They followed the sound and found it came from one of the private booths. Damn. 5 million immortal stones. Who is that rich? A girl at the core formation realm at best, just nice looking. Is spending 5 million immortal stones really worth it? Right, and it was raised by more than 3 million immortal stones in one go. I can only sigh that people like us cannot understand the thinking of the rich. The girl in the cage also raised her head to glance at that private booth, then lowered her head once more and returned to silence. Lu Qian was overjoyed and immediately finalized the deal. Guest in booth no. 5 million immortal stones, sold. Inside the private booth, Chu Jingtian and the others looked at Gu Xian in astonishment, unable to understand why he had suddenly bid to buy this girl. Could it be? Young Master Gu prefers them younger. This preference, well, as expected of young Master Gu, truly unique. If Gu Xian knew what they were thinking, he would probably darken his face and strike them all dead with a single palm. Lu Qian waved his hand and had the girl taken away. Next up is the final treasure of this auction. As he spoke, a jade pot materialized in his hand. The moment the jade flask appeared, the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire auction hall, drifting even beyond its walls and causing passersby on the street to halt in their tracks, intoxicated by the fragrance. Inside the hall, everyone stared in shock at the flask of wine in Lu Qian's hand. With a single whiff, they discovered that their cultivation, which had remained stagnant for countless years, had begun to loosen ever so slightly. This filled them with astonishment. If merely smelling it could produce such a miraculous effect, then a single sip might allow them to break through directly. Lu Qian too inhaled the aroma, deeply reveling in its intoxicating fragrance. To be honest, I truly do not wish to auction this wine, Lu Qian said. I even asked our auction house's third steward whether I could purchase it myself. I offered as much as 8 million spirit stones, yet alas, even that could not move him. Left with no other choice, I must put it up for auction. Lu Qian let out a helpless sigh, then continued. I am certain you have all felt its effects firsthand. This wine was discovered within the ruin of an ancient immortal king. Its name is Drifting Immortal. According to our estimations, this wine was brewed personally by that immortal king, and it took at least 500,000 years to reach perfection. The third steward tasted it once, and said personally that it rivals the finest immortal elixirs of the immortal lord rank. A single whiff can greatly enhance one's enlightenment, a single sip can shatter one's limitations, and directly elevate one by several realms. As for whether a mortal who drinks this immortal brew would become an immortal, I cannot say. But attaining the emperor throne on the spot is absolutely certain. After Lu Qian's introduction, the crowd below found their breathing growing ragged, their eyes practically blazing with green light. To allow a mere mortal to attain the Tao and become an emperor on the spot. What heaven-defying power! They had cultivated painstakingly for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, only to linger at the saint realm or sovereign realm until death. Yet this single flask of wine made the emperor throne seem so easily within reach. Who could possibly remain unmoved? Even leaving aside the saint realm and sovereign realm cultivators, the emperor realm cultivators were also salivating over that wine. If it could make a mortal an emperor, then surely it could help them. Emperors ascend to immortality as well. Otherwise, how could it deserve the title of immortal brew? Inside the private chamber of the third prince, the several richly dressed young men were likewise profoundly astonished. Your Highness, if you were to drink this wine, you would surely attain the Tao and become an immortal lord, said one young man. Indeed, if the third prince breaks through to immortal lord, you would become the most powerful among his majesty's children, and the position of crown prince would undoubtedly be yours, another added. A flicker of longing passed through the third prince's eyes, but he shook his head. This is a birthday gift I have prepared for Father Emperor. Say no more. If he could become the crown prince of the heavenly spirit immortal dynasty, the resources he would obtain would far surpass what this single pot of immortal brew could provide. He knew full well which was more important. Seeing the atmosphere in the auction hall blazing with fervor, Lu Qian smiled slightly. It seems everyone is eager. Then I announced that the immortal brew Drifting Immortal is now open for bidding. The starting price. 8 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. 8 million spirit stones. The moment Lu Qian uttered those words, the entire hall fell silent. Who among them carried 8 million spirit stones on their person? Even the long-renowned Emperor Realm experts who had cultivated for over 10 million years possessed only 1 to 2 million spirit stones at most. As for Sovereign and Saint Realm cultivators, they were even poorer, practically destitute. Having a few tens of thousands of spirit stones was already enough to boast among their peers. Without a powerful faction or background behind them, no one could possibly take out such an enormous sum of 8 million spirit stones amounts to 8,000 immortal crystals. And from what I recall, the immortal crystal veins owned by those immortal lord families and sects produce only about 10,000 or so crystals per year. This single bid throws in nearly a full year's yield of an entire vein. Who can possibly afford that? With that many spirit stones, I couldn't save up enough even if I cultivated for 10 lifetimes. It seems that this immortal brew is utterly beyond our reach. The crowd wailed in despair, and even the Emperor Realm experts wore bitter smiles. Though the vast majority gave up on the spot, some remained perfectly composed. These people had come for this immortal brew in the first place. If they could secure it, and let the Emperor Realm Ninth Heaven experts of their immortal domain factions drink it, perhaps they could forge 2, or even more immortal lords. By then, with those additional immortal lords, they would have ample strength to seize several more immortal crystal veins for themselves. For the sake of that, even sacrificing the yearly output of 1 or even 2 immortal crystal veins was worth it. They absolutely had to obtain this wine. The next moment, someone began to bid. I bid 9 million spirit stones. People turned to look. It's the Flying Cloud Immortal Sect. As expected, the only ones powerful enough to compete for this immortal brew are those immortal domain factions. We can only watch and broaden our horizons. As they spoke from another direction, a voice called out. I bid 10 million spirit stones. At the sight, the crowd sighed once more. Good heavens, now the increments had risen to 1 million spirit stones at a time. This truly was a battle of gods. 12 million spirit stones. 13 million. 15 million. Watching these cultivators from immortal domain factions shouting themselves red in the face, relentlessly raising the price, Lu Qian was overjoyed. Raise it, raise it. Just as he was delighting in his thoughts, a voice emerged from one of the private chambers. 20,000 immortal crystals. Hiss. Everyone present drew a sharp breath. In their entire lives they had never seen so many immortal crystals. Even Lu Qian, an immortal lord himself, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the bid. But he quickly collected himself. The guest in Chamber 14 has bid 20,000 immortal crystals. Is there any higher bid? Since the bid was in immortal crystals, the settlement after the auction would also have to be made in immortal crystals. And immortal crystals were far more precious than spirit stones. Though cultivators had reached a consensus that one immortal crystal equaled 1,000 spirit stones, very few were willing to exchange immortal crystals for spirit stones. Because the immortal chi within an immortal crystal was incomparably pure, essentially free of impurities. As for spirit stones, even 2,000, 3,000 of them, they still contained impurities that could never be refined away. This was what made immortal crystals so precious. Even a man like Lu Qian could earn at most 1,000 or so immortal crystals in a single year. If this deal went through, he would obtain 2,000 immortal crystals. Even with his state of mind, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Inside Chamber 14, a young man sneered with disdain. Third Prince, it seems the moment we make a move no one dares to follow. Just a bunch of country bumpkins. They've probably never seen this many immortal crystals in their lives, another young man mocked. Nothing is certain until the very end, said the Third Prince, though his face wore an expression of complete confidence. After a brief pause in the hall, a voice suddenly rang out. 21,000 immortal crystals. Lu Qian glanced at the one who had made the bid, then said, 21,000 immortal crystals. Is there a higher bid? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Chamber 14. Sure enough, just as he expected. 30,000 immortal crystals. Seeing this, the one who had just bid shook his head with a helpless sigh. The other immortal domain factions also began to waver. 30,000 immortal crystals. Even the forces behind them could not afford such an amount all at once. The crowd could not help but look toward that private chamber, wondering just which power could be so extravagantly generous. 30,000 immortal crystals. Does anyone else wish to bid? Lu Qian's face bore a hint of excitement. In his view, no one could possibly match this price. But still, protocol demanded he give it one more mention. 30,000 immortal crystals going once. Does anyone? 100,000 immortal crystals. In an instant, the entire hall fell utterly silent. 100,000 immortal crystals. The moment those four words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. How much? 100,000 immortal crystals. Did I hear that right? 100,000 immortal crystals could buy 2 immortal artifacts. Even the rich don't fling money around like that. Sigh, I truly pity the power backing him. Spending like this, no matter how deep their pockets, they're bound to go broke. Well said, fellow cultivator. Young people these days have no idea how hard it is to earn immortal crystals. Exactly. Even an immortal lord only manages to save a few hundred immortal crystals a year. To spend 100,000 on one jug of wine brewed by an immortal king is just not worth it. Their words were full of criticism, but their eyes brimmed with unmistakable envy and jealousy. They only hated that they didn't have 100,000 immortal crystals themselves. Everyone turned to see which force could be so wealthy. It's that room number 9. I remember now. Earlier that room won the auction for that girl from the Azure Dragon clan. Right? And they dropped 5 million spirit stones without even blinking. I remember it clearly. No wonder. If you can spend 5 million spirit stones on a golden core realm dragon girl, 100,000 immortal crystals for a jug of wine is nothing special. Lu Qian also glanced toward the room where Gu Xian and the others sat. He had thought no one would bid further, but the guest in room 9 had just handed him a tremendous surprise. The guest in room 9 has bid 100,000 immortal crystals. Does anyone wish to raise? His gaze went straight to room 14, for at this point everyone else had already lost the ability to compete. The others also looked toward room 14 with amused expressions, eager to see which of the 2 rooms truly had more money. Inside room 14, the Third Prince's face was grim as water. FK, which blind fool is bidding at a time like this? Isn't this just pure provocation? Anyone could tell we were dead set on that immortal brew, yet he still acts so clueless. Third Prince, wait here. They'll go strike him down right now. Yes, I'm going to. The others began to release their sovereign realm auras. Have you forgotten where we are? The Third Prince said in a low voice. This is the Wanbao auction house. Even my father doesn't dare offend it. Do you want to create such a powerful enemy for my father? This? Third Prince, you know that's not what we meant. They hastily tried to explain. Since we are here, we must follow the rules of the Wanbao auction house. The Third Prince's eyes narrowed. I refuse to believe that all of us together can't outbid him. Tell me, how many immortal crystals can each of you contribute at most? I can bring 20,000. I have 30,000. I can take out 50,000. I can also manage 30,000. After a moment, the Third Prince's grim expression relaxed slightly. Together we can raise over 300,000. I refuse to believe he can match that. He bid 100,000, so well, bid 200,000. Yes. Under Lu Qian's expectant gaze, a voice emerged from room 14. 200,000 immortal crystals. Whoa. The crowd gasped again. As expected of the truly wealthy, they raised the bid by a full 100,000 at once. Tisk, watching rich people fight each other was quite the entertainment. Lu Qian suppressed his excitement and called out, Room 14 has bid 200,000 immortal crystals. Any takers higher? As he spoke, all eyes turned to room 9, where Xuan was. They eagerly anticipated a higher number from that room. Yet 2 or 3 minutes passed, and room 9 remained eerily silent. The crowd began to wonder. Could it be they're out of money and can't keep up, as someone said? I think so. If they were going to bid, they would have done so by now. It seems room 14 wins in the end. What's it to you who wins? Even if they lost, they still have 100,000. Do you? Hey, are you looking for a fight? Your Highness, it seems our bid has put them off their game. A young man smiled. Of course. We are the sons of the 5 great immortal generals of the Tianling dynasty. If it's a contest of wealth, we've never lost. Hurry up and announce it already. What's that steward waiting for? No one's going to bid again. The third prince looked confident of victory. He said indifferently, What's the hurry? Afraid the brew will run away. I'm just worried something might go wrong. The man gave an awkward smile. Outside, Lu Qian waited a while longer, but no new bid came from room 9. He sighed inwardly, a little disappointed, and prepared to announce the final winner. But just then a voice echoed from room 9. 1 million immortal crystals. At once the crowd below the stage became utterly restless. 1 million immortal crystals. I wouldn't even dare to dream of that much, and he just says it so casually. Damn. If I had 1 million, I wouldn't even know how to spend it. With 1 million immortal crystals, even a pig could ascend to immortality. The crowd buzzed with astonishment at such extravagance. On stage, Lu Qian froze for a moment before a surge of ecstasy washed over him. This guest in room 9 seemed to love toying with people. Then again, he was quite fond of being toyed with. He shouted, Room 9 bids 1 million immortal crystals. Guests in room 14, will you raise? This time he directly challenged them by name. Inside room 14, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The young men who had been chatting and laughing moments ago now sat in silence, not daring to breathe too loudly. The third prince's emperor realm aura fluctuated violently. His fists were clenched so tightly that space itself shattered and repaired around him in an endless cycle. The imperial pressure radiating from him made the young men miserable. And this was only after he restrained his fury with great effort. Otherwise, the entire city of Tianling would have been reduced to ruins in an instant. Very well, very well. If you're so fond of opposing me, I hope you can still be so bold when you walk out of here. His face twisted into a vicious scowl as he looked toward Xuan's room. Follow me. Everyone was watching room 14. The next moment, the lights inside that room suddenly went out. They just left like that. Only then did the crowd realize that room 14 had simply slipped away. Well, who could possibly afford 1 million immortal crystals anyway? Today I've truly witnessed something extraordinary, worth every moment. But wait, can room 9 actually pay 1 million? Or were they just shouting nonsense, someone asked. Whether they can or not, once they've said it, they have to pay. This is the Wanbao auction house. No one dares to make fools of them. Seeing the lights in the room go out, Lu Qian understood the situation. I declare the immortal brew flowing immortal belongs to the guest in room 9. With this, all treasures have been auctioned, and today's auction comes to an end. Bidders, please proceed to the rear hall to collect your items. With that, his figure flickered, and he appeared outside Xuan's door. Lu Qian stood outside the door and knocked with a slightly deferential air. Guest in private room No. 9, please follow me backstage to collect the items you won at auction. In any case, the person in this room could produce 1 million immortal crystals. The family behind them was at least an immortal lord-level force. Whatever the case, it was worth lowering himself to build a good relationship with them. So this is the guest from private room No. Lu Qian, seeing Chu Jingtian emerge, was about to greet him, but unexpectedly Chu Jingtian walked outside and bowed very respectfully toward the room. Young master, please. Then under Lu Qian's bewildered gaze, a man in white stepped out, so handsome that he resembled an immortal expelled from heaven. I've troubled you, Supervisor Lu. Xuan smiled faintly and said to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was dazed, staring into Xuan's eyes, and felt as though a black hole were hidden within them, his very soul firmly drawn inside. Suddenly he jolted awake and met Xuan's kind, smiling face. His heart quaked in astonishment. A single glance at this young man's eyes had nearly made his soul sink into complete oblivion. After all, he was at the 5th level of the Immortal Lord realm, yet he could not withstand even a single look from this man. Even the Grand Manager, who was at the Immortal King realm, had never given him such a feeling. What exactly was the cultivation of this man before him? And how terrifying was the force behind him, capable of nurturing someone so young, yet so monstrously brilliant? The more Lu Qian thought, the more frightened he became. He no longer dared to look directly at Xuan. With an attitude several times more reverent than before, he said, "No trouble at all, young master. Please follow me." With that, he quickly turned and headed toward the rear hall, while Xuan and the others followed unhurriedly behind him. It must be nice to be rich. You can even have an immortal lord powerhouse personally lead the way. The people nearby sighed at the sight. With a big client like this, the auction house would do anything to keep him. A single casual expenditure from him equals profits the auction house couldn't earn in decades. After passing through a long corridor, the space before Xuan and the others suddenly opened into a wide area. Many people were already waiting there. Lu Qian handed a spatial ring to one of the auction house's staff and instructed, "Everything they bid on is in here. Go." The man nodded and accepted the spatial ring respectfully. Lu Qian took a deep breath, turned around, and kept his eyes fixed on the ground, not looking directly at Xuan. "Young master, this spatial ring contains that jar of immortal wine." He took out another spatial ring, raised it above his head with both hands, and presented it to Xuan. The other staff of the Wanbao auction house froze where they stood, utterly shocked. Lu Qian was a supervisor at the Immortal Lord realm, and it could be said that within the Wanbao auction house, he feared no one except the 3 grand managers. Even before the 3 grand managers, he had never been this respectful. For a moment, the staff's curiosity burned fiercely over the identity of this man in white. Who was he that Supervisor Lu would be so reverent? Almost to the point of servility. Xuan accepted the spatial ring. Lu Qian heaved a sigh of relief, then beckoned to someone behind him. A moment later, the young woman from the Songlong clan was brought over. "Young master, after we rescued this girl, we have not laid a finger on her. She remains completely untouched." As if afraid Xuan might misunderstand, Lu Qian added, "But during this time she often cried by herself, so her face has gotten a bit dirty." Xuan nodded, walked up to the young woman, and reached out to wipe away the still damp tears at the corners of her eyes. "What is your name?" The young woman raised her head and looked at him calmly. "Long Lon." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and not a trace of emotion could be heard in it. Xuan nodded, took her hand, and said, "Let's go." Long Lon did not resist. She simply let Xuan lead her, walking quietly beside him. Seeing Xuan and the others walk away like that, Lu Qian grew anxious and was about to say something when a storage pouch was tossed over. He caught it in a fluster and sank his spiritual sense into it. A dazzling immortal light filled his sight. Wherever he looked, there were immortal crystals. Lu Qian was stunned. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. He stood there dumbfounded. The others saw only Lu Qian, an immortal lord realm cultivator, standing foolishly, without moving a muscle, as if he had been scared stiff. So he's the one from private room No. 9. Which faction's heir could he be to carry 1,000,000 immortal crystals on him? I don't know. I've never seen this young master before. When the others saw Xuan holding Long Lan's hand, they realized he was the person from private room No. 9, and could not help whispering among themselves. Seeing Xuan approach, they also instinctively parted to both sides. With wealth like his, the force behind him had to be terrifyingly powerful. They had no wish to court trouble. Outside the Wanbao auction house. At this moment, a cultivator had just emerged from the venue and looked up only to see that the people who had left the auction house had not gone away. Instead, they had all gathered there in a dense, dark crowd. Even other cultivators and street vendors were standing there as well, every one of them staring up at the sky with extreme shock on their faces. He could not help looking up as well, and in that instant he was stunned speechless. In the void, countless figures stood there, all fully encased in armor. Their exposed eyes held an utter indifference toward living beings and seethed with savage, bloodthirsty intent. The murderous aura radiating from each of them was thick beyond measure. The boundless killing intent converged into an endless black cloud that nearly covered the entire Tianling city. Moreover, not one of their auras was below the Sage realm. Although they did not release their might, their mere presence made it impossible for people to harbor even a sliver of thought of resistance. Even the void they occupied seemed unable to bear this oppressive pressure as cracks spread outward like a spider web. "Thighs. Are they the Tianling guards?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "It should be. Those in black armor are ordinary Tianling guards, those in red armor are deputy commanders at the Supreme Realm, and those in purple armor are chief commanders at the Emperor Realm." Hiss. At a glance, there are as many as several thousand deputy commanders at the Supreme Realm alone, and over 100 chief commanders at the Emperor Realm. Moreover, dozens of them are at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. Who are they preparing to make war on? I don't know, but I do know that with this force alone they could take some barren immortal domains. Isn't that the third prince? Why is he here too? Someone spotted the third prince standing at the very front of the Tianling guards, and asked curiously. He certainly is. Judging by his expression, it seems he's waiting for someone to come out. Waiting for someone. Someone was puzzled, but then immediately thought of something. Could it be that the person in private room No. 14 at that auction was the third prince? They made such a big show just to wait for the person in private room No. 9 to come out so as to wash away the humiliation of failing to win the immortal wine earlier. What immortal wine? What humiliation. Hearing that someone did not know what had happened inside, he recounted the previous events. So that's what happened. The person in private room no. 9 is probably in for trouble. With this many Tianling guards he'll probably be scared out of his wits. Exactly. So what if you're rich? In the end you still have to bow before absolute power. Shh, quiet. Just watch. You don't get to see a spectacle this big, every day. The crowd said no more, all eyes fixed on the entrance of the Wanbao auction house. In the void the third prince looked down from high above, his face free of joy or sorrow. Your Highness, this time, we brought 5 million Tianling guards, as well as 2,000 deputy commanders, and 100 chief commanders. The moment that person from private room no. 9 comes out he'll be scared out of his mind. I'm already looking forward to seeing him kneel and beg for mercy. He'd better take a look at where he is. Daring to oppose us. He doesn't even know what the word death means. The third prince was utterly indifferent to their words. Suddenly a sharp glint flashed through his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint sneer. He's out. Under the gaze of everyone, Xuan walked out, holding Long Lan's little hand. So they're the ones from room 9. That should be right, that little girl is the one they won for 5 million spirit stones at auction. Then we'd better stay far away lest we get caught up when fighting breaks out. As they spoke, all the onlookers retreated, thousands of zhang instantly clearing a vast space around the 10,000 treasures auction house. What's going on? Why is everyone running away from us, as if we were plague bearers? Chu Jingtian blustered. Father, look at the sky. Chu Jingyang pointed toward the heavens, his face filled with shock. Look at the sky. What's there to see in the sky? Chu Jingtian swaggered forward and looked up. The next moment his eyes widened like bronze bells. Holy crap. So many people. Who are they here to fight? Chu Jingtian glanced at the others, and seeing them staring back at him, as if he were an idiot, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. They're not here for us, are they? Father, you're so smart. You're the best. Chu Jingyang said, giving his old man a thumbs up. Get lost. Chu Jingtian cursed and hurriedly ran back. He knew very well that only by staying beside young Master Gu was he safe now. So many sovereign emperors in the sky, terrifying enough to scare a man to death. Gu Xian slightly raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the third prince. The latter smiled faintly and said, Fellow Taoist, I am the third prince of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty. That celestial brew is a birthday gift I painstakingly sought for my imperial father. Would fellow Taoist be willing to part with it and transfer that immortal wine to me? As a token of gratitude, so long as you remain within the Tianling Immortal Dynasty, no matter what happens, just mention my name. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. The third prince's words immediately stirred envy among the surrounding crowd. The third prince is truly kind-hearted, willing to trade his favor for that jar of celestial brew. If it were me, I would have agreed right away. It's just a jar of wine. Being able to exchange it for a favor from the third prince of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty is an incredible bargain. Exactly. Also, the third prince said that celestial brew was prepared as a birthday gift for his father. With such filial devotion, I think no matter who it was, they would be happy to help make it happen. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their words full of admiration for the third prince. He believed that with his words and the millions of Tianling guards behind him, Gu Xian would not be so tactless. Yet to his surprise, Gu Xian simply pulled Long Lan and walked away as if his words were nothing but flatulence. The third prince's expression instantly stiffened. His smile gradually faded and a hint of gloom gathered in his eyes. It seems fellow Taoist is unwilling. Then I shall have to resort to another method. The crowd below grew wildly excited. Now the show begins. Let's see what gives this brat the nerve to keep putting on airs. Exactly. The third prince pleaded with him so kindly, and I've never seen anyone so ungrateful. The third prince watched Gu Xian's retreating figure and said calmly, Commander Liu, your subordinate is here. A grand commander of the Tianling guards at the 4th level of the Emperor realm stepped forward to the third prince's side. The latter gave a slight signal with his eyes, and the Emperor realm commander nodded before reaching out a hand toward Gu Xian. As he extended his hand, boundless spiritual energy surged across heaven and earth, condensing into an enormous palm 1,000,000 zhang wide that swept down to seize Gu Xian and the others. Seeing the overwhelming force of that palm, the onlookers could not help retreating tens of thousands of zhang again. Even though the strike was not aimed at them, the imperial might contained within made them tremble. Long Lan stayed close beside Gu Xian. With that he extended a slender finger, and without even looking pointed directly at Commander Liu. Bang! With a thunderous boom, Commander Liu's body, along with his primordial spirit, exploded into pieces. The onlookers were all shocked. What had they just witnessed? That Emperor realm commander of the Tianling guards had been blown apart with a single point of a finger. Even a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the Emperor realm could not pierce and detonate another Emperor realm expert with one finger. Could this young man be an immortal lord? Everyone turned to look at Gu Xian with astonishment and suspicion. I underestimated you. the third prince said calmly, not the slightest ripple stirred by the Grand Commander's death. But so what if you're an immortal lord? As he spoke, a hint of manic glee surfaced in the third prince's eyes. You may not know this. The Tianling guards were made to slay immortal lords. Tianling guards, hear my command, the third prince roared. Immortal slaying dragon art. Yes. 5 million Tianling guards bellowed in unison, and their voices made the very heavens and earth tremble. The spectators below instantly turned pale, and some even fell to their knees. Then amid the people's shocked gazes, waves of killing intent radiated from every Tianling guard, and slowly converged in the void. Within just a few minutes, 5 black dragons condensed from killing intent manifested. Each was hundreds of thousands of zhang long, all bearing fangs and brands. The sky had already become dim, bolts of thunder swirling about, as murderous aura saturated the heavens. Do you see now? Each of those black dragons is comparable to a first heaven immortal lord, and here there are no fewer than 5. The third prince sneered savagely. Did you think it ended there? Where are the Tianling guard commanders? We are here. The 2,000 deputy commanders and several hundred grand commanders shouted in unison, and boundless killing intent erupted from their bodies, soaring into the air. Before long, an even more massive black dragon appeared, its body stretching 1,000,000 miles. Its great dragon eyes brimmed with boundless slaughter. This one is comparable to a third heaven immortal lord. How about that? Madness filled the third prince's eyes. I admit that when it comes to immortal crystals, I am no man. I will ask once more, hand over the celestial brew or not. As his voice fell, the 6 black dragons roared at Xuan in unison. It's hard to imagine. These several million Tianling guards are actually a match for 6 immortal lords. How terrifying. With such might, I refuse to believe he can withstand it. Some with weaker cultivation retreated, another hundreds of thousands of zhang at this point, while those with stronger cultivation remained where they stood, fully channeling their spiritual energy to shield themselves. Witnessing this, Long Lan instinctively tightened her arms around Xuan. The third prince stared hard at Xuan, yet the look of terror he expected never appeared. Xuan gently patted Long Lan's head and murmured, "Don't be afraid." With that, Long Lan saw Xuan slowly extend a single hand toward the third prince and his forces, then gently close it. Then before her incredulous eyes, the millions of Tianling guards and the 6 immortal lord-tier black dragons burst apart in an instant. All that remained was the third prince, still frozen in a howling roar. Blood rain soaked nearly the whole of Tianling City. Warm fluid splattered onto the onlookers, yet it only chilled them to the very bone. Gone. Just gone. Those millions of heavenly spirit guards, and those thousands of deputy commanders and chief commanders. All gone just like that. Some with strength like this. He likely far surpasses an ordinary immortal lord. That white-robed youth's cultivation is at least the 8th heaven of immortal lord, perhaps even 9th heaven. Immortal lord, 9th heaven. Astonishment filled their eyes. Within the Tianhuang ancient realm, with the immortal emperors absent and immortal kings in hiding, the power of an immortal lord at 9th heaven was basically enough to strut unchecked through most immortal domains. Could the very youth they had just been mocking actually be a pinnacle powerhouse at the 9th heaven of immortal lord? Fear flickered in the eyes of most present. When they had mocked Xuan moments ago, they had certainly piled on the flames. If this white-robed youth intended to settle scores with them, how could they survive? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Fellow cultivators, I dare not stay here any longer. One person said with trembling voice, already circulating spiritual power, to flee this place. It wasn't only him. The others who had mocked Xuan also tried to flee at once. But the next moment, what's going on? Why can't I move? And my spiritual power feels sealed. Someone cried out in panic, his face flushing crimson, yet he could not summon even a trace of spiritual power. Even I have Emperor Realm 9th heaven cultivation. How am I unable to move now? At this, panic seized them all. If even a mighty expert at Emperor Realm 9th heaven could not break free, what hope remained for them? Could it be him? They raised their heads in terror and saw Xuan smiling at them. Why the rush to leave? Aren't you all so fond of watching the excitement? There's still a grand show to come. Leaving without seeing it would surely be a pity. Though they were far away, they heard every word clearly. Xuan's smile was warm, but to their eyes that smiling expression was like a demon's, making them tremble uncontrollably. My lord, we were wrong. Please forgive our insolence. Don't bother with the likes of us, please, we beg you. They stammered, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Xuan shook his head slightly. That won't do. Hearing this, they fell into utter despair. At that moment, the third prince in the void also regained his senses. He lowered his head to look at his robes, now dyed deep crimson by blood with bits of flesh and viscera. He drew a deep breath and glanced backward in sheer terror, but his mind wavered, and he nearly fell from. How could this happen? He murmured to himself, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Millions of heavenly spirit guards had all died in an instant. and so many deputy commanders and the chief commanders. If his imperial father learned of this, he would be furious. For a moment his heart was thrown into panic. "Isn't it my turn to question you now?" Gu Xian said with a faint smile. The next moment a spiritual power palm silently materialized and clenched the third prince firmly in its grip. "Now this immortal wine, do you want it or not?" Seeing the hint of mockery in Gu Xian's eyes, the third prince's face flushed red with rage. He desperately circulated his spiritual power, trying to escape the giant spiritual palm. Yet to his despair, even with Emperor Realm 9th Heaven cultivation, he could do nothing. "Answer me. The immortal wine, do you want it or not?" Gu Xian's voice grew cold. The third prince felt his body about to explode. Finally, he could no longer. "Father, save me," he shouted with his Emperor Realm cultivation, and in an instant the cry spread for tens of millions of miles. The next second the distant void shattered open and a man appeared clad in a dragon-embroidered robe and wearing a flat celestial crown. He looked young, only about 30-something, but the moment he appeared an overwhelming sword intent surged from him. The spiritual power between heaven and earth seemed to grow incredibly sharp, like countless swords of spiritual power, stinging people's skin painfully. "Thank goodness." The man glanced at the third prince, then looked at Gu Xian and said in a deep voice, "Sir, I am Ji Xuanling, sovereign of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty. If there is any grievance, let us discuss it." "Release him first." "Release him?" Gu Xian smiled. "Very well." As he spoke, the giant spiritual palm suddenly clenched hard. The third prince instantly bled from all 7 orifices, his entire body turning dark red. Then the giant palm loosened, and as the third prince's body began to fall, it drifted to Ji Zunling's side. Ji Xianling reached out and lifted the third prince in his arms. Seeing the awful state of him, his heart shuddered. "Liar. Faff. I'm sorry. I failed to obtain your birthday gift." Ji Tianli felt his vision fading to black, but he still clung to the last bit of strength, speaking haltingly. "I mobilized 5 million heavenly spirit guards, and several thousand deputy commanders, and over 100 chief commanders, but they are all gone. Forgive me, father. I only wanted to get your birthday gift. I'm sorry." As he spoke, he fell silent for good. "Liar." A tear traced down Ji Zunling's face. He placed the dead Ji Tianli into a spatial ring, then raised his head to look at Gu Xian and said expressionlessly, "You killed my most beloved son." Gu Xian nodded. And then, "Oi, I can see that you are strong, but no matter what, today I will make you kneel before Liar's grave and guard his spirit for eternity." As he spoke, Ji Zunling's aura as an immortal lord at 8th heaven burst forth violently. Terrifying immortal might instantly filled all of Tianling City and spread out hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. "Is that all? Then I'm afraid your wish will come to nothing," Gu Xian said, seemingly regretful. "Of course it's not just me." Ji Zunling's eyes were cold. With a flicker of his hand, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his palm. "And the heavenly spirit guards." As he finished speaking, he crushed the jade pendant. The next moment this space became extremely unstable. Within a few breaths, countless spatial passages appeared, and heavenly spirit guards stepped out from them one after another. Moments later, tens of millions of heavenly spirit guards stood in the void. Even the vast Tianling city was darkened. And beside Ji Xuanling, the space shattered, and 5 figures radiating immortal might stepped out clad in golden armor that dazzled the eyes. "Are these enough?" Countless Tianling guards densely filled the sky above Tianling city, an endless aura of deadly menace surging skyward. Every person in Tianling city was terrified by the sight, gazing up in fear, unable to understand what was about to happen. "Your Majesty, may I ask why you have summoned us?" A Tianling guard, immortal general in golden armor, clasped his hands and bowed to Ji Xianling. He was somewhat puzzled. Ji Xianling had just crushed the Tianling talisman's master seal, and every Tianling guard carried a sub-seal. Once the master seal shattered, all of them would be teleported to the place where it broke. The Tianling talisman's master seal had always been in Ji Xuanling's possession. Logically, he would only shatter it to summon them when the survival of the Tianling Immortal Dynasty was at stake. But here, the 5 immortal generals looked around but saw no signs of a great enemy. "He killed Tianli," Ji Xianling said, looking at Gu Xian with a calm expression. "I summoned you all because I alone have no confidence in defeating him. He killed the third prince." Hearing this, the 5 immortal generals turned to look at Gu Xian clad in white robes on the ground, their eyes filled with shock. They were not shocked that Ji Tianli had been killed, but that His Majesty, a mighty figure at the 8th level of the Immortal Lord Realm, still had no confidence in defeating this white-robed man. Was this man truly that powerful? Suddenly one of the immortal generals frowned. He stared at the blood mist before him, his voice trembling slightly. I sense my son's aura. How can this be?" The other immortal generals were about to speak, but all froze because they too sensed their own sons' auras from the blood mist. Could they all have died? One immortal general seemed unable to believe it. His eyes inadvertently swept down and saw that pool of shattered flesh and blood on the ground, his son's remains. The next moment he stood there as though struck by a heavy blow. Impossible, impossible. How could my son die? He muttered like a man possessed, but then an endless savage ferocity filled his eyes. Give me back my son's life, he roared, throwing a punch at Xuan. How terrifying was the furious strike of a third-level immortal lord. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly turned violet. A fist glowed. Tens of millions of zhang and sighs appeared, carrying boundless killing intent as it blasted toward Xuan. All the buildings in Tianling City instantly collapsed into ruins. Even the ground split open with cracks more than 10,000 zhang deep, spreading like a spiderweb. If this punch came down, the entire Tianling City, and everything within 10 million li, would be reduced to nothingness. Don't act rashly. Seeing that the general had actually thrown that punch, Ji Xianling was greatly alarmed. He moved to stop him, but it was already too late. Xuan watched the immortal general charging at him with sky-high hatred, his expression utterly unmoved. I have always enjoyed helping people fulfill their wishes. Since you and your son are so eager to meet, I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, he casually extended a finger and pointed at the immortal general. It's over, Ji Xianling murmured. The next moment, before the eyes of tens of millions of Tianling guards, the immortal general exploded in midair. Seeing this, the remaining immortal generals suddenly came to their senses, and much of the hatred in their eyes dissipated. They exchanged glances, each seeing deep horror in the other's eyes. With a single finger, he had blown up an immortal general at the third level of the Immortal Lord realm. The strength of this white-robed young man was terrifying beyond words. Now do you understand why I summoned every Tianling guard? Ji Xianling said in a deep voice. The remaining men nodded, their faces heavy with solemnity. Your Majesty is right. This man is indeed very powerful. But he killed the third prince, and he killed our sons. If this vengeance is not exacted, what face does the Tianling immortal dynasty have left to stand in the Tianhuang ancient realm? I will certainly avenge this, Ji Xianling said slowly. But we must do it in another way. As he spoke, a long sword flashed into his hand. He raised the long sword high. In that moment, boundless spiritual energy converged upon him, and behind him a towering emperor's phantom, trillions of zhang tall, loomed faintly. He said in a deep voice, Tianling guards, hear my command. Hear. The voices of tens of millions of Tianling guards erupted, their dreadful might causing the void to tremble, even piercing the heavens and spreading into the boundless universe. King-devouring dragon art. As Ji Xuanling's voice fell, endless killing intent surged from the tens of millions of Tianling guards and slowly converged. After a moment, a black dragon tens of thousands of times larger than before slowly took shape. The black dragon, formed from pure killing intent, let out a furious roar. Under the terrified gaze of countless people, this stretch of heaven and earth abruptly cracked apart, revealing a boundless, desolate expanse beyond. Not enough. Ji Xianling gritted his teeth, turning to the four immortal generals. You join in too. The four immortal generals exchanged glances, then nodded. Whoosh. For streams of solidified killing intent, dozens of zhang wide, and over 1,000 zhang long, rose from the tops of their heads and merged into the black dragon in the sky. In an instant, the killing intent in the black dragon's scarlet eyes grew even fiercer. With a single breath of dragon fire, it pierced straight through thousands of ancient stars, and its remaining force continued undiminished into the depths of the universe. Not done yet. With a thought, Ji Xianling conjured a golden dragon coiling in the air behind him. This is the national fortune dragon of my Tianling immortal dynasty. It was formed from the spiritual will of my dynasty's countless subjects. Now I offer it to the king-devouring black dragon. As Ji Xianling finished speaking, the golden dragon let out a long cry and plunged into the black dragon's mouth. The next moment, the king-devouring black dragon's aura began to soar violently. This stretch of heaven and earth seemed unable to bear its existence. Space shattered inch by inch, and boundless world-destroying thunder coiled around it. This is the kind of might only an immortal king possesses. Those who had been frozen in place by Xuan looked at this world-destroying scene, and rather than fear, felt joy. Before such a terrifying, world-destroying black dragon, they refused to believe this man could withstand it. Kid, aren't you great at putting on airs? Go on, keep putting on airs now. Your legs must have already gone weak from fear. With the Tianling sovereign here, we'll see how much longer you can keep acting tough. And you said you wanted us to watch a show. Are we supposed to watch you embarrass yourself and kneel begging for mercy? They mocked Xuan without restraint, as if they could already see him kneeling and begging for mercy. Ji Xianling looked at Xuan with a cold expression. This king-devouring black dragon has gathered the killing intent of tens of millions of Tianling guards and devoured the national fortune power that the Tianling immortal dynasty has accumulated for 1,000,000 years. Now its cultivation is already enough to rival a third-level immortal king. Now will my wish still come to nothing? Xuan looked at him calmly and said nothing. Just then a figure hurried out of the Wanbao auction house. The moment he came out, he stared at the black dragon in the sky with utmost horror. Such an astonishing aura, stronger even than the Grand Stewards at least above the third level of the Immortal King realm. This person was none other than Xuan. He had just been communicating telepathically with the third steward and the others, reporting the profits earned today. Especially when the third steward heard that someone had paid 1,000,000 immortal crystals for that jug of immortal wine, he was overjoyed and hastily instructed Xuan to make sure Xuan was well taken care of and to turn Xuan into a regular client. Just as Xuan kept replying in agreement, the next moment, he felt heaven and earth shake along with several immortal-level auras. Only then did he rush out in alarm to see what had happened. Xuan immediately saw Xuanling, whose face was cold and whose eyes were full of killing intent. Then he turned back and looked at Xuan, who remained perfectly composed. For a moment his head ached. Damn it, no way. The big client and the boss were actually fighting. Xuan really did not want to face such a situation, but recalling the third steward's instructions, he could only steel himself and say to Xuanling, "Brother Ji, for the sake of our Wanbao auction house, can you let this matter go?" "Your face." Xuanling snorted coldly, shooting a glance at Xuan, whose heart trembled. "Manager Lu, I advise you not to meddle in this. The vengeance for a son's murder is irreconcilable. Even if your Grand Steward were here, it would be useless. Whoever blocks me, I will kill." Seeing that Xuanling's eyes were not those of someone joking, Xuan could only glance at Xuan and say helplessly, "Forgive me, young master." Naturally, he would not risk his life against Xuanling over a mere instruction from the third steward. Besides, in a situation like this, even risking his life would only mean death. With that, he waved his hand, took the Wanbao auction house personnel with him, and in a flash moved to a place thousands of li away. He gazed at distant Tianling City and sighed inwardly. He had just encountered such a wealthy patron, and in the blink of an eye the man was about to be gone. "Manager, do you think that young master will survive?" someone asked. "Impossible." Xuan shook his head. "That black dragon's aura is even stronger than the Grand Steward's. For that young master to survive, either he would have to be an immortal king himself, or he would need an immortal king-level being to protect him." In Xuan's view, neither of these conditions was possible. He did not believe that someone as young as Xuan could have reached the Immortal King realm. Although glancing at Xuan moments ago had nearly made him lose his mind, he thought Xuan had probably only cultivated some kind of mental secret art. He had been caught off guard and fallen for it. As for the second possibility, it was even more impossible. In the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, immortal kings were extremely rare. In total, there were probably only a few dozen. What force would have an immortal king protecting a single person at all times? He could only sigh that this young master had been far too arrogant. Tianling City. Xuan's robes fluttered and his black hair drifted in the wind. Looking at the world-destroying black dragon coiled atop Xuanling's long sword, he shook his head slightly. "In your eyes this may be your strongest strike, but in my eyes it is no different from a mere ant." As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers and lightly swept them before him. A sword light spanning heaven and earth hundreds of millions of li long appeared. Before it, be it the world-destroying black dragon or the Tianling guards, all were as fragile as paper. As the sword light scattered down, everything else except Xuanling was reduced to nothingness. As that world-stunning sword light dissipated, this heaven and earth revealed itself once more. In the void, it had become utterly empty. The sky-covering Tianling guards were now gone without a trace, leaving only Xuanling standing there alone. Thousands of miles away, Xuan's old eyes bulged wider than copper bells. He simply could not believe that the cataclysmic sword light had been unleashed by Xuan. Moreover, he had not borrowed any immortal artifact. There wasn't even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. With merely 2 fingers, he had displayed such overwhelming might. What level of cultivation had this young master reached? Xuan let out a bitter laugh. Just moments ago, he had been confidently asserting that Xuan certainly didn't possess the cultivation of an immortal king, and now he had been slapped in the face so quickly. What grieved him even more was that he had missed a tremendous opportunity to build a good relationship with this young. Had he known how powerful this young master was, he would never have fled no matter what. Even standing nearby and shouting a few words of encouragement would have been infinitely better than running away outright. But now everything was too late. Above Tianling City, Xuanling's body was still trembling slightly. That sword light just now was simply too terrifying. He merely glanced at it and felt as if his physical body and even his soul were about to be severed. He considered himself a prodigy of the sword path, having devoted millions of years to bitter cultivation. Along the road to immortality, he had slain countless monstrosities with his long sword. Yet before this single sword strike, he felt that even if he cultivated for tens of millions more years, he could not produce 1/10th of that sword light's might. His eyes lowered, he slowly set down his long sword and gave a self-deprecating smile. To witness this sword strike in this lifetime, I suppose I did not walk this world in vain. But what a pity, liar. Your father was unable to avenge you. Ji Xianling raised his head to look at Gu Xian and said calmly, make your move. The moment he uttered those two words, Gu Xian thrust out a finger. Boom. Ji Xuanling's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Still trying to act profound in front of me, Gu Xian muttered. In the distance, those who had mocked Gu Xian earlier stood with mouths agape, unable to close them. Their eyes looked as if they had seen a ghost filled with nothing but terror. Is he human or god? What kind of being did we just mock? Their faces were ashen and despair filled their hearts. He had wiped out the tens of millions of Tianling guards, who had descended with murderous intent that shook the heavens, without the slightest effort. It was simpler than stepping on a swarm of ants. Gu Xian turned his head to look at those people in the distance. His face was expressionless. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly erased them from this world. Those who had not mocked Gu Xian could only watch helplessly as the people beside them turned to ashes in a few short breaths. They swallowed hard. Suddenly, they felt the sealing power disappear. The seal is gone. At first they were stunned, then overjoyed. Without saying a word, they immediately activated their spiritual energy at full force and transformed into streaks of light, fleeing from this place. They would rather hunt Immortal Realm beasts than remain here for another second. Long Lan had witnessed everything from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes rested on Gu Xian, filled with sheer shock. With her slightly parted lips, she looked rather adorably dazed. All the trouble is resolved. Oh, we should head back now. Gu Xian ruffled Long Lan's little head and said with a smile, so, am I impressive? Long Lan nodded stupidly, then said with a serious expression, can you help me with something? What is it? Gu Xian asked. Help me take revenge. Long Lan said solemnly. As long as you help me take revenge, you'll be yours. Gu Xian found it rather amusing and laughed. As I recall, you were obtained through my auction. You're already That's different. Long Lan shook her head. What you've obtained now is only my body, not my heart. But to me it's enough to have your body. Whether I have your heart or not doesn't matter. Gu Xian smiled. Hearing this, Long Lan froze slightly. Her expression gradually calmed, and the hope in her eyes faded. All right, I see. With that, she stood there in silence, saying no more. Seeing this, Gu Xian stopped teasing her. Do you know why I bought? Because you covet my body. Long Lan's face was frosty. Covet your body. Gu Xian was genuinely amused by her words. He seriously gave her a thorough look from head to toe. You have no chest and no rear. How can you have the nerve to say I covet your body? You. Long Lan's face flushed red. Pointing at Gu Xian with a slender jade-like finger, she finally forced out a sentence, I'm still young, anyway they'll grow bigger later. Gu Xian waved his hand and chuckled. All right, let's not argue about size. Let's get back to the main point. Why did I buy you? Well, I suppose I was just too bored and wanted to watch something interesting. What do you mean? Long Lan was puzzled. Your clansmen were killed by an immortal emperor, weren't they? Gu Xian looked into Long Lan's eyes and asked. How do you know that? Long Lan was astonished. You don't need to worry about how I know. Gu Xian smiled. An immortal emperor to me can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. But if I did that, it would lose much of its fun. Long Lan, I want to see you avenge your clan yourself. You personally slaying that immortal emperor, Gu Xian said. I think that would be quite interesting. Long Lan seemed to hear an absurd fantasy. She sneered me. Kill that immortal emperor. Even if you don't want to help, you don't need to mock me like this. Chu Jingtian and the others nearby also didn't understand what Gu Xian was saying. While they wholeheartedly believed that Gu Xian himself could destroy an immortal emperor with a snap of his fingers, the idea of this girl, who was only at the core formation stage, killing an immortal emperor seemed to them less likely than a pig ascending to immortality. Becoming an immortal emperor. How difficult it was. In their Tianhuang ancient realm, it had been so long since an immortal emperor last appeared. The last time someone attained the Tao of immortal emperor was hundreds of epochs ago, truly too ancient. So many brilliant geniuses and monstrous prodigies spent their entire lives stuck at the emperor realm, unable to even reach immortal lord, let alone immortal emperor. Why would I mock you? Gu Xian said. Your talent is decent. As long as you cultivate for a long time, you too can become an immortal emperor. Really? Hope appeared on Long Lan's face again. Then how long would I need to cultivate? 10,000 years. Or 100,000 years. You overestimate yourself. I only said your talent was decent. Gu Xian reached out a hand to her, then opened it. Give it around 50 million years, and that should suffice. 50 million years to become an immortal emperor. Chu Jingtian and the others looked at Long Lan with shock in their eyes. Could this girl from the Azure Dragon clan really have such astonishing talent? 50 million years to attain the Tao of immortal emperor. How enviable. 50 million years. Long Lan murmured, a trace of fear revealing itself in her eyes. It's too long. Just thinking about it makes me feel powerless. Didn't you want to take revenge? What is this bit of time to you? Gu Xian said. Even if I could become an immortal emperor after 50 million years, that person couldn't have been standing still. He would definitely keep getting stronger. I would never be able to avenge my clan. Long Lan's eyes flashed with dejection. Gu Xian gently shook his head and smiled. I can't wait 50 million years, but 50 days I can afford to wait. After saying this, Gu Xian waved his hand. Chu Jingtian and the others only felt their vision go dark. The next second they appeared in an unknown universe. Looking around, everything was pitch black. There wasn't a single star, and the desolation was terrifying. Where's this? Long Lan asked, looking around in confusion. The Palace of Time. As Gu Xian lightly waved his sleeve, a grand, magnificent, ancient bronze palace, soaring 10 million zhang, appeared in the distance. At the same time, a voice filled with antiquity and decay resounded. Those who trespass the ancient Palace of Time shall fall into the 9 netherworlds forever. Then to their horror, Chu Jingtian and the others saw an enormous gray-white palm stretching across hundreds of millions of miles, swatting toward them. That colossal palm seemed to shroud the entire world, cracking the very universe apart as boundless temporal force coiled around it. To so much as brush against it would instantly cost 1 million years of lifespan. Chu Jingtian and the others stood there dumbfounded, almost forgetting to breathe. This single strike was so terrifying that it could likely shatter the entire Tianhuang ancient realm. They dared not imagine how formidable the being capable of delivering such a palm must be. Even an immortal king would be no more than an ant before this palm. Just what kind of place had young Master Gu brought them to? A pallor also crept across Long Lan's young face, for she had experienced the might of an immortal emperor more profoundly than anyone. Yet even the immortal emperor, who had once annihilated her Songlong clan, was far inferior to this palm. 9 heavens of immortal emperor cultivation. You must be the strongest of the temple guardians. Gu Xian cast a single indifferent glance, and the giant palm encompassing the entire universe instantly dissipated. Then he reached out, piercing through countless layers of void barriers. The next moment, when he withdrew his hand, he was already holding an old man robed entirely in black. The latter was still completely dumbfounded, staring at Gu Xian in shock. Thighs. You. I. Seeing him stammering incoherently, Gu Xian said, You don't need to worry about how I found you. From now on, this temple of time belongs to me. Any objections? Hearing this, the old man's aged face immediately darkened with displeasure. Impossible. The temple of time is the ancestral treasure of my guardian clan. I cannot hand it over to. Before he could finish, Gu Xian seized his neck with one hand and applied a slight pressure. With a bang, the old man dissolved into a puff of drifting ashes. Chu Jingtian and the others watched from behind, utterly stunned. Damn. An immortal emperor, an 8-layer immortal emperor no less, had just been crushed with a single hand by the young master, as easily as snapping a twig. Truly a man of few words and ruthless action. Long Lan stared at Gu Xian, her face full of shock. He could destroy an immortal emperor with a flick of his fingers, so he really hadn't been bragging. Follow me. Gu Xian took Long Lan's hand, and with a single step arrived before the gates of the Temple of Time. Go on in, Gu Xian said, looking at her. Inside the Temple of Time, 1,000,000 years pass for every single day that elapses outside. 50 days from now, I will come to take you out. 50 days. That's 50 million years. A look of terror appeared on Long Lan's face, and she slowly retreated. No, I won't go in. I don't want to stay in there alone for tens of millions of years. I feel like I'd go insane. Gu Xian gazed at her calmly. Aren't you seeking vengeance? What's the matter? No longer interested? It seems your parents and your clansmen never meant that much to you after all. Long Lan shook her head, her voice trembling with tears. No, it's not what you think. I want revenge. I think of nothing but revenge every moment. But 50 million years is just too long. Is there any other way? As long as it doesn't take this long, I can accept it. There is none. Gu Xian replied, his expression icy. Go inside. Don't make me say it a third time. Please don't. Don't do this. Long Lan bowed her head as 2 streaks of tears traced down her cheeks. Clang. A long sword appeared in Gu Xian's hand. Gazing at Long Lan, who was on the verge of breaking down, he remained as indifferent as ever. Go inside, or I will kill you with this sword right now. Long Lan raised her head with difficulty, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hadn't he just purchased her only a few hours ago? Hadn't he been chatting and laughing with her moments before? How had he become so cold-blooded all of a sudden? Through their brief contact over those few short hours, she had come to view Gu Xian as a warm, sunny older brother figure. But now he was actually threatening to kill her if she didn't go in. The faint warmth that had just begun to kindle within Long Lan's heart was now utterly extinguished. She stopped sobbing and stared coldly at Gu Xian. To you, I'm just a tool to relieve your boredom, aren't I? What else would you be? Gu Xian countered. Hearing that answer, the last shred of hope lingering in Long Lan's heart vanished completely. She let out a self-deprecating smile, took a deep breath, and walked toward the ancient hall without looking back. Creak. The colossal bronze doors of the ancient Temple of Time slowly swung open, releasing an endless current of temporal essence from within. Gazing into the darkness ahead, Long Lan felt no trace of fear in her heart. She paused briefly at the threshold, then, after a few seconds, stepped directly into the temple. As she entered, the bronze doors slowly closed behind her. Chu Jingtian and the others came to Gu Xian's side. Only after Long Lan had gone in did they ask, "Young master, isn't this a little too cruel for a girl just over 10 years old?" "Yes. The torment of time is such that even great immortal lords and immortal kings, after secluding themselves for several million or even over 10 million years, cannot endure it and must come out for air. Given that young girl's temperament, 50 million years alone inside this ancient hall, she might truly lose her mind." Lin Donghe also sighed. Gu Xian stowed his long sword and said calmly, "If you want to grow strong, there is no shortcut. Only those who can endure the greatest loneliness and solitude are qualified to become true powerhouses. I hope that 50 days from now she can give me a pleasant surprise," Gu Xian said, casting one last glance at the Temple of Time. Then he turned and stepped into the void, vanishing from the place along with Chu Jingtian and the others. The sacred land of 100 flowers. Ever since returning from the Hall of Time a few days ago, Gu Xian had remained at the 100 Flowers sacred land. Upon hearing of his return, Hua Yueying promptly handed over the mountain of sect affairs to the elders and devoted herself entirely to keeping him company. As for Jiang Ziyue and Ling Hua, they seemed to have truly set their minds on competing with him. One remained in seclusion, cultivating within a mystic realm, while the other had entered closed-door meditation. No one knew when they would emerge. Within the immortal residence pavilion, Gu Xian reclined contentedly upon Hua Yueying's lap, while she gazed at him with tender affection, carefully kneading his shoulders. "My lord, why have you seemed so distracted these past few days? Surely your thoughts are still lingering on those two." Hua Yueying spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. One of them is in the prime of youth, while the other is mature and refined. Unlike me, who possesses neither quality. Gu Xian chuckled. "You truly need to be disciplined for that sharp tongue of yours." A blush crept across Hua Yueying's cheeks. "Very well then, punish me now," she said, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with unmistakable anticipation. Gu Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed Hua Yueying had already forgotten the pain of her past lesson. 2 days ago she had been unable to rise from bed after his attentions, and now barely recovered, she was already provoking him again. Just as he was about to speak, his mind stirred slightly, and a voice transmission jade slip appeared in his hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a voice emerged from within. "Brother, my Kamingafage ceremony is exactly 1 month away. Have you prepared my gift? You must return on time. Please don't forget." The voice was filled with pure innocence, tinged with playfulness and charm. "Is that your little sister?" Hua Yueying asked curiously. Gu Xian nodded. "Her name is Gu Yao." Hearing this, Hua Yueying said with envy, "With a brother like you, she must have grown up without a single care in the world. She may be carefree, but she has truly pestered me endlessly," Gu Xian said with a light laugh, a fond image surfacing in his mind. That little girl who had followed behind him since childhood, always insisting on holding his hand no matter where they went. Nearly 2 years had passed since he left the Gu clan. Perhaps it was time to return for a visit. But before that, he needed to figure out where to find a gift for the little girl. "Yueying, do you know what girls in their teens usually like?" "As expected, your real sister matters most after all." Hua Yueying pouted slightly while gazing at him, then sighed. "I wouldn't know about others, but back then I rather liked spirit beasts and the like. Fluffy little creatures, utterly adorable." "Spirit beasts." Gu Xian murmured, a glimmer of an idea forming in his mind. "That does seem like a splendid notion. But where would I get one?" Gu Xian said. "I can hardly just buy one from some street-side stall. If that girl ever found out I was so dismissive of her, she would be heartbroken." Hua Yueying cast a soulful glance at him and slowly spoke. "I recall someone mentioning that in the lower realm there exists a beast race, known as the Silver Moon Celestial Fox. Once every 100 years their clan births a celestial fox spirit seed. Rumor has it that the celestial fox spirit seed is extraordinarily adorable, and every time the time draws near, many young ladies from sacred lands and noble clans in the immortal realm descend to the lower realm, waiting specifically for the spirit seed to hatch, so they can bring it back as their cherished pet. By my calculations, the spirit seed should emerge within a day or two. If you leave now, my lord, you'll still make it in time. Delay any longer, and it will be gone." Hearing the trace of jealousy woven through every word Hua Yueying spoke, Gu Xian thought to himself, "Truly no woman who claims not to be jealous ever means it." Finished. Gu Xian sat up and asked. "Yes," Hua Yueying replied, watching him rise in slight surprise. Could it be that she had overdone it and her lord was displeased? At that thought her heart tightened. "My lord, I truly, A delicate cry escaped her lips. Gu Xian swept her up into his arms and said with a smile, "We can discuss the gift later. What matters most now is silencing those lips of yours." Hearing this, Hua Yueying's heart settled. It seemed she still held a place in her lord's heart. With a seductive smile she asked, "And which lips does my lord intend to silence?" "You'll find out soon enough." With that, their figures vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, in the lower realm within Cloud Province outside the territory of the Silver Moon Celestial Fox clan. At this moment, upon a vast expanse of open ground, people from over 100 factions had all gathered. Their eyes burned with fervor as they fixed upon a lake ahead where a pure white egg floated serenely in the air, wisps of visible spiritual energy continuously streaming into it from all directions. This was the Silver Moon Celestial Fox spirit seed, nurtured over 100 years, conceived from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The moment it hatched, it would possess cultivation at the peak of the core formation stage. Of course, none of those present were here for the spirit seed's cultivation level. Although peak core formation was considered formidable in the lower realm and could serve as an excellent combat asset back at one's sect or clan, in their eyes the true value of this celestial fox spirit seed far exceeded that. To them, selling it to the young ladies of those mighty forces descending from the upper realm was the only way to realize its greatest worth. Those young ladies were all fabulously wealthy and utterly smitten with fluffy little creatures. Practically every time whichever faction managed to obtain the celestial fox spirit seed would reap a fortune from the sale. The spirit seed is about to emerge, someone suddenly shouted, and all eyes turned toward the lake. Fine cracks began to spread across the surface of the egg. One by one they multiplied, growing larger and larger until at last the shell shattered, and from within emerged a snow-white celestial fox, pure and immaculate. Its body was small and exquisite, its features delicate and lovely. Its eyes were still tightly shut, yet its frame continued to greedily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spirit seed has hatched. Now then, as always, may the one best able to claim it win. A burly man stepped forward, a great saber across his shoulder radiating a fierce and intimidating presence. This celestial fox spirit seed belongs to my great saber sect. A third-rate faction dares to speak such arrogant nonsense. A cold feminine voice rang out from within the crowd. From the crowd, a cold and beautiful woman stepped forward. She wore a pale blue long dress with black hair hanging down to her waist. On her delicate face was a hint of disdain as she looked at the burly man. That's Qin Yenner of the Qin family. Wasn't she in seclusion these past few years? Why has she come here now? Someone recognized her and exclaimed, "I didn't expect her to come either." It seems that the struggle for the heavenly fox spirit seed this time will become. The burly man, however, seemed not to hear the surrounding chatter at all. He directly pointed his long blade at Qin Yenner and said in a deep voice, "I don't care about your Qin family or not. If you dare to block my path to fortune, I'll just cut you down with one slash." As he finished speaking, the aura of his mountain-moving realm fifth layer erupted violently, instantly causing flying sand and rolling stones over a dozen miles around. With a flicker, he appeared in front of Qin Yenner, his long blade carrying an extremely ferocious blade intent as it slashed toward her. Whoosh! A flash of sword light passed by, and the large man's figure abruptly halted. A line of blood emerged on his forehead, then spread downward from top to bottom. A hint of confusion surged in the man's eyes. Then with a thud his body fell to the ground, completely devoid of life. Hiss! The surrounding factions all drew in cold breaths, their gazes toward the woman, filled with even deeper shock. She struck so fast. I didn't even see when she drew her sword. Although this man was not strong, he was at least at the mountain-moving realm, yet he couldn't last even a single breath before Qin Yenner. Truly terrifying. Judging by this, after these years of seclusion, her strength should be close to the peak of the life-death realm. Someone analyzed. Very likely. For a moment, everyone looked at the corpse of the large man on the ground, and no one dared to step forward. What? Just killing a small fry has scared you all into silence. Another voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness came over. Everyone turned to look and saw a woman in a black dress with an extremely alluring face walking slowly toward them. Every move she made was full of temptation, constantly captivating the hearts of men. It's Sui of the Black Demon Valley. Even she has come. The crowd hastily parted to both sides, making a path for the black-dressed woman. This Sui was the heir of the Black Demon Valley, a top-ranked power in Yunzhou. She was also ranked second on the Yunzhou Prodigy list, one place higher than Qin Yenner, who was third. It was said that her cultivation base had already reached the 8th layer of the life-death realm several years ago. After so many years, no one knew what level she had reached now. Oh, isn't this the eldest miss of the Qin family? Sui looked at the expressionless Qin Yenner and said with a charming laugh, "It seems my arrival has not made you very happy." Sui, Qin Yenner looked at her coldly. With a turn of her fair hand, a graceful long sword appeared. She slowly exhaled a breath and said coldly, "Perfect. Last time we fought, we never decided the victor. Since you're here today, I might as well settle that score properly." Hearing this, Sui let out a soft sneer. "Not that I want to criticize you, Qin Yenner, but you were blessed with a pretty face. Why do you act like a man only knowing how to fight and kill all day long? If you keep this up, you might never find a husband. Qin Yinner's expression grew colder and colder. Finally, she drew her long sword and slashed it at a sword light. Hundreds of zhang long appeared. The fierce sword aura filled everyone present with terror, forcing them to circulate their spiritual energy to protect themselves. How powerful! This sword strike almost approaches the attack of a Tribulation Bridge realm expert. Everyone thought secretly. Watching the sword light flying toward her, Su Yi's expression changed slightly. With a light wave of her sleeve, she sent out a band of spiritual energy, dozens of zhang wide, dispersing it. However, she was thereby forced back dozens of zhang. The crowd burst into an uproar. From this, it was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. I never expected that in just a few short years you would become so strong. Su Yi smiled with no trace of anger on her face. However, I didn't come here today to fight with you. As she spoke, ripples suddenly appeared in the space here. Then under the utterly shocked gazes of the crowd, a young man in a golden robe stepped out of the void. Beside him, an old man in a black robe stood silently. Void traversal. Isn't this something only a Sage Realm great power can do? Could this man be a Sage Realm expert? The hearts of everyone around were churning with shock. Their eyes toward the man were full of terror and amazement. In the past, when the Heavenly Fox Spirit Seed appeared, the major powers of the upper realm would at most instruct the top powers of the lower realm to send Tribulation Bridge or Dao inquiring realm experts to seize the Spirit Seed and hand it over to the upper realm. Why this time did a Sage Realm expert come directly? When Su Yi saw the man appear, a thick joy spread across her face. She quickly bowed to him in greeting. Yi greets young master. The golden-robed man responded indifferently, then looked at the silver moon Heavenly Fox Spirit Seed in the lake ahead. Not bad. Even I find it somewhat appealing. I think that Divine Maiden of the Immortal Feathersword sect will like it too. The golden-robed man nodded in satisfaction and began to walk forward. Suddenly a sword light slashed over. Seeing this, the man frowned slightly. He made no move, and when the sword light was still 100 zhang away, it simply dissipated into nothing. The golden-robed man turned his head and saw Qin Yinner holding a long sword, saying coldly, "This Heavenly Fox Spirit Seed belongs to my Qin family." Su Yi looked at Qin Yinner, her face full of disbelief. "Qin Yinner, are you crazy? Do you know who this is?" "This young master is the divine son of the Wu family, an immortal lord clan from the upper realm. How dare you swing your sword at him?" Surge of shock rose in everyone's hearts again. An immortal lord was in existence who could cover the sky with one hand. A single punch could obliterate thousands of ancient stars. A single palm strike could shatter an entire continent. The Yunzhou they were in such an existence's eyes could probably be destroyed millions of times with a snap of the fingers. In their eyes, an immortal lord represented invincibility. And this man was actually the divine son of an immortal lord clan from the upper realm. For a moment, everyone here looked at the golden-robed man with eyes full of awe and reverence. "Young master, she actually attacked you. I think she should be killed as a warning to others," Su Yi said respectfully to the golden-robed man, then looked at Qin Yinner with a triumphant smile on her face. "So what if you're stronger than me? Now that you've offended the young master, you're going to die soon anyway." However, the golden-robed man did not make a move. He looked at Qin Yinner's cold and beautiful face, and his heart stirred slightly. "You have fair looks. You can be my maidservant. As for the sword strike you made at me earlier, I will let it slide." The golden-robed man smiled. In his view, since Su Yi had revealed his family background, this woman would have no reason to refuse. "Young master, she just attacked you. How could you? Who told you to speak?" The divine son of the Wu family gave her a cold glance, and Su Yi immediately dared not speak again, but her gaze at Qin Yinner was filled with intense malice. "Qin Yinner, it's all your fault. You stole the maidservant position that should have been mine." The divine son of the Wu family looked at Qin Yinner and smiled. "How about it?" Qin Yinner did not answer him. She simply used the long sword in her hand to slash out another sword light. The divine son of the Wu family's expression turned cold. Courting death. With a casual wave of his hand, he scattered the incomparably fierce sword light, then reached out toward Qin Yinner. Boom. The might of the Saint Realm erupted. A spiritual energy palmed thousands of zhang in size appeared, and the space in that place was instantly covered with cracks. Everyone present felt as if a mountain were pressing down on them, so heavy that they nearly fell to their knees. Their eyes were filled with terror. So this was the might of a Saint Realm Great One. How terrifying. Even though it was not directed at them, just this trace of saint might that leaked out was enough to annihilate them countless times. How did Qin Yinner dare to attack such a powerful being? They could not understand. Seeing this, Su Yi, who was standing nearby, could not help but burst into laughter. "Qin Yinner, you have truly let cultivation rot your brain. The young lord spared your life, yet..." Qin Yinner watched the spiritual energy palm draw closer, her heart tightening slightly. She called out anxiously in her mind, "Master, what should I do? I told you to leave, but you wouldn't listen." Just let him have the Heavenly Fox Spirit Seed. Even if you got it and sold it, it would still be nowhere near enough to gather the materials I need to reshape my body. Besides, I'm in no hurry. A pleasant female voice sounded in her mind, tinged with helplessness. The soul force I have recovered right now is only enough to let you temporarily possess cultivation at the 6th heaven of the Saint Realm, and it can only last for a quarter of an hour. I know. Xuan nodded. The next moment Saint Realm aura also erupted from her body. Looking at the palm seal coming at her, she was no longer afraid, as she met it with a punch. Boom. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations churned through heaven and earth. People from all factions felt their chi and blood seething, and their minds trembling violently. All of them turned to look at Xuan with faces of horror. Saint Might. She is actually a Saint Realm powerhouse too. How can this be? Could Xuan have been concealing her cultivation all along? Someone asked in astonishment. That shouldn't be it. When that divine son made his move against her just now, I saw it very clearly. Her face was full of tension. But after only a few breaths, she was no longer afraid. In my opinion, she must have relied on some kind of external force to break into the Saint Realm. Someone analyzed slowly, and his words won approval from the others. But what exactly did she rely on to rise from life and death realm cultivation all the way to the Saint Realm? It is simply inconceivable. The others were equally puzzled. Sui watched Xuan actually block that palm strike and emit the same Saint Might as the Wu family's divine son, and her beautiful eyes were filled with utter disbelief. How is this possible? Your cultivation. How did it suddenly become so strong? Seeing his palm blocked the Wu family's divine son's expression darkened in an instant. In his eyes as a Saint Realm powerhouse, he should have been an invincible existence in the lower realm. But now with so many people watching, he had not been able to kill Xuan with a single palm. That already meant he had lost. This undoubtedly made him lose all face. He stared at Xuan, dense killing intent rising in his eyes as his aura climbed unceasingly. Interesting. At this moment the black-robed elder beside him opened his previously lowered eyes. He looked at Xuan and murmured, "Unexpectedly, there is actually a remnant soul of a Supreme Realm powerhouse in your body." "Uncle Wu, are you saying that there is a Supreme Realm remnant soul inside her?" the Wu family's divine son asked. Uncle Wu nodded. "That explains it. How could she suddenly have Saint Realm cultivation? So it was that remnant soul secretly helping her," the Wu family's divine son said with sudden realization. At that moment, the instant the old man looked at Xuan, a panicked voice suddenly sounded from within her sea of consciousness. "A great emperor. It's actually a great emperor." The voice was filled with intense fear. Not knowing what was happening, Xuan hurriedly sent a voice transmission in her sea of consciousness. "Master, what's wrong?" "What great emperor?" "That old man, he is a great emperor. I've been discovered by him." "Great emperor? Master, aren't you a Supreme Realm powerhouse? What chance do you have against him?" Xuan asked. The voice sighed and said bitterly, "Chance? And not a shred of chance. Yena, you do not understand the realm of a great emperor. Even me at my peak was like an ant before an emperor realm expert. Even 100 of me, 1,000 of me, would not be enough to survive one palm strike from a great emperor." Hearing this, Xuan's pretty face was full of shock. Was an emperor realm expert really this terrifying? Then what should we do now? Xuan's heart began to panic. After all, her own cultivation was only at the life and death realm. Facing such a powerful enemy, one that even her master feared, it was already impressive that she hadn't been scared. At this point, all we can do is flee. The remnant soul in her sea of consciousness said, "I will give you 90% of my remnant soul force. During these 10 short breaths, you will possess my peak strength at the 6th heaven of the Supreme Realm. In these 10 breaths, you must run with all your might as far as you can, or simply flee straight to the Immortal Realm. Do you understand?" Xuan listened, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. "Then, Master, what will happen to you?" "Don't worry. I won't disappear, but I will fall into a deep slumber. After a few decades, or if you find some heavenly treasure that can heal the soul, I will wake up again." The voice became a bit gentler. "Don't worry about me. As long as you can escape, we still have hope." Xuan nodded. She looked at the smiling black-robed old man. The next second, an unmatched supreme aura burst through the heavens. Without thinking twice, she moved to step directly into the void. Xuan nodded. She looked at the smiling black-robed old man. The next second, an unmatched supreme aura burst through the heavens. Without thinking twice, even though Xuan now possessed cultivation at the 6th heaven of the Supreme Realm, she found herself unable to use her strength, as if she were stuck in a swamp. Then the old man cast a single glance at her, and Xuan instantly felt as though 100,000 great mountains had been placed on her unbearably heavy. She lasted less than 2 breaths before that wisp of emperor might forced her to fall straight out of the void. Thud! Xuan landed on the ground. By this time the supreme aura around her had vanished. If the old man had not withdrawn his emperor might, she would have been crushed into a pulp of flesh long ago. Even so, she now looked utterly bedraggled with blood constantly seeping from her mouth and nose. She struggled to rise, but no matter what she could not. Haha, Qin, Yenner, weren't you very strong? Weren't you just fighting the young lord a moment ago? Now you can't even... It seemed that the eldest young lady of the Qin family was going to fall here today. After she died, the Qin family behind her would surely not escape disaster either. The Wu family's divine son looked at Qin Yenner on the ground, killing intent surging in his heart. Since she had made him lose face in front of so many people, she had to die. He raised his palm about to bring it down in one strike. Then the space rippled once more and a figure in white robes stepped out of the void. Gu Xian stepped out from the void, and at a single glance, he spotted the snow-white silver moon celestial fox by the lake ahead. So this is the spirit seed of the silver moon celestial fox. That girl Gu Yao should be pleased when she sees this. He ignored the shocked stares cast his way and strode directly forward. Hiss, is this man insane? That spirit seed is something the divine son of the Wu family has his eye on. And he just swaggers over like that. This man stepped out of the void, so his cultivation must be at least at the Saint Realm. The only question is whether he or the Wu family's divine son is stronger. The Wu family's divine son has an immortal lord lineage behind him. Could it be that the force behind this man also has an immortal lord seated at its helm? While the crowd murmured speculation about Gu Xian's identity, the divine son of the Wu family eyed him with a slight narrowing of his gaze. Fellow Taoist, I am the divine son of the Wu family of the immortal realm. I had set my eyes on this celestial fox's spirit seed first. I ask that you turn back, fellow Taoist. Uncertain of Gu Xian's background, he did not rashly make a move. Instead, he first announced his own identity, hoping to gauge the latter's reaction. To his surprise, Gu Xian, as if he had heard nothing at all, continued walking forward. Seeing himself utterly ignored, the divine son of the Wu family's face gradually darkened. A chill, murderous intent coalesced across heaven and earth, making every single person present tremble with fear. To disregard the Wu family's divine son so completely. This white-robed man is far too arrogant. Indeed, whatever the case, the Wu family's divine son at least knows proper etiquette. People pointed at Gu Xian's receding figure, whispering and sneering. Our young master is speaking to you. Sui let out a crisp shout. Her jade-like hand turned over, and a black long whip appeared within it. The next moment, her delicate form flickered and emerged behind Gu Xian. As the whip lashed out, a shadowy whip strike hundreds of zhang long slashed toward Gu Xian. It was then that Gu Xian turned his head. He merely cast a faint, indifferent glance at Sui, and the very next instant her face began to wither and age with terrifying speed. Within a few brief seconds, it seemed as if 1,000 ages had swept over her. What is happening to me? A hoarse, aged voice crawled out from between her lips. She lost her strength, releasing her grip on the whip, and stared in trembling horror at her hands, which had become as rough and wrinkled as withered tree bark. Those once enchanting eyes of hers were now clouded and murky, filled with nothing but utter despair. With the last shred of her strength, she turned back to the divine son of the Wu family and stretched out one trembling hand. Young master, save me. The words had barely left her lips when her vital force was utterly spent. She died of old age, her body toppling forward onto the ground. Everyone watching this bizarre scene was so petrified that they forgot to breathe. What kind of divine power is this? Someone stammered, his voice trembling. He did nothing at all, merely looked at her, and it was as though all her lifespan had been seized away, aging. Are all people from the upper realm this terrifying? Now even the looks they cast at Gu Xian were filled. Very well, very well. The divine son of the Wu family stared hard at Gu Xian and said in a low voice, First you ignore me, then you slay my people right in front of me. I have yet to meet anyone as arrogant as you. Though he had seen Sui wither and perish before his very eyes, he was not overly frightened, because standing at his side there was still a great emperor. This was his greatest source of confidence. Do not think that being a Saint Realm cultivator makes you As he spoke, he struck a palm toward Gu Xian. This time the full pressure of his 8th layer, Saint Realm cultivation, exploded outward. A colossal palm imprint hundreds of thousands of zhang in size manifested from the void, entwined with Saint Realm laws, and descended upon Gu Xian without the slightest mercy. Gu Xian sighed helplessly. Why was it that no matter where he went there were always ants like this bouncing about in front of him? He turned around, his face utterly expressionless, and pointed a single finger at the divine son of the Wu family. Bang! The divine son of the Wu family immediately scattered into a cloud of blood mist. The crowd was completely stunned. One finger, and the divine son of the Wu family had been burst apart. Could this white-robed man truly be this fearsome? Just moments ago they had still been debating which of the two was stronger. Now it was all too clear. The divine son of the Wu family and this mysterious man were simply not on the same level at all. Even Qin Yin'er was staring at Gu Xian in astonishment, as if she had momentarily forgotten the pain racking her body. This man is so powerful. I wonder how he would measure up against the great Emperor Master once spoke of. Upon seeing their divine son reduced to a cloud of blood mist, Wu Bo, who had up to a moment ago maintained an easy nonchalant air as if everything were under control, was suddenly frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt from five skies. Only after a long moment did the reality of what had happened sink in. His old eyes locked onto Gu Xian, the might of an emperor billowing forth as an endless tide of killing intent began to surge. The earth split with gaping cracks, mountain ranges crumbled and collapsed, and the horizon turned dim and somber. Faintly thunder dragons bellowed, and even the brilliance of the stars above the 9 heavens grew dim. Countless creatures looked upon the heaven and earth-aching upheaval without understanding what had transpired, trembling where they stood. Those gathered outside the Silver Moon Celestial Fox clan's grounds were frightened beyond measure. Staring at the old man, all that remained in their eyes was pure terror. What sort of horrific power is this? Just what level of cultivation does this old man possess? A protector, that old man. He must be the divine son's protector, someone stammered out. The protector of an immortal lord lineage's divine son must be at the very least an emperor realm expert. You mean to say, this old man is a great emperor? The others stared at the old man with ashen faces. In their hearts there was nothing but shock piled upon shock. It was said that an emperor realm expert could shatter a great star with a single strand of his gaze and turn the Milky Way itself on its head with a single thought. Although he was no match for an immortal lord, the might of immortal lords was something they had only heard of in legends, but had never witnessed. Nothing could compare to the awe of seeing such power right before their very eyes. A great emperor. To think that such a legendary powerhouse was something they would witness with their own eyes today. Wu Bo stared at Gu Xian with cold venom, and spoke slowly. Boy, I don't care who you are. You killed the divine son. You and the forces behind you will all be buried alongside the divine son as his funerary offerings. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of his 9th level emperor realm cultivation exploded outward. Even the great Tao of this very world could not withstand such pressure. All of heaven and earth began to totter on the brink of collapse, and the void itself shattered like a mirror. Gazing upon this scene of apocalypse, the onlookers were rooted in place, their minds utterly blank from shock. You go keep your family's divine son company first. Gu Xian once again extended a single finger toward Wu Bo. Wu Bo, who had seemed a god of death incarnate, suddenly widened his eyes, and in the next second his body violently burst apart with a thunderous boom. Boom. The sound of a body exploding snapped everyone back to their senses. They watched the severed limbs falling from the sky and exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling that the scene before them was unreal. That was a great emperor, and one who had just stirred up a heavenly phenomenon like the end of days. Yet now he had been annihilated by that white-robed man with such a simple point of a finger. Whether it was the Wu family's divine son or this Emperor Realm Guardian, both had been burst apart by the white-robed man's single finger. Just how terrifying was he? To be able to kill a great emperor this easily, only an immortal lord could do it. Amid the quiet crowd, that sentence suddenly rang out. Those who heard it fell silent one after another. Yes, they thought only an immortal lord could have accomplished such a thing. Could it be that an immortal lord's way of killing was this simple? No fancy divine powers, no flashy techniques. Just a simple finger effortlessly extinguishing a great emperor who had seemed nearly invincible in their eyes. Qin Yin'er's beautiful eyes were vacant with shock. Had that great emperor simply been killed like that? Just moments ago, this old man had driven her and her master to the brink of despair without even moving his body. Yet now he had been burst apart with a single finger by that white-robed young master with effortless ease. What cultivation realm was this white-robed young man in really? Was he truly an immortal lord as these people claimed? For a moment her heart was a swirl of mixed. She might be somewhat rash, but she was not stupid. A great emperor who had made even her master tremble with fear had been burst apart by a single finger of this white-robed young man. What courage did she have to stop Gu Xian? Struggling, she pushed herself up from the ground and simply watched Gu Xian walk toward the celestial fox spirit seed without uttering a word. At that moment, a voice suddenly rose from the crowd. The Tianjian sect pays respects to the immortal lord. Immediately after, dozens of people knelt and prostrated themselves before Gu Xian. Seeing this, the others were startled for a moment before they one after another reacted. The Luodan sect pays respects to the immortal lord. The Biyun sect pays respects to the immortal lord. The Dali dynasty pays respects to the immortal lord. For a moment, all the powers present knelt down before Gu Xian. An immortal lord was to them. Now that they had seen a deity with their own eyes, they knelt to Gu Xian willingly and from the bottom of their hearts. Gu Xian paid them no attention and made his own way to the lakeshore. By then, the celestial fox spirit seed had absorbed enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth and its cultivation had reached the fifth heaven of the mountain-moving realm. It opened its big, round, shining eyes, stretched its limbs, and then turned into a streak of white light about to dart toward the Inuit Celestial Fox clan's territory ahead. "Where are you going?" Xuan raised a hand and beckoned. To the Celestial Fox spirit seed's horror, it found its body flying backward uncontrollably. Xuan grabbed the Celestial Fox spirit seed in one hand. It struggled with all its strength to break free, but it was futile. All it could do was bare its teeth at Xuan in a fierce grimace. "Oh, you're a quite cocky little one." Xuan smiled and gazed into the Celestial Fox spirit seed's eyes. The next moment, a dense terror flooded those lively big eyes, and its body instantly stiffened. "Can you settle down now?" Xuan asked. The Celestial Fox spirit seed looked at Xuan's smile and nodded its little head in fear. Then with extreme meekness it hopped onto Xuan's shoulder and lay there quietly. Xuan reached out and rubbed its nose, smiling. "All right, the spirit seed is in hand. It's time to go back." As he finished speaking, he was about to step into the void and leave when an aged voice suddenly rang out. "Please wait, young master." An old man in gray robes emerged from the void. He was rather thin, with snow-white hair and beard, looking like an utterly ordinary old man. Yet on his back, he carried a jet-black longsword. This man was none other than Qin Bo. "Is there something else, Qin Bo?" Xuan asked. Qin Bo looked into the distance at Qin Yinner and said, "When I first arrived here, I suddenly sensed a trace of my bloodline power emerging from this place." "Oh, is that young woman your descendant, Qin Bo?" "Very likely." With a single step, Qin Bo appeared before Qin Yinner. Seeing this, the latter immediately tensed up as if facing a formidable enemy. But at the same time, looking at this old man, an inexplicable sense of kinship welled up out of nowhere. "Don't be nervous." Qin Bo pointed a finger at Qin Yinner, startling her so much that her beautiful eyes widened. Just as she thought she was going to explode, a streak of light flew from the old man's fingertip and entered her body. A warm current flooded through her limbs and bones. The streak of light contained astonishingly vigorous life force, and within a few breaths her entire body was instantly restored to its peak state. "What are you?" Qin Yinner looked at Qin Bo, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. She could not understand why this old man had chosen to heal her. Qin Bo looked at her and asked, "What relation is Qin Tianlai to you?" "Qin Tianlai. He is the ancestor of our Qin family. Do you know him?" Qin Yinner asked. "Know him? I know him all too well." Qin Bo sighed. "Qin Tianlai was my—" Hearing this, Qin Yinner's soft lips parted slightly, her eyes full of shock. In a flash, as if she had thought of something, she murmured, "Could it be? The grandfather the ancestor spoke of in the clan precepts is you." "What? He told you about me?" Qin Bo asked quickly. "Where is he now?" A hint of gloom appeared in Qin Yinner's eyes. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I've only seen the ancestor's portrait in the ancestral hall. According to the clan's elders, after he founded the Qin family 1,000,000 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Also, there has always been a box in the ancestral hall. The elders said it was left by the ancestor for his grandfather. In the clan precepts, the ancestor said that if one day a man named Qin what was the last character?" Qin Yinner struggled to recall that name, which was mentioned repeatedly in the clan precepts. She had remembered it clearly, but now she simply could not think of it. "It's Qin Wentian, isn't it?" Qin Bo said. Qin Yinner smacked her forehead. "Right, it's Qin Wentian." She looked at Qin Bo and asked, "Old Grandpa, are you the Qin Wentian the ancestor spoke of?" Qin Bo nodded, and an expression of understanding appeared on his face. "He probably went to look for me. Alas, at that time circumstances made it impossible for me to do otherwise. I had to leave the young Tianlai in the lower realm. I told him to cultivate well there, and that once he reached the Saint Realm I would return to take him away. But who would have thought that separation would last thousands of years? By the time I came to the lower realm again, I could no longer find him. Seeing no trace of his aura here, I left. Alas, I should have sensed more carefully at the time. Perhaps I would have discovered this family he left behind." Qin Bo shook his head bitterly. "I owed that child too much back then. So that's how it is." Qin Yinner now understood a little. No wonder that strange sense of kinship had arisen in her heart when Qin Bo approached her. This must be the bond of blood. Looking at Qin Bo's slightly dejected expression, she said, "Why don't we go back to the Qin family now? Maybe among the things the ancestor left for you, there are traces of his whereabouts." "All right." Qin Bo nodded, then suddenly looked at Qin Yinner and smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad. Only in your 20s and already at the peak of the life and death realm, only one step away from the Tribulation Bridge realm. You truly are worthy of being a descendant of my Qin family." Qin Yinner felt a little embarrassed. "You flatter me. Whatever achievements I have are all thanks to my master's guidance." Suddenly she fell silent. Her master was still in deep slumber, and it was unclear when she would awaken. "Master." Qin Bo's gaze sharpened, and with a single glance he saw that wisp of remnant soul within Qin Yinner's sea of consciousness. At a single glance, Uncle Qin saw within Qin Yinner's sea of consciousness a woman's remnant soul sleeping peacefully. That remnant soul was now extremely faint, like a candle flame swaying in the wind on the verge of going out at any moment. Since you are the grandfather of Ancestor Qin Tianlia, they'll simply call you Ancestor as well. Ancestor, could you please help my master? Earlier, in order to help me escape from that Emperor Realm powerhouse of the Wu family, she nearly exhausted all of her soul power. Qin Yinner's eyes reddened slightly. My master has paid far too much for me. Seeing her so upset, Uncle Qin knew that the master she spoke of had truly devoted herself to her. Very well. Uncle Qin raised a finger and pointed at Qin Yinner's crown. A wisp of soul power burst out and entered her sea of consciousness. Inside Qin Yinner's sea of consciousness, her master's remnant soul was sleeping soundly when a brilliant golden light appeared and entered her soul form. In an instant, her remnant soul blazed with golden light, and the soul that had been as faint as a phantom rapidly turned solid before the naked eye. A few minutes later, she slowly woke up. Seeing this, joy surged on Qin Yinner's pretty face. Wonderful master, you're awake. In the sea of consciousness, the woman looked slightly dazed. Yinner, did you find a precious medicine to restore soul power so quickly? Through Qin Yinner's eyes, she had already seen that they were still within the Silver Moon Sky Fox clan's territory. That was why she was puzzled. How had she woken up so soon after falling asleep? It wasn't me, it was our Qin family's ancestor who woke you up, Qin Yinner said. Your Qin family's ancestor. The woman looked at Uncle Qin before her, and he seemed to be looking back at her through Qin Yinner. With a single glance, the woman felt a sharp pain in her soul. She hurriedly lowered her head, and thick terror flooded her eyes. How could this world contain sword intent so savage and extreme, as if it could slash the heavens to pieces? If she looked even a moment longer, the soul that had just been repaired would likely scatter into nothingness. Even my sect master cannot match a tenth of this sword intent. She was horrified. Seeing the woman's strange condition, Qin Yinner asked with concern in her mind. I'm fine. The woman took a deep breath. She knew Uncle Qin bore her no ill will, otherwise she would have been reduced to ashes in that instant. With a thought, her soul appeared outside Qin Yinner's body. She wore a moon-white long dress, her black hair flowing loosely. Though her exquisite face seemed somewhat unreal, the pure orchid-like elegance about her was still perfectly displayed. I am Yin Yuma, divine maiden of the Qingyue immortal sect. As she spoke, Yin Yuma made a slight bow to Uncle Qin. You need not bow to me. Uncle Qin said indifferently, then stepped aside. The young master is here. You may pay your respects to the young. Surprise flickered in Yin Yuma's beautiful eyes. She had noticed Xuan long ago, but had always thought he was merely this old man's junior. Now that the old man had said this, it seemed this young master's identity was more extraordinary than she had imagined. Master, that Wu family divine son and that great emperor were killed by this young master. Qin Yinner looked at Xuan with reverence in her eyes. Just now the young master pointed at them, and their bodies exploded immediately. One finger had wiped out the Wu family's divine son and the Emperor Realm powerhouse beside him. Yin Yuma looked at Qin Yinner's expression. The latter didn't seem to be lying, yet she felt it was somewhat absurd. To kill a great emperor with one finger. Only an immortal lord would possess such ability. This white-robed young master looked only about 20 years old. So young, how could he possibly be an immortal lord? Perhaps it was just the old man acting in secret, and Qin Yinner hadn't noticed. In any case, in her view, Xuan absolutely could not have such strength. 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Then she looked at Xuan and said respectfully, I Yin Yuma greet the young master. Xuan smiled and waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Since you are the master of Uncle Qin's descendant, I'm grateful that you protected her. Since this is our first meeting, I haven't prepared any gift. I see that you are now only a soul, so I'll rebuild a physical body for you. Rebuild a physical body. Yin Yuma's heart leapt with joy, but the next second she lowered her head dejectedly. Young master, don't jest. To rebuild a supreme realm body requires countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and they are exceedingly rare. With nothing here, how can one even talk about rebuilding a body? Even an immortal king probably couldn't create a body out of thin air. Only the legendary Immortal Emperor would possess such power. An immortal king indeed can't. But coincidentally, I happen to be just a tiny little bit stronger than an immortal king. Xuan smiled, then pointed at Yin Yuma's soul body. Then to her astonishment, pieces of flesh glowing with dense immortal light rapidly grew out of thin air, wrapping her soul within them. Moreover, she could sense that every piece of flesh contained the essence of heaven and earth. In addition, these flesh and blood contained law force far beyond the supreme realm. Compared with them, her previous body was as different as clouds from mud. Eyes, nose, heart, liver, kidneys. Every organ was rapidly turning from emptiness to reality. In just a short moment, she possessed a physical body again. Is it really real? Yin Yuma couldn't believe it, but all felt too unreal. Trembling, she stretched out a hand and squeezed it tightly. An incomparably real sensation came from her body. It's real. I have a body again. Yin Yuma was moved to tears of joy. Watching her master so happy, Qin Yin'er felt her nose sting and her eyes uncontrollably turned red once more. For the past decade or more only she had known how much her master had given for her. That was exactly why she had been so eager to restore her master's body and repay her. Although her master always said there was no rush to restore her physical body, she knew clearly how much her master longed to stand in this world again. Yin Yuma calmed her emotions and looked at Gu Xian, her heart filled with sheer incredulity and shock. He had actually rebuilt a physical body for her, and its quality far surpassed the body she originally had. Could this white-robed young master truly be an immortal emperor? She was unwilling to believe it, but the facts lay right before her eyes, leaving no choice. This body of yours was woven by the young master out of immortal realm laws and filled with primordial qi. In plain terms, you now possess an immortal body. As long as you cultivate with peace of mind and at most a few tens of thousands of years, you can become an immortal lord. Why don't you thank the young master? Uncle Qin said from the side. Hearing this, Yin Yuma was shocked once again. The young master had directly condensed an immortal body for her. What did that mean? It meant that although her current cultivation was only at the supreme realm, even those immortal realm experts could not harm her. Young master, your great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. With that, Yin Yuma started to kneel to Gu Xian, but he casually stopped her. Enough. This small matter doesn't require such a grand gesture. Gu Xian smiled. I am curious though, how did you end up in such a state? At this, a cold expression appeared on Yin Yuma's face. All of this is entirely thanks to my junior martial sister. Her voice carried seething hatred. More than 10 years ago, my junior martial sister and I came to this lower realm to search for an ancient emperor's hidden legacy. Unexpectedly, she took advantage of my complete lack of guard and ambushed me. She destroyed my physical body, and only by using every possible means could I protect a wisp of my soul and escape. She closed her eyes and temporarily suppressed that hatred. Now that my body has been restored, I will most certainly return to the sect and settle this account with her. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Qin Yin'er quickly said, All right, master. Now that you have a body again, don't let these things upset you. True enough. Let's not dwell on this unpleasant business. Gu Xian looked at Uncle Qin and smiled. Come, Uncle Qin, let's go take a look at the Qin family. All right. Uncle Qin looked at Qin Yin'er and was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that he still didn't seem to know what this descendant of his was called. As if seeing Uncle Qin's awkwardness, Qin Yin'er gave a playful smile. Ancestor, my name is Qin Yin'er. Good. Yin'er, take us to see the Qin family. Okay. Qin Yin'er replied. Qin Yin'er smiled in acknowledgement, and then the four of them vanished from sight. We respectfully bid farewell to the immortal lord. Seeing Gu Xian and the others leave, the crowd shouted in unison. Still here, bidding farewell to the immortal lord. Did you not see that white-robed young man reshape a mortal soul into an immortal realm flesh body? And that soul said only an immortal emperor could accomplish such a feat. An immortal emperor. Do you even know what an immortal emperor is? Immortal emperor. Though they had lived for centuries, or even millennia, those two words were merely something they had heard of. That realm was far too distant for them. So distant that even if the heavens and the stars collapsed into silence, they could never reach it. I understand now. Someone reacted, and the crowd turned to see how he would explain. Yet the man knelt once more in the direction Gu Xian and the others had gone. We respectfully bid farewell to the immortal emperor. The Qin family was located in the northern domain. As one of the four great clans of the northern domain, the Qin family boasted more than a handful of Dao Inquiry Realm experts, along with over a dozen Tribulation Bridge Realm experts and dozens of Life and Death Realm experts. The other three great clans combined could not match the number of experts at the same level as the Qin family, which had turned the northern domain into nearly a one-man rule under the Qin family. There were even rumors that the Qin family was secretly plotting to swallow up the other three great clans. In front of the Qin family gates, the figures of Gu Xian and the other three appeared. Young master ancestor, this is our Qin family's ancestral ground. Let's go inside quickly. Qin Yin'er walked excitedly into the clan grounds, eager to tell her father and the elders the news of Qin Bo and the others' return. They would be absolutely stunned when they heard this news. She could hardly wait to see their shocked faces. Qin Yin'er walked swiftly, but soon noticed something was wrong. The Qin family members no longer wore their usual confident expressions. Instead, every face was filled with worry and gloom. She was somewhat puzzled, but did not dwell on it. Shortly after, she arrived at the main hall of the Qin family. Father, I have great news for you. Guess who I brought back? As Qin Yin'er entered, she saw the main hall already filled with the Qin family's elders and high-ranking members, all wearing grim expressions. Seeing this, she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Yin'er, you're back. A middle-aged man sat at the head of the hall. Seeing Qin Yin'er enter, he forced a faint smile onto his worried face. So did you obtain the Heavenly Fox Spirit Seed? No. Qin Yin'er shook her head. It's fine. A heavenly fox spirit seed is nothing important whether you got it or not. Qin Wanshan, Qin Yinner's father, and the current clan head of the Qin family comforted her. Father, what's wrong with all the elders? Qin Yinner asked. And since I entered the gate, I've noticed everyone's faces seem off. Has something happened? 2 days ago, they sent someone to deliver a message. Within 2 days, the Qin family must get out of the northern domain, or else they would slaughter every single one of us. Qin Yinner was puzzled. Father, our clan has more top-tier experts than all 3 of their clans combined. Why should we fear them? Even if the 3 families join forces, they might not be able to defeat our Qin family, since they've said that we should take this opportunity to annihilate them all in one stroke. A cold light flickered in Qin Yinner's eyes. Young miss, it is not that simple. If it were only the 3 families joining forces, we would naturally have nothing to fear. The Grand Elder said bitterly. Word has it that the Lu family, one of the 3 great clans, has invited their ancestor from the upper realm. The other 2 families, the Wang and Li families, have already submitted to the Lu family. Qin Yinner, however, keenly sensed something unusual. Grand Elder, I believe they are merely bluffing. Oh, why do you say that? The Grand Elder asked. Qin Yinner said. If the Lu family truly had invited their ancestor from the upper realm, there would be no need for them to wait these 2 days. They could have simply destroyed our Qin family outright 2 days ago. Now that 2 days have passed, and the 3 families remain quiet, doesn't that prove the Lu family never brought their ancestor over? From this, it seems they are only trying to intimidate us. If we are truly scared into leaving the northern domain, then they would have taken over our clan's ancestral land without lifting a single blade. If that happened, we would truly become a laughingstock. After hearing Qin Yinner's words, everyone in the hall finally came to their senses. Indeed, if the Lu family had actually invited their ancestor over, why would they have given the Qin family 2 days to leave? They would probably have just struck out with a single palm and wiped the Qin family out. Damn it, we were almost fooled by the Lu family. Once he understood, the hot-tempered Grand Elder cursed outright. The other high-ranking members also relaxed, their faces filling with indignation. How dare they deceive us like this? They truly are tired of living. It seems the northern domain is destined to have only one clan left, ours. Qin Wanshan was deeply gratified that Qin Yinner had seen through the Lu family's lie so easily. Yinner, thanks to you. Otherwise our Qin family would have truly become a laughingstock, he said with a smile, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh right, daughter, what was it you were saying when you first came in? Qin Yinner slapped her forehead. I'll look at my head. Father, I have good news for all of you. Our Qin family's ancestor has returned. Ancestor? The people exchanged bewildered glances. Is it Ancestor Qin Tianlai? Qin Wanshan asked tentatively. No, he is the grandfather of Qin Tianlai, our Qin family's true founder, Qin Yinner said proudly. At that moment, several figures walked in from outside the hall. Gu Xian and the others walked into the Qin family's main hall while chatting and laughing. When Qin Yinner saw them, she ran over excitedly. Young Master Ancestor and Master, you're here. She came to Gu Xian's side and then said to the assembled Qin family high-ranking members, uncles and elders, this is young Master Gu. Then she came to Qin Ba's side and said, this is the grandfather of Ancestor Qin Tianli, young Master Gus Dao Protector, and also our Qin family's greatest ancestor. Qin Bo was amused by her words and let out a soft chuckle. Qin Wanshan stared intently at Qin Bo. He could feel that the moment Qin Bo stepped into the hall, the bloodline in his entire body seemed to have found its destination, and an innate closeness arose instantly. The higher one's cultivation, the clearer one perceived bloodline power. Everyone seated here was a high-ranking member of the Qin family, and their cultivations were at least at the Tribulation Bridge realm. Compared with Qin Yinner, they felt the bloodline power from Qin Bo far more distinctly. Moreover, on careful inspection, the old man's face bore more than a passing resemblance to the portrait of Ancestor Qin Tianlai, hanging in the Qin family's ancestral hall. Qin Wanshan walked down from the main seat with an agitated expression. As he came before Qin Bo, the bloodline power grew denser. His voice trembled with disbelief as he asked, are you truly my Qin family's ancestor? If I said no, would you believe me? Qin Bo asked with a smile. How could it not be so? The bond of blood was impossible to fake. Qin Wanshan thudded to his knees before Qin Bo and said emotionally, Qin Wanshan, the 12th patriarch of the Qin family, respectfully welcomes the return of the ancestor. The other high-ranking Qin family members, their faces flushed with joy, shouted, we respectfully welcome the return of the ancestor. As they were about to kneel to Qin Bo, however, they found themselves lifted by a gentle force, unable to kneel no matter how hard they tried. This startled them. With that simple display, they could already tell that the ancestor's cultivation was at least excitement surged in their hearts. With the ancestor here, swallowing up those 3 families would naturally be a trivial matter. Qin Bo said merrily, we're all one family, no need for such formalities. Ancestor, how did you find this place? Have you already seen Ancestor Qin Tianlai? Qin Wanshan asked. I have not seen Tianlai. The reason I could see you all this time is that the young master came to the lower realm to seek the Silver Moon Celestial Fox Spirit Seed. As his Tao protector, I naturally came along with him, and that was when I met Yenner. Qinbo said, I see. It was then that Qin Wanshan also noticed the snow-white celestial fox spirit seed on Gu Xian's shoulder. It seemed that this spirit seed had already been acquired by young Master Gu. As for why he did not ask Gu Xian to hand the celestial fox spirit seed over for his daughter. After all, had he not seen even their own Qin ancestor addressing Gu Xian as young master with great deference? To put it nicely, Qinbo was Gu Xian's Tao protector. To put it bluntly, their ancestor was merely his servant. As the insignificant head of the Qin family, how could he dare to overstep? I am the patriarch of the Qin family. I greet young Master Gu. He bowed to Gu Xian with clasped hands. All of you are descendants of Qinbo. To me, we are all family. There is no need to mind such formalities. Gu Xian said, I thank you, young master. Then he turned his gaze to the woman in the long moon-white dress. And this young lady is? Qin Wanshan looked at Qin Yenner, who went to Yen Yumo's side, took her arm, and smiled. This is my master. Your master? Qin Wanshan was stunned. When had his daughter taken a master? Yes, father. I never told you about this. Back then, master was harmed by wicked people, and only a wisp of her soul escaped into my sea of consciousness. All these years, the reason I have been able to cultivate so quickly is entirely thanks to master's teachings. Qin Yenner looked at Yen Yuma, her eyes filled with gratitude. If not for Yen Yuma, with her mediocre cultivation talent, she would probably still be struggling in the mountain mover realm right now. After hearing this, Qin Wanshan looked at Yen Yuma, clasped his fists solemnly, and said, the kindness you have shown in teaching my daughter, I Qin Wanshan have no way to repay it. If there is ever a need, just say the word, and my Qin family will go through fire and water. Patriarch Qin, you flatter me. Rather, it is I who should thank Yenner, allowing me to remain in her sea of consciousness all these years so that I would not be left to drift between heaven and earth. Yen Yuma said with a smile, for Yenner to have met you, that is a blessing she has earned. Qin Wanshan said to Yen Yuma, then glanced at her curiously. Yenner just said you had only a wisp of a soul left, yet now it seems, young lady, you have already reforged your physical body. For that I owe it all to young Master Gu. Yen Yuma looked at Gu Xian. It was young Master Gu who helped me reforge this body. Young Master Gu reforged your body. Qin Wanshan looked at the carefree expression on Gu Xian's face, shocked to think that this young man actually possessed such abilities. To enable Qin Yenner to break through from the mortal transformation realm all the way to the peak of the life and death realm in just over a decade, this master of hers must be at least at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, perhaps even a mighty sage. And to reforge a body for an expert of that level, without supreme realm cultivation, it would be absolutely impossible. This young man appeared to be only about 20 years old. Could it be that he was actually a supreme realm powerhouse? Qin Wanshan was startled by his own conjecture. Right then a figure rushed in frantically. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The Lu Wang and Li families have joined forces and are about to besiege us. Right now they're already outside our Qin family's ancestral grounds. What? Hearing this, the Grand Elder's anger blazed, and he immediately jumped up. That Lu family tricked us before and nearly made us the laughingstock of Yinzhou. I haven't even gone to settle accounts with them, yet they've come to us first. Humph, do they really think we're afraid of them? Said a high-ranking member of the Qin family. Perfect. Let's take this opportunity to wipe out all three families. I think that's feasible. Patriarch, give the order. Yes, Patriarch. Let's just go smash them. What's going on? Gu Xian, seeing the Qin family members seething with righteous indignation, asked Qin Wanshan what was wrong. It is merely a small matter, Qin Wanshan replied. No need to trouble you, young master. Qin Wanshan said with a smile. Then looking at the gathered Qin family members, he said in a deep voice, pass my order, all Qin family members above the mystic understanding realm, follow me out to meet the enemy. Yes. After a moment, outside the Qin family's ancestral grounds, all Qin family members with cultivation above the mystic understanding realm had gathered there. At a rough count, at least several thousand were present. On the opposite side stood the other three great families, a dense throng of people that numbered over 10. The Lu family patriarch looked at Qin Wanshan and said with a smile, Brother Qin, 2 days have passed, and I see your Qin family has not left the northern domain as I advised. Leave? And why should we? Qin Wanshan retorted with a sneer. Don't think I don't know. You never actually invited your Lu family's ancestor here, did you? Oh, Brother Qin, what makes you think that? Asked the Lu family patriarch with a hint of mockery hidden deep in his eyes. If you truly had invited your Lu ancestor, you would have crushed our Qin family directly rather than waiting these extra 2 days. Qin Wanshan said with a touch of pride. Well then, was I right or not? After listening, the Lu family patriarch shook his head as if with regret. I'm sorry, Brother Qin, but you are wrong. And precisely because of that mistaken decision of yours, the Qin family will be bathed in blood today. Having spoken, he took out a jade pendant and sighed with some regret. I was hoping to save this, but it seems I have no choice but to use it today. Then he crushed it decisively. In just a few breaths the space began to ripple like water. Then under the horrified gazes of Xuan and the assembled Qin family members, an old man emerged from the void. Under the stunned gazes of the Qin clan members the void rippled, and an old man stepped out from within it. Dressed in a white Taoist robe with white hair and a youthful face, he indeed had the bearing of an immortal old ancestor. The Liu family head cried out excitedly, then hurried to the old man, sighed, his face full of deference and fawning respect. He glanced indifferently at Xuan and the Qin clansmen behind him, then spoke. You crushed the jade token and summoned me to the lower realm just to kill them. The Liu family head nodded and said, yes, old ancestor. I initially did not want to trouble you, but the Qin family is indeed a tough bone to gnaw. I had no choice but to invite you over. Humph. How have you been managing the Liu family? You cannot even deal with a small clan whose strongest member is only at the Dao Inquiry realm, and you still had to summon me. The old man said coldly, do you understand? After this jade token is crushed, I will no longer concern myself with you no matter what happens later. The Liu family head said sheepishly, I know, old ancestor, of course I know. He did not have such grand ambitions. All he wanted was to be the ruler of the northern domain here in Yunzhou. Humph. With you at its helm, the Liu family is bound to decline day by day. The old man gave a cold snort and did not say anything more. This Liu family was a clan founded by his younger brother. His feelings for his younger brother had never been particularly deep, so naturally, he had little affection for the clan founded by him. It was only out of consideration for their blood kinship that he had agreed to his brother to look after the Liu family if necessary, and that was why he had given this Liu family a jade token. He had thought that the Liu family head would use this jade token with utmost prudence. Who could have expected that he would be called to the lower realm only to wipe out a small Dao Inquiry clan? To him this was so utterly trivial that he could not even be bothered to lift a hand. Hearing the old man's merciless words, the Liu family head did not dare say anything. He could only keep nodding and smiling in agreement. The Qin clan members stared at the old man, their hearts thumping violently as beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down their foreheads. Shuttling here through the void is an ability reserved for Saint Realm powerhouses. Could this old man be a saint? A high-ranking Qin clan member said. His words undoubtedly made every heart among the Qin clan sink. A Saint Realm enemy. How could they possibly fight against that? All beneath the Saint Realm are ants. This saying was not empty talk. Even someone who had just become a saint could easily erase dozens of cultivators at the peak of the Dao Inquiry realm with a single strand of saintly law. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Unless one was a prodigy of dazzling talent, it was impossible to rebel against a higher realm while still at the Dao Inquiry stage. Yet even such rarities could not leap across realms to kill a Saint Realm powerhouse. At best they could exchange a few moves with a saint, and if they could not win, retreat without harm. As for the Qin clan, all of its Dao Inquiry cultivators numbered only 7. Xuan, the family head and their strongest, was merely at the 7th heaven of the Dao Inquiry realm, still a considerable distance from the peak of Dao Inquiry, not to mention the Saint Realm. Could it be that the Qin family was truly destined to be annihilated today? Hearing what that high-ranking Qin member had said, the old man sneered with contempt. Saint Realm, you think too little of me. Trash like saints. I can squash hundreds and thousands of them with a single finger. As the old man spoke, fierce brilliance burst from his eyes, and his white Taoist robe snapped loudly in the wind. A pressure that surpassed the Saint Realm by untold magnitudes erupted violently, and within a few short breaths it covered all of Yunzhou, while continuing endlessly to spread outward. Feeling the weighty pressure as heavy as mountains, the Qin clan members were filled with horror. I possess the genuine cultivation base of the 5th heaven of the Supreme Realm. The old man's eyes were full of arrogance. In that instant, countless living beings looked toward Yunzhou with fearful eyes, not understanding what was happening there. It seemed that a destructive, world-overturning fluctuation had come from that place earlier. Now, after only a short while, it again exuded this heart-trembling pressure. What had happened to Yunzhou? What did he say? He is a supreme. A Qin clan member was stunned, but what followed was utter despair. The Supreme Realm. They were totally doomed. They could not even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Supreme Realm. Heaven wants the Qin family to perish. An old Qin clan member said mournfully. Xuan looked at the deathly pale faces of the Qin clan members, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He truly had not thought that the Liu family could summon their old ancestor, and that the old ancestor would be a Supreme Realm powerhouse. In this lower realm, the Saint Realm was already an invincible existence, let alone the Supreme Realm, which was practically the heaven of the lower realm. How could they fight against heaven? Xuan, I told you long ago to leave the northern domain, but you refused to listen. Now do you regret it? Just wait and see if the old ancestor will smash every one of your Qin people into a pile of flesh. The Liu family head's tone was filled with mockery. After hearing it, anger surged in Qin Wanshan's heart, but the words reached his lips and ultimately became a sigh. The old man looked at the hopeless expressions of the Qin clan members, but there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. He had seen too many expressions like these. To a powerhouse like him, those below the Saint Realm were no different from ants. No matter how many he killed, not the slightest emotion would be stirred. He raised one hand, and boundless spiritual energy began to gather in the void. In a few breaths, a colossal palm appeared, blotting out the sky and sun and enveloping the entire Qin family estate. Just as the palm was about to descend, a white-robed figure appeared out of thin air in front of the Qin clan members. Qin Wanshan stared blankly at Gu Xian, then cried out, "Young Master Gu, why have you come here? Run!" Although he had speculated earlier that Gu Xian might be a Supreme Realm powerhouse, that was only a possibility. This old man in front of them was a veritable Supreme. This pressure alone was nearly enough to force them to their knees. "Run. Why should I run?" Gu Xian glanced at the old man ahead and said with a smile, "Because of him." Gu Xian's voice was not loud, but it reached the old man's ears with perfect clarity. The latter narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Xian. Just as he was about to speak, his entire body suddenly froze. As if struck by lightning, the old man stared hard at Gu Xian, then, as if afraid he had not seen clearly, he blinked forcefully and looked at him again. "So it was you who wanted to wipe out the Qin family?" Gu Xian did not pay attention to the old man's strange behavior and simply asked flatly. Hearing that, the old man suddenly snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly withdrew his aura, and the sky-covering palm vanished in the blink of an eye. His old face now broke into an extremely bright smile as he rubbed his hands and said, "No. No, young Master Gu. I have never once said I wanted to destroy the Qin family." Gu Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know me?" "Of course I know you." The old man walked forward as he spoke. "Young Master Gu might not know me, but I definitely know you. Have you forgotten the time you were at the Wei family before? We stood together to denounce that family head Wei Yin, and I was the one who shouted the fiercest." The old man smiled with self-satisfaction as though he had performed a great service. "Oh, you mean at the Wei family?" Gu Xian recalled the matter, then glanced at the old man. "I truly have no memory of you at all." A man as important as young Master Gu naturally has a poor memory. That is only to be expected. Besides, how could a mere Supreme Realm cultivator like me be worthy of your notice? The old man's demeanor was just like a dog incessantly fawning over Gu Xian. This sight left the Qin clan members completely dumbfounded and frozen in place. What was going on? Why, as soon as this young master arrived, did the Liu family's old ancestor suddenly seem to have become a different person? Looking at that respectful manner, one could see he was servile to the very marrow. Was he not a Supreme Realm cultivator? How could he, before this young master, not possess the slightest bearing of a Supreme Realm expert with nothing but flattery in his eyes? Qin Wanshan could not make sense of it either. He felt that the old man seemed to be extremely afraid of Gu Xian. But with his Supreme Realm cultivation, what could he possibly fear from Gu Xian? Gu Xian said indifferently, "I very clearly heard someone say that you would smash all the Qin family members into a pile of flesh." "Impossible. That absolutely did not happen. Young Master Gu, you definitely misheard." The old man's expression was resolute. If someone who did not know the situation had seen it, they might truly have believed him. He was not wrong, old ancestor. Were we not going to kill every single member of the Qin family? Besides, old ancestor, you agreed to this long ago. The Liu family head said anxiously, "Old ancestor, you cannot go back on your word. This man dares to stand in front of you. In my view, we might as well kill him too." Gu Xian smiled slightly and looked at the old man. After the Liu family head spoke those words, the old man's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He knew there was no longer any way to save the situation. Suddenly, he turned around and drove a palm directly at the Liu family head. Bang! The latter, like a smashed watermelon, burst into a pulp of minced flesh. Young Master Gu, every word about destroying the Qin family came from his mouth alone. "I did not say even one word. Please, young master, look into this clearly." He had not forgotten the scene at the Wei family when this white-robed young master burst an immortal lord apart with a single finger. His Supreme Realm cultivation was before this person not worth a single fart. Seeing this scene, the Qin clan members were deeply shaken again. What was going on? Was this old man so afraid of the young master that he would even go so far as to kill the Liu family head to prove his innocence? The heads of the Wang and Li families did not understand and spoke up, saying, "Old ancestor of the Liu family, you did indeed promise." "Shut up." The old man roared, and a giant palm that blotted out the sky crashed down, directly smashing all the people of the three great families into a cloud of blood mist. Gasp! The Qin clan members stared in disbelief. At this moment, they began to suspect whether this old man was on the Liu family's side or on the Qin family's side. How could he have suddenly killed all three great families with one palm? Then the old man suddenly bent his knees and knelt down before Gu Xian. At once, the Qin clan members all turned to Gu Xian, their eyes nearly bursting from shock. How afraid of this young master was that old man that he would kneel directly to Gu Xian in front of everyone? Where was his dignity as a supreme realm powerhouse? Young Master Guat, I truly did not say anything bad about the Qin family. Just let me go. A pleading look appeared in the old man's eyes. I believe you. You may go. Gu Xian nodded and smiled. Hearing this, the old man seemed not to believe his ears. Of course it is true, Gu Xian said. What? Do not tell me you do not want to leave. I do. Of course I want to leave. As he spoke, the old man mounted a beam of rainbow light and tried to flee from that place. Seeing this, Qin Wanshan could not help but say with concern, young Master Gu, are you going to let him go just like that? What if he comes back later? Before he could finish, he saw Gu Xian extend a finger from afar toward the old man, who had just turned into a fleeing beam of light. Boom. In that instant, the old man, who had already fled more than 10 million li away, blasted apart into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. The entire sky was stained red. All the Qin family members looked up at the deep red sky. It was a long time before they lowered their heads and looked at Gu Xian's spring breeze smile. Their faces contained nothing except shock that was nearly maddening. That supreme realm old man, whose mere display of aura had plunged them into despair, had actually been killed by this young master's single finger from such an immeasurably distant place. Truly inconceivable. The members of the Qin family stared blankly at Gu Xian after he killed with a single finger the supreme realm elder who had fled 10 million miles away in an instant. The shock in their eyes was beyond all measure. Their minds seemed to crash, and for a long time they were speechless. Qin Wanshan looked at Gu Xian, his heart surging like towering waves. He had never imagined that Gu Xian's might would far exceed his wildest expectations. If he could burst apart a cultivator at the fifth heaven of the supreme realm with a single finger, this young man's strength was definitely not limited to the supreme realm. It had to be above the emperor realm. Only a high-tier great emperor could possess such terrifying dharma power. Gu Xian turned to Qin Wanshan and said with a smile, Patriarch Qin, no need to worry. He won't be coming back. Qin Wanshan snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, oh, of course. Thank you, young Master Gu. Gu Xian waved his hand. Please lead me to the ancestral hall, Patriarch. If Qin Boss' grandson is still alive in this world, I will bring him back no matter what. Gu Xian had once heard his parents mention that 1,000,000 years ago the Gu family faced a life-or-death war. That war lasted a full 10,000 years, and countless Gu clansmen fell in battle. At that time, Qin Bo had 3 sons, and all 3 died fighting for the Gu family. If Qin Tianlai was still alive, then he was Qin Boss' only direct blood relative left in this world. Even if he were beyond the heavens or outside the earth, Gu Xian would bring him before Qin Bo. Even though his divine sense could cover countless ancient worlds in a single thought, how vast was this boundless sea? The ancient worlds within it were like the sands of the Ganges, too numerous to count. It seemed that only by completing the path of transcendence could one become the master of this boundless sea. Only then could one in a single thought behold all living beings. Even though it might not take long, Gu Xian did not want to wait. The most effortless way now was to examine what Qin Tianlai had left behind and see if it indicated where he had gone. That way, as long as there was a location, Gu Xian would naturally handle the rest. Although the Qin family were also descendants of Qin Bo, no one knew how many generations lay between them. To Qin Bo, the Qin family was more like a responsibility he had to protect. Very well, young Master Gu, please follow me. Seeing the seriousness in Gu Xian's eyes, Qin Wanshan turned solemn and led the way. After they left, the remaining senior members of the Qin family looked at the Qin clansmen with barely suppressed excitement in their eyes. Do you know what you should do now? The Qin clansmen shook their heads, saying they did not know. Those 3 great families brought out almost all their combat power this time, but now they are all dead. That means all that is left in their clans are ordinary low cultivation clansmen. Didn't this situation mean the Qin family would soon become the king of the northern domain of Yunzhou? The next moment of fierce light, didn't this situation mean the Qin family would soon become the king of the northern domain of Yunzhou? The next moment of fierce light blazed in their eyes. Brothers, let's kill. Kill. Their battle cries shook the heavens as they charged straight at the other 3 great families. The people of the other 3 great families still did not know what a bloody storm awaited them. Meanwhile, Qin Wanshan led the way and before long arrived with Gu Xian outside the Qin ancestral hall. Qin Bo, Qin Yenner, and Yin Yumal were already waiting there. Young master, are you done? Qin Bo asked. Gu Xian nodded. Young Master Gu's cultivation truly penetrates heaven and earth. To think you annihilated a supreme realm powerhouse with a single finger. I, Qin Wanshan, have lived so long, yet this is the first time I have seen such a sight. Qin Wanshan spoke without reservation, his face full of awe for Gu Xian. What is so impressive about that? Qin Yenner said disdainfully. Father, I forgot to tell you. When we were seizing the celestial fox spirit seed, a divine son of the Wu family came down from the upper realm along with one of his protectors. That protector was a great emperor. Yet young Master Gu instantly killed him with a single finger. Even a great emperor was killed by the young master's finger at one stroke. Hearing this, Qin Wanshan's eyes bulged round, and he stared at Gu Xian in utter disbelief. Just how freakish was young Master Gu's cultivation? No wonder that old ancestor of the Liu family had groveled before young Master Gu like a dog. Tisk tisk, I dare not imagine it. Yin Yuma, however, was not greatly stirred. After all, in her view, young Master Gu was likely an immortal emperor, and for an immortal emperor to kill a great emperor was even easier than stepping on an ant. After calming the mind that had been shocked almost numb by Gu Xian, Qin Wanshan walked into the ancestral hall and took out an ancient wooden box from a hidden compartment. Young Master Gu, old ancestor, this is the box left behind by ancestor Qin Tianlai. I once tried to open it, but there seems to be a restriction within. I suspect that without Sage Realm cultivation, no one can open this box. Gu Xian took it and glanced at it. Indeed, there is a restriction. With that, he parted his hands and opened. What is inside? Qin Yin'er curiously leaned over. A letter. Gu Xian took out the letter and Grandfather, the Golden Rock clan has abducted my wife. I must go and rescue her. If you come to the lower realm looking for me, you may stay with the Qin family for now. It won't be long. I will return soon. After reading the letter, Qin Yin'er murmured, so ancestor Qin Tianlai went to rescue his wife. By the way, what kind of race is the Golden Rock clan? Are they strong? The Golden Rock clan is not just strong, it is exceptionally strong. Yin Yuma took a deep breath and said slowly, on the myriad races ranking, the Golden Rock clan ranks in the top 30. Within the clan there are more than a dozen immortal emperors alone. Moreover, it is said that their Golden Rock ancestor is in existence who has surpassed Immortal Emperor. Oh. Then master, what you mean is that ancestor Qin Tianlai might already have. Qin Yin'er did not finish, but everyone understood. After all, 1,000,000 years had passed since Qin Tianlai left. If he could have returned, he would have come back long ago. With so much time having passed, and still no return, thinking it over, there could only be one conclusion. If alive, I must see the person. If dead, I must see the corpse. Gu Xian said calmly, even if he is in the 9 netherworlds, I will bring him back to the mortal world. Qinbo, wait here for a moment. I will bring him back. Gu Xian said to Qinbo, young master, I am counting on you. If you are outmatched. Qinbo, have you forgotten? Gu Xian smiled faintly. I am invincible. With that, he took a step and vanished from the spot. Qin Yin'er gazed at the place where Gu Xian had disappeared. Unknowingly, a trace of admiration welled up in her beautiful eyes, and the words he had just spoken seemed to echo in her mind. Master, is what young Master Gu said true? Master. She looked at Yin Yuma, who only then snapped back, her red lips pressed together slightly, as she said slowly, perhaps. It is. The Zuping ancient world was separated from the Tianhuan ancient world by an unknown distance. This entire ancient world was the territory of the Golden Rock clan. At this moment, in a nameless great hall, it was dark and dim, never seeing the light of day all year round. At this moment, the doors of the great hall slowly opened. With the light streaming in from outside, the scene inside came into view. At a glance, over 10,000 stone pillars stood there with iron chains hanging down from them. Beneath the pillars were gaunt human beings. Their cultivation was at least at the great emperor realm, and the strongest were even immortal lords. But at this moment, iron chains pierced through their shoulders, and their vast, boundless Dharma power was sealed away tightly. Their faces were vacant and devoid of all life. When they saw the doors open, the lifelessness on their faces was gradually replaced by terror. The old ancestor is about to feed again. His appetite has been enormous lately. Don't worry. There is so much food here, more than enough for the old ancestor. Haha. The two who entered were members of the Golden Rock clan. In appearance, they were indistinguishable from the human race, but upon their backs grew a pair of wings covered in golden feathers, each one as sharp as an imperial great blade. As they stepped into the great hall, the fear in the eyes of the chained humans grew ever thicker. One by one, they turned their heads away, not daring to meet the gaze of the two Golden Rock clansmen. Look how delicious these human experts smell. Far better than that trash at the Saint Realm or Sovereign Realm. I'm so craving right now I could devour a few alive. One Golden Rock clansman looked at the humans, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. These people are all food for the ancestor. Dare to eat the ancestor's food. Are you tired of living? Another Golden Rock clansman said. Of course I know that. I was just saying it casually. He curled his lips. The other Golden Rock clansman ignored him, his sinister gaze sweeping over the humans. This time the ancestor needs 1,000 people, and among them must be 200 immortal lords. Time is short, so let's pick people quickly. As he spoke, he looked at a human at the 7th level of the Emperor realm before him, then produced a jade-white gourd. Seeing this, that human expert's face instantly filled with terror, and his entire body began to tremble. No. Please let me go. The Golden Rock clansman's face remained expressionless. With a thought, the human expert was directly sucked into the gourd. The others nearby watched, their hearts beginning to pound violently. Once sucked into the gourd, there was only one path left to become blood food for the Golden Rock ancestor. They did not want to be eaten. Locked up here, they could at least stay alive and still feel what it was like to exist. But the two Golden Rock clansmen cared nothing for their thoughts. No matter how they begged for mercy, they were still sucked into the gourd one after another. Thus 2 hours later. I've already got 500 here, 400 great emperors, and 100 immortal lords. How many more do you still lack? Just one more emperor realm, the Golden Rock clansman said while looking at the humans. When the humans saw him looking over, they lowered their heads one after another, praying inwardly that he would not choose them. But there was one exception. He was a man who looked fairly young with disheveled black hair and a haggard countenance. Yet in his eyes there was not the slightest trace of fear, only a towering, raging hatred. When he saw the Golden Rock clansman looking in his direction, he neither dodged nor avoided staring straight back at him. The latter was slightly startled at first, then gave a faint smile. Interesting. He walked toward the man, studied him for a moment, and then said, I remember last time when I selected blood food for the ancestor, I picked a woman. She seemed to be your wife, didn't she? The man said nothing, but the murderous intent in his eyes blazed to the extreme, as if a vicious dragon lurked within, ready to swallow this Golden Rock clansman in one bite. TSK tisk back, then you two really gave me a touching show of parting between life and death. The Golden Rock clansman's eyes were full of mockery. Looking at the man's tightly clenched fists, he said, What, still want to hit me? As he spoke, he threw a punch at the man's abdomen. A dull thud sounded as the man took the Golden Rock clansman's punch squarely. Intense pain instantly spreading through his whole body. Yet the intense pain seemed to mean nothing to the man. He still stared coldly at the Golden Rock clansman. The latter seemed angered by him. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly appeared to think of something. He shook his head and said, Strange, why am I getting angry with you? You're nothing but blood food soon to be devoured by the ancestor. Perfect. But at that moment, ripples suddenly spread through the space beside the man. The next instant, a figure in white appeared. Xuan did not look at anyone else. He looked directly at the man. Qin Tianlai, he asked. Qin Tianlai looked at the abruptly appearing white-robed man, puzzled, but I am. Good. Xuan said, I am the holy son of the Gu clan. I've come to take you back to reunite with Uncle Qin. Gu clan's holy son. Uncle Qin. Qin Tianlai murmured. Are you talking about my grandfather? Qin went in. Indeed. Xuan smiled. If he finds out you're still alive, he'll be relieved. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai's face lit up with joy, but immediately his expression fell. But, how can you get me out? Qin Tianlai smiled bitterly. This is the Golden Rock clan's lair. So what? Xuan said with a faint smile. At that moment, the Golden Rock clansman finally snapped out of his daze. His aura at the first level of the Immortal Lord realm suddenly exploded outward. Staring hard at Xuan, he demanded, Who are you? To dare trespass into the territory of my Golden Rock clan. Do you know what will happen to you? This blood food hall had spatial arrays carved by an immortal emperor of the Golden Rock clan precisely to prevent anyone from secretly slipping in and rescuing the ancestors' blood food. For this man to appear here silently proved that his strength was absolutely extraordinary. Meanwhile, another Golden Rock clansman noticed what was happening here. He hurried over, saw Xuan, and immediately produced a jade pendant, then crushed it. Who is this man and how did he get here? I don't know. All I know is that his strength is formidable. We must be careful. Qin Tianlai glanced at Xuan and sighed. Holy son of the Gu clan, I appreciate your kindness, but at this point he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Alas, what a pity. In the end, I still can't see my grandfather again. Why do you think I can't rescue you? Xuan said indifferently, looking at the two Golden Rock clansmen. Just them. With that, he waved his slender hand lightly, and the two Golden Rock clansmen instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The humans trapped beneath the stone pillars saw this, and their dull eyes were suddenly filled with shock. They stared at Xuan's figure, and within their hearts towering waves surged. Who was this white-robed young master? Were those two Golden Rock clansmen at the Immortal Lord realm really annihilated so easily by him? Damn, this was absolutely unheard of, never seen before. Now do you believe I have the strength? Xuan looked at Qin Tianlai and said. The latter was still in shock. When he heard Xuan's question, he turned his head and asked in disbelief, Could you be an immortal king? In his view, only an immortal king's strength could so easily wipe out two immortal lords. But before Xuan could speak, he muttered to himself, Alas, even if you're an immortal king, what does it matter? Here, even an immortal king isn't enough. Hearing this, the others also let out helpless sighs. Yes, young master, even if you're an immortal king, it's useless. Take advantage of the fact that the Golden Rock reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Hurry and leave. That's right, young master. Since you were able to come here silently, surely you can walk out of here as well. Indeed, leave quickly, young master. Once the Golden Rock experts arrive, it will be hard for you to get away. Xuan shook his head. Why should I leave? Hearing this, the people around him grew anxious and were about to persuade him further when suddenly hundreds of figures swept in from outside the hall. The Golden Rock reinforcements had arrived. They stood in the void, every single one at least at the Immortal Lord level. Especially the 5 figures at the front. Their eyes were icy cold, and their aura poured down like primeval ancient mountains. They were actually 5 immortal kings. Seeing this, the crowd lowered their heads bitterly. It's over. Young master. We told you to leave, but you didn't. Now you can't leave even if you want to. Qin Tianlai also sighed helplessly. In his heart, Gu Xian now couldn't escape. Is that so? Gu Xian gave a non-committal smile, then looked at the hundreds of Golden Rock experts, and spoke a single word calmly. Die. The mighty experts of the Golden Rock clan fixed their cold, piercing gazes upon Gu Xian, unleashing an overwhelming pressure like an ocean of stars upon his shoulders. Yet he remained utterly unfazed. Glancing at the hundreds of Golden Rock elites, he spoke indifferently. Die. The human cultivators were baffled, wondering what he meant by that single word. Even if he were an immortal king, did he truly believe that one word of death could manifest his will and slay all these Golden Rock clansmen? The Golden Rock expert sneered. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly before our Golden Rock clan? One Golden Rock cultivator at the Immortal Lord realm mocked him, but suddenly a wisp of drifting ash caught his eye. Turning his head, he saw the body of a nearby Golden Rock clansman rapidly disintegrating into ashes. Within just a few breaths, that clansman was completely erased from the world. Gulp. He swallowed hard. His throat moved with difficulty as he murmured, "What kind of divine power is this?" But in the next instant he could no longer speak, for he too, just like the clansman before him, was gradually turning into ashes from head to toe. Impossible. This is impossible. The few Golden Rock immortal kings, in their horrified eyes, their bodies too faded from the world. The human experts were completely dumbfounded, utterly shaken by the scene before them. And could this young master be an immortal emperor? Qin Tianlai was left speechless as well. He stared blankly at Gu Xian, his emotions beyond any form of expression. How can you be so powerful? After a long while, he finally forced out those words. Gu Xian smiled. Do you consider this already powerful, eh? At that moment, deep within the territory of the Golden Rock clan, there lay a sea of blood spanning hundreds of millions of miles, with endless flesh and gore churning within its depths. At the very bottom of this blood sea, an old man sat silently cross-legged. All of a sudden, his eyes, in that instant, an indescribably terrifying aura burst forth from his body. This supreme pressure, surpassing even that of an immortal emperor, spread endlessly to the farthest reaches of the universe. The surrounding 100 ancient worlds were instantly reduced to powder, vanishing from the boundless expanse of worlds. Someone is stealing my food. Are they insane? How dare someone snatch the ancestors' blood food? They muttered softly to themselves, then turned into streams of light, flying toward the blood food hall, where Gu Xian and the others were. Within the Golden Rock clan, nothing was more important than protecting the ancestors' blood food. What was that voice just now? My mind nearly shattered from it. Inside the blood food hall, upon hearing that voice, everyone spat out blood, their faces turning deathly pale. Could it be the Golden Rock clan's ancestor? Someone said in shock and uncertainty. Hearing this, the crowd's faces grew even paler. At that moment, a human suddenly raised his head, looking at the people around him, and said, "Can you feel it? It seems someone is rushing over here. I feel it too, and the number is beyond counting." As they were speaking, a mighty force of heaven and earth struck, shattering the blood food hall. Warm sunlight fell upon the human captives, yet they felt no warmth at all, only a bone-piercing cold. 4. In the void before them stood an endless sea of Golden Rock clansmen. At a single glance, there were billions upon billions, and in the distant sky, countless streams of light were still sweeping toward them. They made no effort to conceal their auras, releasing them wantonly as the space around them continuously shattered, and just as continuously mended itself. Among the Golden Rock clansmen who had arrived, cultivators at the Sage or Sovereign realms did not even amount to much. There were over 10 million at the Great Emperor realm alone, and tens of thousands of immortal lords. There were not as many immortal kings, but still over 1,000, and the most terrifying of all were the dozen or so Golden Rock Immortal Emperors. Merely by standing there, they manifested endless celestial phenomena behind them, with entire universes being born and destroyed within their eyes. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon the territory of our Golden Rock clan? One of the Immortal Emperors spoke, his voice seemingly capable of shattering the 9 heavens. I'm here to save people, of course. Gu Xian replied. Save people? Another Immortal Emperor sneered. Take a good look at how many of us are here. Do you really think you can walk out of here alive? Indeed, with this many of you, I'm feeling a bit scared myself. As they feared, even this young master had no power to turn the tide now. With so many immortal lords and immortal kings, they could already sweep across countless ancient worlds, let alone those dozen-odd immortal emperors. Their cultivation bases were all above the seventh heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. With a single palm strike, any one of them could shatter an ordinary ancient world. Even if Xuan were also an immortal emperor, how could one person alone possibly withstand such a force? Sigh, young divine son Gu, I have dragged you into this. Qin Tianlai said with a bitter smile. Perhaps I should never have left that letter. If I hadn't, you would never have come to this perilous place. Do I really look that weak? Xuan chuckled. The next moment he formed a sword with his 2 fingers and lightly swept them across before him. In an instant, hundreds of millions of heads soared into the air. Even the immortal kings and immortal emperors were no exception. The headless corpses plummeted from the sky, blood gushing from their necks like fountains. Before long, the entire land of the Golden Rock clan had been dyed a deep crimson. Just as I thought. After killing you all, I'm not scared anymore. Xuan said to himself, then turned to look into the distance, and said flatly, that old bird, if you don't come out soon, I'll go over there myself. The moment his voice fell, the heavens and earth in the distance shattered with a deafening boom, and a golden-winged rock so colossal that words could not describe it soared out from a sea of blood. As it spread its wings, the entire ancient realm was shrouded beneath them. The humans bound to the stone pillars who witnessed this scene were overwhelmed by boundless terror. Heavens! Is this the Golden Rock ancestor? How can such a terrifyingly powerful creature exist? I think a single gentle flap of its wings could obliterate an entire ancient world. This time we are against a being like this. I cannot imagine any way to defeat it. Qin Tianlia, however, did not feel quite so despairing this time. Xuan looked at the Golden Rock ancestor's true form and shook his head. You're not big enough yet. Let me show you what true size really means. As he spoke, he stirred his thoughts slightly, and a colossal Dharma body hundreds of millions of miles tall emerged behind him. All around it revolved massive stars which in comparison seemed even more insignificant than specks. Countless living beings across tens of millions of ancient worlds all witnessed this terrifying Dharma body, whose face could not even be seen, and sheer horror gripped their hearts. The Golden Rock ancestor, which had just been comparable in size to an ancient world, now appeared like nothing more than a fluttering moth before this Dharma body. This is what true size means. The Dharma body spoke, its voice resounding across the boundless sea of worlds. Then it reached out an enormous hand with no visible end, grasping toward the Golden Rock ancestor. The colossal palm that stretched beyond the limits of sight was too dreadful and too vast. One strike seemed enough to shatter this entire river of stars. When the Golden Pung ancestor saw the giant palm reaching for him, a single cry pierced through heaven and earth. Then his 2 wings blazed with boundless golden light, countless feathers shimmering with dense golden radiance, as countless divine runes emerged. With a flick of his wings, the Golden Pung ancestor sent the countless golden feathers, each comparable to a supreme Immortal Emperor artifact, tearing through the void and stabbing toward the giant palm. But when they were still tens of millions of zhang away from the palm, those countless feathers were blown into ashes by the palm wind carried by that giant hand. The Golden Pung ancestor's avian eyes bulged wide. The next moment, as if refusing to believe it, he opened his colossal beak, as though he wanted to swallow this entire world. Endless golden light condensed in his mouth. That light transcended the laws of immortal emperors. Every strand, even every speck, could effortlessly annihilate an ancient world. A few seconds later, an incomparably dazzling mass of golden light finished condensing. The Golden Pung ancestor, without the slightest hesitation, spat it straight at that giant palm. Boom! The beam of golden light illuminated the entire sea of realms. Before that light, everything was obliterated with devastating force. In an instant, the golden light pierced through the void and slammed into the giant palm of the Dharma form. But what made the Golden Pung ancestor stare in shock was that the golden light he had condensed from the laws of the undying realm was extinguished by a casual wave of that giant palm. Seeing the giant palm already within arms reach, the Golden Pung ancestor's mind jolted. He flapped his enormous wings, preparing to flee this place. But he was still a step too late. In the next moment, the giant palm had already seized him firmly. Almost instantly, the Golden Pung ancestor felt a suffocating sense of death. He struggled without cease, but it was utterly useless. Inside that giant palm, he was like a tiny flying insect, completely powerless to resist. Despair filled the Golden Pung ancestor's eyes. I am an undying. Untouched by great culpas, uneroded by time, an invincible being in this world. How can I be defeated by you? He roared, and brilliant golden light blazed across his enormous body, the law power of the undying realm. He tried to break an opening in the giant palm, but after struggling for a long time, it was still to no avail. Under the laws of the undying realm, this ancient world was already shattered beyond recognition, but the giant palm remained completely unaffected. Defeated by me? Xuan smiled faintly. I think I need to correct your mistake. You are not defeated by me. You die by my hand. With that, he moved his mind, and the giant palm suddenly clenched shut. A dull thud rang out. When the giant palm opened, the golden Peng ancestor's body had become a pile of flesh and blood crushed beyond all recognition. The Dharma form casually flicked its hand, flinging away the golden Peng ancestor's corpse, then slowly faded away. Gu Xian walked over to Qin Tianlai. The latter looked at Gu Xian with a face of utter shock. He had thought Gu Xian was strong, but he never imagined that Gu Xian's strength would exceed his wildest imagination. His mind was still immersed in that towering Dharma form. Such tremendous power actually existed in this world. Gu Xian paid no attention to Qin Tianlai's shocked expression. With a wave, he turned the iron chain that pierced the latter's shoulder into ashes, then extended a finger and tapped toward him. A wisp of immortal light entered his body. In a single breath, Qin Tianlia, who had been haggard and emaciated, was restored to his peak condition. Gu Xian smiled. If Uncle Qin saw you looking like that, he would definitely be upset. Let's go. With that, he swept his sleeve, intending to take Qin Tianlai away. But the latter stopped him. Qin Tianlai knelt to the ground with a thud, cupped his fists, and said, "Divine Son, I have a request. I hope the Divine Son can grant it." Gu Xian nodded slightly. Speak. Uncle Qin had devoted almost everything to the Gu family. As the only family Gu Xian had left in this world, Gu Xian would do everything in his power to fulfill Qin Tianlai's request. Qin Tianlai took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I hope young master can help me bring back my wife." Your wife? Gu Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, Qin Tianlai said. My wife died in the mouth of the golden Peng ancestor 20 years ago. Divine Son, your cultivation is immense beyond measure, and I believe you must have a way. After hearing Qin Tianlai's words before Gu Xian could speak, the others nearby could no longer hold back. Fellow Taoists, don't take this the wrong way, but what were you thinking when you made such a request to this young master? Your wife is already dead. Even her soul was devoured by the golden Peng ancestor, so she never even had a chance to be reborn. She has completely and utterly disappeared from this world. Even if this young master has cultivation reaching the heavens, he cannot bring your wife back. Exactly, fellow Taoists, this request of yours is simply too outrageous. This is simply making things difficult for the young master. The crowd earnestly tried to persuade Qin Tianlai to let go of this obsession, because in their eyes no one in this world could possibly accomplish such a thing. Those people's words did not affect Qin Tianlai in the slightest. He remained kneeling on the ground, staring at Gu Xian with burning eyes. It can be done, Gu Xian said. A smile appeared on Qin Tianlai's face. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, Tianlai, thanks the Divine Son. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be done. Seeing that Gu Xian had actually agreed, shock was written all over everyone's faces. They did not believe Gu Xian could accomplish such a heaven-defying feat. Gu Xian paid them no attention. He took a single step, and the next moment he appeared directly in a stretch of emptiness. There was nothing there, only a dreamlike river flowing slowly beneath Gu Xian's feet. This river flowed in silence. It had no source and no end. It seemed to have existed since primordial antiquity, born at the same time as heaven and earth. This was the river of time. In the boundless sea of realms, nearly every living being dwelt within this river. Every tiny splash was the past, present, and future of all living creatures in countless ancient worlds. Gu Xian turned his gaze toward the river, seemingly locating a certain node. Then his figure flickered, and he directly stepped into it. In the Zuping ancient realm, within the Hall of Blood Offerings, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. 3 clansmen of the Golden Rock clan stood before over 10,000 humans, their faces expressionless, as they gazed upon this flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. It's over. They've come to select blood sacrifices for their old ancestor again. One human said in terror, staring at the Golden Rock clansman as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Chill. Keep your voice down. Do you want to get us all killed? The man beside him hissed through clenched teeth. Lower your head. Don't look at them. I'm scared. I'm truly afraid they'll choose me. I haven't lived enough, he said with a trembling voice. Who here isn't afraid, locked up in this place? But who has any way out? You are, after all, a great emperor. Show some backbone worthy of an Emperor realm expert, will you? The man was momentarily at a loss for words, but he did become somewhat calmer. At that moment, the Golden Rock clansman, standing at the center, spoke. I believe you all understand why we are here, he said coldly. To serve as blood sacrifices for our old ancestor should fill you with the utmost honor. You will become part of the old ancestor's flesh and blood, immortal and eternal alongside him. As he finished speaking, he gave a subtle signal with his eyes. The 2 Golden Rock clansmen at his sides each produced a gourd and walked toward the terrified humans. The old ancestor is waiting most anxiously. Be quick about it, he urged. Yes, my lord. Ignoring the cries and desperate pleas of the many humans, the 2 Golden Rock clansmen raised their gourds and began collecting. In a corner of the great hall, Susu, lower your head. Don't look at them and don't make a sound, a black-haired man said softly to a woman not far away. The woman was dressed in a white gown. Her features were not striking, yet she carried an air of gentle warmth. I know Tianlai. You mustn't make a sound either, or you'll draw their attention. I know, Qin Tianlai nodded. Then he added reassuringly, Susu, don't be afraid. We will definitely escape. As long as I'm here. Hearing this, Shin Susu nodded. Even in this atmosphere of panic and dread, she was not particularly afraid. And so half an hour passed. My lord, the 1,000 blood sacrifices have been collected, a Golden Rock clansman reported. Hearing this, the humans who had not been chosen all breathed sighs of relief. It seemed they would be able to live for a few more days. The Golden Rock leader nodded and was about to leave when another Golden Rock clansman entered from outside the hall. Don't leave just yet. We just received word that 500 more blood sacrifices are needed, he said. Very well, I understand. The Golden Rock leader said, then looked at his two subordinates. Go find 500 more. The two Golden Rock clansmen nodded and began collecting again. Despair surfaced once more in the eyes of the humans, but in such circumstances they had no way at all to stop these Golden Rock clansmen. Shinsusu kept her head lowered, her eyes tightly shut, her breathing so faint it could barely be detected. Though she strained every nerve to calm herself, the faint trembling of her eyelashes betrayed her feelings. Suddenly she sensed a figure standing before her. Enough. No need to keep your eyes shut. In an instant her entire being felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. She opened her eyes and saw a Golden Rock clansman standing in front of her, raising the gourd in his hand. In a flash, Shinsusu felt a suction force she could not resist envelop her. No. Don't. In that instant she was overcome with terror. Stop. Qin Tianlai roared from the side. All of you stop. You want blood sacrifices. Fine, take me. He'll become your old ancestors' blood sacrifice. Release my wife. The Golden Rock clansman paused in his motion, then glanced at him. Your wife, he said with amusement. Then I definitely can't let her go. Hearing his words, the veins on Qin Tianlai's forehead bulged instantly, and his black hair danced wildly without any wind. The aura of a peak 9th level Emperor realm was about to surge forth, but the next second the iron chain piercing his body glowed faintly, and he suddenly went limp, his body sagging helplessly, suspended only by the chain at his shoulder. Please. I beg you. Let her go. Take me instead, all right, he said in a feeble voice, his head hanging low. The Golden Rock clansman smiled and looked at Shinsusu. Since your husband has said so much, he'll do a good deed and spare you this time. As he spoke, he began to slowly move the gourd. No. Shinsusu cried out. Without the slightest hesitation, she stopped resisting the suction and voluntarily entered the gourd. Qin Tianlai caught the scene from the corner of his eye. He opened his mouth, but he no longer had any strength to speak. Susu. 2 streaks of tears traced down the corners of his eyes and fell to the ground. Tisk tsk. How moving, the Golden Rock clansman said. Boy, you're in luck. Counting her, that makes exactly 500. They'll let you live a while longer. With that, he put away his gourd and was about to leave. At that moment, the surrounding void suddenly grew unstable and ripples of spatial distortion spread outward from this place. What's going on? He looked at the scene with some confusion. The next instant, a figure in white robes appeared. Who are you? A trace of panic appeared in his eyes, and his Emperor Realm aura was about to erupt, but the white-robed figure merely extended a finger casually, and he immediately burst into a cloud of blood mist. Xuan reached out with his hand, and the gourd fell into his palm. At this time, the other Golden Rock clansmen also noticed the commotion and flashed over to this spot. Who are you? The Golden Rock leader demanded, his immortal lord, third heaven aura bursting forth. The oppressive immortal majesty set the bodies of the humans trembling uncontrollably. Xuan did not answer. He simply gave a light flick of his sleeve. The few Golden Rock clansmen, before they could even react, also turned into clouds of blood mist. This scene deeply shocked the crowd of humans. In the span of merely a few breaths, he had killed 4 experts of the Golden Rock clan with a simple wave of his hand. Moreover, to be able to appear in this hall of blood offerings inscribed with Immortal Emperor-level spatial runes. Who exactly was this young master? Could it be that an expert of the human race had discovered them and come to their rescue? At the thought of this possibility, joy surged in their hearts. Senior, we were all forcibly brought here by the Golden Rock clan. Please save us. They cried out. Xuan said nothing. He walked over to Qin Tianlai, removed the iron chains from his body, and then with a flick of his fingers sent an extremely vigorous life force into him. Qin Tianlai felt that in an instant all his pain and injuries disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the unfamiliar person in front of him. I've come to save you, Xuan said. With a slight squeeze of his right hand, the top-grade Immortal King-level gourd artifact shattered. Several hundred figures emerged from within and landed on the ground. Although questions still remained in Qin Tianlai's heart the moment he saw Shinsusu come out, he could not spare a thought for anything else. He went straight to her and pulled her into a tight embrace. He did not speak, simply holding her closely. Shinsusu's eyes were still somewhat dazed at this moment. With her hands around Qin Tianlia, she asked in confusion, Tianlia, what is this? Wasn't I just sucked into the gourd? Why are we out now? I don't really know the details either. Qin Tianlai wiped away the tears at his eyes, released Shinsusu, and then looked at Gu Xian saying, this young master suddenly appeared, just now killed those Golden Rock clansmen, and then released you all. Shinsusu looked at Gu Xian, but found that he was also looking at her. I am Shinsusu. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. She gave a slight bow. No need to thank me. Gu Xian pointed a finger at her, and a wisp of her soul appeared from the crown of Shinsusu's head. The wisp drifted quietly in the air, looking around bewildered. Young master, what are you? Seeing Gu Xian act like this, Qin Tianlai instinctively shielded Shinsusu behind him. I'm here to help someone get his wife back, Gu Xian said. Then with a light wave of his sleeve, thick, primordial qi gathered from all directions and poured into that wisp of soul. In the space of a few breaths, another Shinsusu was born. This is... Shinsusu's eyes were full of shock as she stared at this newly born version of herself, not understanding what Gu Xian intended to do. You two should go back. You've been away so long and Uncle Qin has been waiting for you all this while. With that, disregarding the countless questions in Qin Tianlai's eyes, Gu Xian waved his hand, and the two of them vanished. Only the newly born Shinsusu remained. She looked at Gu Xian and asked in confusion, Tianlai, and that other me, where did they go? They went home, Gu Xian said. You should go home too. Kami is still waiting for you. With that, he was about to take. Unexpectedly, a voice like a clap of thunder resounded through heaven and earth. You stole the old ancestors' blood sacrifices and still want to leave. The next moment, the hall of blood offerings shattered apart again. The majestic hall of blood sacrifice shattered into pieces as the vast void revealed countless Golden Rock clan members led by over a dozen immortal emperors of the Golden Rock clan. They were sneering coldly at Gu Xian. These are the mighty warriors of the Golden Rock clan. The human crowd was instantly stricken with terror, for the sky was filled entirely with Golden Rock clansmen, a sight too overwhelming to behold. Those dozen or so figures at the front. Their auras are as vast as an abyss or an ocean, far surpassing immortal kings. They are all immortal emperors. We're doomed. Utterly doomed. Someone lamented bitterly. We thought we might be saved, but it seems we are still fated to die. Gu Xian remained expressionless, as if he had heard none of their words. He glanced around and remarked, I find that you people seem to harbor some deep grudge against this great hall. An immortal emperor of the Golden Rock clan slowly furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, what do you mean by that? Forget it. Gu Xian shook his head, too lazy to waste more words on them. He turned his gaze to the humans whose faces were etched with despair. With a flick of his sleeve, the iron chains binding them snapped all at once. Then with a mere thought, he transported them, along with Shinsusu, out of this ancient world and into the vast cosmos. Seeing this, the Golden Rock Immortal Emperor's eyes instantly blazed with murderous intent. Brat, you seek death. An utterly terrifying Immortal Emperor's might erupted from their bodies, sweeping across all directions in an instant. Boundless Immortal Emperor pressure cascaded down upon Gu Xian, causing his robes to rustle violently. The senior sent us here, but why hasn't he fled yet? Standing in the cosmos, the humans gazed at Gu Xian's figure with deep worry in their eyes. Indeed, even if that senior is powerful, he is facing nearly 20 immortal emperors, over 1,000 immortal kings, and countless Golden Rock clan experts. Alone, he is sure to lose. Their expressions were tense beyond measure, yet there was nothing they could do. Damn it. That senior saved me. I don't know what the rest of you think, but I can't just stand here and watch. A cultivator at the Emperor realm flashed a look of resolve in his eyes. I must go and aid that senior. I must remain true to my Tao heart. Even if it means death, so be it. You speak well, Taoist friend. Now that the senior is in peril, how could we abandon him? Count me in. I'm going too. As am I. In but an instant, more than half of them had steeled themselves, resolve and readiness to die shining within their eyes. But at that moment, Gu Xian's figure suddenly appeared before them. Looking at their resolute faces, he asked with some confusion, why haven't you left yet? Do you still wish to become blood sacrifices for the Golden Rock Patriarch? You misunderstand, senior. The Emperor realm cultivator clasped his fists respectfully. We were worried that you might not overcome those Golden Rock clansmen, so we were just preparing to help you break free. I don't think that will be necessary. Gu Xian shook his head. As he watched the Golden Rock clansmen charging toward him, he extended a single palm and clenched it gently. Boom. In an instant, this ancient world was crushed by an indescribable cosmic force. Every object and every living being within it vanished completely in that very moment. The ancestral rock ancient world was wiped from existence. The humans exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with overwhelming shock. With a single palm, he had annihilated an entire ancient world. Even the heavenly Tao of that world had no time to manifest before it was ground into nothingness along with those Golden Rock clansmen. Such means were truly heaven-reaching. What level of power did this senior truly possess? As they gazed upon Gu Xian's back, every face was filled with utmost reverence and veneration. Such strength was truly comparable to that of a god. Shinsusu was no weakling, either possessing the cultivation of the third level of the Emperor realm. After witnessing what had just happened, her heart churned like monstrous waves, yet at the same time her confusion. This senior was so overwhelmingly powerful that the people around him could not possibly have any connection to her. Who exactly could be waiting for her? All right, now we can be on our way. As Gu Xian spoke, the void before him tore apart, revealing a dazzling passage of space. What is this? Could it be a spatial passageway? One human said, his tone uncertain as he examined the strange passage. No, it doesn't feel like a spatial passageway. Instead, I sense an intense power of time emanating from it, an immortal lord remarked with a frown. Power of time? Then where does this passage lead? Someone asked in puzzlement. How should I know? How could I possibly fathom the intentions of a mighty senior like him? Shinsusu gazed at this passage of time, a flicker of thought stirring within her heart. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Ahead of them, countless brilliant radiances converged, and in a few moments a silver-haired woman materialized before their eyes. Her features were exquisitely refined, yet the expression on her face was utterly icy. In her eyes it seemed as though all things in the world were nothing but fleeting clouds and drifting smoke. The woman glanced at Gu Xian, then at Shinsusu, and spoke. You intend to take her away? Her voice was hollow, completely devoid of emotion. The people stared at this woman, all of them wondering who she could possibly be. Yes. What do you intend to stop? Gu Xian smiled. You cannot take her away. She does not belong to that era. Have you ever considered the chain of consequences this act might set off? The woman said. Whether I can take her away is not for you to decide. Gu Xian slowly let his smile fade. Those nearby listened, utterly baffled, 100,000 questions swirling in their eyes. What era? What consequences would it trigger? Then it seems I must stop you. After saying this, the woman's expression seemed to grow even colder. A power that surpassed Immortal Emperors, surpassed immortality, and even surpassed Tao Sovereign emanated from her body. The moment it appeared, it flooded the entire sea of realms where they stood. This power seemed capable of crushing the entire heavens, yet also capable of reshaping heaven and earth. Countless living beings trembled as they looked at the sky, bewildered by what was happening in this universe. Behind Gu Xian, the humans were even more terrified, their fear reaching its absolute peak as they gazed at the silver-haired woman. They had never felt such oppression before. This was simply beyond the limits of this world. Any living being faced with such pressure could only bow in submission. There was not the slightest room to resist. Their hearts screamed wildly. Who was this woman? Such cultivation should not exist in heaven and earth at all. Yet Gu Xian, the very target of this immense pressure, remained completely unharmed. He stared coldly at the woman, then shook his head. Enough. Since you are the spirit of the long river of time in this era, killing you would plunge this world into chaos. The woman was astonished. She was not surprised that Gu Xian had recognized her identity, but that he could actually withstand her overwhelming pressure. I shall spare you from the penalty of death. Gu Xian paused briefly, then continued. But I think it is necessary for you to realize just how fragile your half-transcendent cultivation truly is before me. With that, Gu Xian released a mere wisp of his own aura. The spirit of the river of time looked calmly at Gu Xian, but in the very next moment her eternally unchanging countenance finally began to shift. As his words faded, a force erupted from him, blazing outward with him at its very center. This power was beyond words, beyond naming, beyond form. In an instant it swept like a raging gale across the boundless expanse of that borderless sea. It surpassed the great Tao, surpassed heaven and earth, surpassed all creation. It seemed capable of trampling the sea of realms beneath its feet. It had transcended everything. In all the world nothing could withstand this force. If the power that woman unleashed had merely stirred a ripple in the sea of realms, then the power radiating from Gu Xian was nothing less than a towering tsunami sweeping across it. In a flash, this force flooded nearly half the sea of realms. Countless beings were jolted awake. Whether the ancient existences of the dark forbidden land, or the immortal supremes and Tao sovereigns who had slumbered for countless epochs, their eyes were filled with terror and despair, for they could clearly sense that even a wisp of this power, wherever it came from, would obliterate body and soul in an instant, erasing them from the world. Is the sky about to collapse? A Tao sovereign who had lived for untold epochs stared at the heavens and spoke with a trembling voice. Sensing this pressure, so terrifying it defied description, the spirit of the river of time did not hold out for even a second. She directly knelt before Gu Xian. At this moment her eyes were filled with nothing but shocked disbelief. She struggled to lift her head, yet the pressure was so overbearingly tyrannical that even 1,000,000, 10 million, or 100 million of her could not resist it in the slightest. You are a being who has truly stepped onto the path of transcendence. She set her head, lowered her voice full of fear. Could you be one of the 9 great ancestors? As the spirit of the river of time, she possessed some understanding of the Sea of Realms. In this world, only 9 beings had truly set foot upon the path of transcendence, and they were known as the 9 great ancestors. They had existed since the birth of the boundless Sea of Realms. One could say they were the incarnations of its will, the terminus of the countless Daos in all the world. The man before her wielded power that reigned supreme across the myriad heavens and all ages, clearly placing him at the true transcendent realm. She could only conclude that Xuan was one of the 9 great ancestors. I don't know any 9 great ancestors, Xuan said with a shake of his head. Before me, anyone who dares call themselves an ancestor has only one road ahead, death. You are not one of the 9 great ancestors, eh? Astonishment filled her heart. That cannot be. In this world, only 9 existences have entered the transcendent realm, and only 9 are permitted to exist. Since you are none of them, that is no concern of yours, Xuan said indifferently, then withdrew that terrifying power of his. The spirit of the river of time suddenly felt immeasurably relieved, a sense of having narrowly escaped death washing over her heart. This made her feel slightly self-deprecating. As a figure second only to the 9 great ancestors in this world, she never imagined that one day she would experience such a feeling. She did not rise, but remained kneeling there, lifting her head to look at Xuan. She knew he surely still had something to say. However, seeing her still kneeling, he asked with a hint of puzzlement, "Do you not want to leave?" Hearing this, a question mark slowly formed in the spirit of the river of time's mind. He's just letting me go like this. Shouldn't he say something like, "Consider this a lesson to you afterward"? Why doesn't this man play by the usual rules? I shall take my leave. She slowly rose, cast a glance at Xuan, and then her body dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing from the place. The crowd of human cultivators watched Xuan turn around, their gazes fixed on him, as if beholding an invincible true god of the mortal world. When that woman had released her aura earlier, they already felt as if the world had turned into a doomsday scene, with every pore on their bodies trembling. But when this young man unleashed his power, only one sensation remained in their hearts: that this universe, this heaven and earth, this very world, was about to crumble. In comparison, the former was merely the light of a firefly, while the latter was immeasurably more dazzling than a blazing star. Was the person before them truly still human? "We've been delayed a little longer, but now there should be no more trouble," Xuan said, looking at Shinsusu. As he finished speaking, he was the first to enter the temporal passage. Seeing this, Shinsusu did not hesitate and followed him inside. After the two had departed, the temporal passage slowly closed behind them. Yet the crowd of human cultivators still remained here, unwilling to leave. "Just now I heard that woman speak of ancestors and transcendence. Do any of you know what it all means?" Recalling the conversation between Xuan and the woman, someone voiced the doubt in his heart. He felt certain that some earth-shaking secret lay hidden within those words. "Beats me. We're not on the same level as those two at all. I didn't understand a word they said," another person said with a shake of the head. "Exactly. Why concern yourself with such matters?" said the mighty emperor. "A mere emperor, cultivation, toiling over thoughts fit for those beyond the immortal realm. You?" That person was momentarily at a loss for words, though a slight frown quickly smoothed away as he chuckled. "Oh right. If you hadn't spoken up, I'd have forgotten to mention you, brother cultivator." The Emperor Realm expert was puzzled. "What brother cultivator?" "I mean you," the man chuckled. "Didn't you say earlier that if you didn't go help that senior, it would go against your Dao heart? As it turns out, with a senior of that caliber, it seems he doesn't need your help at all. If you had gone, you'd only have been in the TSK. Even the immortal lord hasn't weighed in yet. I truly wonder how, with your mere second-level emperor cultivation, you found the courage to say such a thing." Hearing the mockery in those words, the cultivator at the second level of the Emperor Realm instantly flushed red. He wanted to say something to refute it, yet for a long time, not a single word could he utter. "Hey, say something, brother cultivator. Why aren't you talking? Are you just born quiet, or what, brother cultivator? Humph, I want to argue with you over this." With a cold snort, he stepped into the void and vanished. The others were amused by the exchange and broke into smiles. "Having been imprisoned for so long, I've finally gotten out. Fellow cultivators, I shan't keep you company any longer. I'll take my leave." With that, he transformed into a divine rainbow and departed. "I should be going as well. I'm afraid the people back at the sect have been searching for me frantically." Saying this, they bade the crowd farewell and left one after another. In but a brief moment, everyone had departed. Silence returned to this place once more. After an unknown span of time, a voice drifted through the air as if speaking to itself. "There is still someone in this world who has stepped onto the path of transcendence. Is this the 10th ancestor? Should I report this to Lord War Ancestor? Never mind. The ancestors are all slumbering now. They'll wait until they awaken. The present world. The Zuping Ancient Realm. Those humans had already broken free from their iron chains, each sitting cross-legged in quiet recovery. Qin Tianlai stood in place, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the spot where Gu Xian had vanished. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, yet deep within them lurked a flicker of unease. Though he had come to trust Gu Xian's power greatly, he could not help worrying. If Gu Xian were to fail in this journey and could not bring his wife back, what would his own heart endure then? Fellow Taoists, take our advice and give up. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. A powerful Emperor realm expert came over to persuade him. Indeed, your wife has completely vanished from this world. That is an established fact no one can alter. This has nothing to do with strength. No matter how powerful that young master is, can he simply defy the laws of heaven and earth? Qin Tianlai remained silent, his gaze fixed intently ahead. At that moment, the surrounding space rippled. Then, under everyone's gaze, Gu Xian stepped out from the void. Amid Qin Tianlai's hopeful expression, Shinsusu also walked out from behind Gu Xian. At the sight of Shinsusu's figure, the crowd first froze in disbelief, then their eyes were flooded with astonishment. This. He actually brought her back. One human said in a voice full of incredulity. This woman was exactly the same as the Shinsusu they had seen 20 years ago. In either appearance or aura, there was not the slightest difference. This was Shinsusu herself. He stared blankly at Gu Xian, unable to comprehend how the latter had managed to do it. Reverse life and death defy heaven's order. Thighs. How is this possible? The others all stared at Gu Xian in a daze, feeling that this had completely surpassed their comprehension. In their minds, such a feat was utterly impossible. Qin Tianlai gazed fixedly at the familiar silhouette he had missed countless times. A faint redness crept into his eyes, and for a while he found himself unable to move forward. Susu. He parted his lips slightly, 1,000 words he wanted to say turned at this moment into only 2. Tianlai. Although Shinsusu had vaguely guessed Gu Xian's intention earlier, she was still astonished to see Qin Tianlai again here at this moment. You're really back. The young master truly brought you back. As he spoke, Qin Tianlai stepped forward and pulled Shinsusu into his arms. The latter felt the familiar aura and her expression softened. She reached out her arms and slowly embraced Qin Tianlai in return. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai reluctantly released his arms from around Shinsusu and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. So that's how it is. Shinsusu said in sudden realization. In this world, I no longer exist. At that thought, she bowed respectfully to Gu Xian. Thank you, Divine Son, for your aid, allowing me to reunite with Tianlai once more. Since I promised him, I naturally had to bring you to his side. Gu Xian smiled. Besides, you have no idea. I rather enjoy warm scenes like this. Divine Son, your great kindness. I, Qin Tianlai, will remember it in my heart for all my life. Qin Tianlai knelt directly before Gu Xian, his eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Enough. Just remember it. There's no need to kneel to me. Gu Xian helped him up, smiling. Come. With that, he led Shinsusu and Qin Tianlai away from the place. The group of humans watched them vanish from sight and remained silent for a long time. Alas, this truly is seizing the way of heaven and treading upon karma. Who would have thought this world could harbor an existence like that young master? Someone let out a long sigh. Gu Xian's feat once again made them realize how insignificant they themselves were. Yunzhou, the Qin family. Qin Bo stood in the courtyard outside the ancestral hall, silently gazing at the sky. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to look toward the ancestral hall. Their ripples spread through space, and Gu Xian's trio stepped out from within. Qin Tianlai spotted Qin Bo outside the ancestral hall at once, and the latter also saw him. Grandfather. At the sight of that kind, familiar face he knew so well, Qin Tianlai's eyes reddened uncontrollably once again. He had never been a man prone to tears, yet either of today's two events would have deeply touched the softest place. I'm sorry, Tianlai, you've been wronged. Your grandfather failed you. Qin Bo's voice was full of guilt. Grandfather, why say such things? Qin Tianlai stepped forward, placed Qin Bo's hand against his own face, and smiled. No matter what, we're back. Yes. We're all back. Qin Bo looked at his only remaining kin in this world, his eyes glistening with irrepressible emotion. Woo, this is so touching. The reunion between ancestor Qin Tianlai and ancestor Qin Wentian. Qin Yin'er watched the scene, overcome with emotion and sobbing uncontrollably. Yin Yumal watched them, her heart quietly stirred. Junior sister, once we were like this too. You were my only family in this world. But you. Yin Yumo's eyes gradually filled with coldness. Grandfather, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Shinsusu, your granddaughter-in-law. Qin Tianlai led Qin Bo over to Shinsusu. Good, very good. Qin Bo's face broke into a broad smile, and he didn't know what else to say. Tianlai is such a fine girl. You must treat her well. Shinsusu said obediently. Grandfather, rest assured. Tianlai treats me very well. That's good. Qin Bo chuckled, then turned to Qin Tianlai. Qianlia, I never expected you to have already become an emperor, and at the peak of the emperor realm at that. Just one step away from becoming an immortal lord. Hearing this, Qin Wanshan, who was standing nearby, was first stunned and then ecstatic. Ancestor Qin Tianlai was actually at the peak of the emperor realm. Didn't that mean their Qin family would be unmatched in the lower realm? Still, I'm nowhere near as formidable as you, grandfather. When I returned, the divine sun already told me that you are now an immortal king. Qin Tianlai continued. When you sent me down to the lower realm, I remember you were still an immortal lord. Who would have thought that in the short span of 1,000,000 years you would have already broken through to the second stage of the immortal king realm? Wow, what? Ancestor Qin Wentian was actually an immortal king. Qin Wanshan's mind went blank for a moment. But soon his heart was flooded with boundless ecstasy. With one peak emperor realm expert and one second stage immortal king, their Qin family was now utterly invincible in the lower realm. A scene of reunion like this calls for wine and hearty conversation. Gu Xin smiled. Tonight we must drink to our heart's content. Excellent. Qin Tianlai laughed. Well said, divine son. They'll go prepare the food and wine. Qin Wanshan, who had not been able to get a word in edgewise, finally had a chance to perform, and he quickly spoke up. At night the bright moon hung high. Yin Yuma pushed open her door, looked at the distant sky, turned into a streak of light, and vanished. In the celestial realm in the Yuqin immortal domain stood the Qingyue immortal sect. Yin Yumo's figure slowly appeared in the sky. She stood silently in the void, looking down at the sect she knew so well, memories glimmering in her eyes. When young, she and her junior sister were both orphans without father or mother. The two clung to each other and wandered through the world together, enduring every hardship life had to offer. It was her master who found them, brought them back to the sect, and taught them cultivation. Like a true kin, he gave them meticulous care, granting them a new lease on life. Back then, Yin Yuma truly regarded this place as her home. Her master was like a father, and her junior sister was her real sister. She had believed that this would never change. But who could have imagined? Yin Yuma closed her eyes. When she opened them again, only hatred she could no longer conceal remained. Yiming Xuan, come out and face me. Yin Yumo's icy voice, wrapped in spiritual power, spread through the entire Qingyue immortal sect. Most of the disciples within the Qingyue immortal sect had already fallen asleep, but Yin Yumo's voice exploded like a thunderclap, jolting them awake. Who just spoke? Somewhat bewildered, they came outside and looked toward the void. That is. A disciple's sleepy eyes suddenly sharpened. Isn't that the divine maiden Yin Yumo? The divine maiden is actually alive. It truly is divine maiden Yin. The moment they saw Yin Yuma clad in a moon-white long dress, and the void shock surged through every disciple's heart. Hadn't divine maiden Yi said that her senior sister had died long ago? Why had she returned to the Qingyue immortal sect now? What divine maiden Yin? Have you all forgotten what she did to divine maiden Yiming Xuan? A disciple sneered. Back then, divine maiden Yiming Xuan kindly brought her to an ancient emperor's legacy. Who would have thought that she would strike out, secretly wound divine maiden Yiming Xuan, and try to keep the entire legacy for herself? A person like that is unworthy to be a divine maiden of our Qingyue immortal sect. Exactly. Fortunately, divine maiden Yi subdued the imperial sword within the legacy at the critical moment, killing that vicious woman in return. She truly betrayed the kindness divine maiden Yi had always shown her, treating her like a real elder sister. You can know a person's face, but never their heart. These disciples did not lower their voices before Yin Yuma, so she heard every last word. Keep the ancient emperor's legacy for myself. For some reason, a trace of bitterness welled up in Yin Yuma. At this moment, more and more disciples came out. When they saw Yin Yuma, they were stunned at first, and then thick disgust rose in their eyes. Yin Yuma took in all their expressions, yet her heart was unmoved. At that moment, a streak of light flashed from divine maiden peak of the Qingyue immortal sect. The next instant, a woman appeared before Yin Yuma. Like Yin Yuma, she wore a long moon-white dress. Her black hair cascaded. Compared with Yin Yumo's quiet elegance, what she exuded was more of a delicate charm that made one ache to. The instant Yiming Xuan saw Yin Yuma, a flicker of surprise and a hint of unease crossed her eyes, but she concealed them in no time. She said coldly, Yin Yuma, I never expected you to still be alive. Even an imperial weapon could not take your life. How could I die before killing you? Yin Yuma said indifferently, so this is how you have been slandering me before them. Yiming Xuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately knew what she meant. Slandering you? How have I slandered you? She said coldly. Yin Yuma, I treated you as my own elder sister for so many years, yet you tried to kill me. Yin Yuma looked at the face before her and felt it was utterly foreign. Enough. Since you were the first to sever this sisterly bond, why should I care any longer? As her words fell, her jade-like hand turned over, and an ink-black long sword appeared in her grip. Strands of killing intent gathered in her eyes. If I do not kill you today, I will be haunted by inner demons for the rest of my life. With that she lunged forward and the aura of the sixth heaven of the sovereign realm erupted. The long sword in her hand released a massive ink-black sword light hundreds of thousands of zhang long slashing at Yi Mingxuang. Kill me. Yi Mingxuang sneered contemptuously. Do you think I am still the little follower behind you? Boom. The imperial pressure of the emperor realm burst from her body. Yi Mingxuang waved her slender hand lightly, and the sword light shattered. Then she looked at the stunned Yin Yuma, murderous intent surging in her eyes, and thrust out a palm at her. A palm print 1,000,000 zhang in size appeared wrapped in Emperor Realm laws descending upon Yin Yuma with world-destroying might. Shock flooded the latter's face. She slashed several sword lights at the giant palm, but all were in vain. Yi Mingxuang's gaze toward Yin Yuma was like a gaze at a dead person. She was confident that under her palm Yin Yuma at the sixth heaven of the sovereign realm absolutely could not survive. Boom. With nowhere to dodge, Yin Yuma was struck down directly by the giant palm. On the ground appeared a crater millions of zhang wide, and more than 10,000 zhang deep. Expressionless, Yi Mingxuang glanced at the mark on the ground, then turned to leave. But at that moment Yin Yuma's voice echoed from within the deep crater. I never imagined that after only a dozen years you have actually become an emperor. Yi Mingxuang's body stiffened, and she looked down. The dust dispersed, and Yin Yuma's figure appeared in her sight. This? Impossible. You took a palm strike from me, so how can you still be alive? A flicker of shock passed through Yi Mingxuang's eyes. Compared with the sovereign realm, the emperor realm was an overwhelming existence. A single wisp of imperial might from an emperor realm expert could destroy a sovereign realm cultivator 1,000 times over. Even though she was only at the first heaven of the emperor realm, her strike was absolutely not something Yin Yuma at the sixth heaven of the sovereign realm could withstand. Could it be a defensive treasure? Yi Mingxuang looked at Yin Yuma, but did not find any defensive spirit artifact on her. This emperor realm of yours is really quite weak, Yin Yuma said mockingly. Frost covered Yi Mingxuang's face. Playing tricks. Let me see how long you can hold on. With that she no longer held back her emperor realm cultivation. One after another emperor-grade divine arts that shook heaven and earth blasted toward Yin Yuma. After well over 10 minutes, she finally stopped. I don't believe that you could still be alive after all this. She cast her gaze toward the ground, yet she did not see Yin Yuma's figure. Could she already have been reduced to nothing, not even bones left? Before she could rejoice, a voice came from the void. Is that all the strength you have? Yin Yuma looked at her, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. When did you? Yi Mingxuang started in shock. She looked at Yin Yuma, only to see that the latter— How is this possible? I am an Emperor Realm expert, so why don't you have a single wound on you? She found it hard to believe. Mingxuang, haven't you finished dealing with this yet? Just then another voice came from Divine Maiden Peak, and the next instant a man appeared beside Yi Mingxuang. His face was extraordinarily handsome, with a head of black hair flowing loose. The aura of the Emperor Realm coiled around him, and the whole of him blazed as brilliantly as a young heavenly god. It's Divine Son Shui. When the disciples below saw him, they all cried out in worship. Divine Son. Yi Mingxuang turned to the man and bowed slightly. So she's the senior sister who tried to kill you? Cui Yuan asked, looking at Yin Yuma. Yes. Yi Mingxuang nodded. Something on her is protecting her. My Emperor Realm divine abilities are completely useless against her. Is that so? Cui Yuan flicked his sleeve. The aura of the Emperor Realm at its peak erupted, and a 10th San's hang-wide ribbon of spiritual power lashed toward Yin Yuma, sending her flying 1,000,000 li away. But a moment later, Yin Yuma reappeared there. Yin Yuma gave Cui Yuan a cold glance, then turned to Yi Mingxuang. So this is your lover. I imagine your Emperor Realm cultivation is also thanks to him, isn't it? That's right. And so what if it is? Yi Mingxuang said with a smile, her tone full of arrogance. If you have the ability, go find yourself a heaven-blessed prodigy like Divine Son Shui. Yin Yuma stared at her coldly and said nothing. Since Emperor Realm attacks don't work on her, all that's left is to try something at the Immortal Realm. Sect Master, Yin will have to trouble you, Cui Yuan said. As soon as he spoke, space rippled, and a middle-aged man in white robes emerged from the void. When Yin Yuma saw the middle-aged man, joy appeared in her eyes. Master. She looked at him with a heart full of happiness, but the man wore an utterly indifferent expression. Rebellious disciple. You tried to murder your own junior sister, and you still have the nerve to come back. Yin Yuma's smile instantly froze. That familiar voice now sounded so cold. She smiled bitterly. Even you, Master, won't believe me. The man said nothing. He merely reached out a hand toward Yin Yuma and pressed down gently. The bright moon at the edge of the sky suddenly erupted with blinding light. Endless moonlight converged, finally turning into a beam of moonlight 1,000,000 zhang thick that blasted toward Yin Yuma. Seeing the complete lack of emotion in the middle-aged man's eyes, the last trace of warmth in her heart finally shattered. Fine. With no attachments left, perhaps this suits me better. Boom. Yin Yuma's figure was swallowed by the moonlight. On the ground, a bottomless pit, tens of millions of zhang wide, appeared. There's no way she can still be fine after this, is there? Yi Mengshuang murmured as she looked at the abyss-like pit. Sect Master Yin is an expert at the seventh heaven of the Immortal Lord realm, already one of the very strongest in this world. Your senior sister must have been destroyed body and soul. Chui Yuan smiled. Divine Son Chui flatters me, the middle-aged man said, clasping his fists with a smile. But suddenly their smiles froze on their faces. For from inside the pit a streak of light shot out, and Yin Yuma's figure appeared before them once again. This. The three of them exchanged stunned glances. The middle-aged man looked utterly shocked. That attack of mine, just now, even an immortal lord at the eighth heaven would not dare take it heeding. How can you be completely unharmed? What? Surprised that I'm still alive? Yin Yuma sneered. Feeling that he had lost face in front of Divine Son Chui, the middle-aged man was about to strike again, but Chui Yuan stopped him. No need, Sect Master Yin. If you attack again, it will only be futile. He looked at Yin Yuma and suddenly broke into a smile. Seeing this, she felt a sense of foreboding. To be honest, Yin Yuma already wanted to leave. Although Gu Xian had forged her a new immortal body, so that even the attacks of a seventh heaven immortal lord had no effect on her, she could do nothing but stand there and take the beating. Let alone talk of revenge. Yin Yuma, you really have been blinded by hatred. With nothing but your supreme realm cultivation, you rushed out in a fit of passion to seek revenge. How stupid. She berated herself inwardly. If even an immortal lord is useless, it's fine. We still have immortal kings. I'd like to see whether you can withstand an immortal king's attack too. Uncle Chui Yuan said coldly. Not good. Yin Yuma's heart pounded violently. Ignoring everything else, she tried to tear open the void and flee. However, a gaunt old man was already standing behind her. Yin Yuma only felt the space around her suddenly turn stagnant, as if frozen solid. Not this again. Her spirits instantly sank to rock bottom. The old man glanced at Yin Yuma, surprise flickering across his face. Your body actually contains innate primordial qi and such complete immortal lord laws. No wonder no one can hurt you. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Mengshuang was startled, then jealousy surged in her eyes. However, the old man said with a faint smile, in front of me these things are not enough to be worth mentioning. As he spoke, a large saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled sinisterly and swung the saber. A blade of light that could split heaven and earth appeared, slashing straight at Yin Yuma. It's over. Looking at that world-destroying blade light, an intense sensation of death rushed straight to the crown of her head. Just as she thought she was about to die under that blade, a sigh echoed across heaven and earth. Oh, acting like this, you don't look like someone who's come for revenge. A white-robed figure appeared before Yin Yuma. With a flick of his finger, Gu Xian shattered the old man's low-grade immortal king saber into countless fragments. This. The old man was utterly horrified. He hastily retreated, and in a single flash, he was a million zhong away. Who are you? His expression was filled with shock and uncertainty, as though facing a great enemy. To shatter his heaven-severing saber with a single finger meant that this person's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. At the very least, it surpassed the third heaven of the Immortal King realm. There's no need for you to know who I am. Gu Xian cast a single glance, and the old man's body exploded with a thunderous bang, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. You. Seeing that Uncle Chui had burst into a cloud of blood mist from a single glance by Gu Xian, Chui Yuan's heart gave a violent thump. Uncle Chui was an immortal king after all. Although he had only broken through to the Immortal King realm a few 100,000 years ago, he was by no means one of those ordinary worthless types. To kill an immortal king with a single glance, what level of strength did this man have? Looking at Gu Xian's face, he suddenly thought of something. You are the divine son of the Gu clan. You recognize me? Gu Xian smiled. I didn't think I was that famous. Chui Yuan clenched his teeth. You killed an immortal king of my clan. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between our two clans? I think you also know that my Chui clan has no fewer immortal kings and immortal lords than your Gu clan. Is that so? Gu Xian smiled slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, the stars shifted, and the world spun, and tens of thousands of figures appeared in that place. Every single one of them had a cultivation above the supreme realm, and there were even several immortal kings. Chui Yuan looked and couldn't help but be stunned. Father, uncle, and all these experts of our Chui family. How did you all get here at once? Yuan. Chui Jing, the patriarch of the Chui family, looked at Chui Yuan with an equally dumbfounded expression. I clearly was still in the clan just now. Suddenly my vision went dark, and then I was here. I'm still completely bewildered too. A few words will suffice, Gu Xian said indifferently. Then with one hand, he pressed down slightly toward the tens of thousands of Chui family experts. Boom. Chui Yuan stood frozen in place like a wooden statue. He could not believe that the many Chui family powerhouses, his father and elders among them, who had been right before his eyes mere moments ago, had all perished in an instant, dying in both body and Tao and transforming into a sky-filling mist of blood. The sect master of the Qingyue immortal sect Yin Yuezhou was likewise struck dumb. Gazing at Gu Xian's utterly indifferent face, uncontrollable terror surged within his heart. One palm. Just one palm. Those people of the Chui family were all dead, and among them had been several immortal kings no less. Exactly how terrifying was this man? Could he be an immortal emperor? But where could an immortal emperor come from in the Tianhuang ancient realm? Could he be a successor of those undying orthodox lineages from other ancient realms? His body had already begun trembling uncontrollably. The realization of Gu Xian's identity filled his heart with utter despair. You killed all of them. Cui Yuan turned his head and stared at Gu Xian, his expression dazed. Yes. Gu Xian nodded. At that, Cui Yuan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, seething with boundless hatred. I will kill you. His fury blazed to the heavens. The aura of the Emperor Realm's ninth heaven erupted in full, causing even the great stars in the universe to tremble. He summoned an imperial spear and, roaring with terrifying killing intent, charged at Gu Xian. Gu Xian stood where he was, watching him expressionlessly. The next instant, Cui Yuan, still in his charging posture, burst apart inch by inch, his body and his imperial spear alike. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. The disciples of the Qingyue immortal sect looked at Gu Xian's figure, their eyes unable to hide their shock. This man had appeared only a few minutes ago, yet he had already slaughtered every top combatant of the Chui family. And what kind of technique was that? From such a distant place, he had directly moved all those Chui family members here. It was utterly godlike. They had never seen nor heard of anything like it. Young master, why have you come? Yin Yuma was utterly astonished. In her view, there seemed to be nothing about herself that could draw his attention. Well, you should go ask your disciple about that. Gu Xian seemed somewhat reluctant to recall what had just happened. Were women nowadays this bold? If asking for help is asking for help, it wasn't that I refused. Why did she start stripping off her clothes at the drop of a hat, saying she had no way to repay me except by offering herself to me? Gu Xian let out a helpless sigh. Looking at Yiming Shuang and Yin Yuezhou, he said, what do you plan to do with the two of them? Only then did the pair snap back to their senses. Circulating their spiritual energy, they prepared to flee. Are you kidding? That man in white was monstrously strong. If they didn't flee, were they supposed to charge forward and fight to the death? But soon they discovered in terror that this world seemed frozen. The spiritual energy in their bodies had utterly vanished, and they could not move in the slightest. Yin Yuezhou looked at Gu Xian, his eyes filled with sheer horror. He had not even noticed when Gu Xian had sealed off the space. What should we do? Yin Yuma looked at those two people, so deeply familiar, yet so utterly alien, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Kill them, of course. Hearing this, the two immediately panicked, and Yiming Shuang's eyes especially filled with desperate pleading. Then settle it quickly. Gu Xian stood where he was, hands behind his back, and said calmly, your inner demon must be broken by your own hand. I won't interfere. Yin Yuma nodded. Holding her ink sword, she slowly walked toward Yiming Shuang. Seeing this, the latter's terror reached an absolute peak. Suddenly she felt she could speak. No. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Let me go, okay? Yiming Shuang looked at Yin Yuma with a pitiful, fragile expression, her voice full of pleading. But the latter seemed not to hear and silently kept walking toward her. The long sword in Yin Yuma's hand reflected the bright moonlight, its gleam sending a chill through Yiming Shuang's heart. Senior sister, please, don't kill me. Aren't we the closest of sisters? Yiming Shuang begged bitterly. Just treat it as your little sister making another mistake. Forgive me like you always did, all right? Yiming Shuang prayed these words would stir Yin Yuma's old feelings and make her let go. But to her sorrow, she saw nothing in Yin Yuma's eyes but cold indifference. For a moment she was at a loss. Please let me go. Please, she begged over and over. Watching Yin Yuma draw closer and closer, she finally broke down completely. Yin Yuma, I hate you. I hate you. Yiming Shuang shrieked. Why? Why are you better than me in every single way? Your talent is better than mine, your looks are better than mine, our master cares for you more than he cares for me, and all the disciples admire you so much. Since childhood, I have never been able to match you in anything. I could only live forever in your shadow, forever trailing behind you. Come on, kill me. The happiness I had finally barely obtained has already been destroyed by you, Yin Yuma arrived before Yiming Shuang. Watching the latter's hysterical state, she felt nothing at all. I only want to say one thing to you. Yin Yuma leaned close to her ear and said softly, you seem to have forgotten. That day was your birthday. That imperial sword from the ancient emperor's hidden legacy was originally a gift I meant to give you. So why did you have to kill me? Though the voice was soft, every word reached Yiming Shuang's ears without exception. She instantly froze. Impossible, impossible, she murmured. That's absolutely impossible. Suddenly she felt as if she had personally destroyed the most important, most precious thing in her life. Why? Yiming Shuang looked at Yin Yuma in confusion. Why were you so good to me? Because you are my sister, my closest kin. Puchi. The ink sword pierced through Yiming Shuang's heart, and her vitality rapidly faded. Yin Yuma pulled out the longsword. Yiming Shuang stared blankly at the bloody hole in her chest, her consciousness growing weaker and weaker. The next moment she lost all signs of life and fell from the void. Yin Yuma then turned her gaze to Yin Yuezhou beside her. Seeing this, he hastily said, "Yuma, I Puchi." A sword light flashed, and Yin Yuma swung her blade, severing his head. After killing them with her own hands, she suddenly felt a lightness in her heart. The stubborn obsession with vengeance had finally faded away. Holy Maiden Yi and the sect master, they're all dead. The disciples below said in a daze. Suddenly they turned to Yin Yuma and shouted angrily, "Yin Yuma, look at what you've done. You killed your junior sister and murdered your master. Are you still the holy maiden of the Qingyue Immortal Sect? Does the Qingyue Immortal Sect still exist in your heart? It seems I was too good to you all before leading you to believe I would never get angry." Yin Yuma looked at them and slowly raised the longsword in her hand. "That one of yours won't do. Use this." Gu Xian flicked his finger, and a top-grade Immortal King-class longsword appeared before Yin Yuma. This. Yin Yuma looked at the sword before her. Supreme immortal might coiled around it, and even space itself could not bear it. "I'll let you use it for a while. I'll take it back when you're done," Gu Xian said. "Thank you, young master." They stared at Yin Yuma coldly, seemingly not believing she would really strike them down. With an expressionless face, Yin Yuma slashed at the Qingyue Immortal Sect. Boom. A dazzlingly brilliant sword light flashed across that world, and the Qingyue Immortal Sect was directly reduced to nothingness. "Let's go." Gu Xian waved his hand and retrieved the Immortal King's sword. Yin Yuma looked at the empty world before her and murmured to herself, "Now, I have truly become alone." "You are not alone." Gu Xian tore through space, stepped inside, and his voice drifted out. "Your disciple is still waiting for you. Don't let her wait too long." "Yenner." At that moment, Gu Xian's figure emerged from the void. "Young master, you're back." She looked around and asked where his master. "Yenner." Yin Yuma appeared beside her. Seeing her, Qin Yenner's nose twitched. She ran straight over and hugged her tightly. "Master, I thought you weren't coming back." Qin Yenner's eyes reddened. "Master, promise me you will never sneak off alone again. That's too dangerous." Seeing Qin Yenner's tearful face, Yin Yuma's heart trembled violently. This girl, did she really care about her so much? "Alright, I promise you." And so 5 or 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Gu Xian sat in a pavilion drinking tea together with Yin Yuma, Qin, Tianlia, and the others. Suddenly it seemed he sensed something. A flash of light appeared, and a sound transmission treasure emerged. Gu Xian poured his spiritual energy into it. Then Bai Lingjian's extremely anxious voice came through. "Nephew Yusin has disappeared. Your uncle Lu and I have searched for nearly a month, yet there isn't a single trace of her." Immediately afterward, Qin Tianlai and the others felt this world become incomparably cold. As the voice from the sound transmission artifact faded, this world instantly turned bitterly cold, as though one's very soul were about to freeze solid. Gu Xian remained expressionless, slowly setting down his teacup. "Divine Son, has something happened?" Qin Tianlai asked nervously. Gu Xian nodded, his tone utterly flat. He rose, said nothing more, and his figure vanished directly into the void. "This?" Qin Tianlai and the others exchanged glances. He looked at Uncle Qin and asked, "Grandfather, do you know who the Yusin that person mentioned is?" "It should be Bai Yusin, the daughter of Bai Lingjian, the sect master of the Immortal Feathersword sect," said Uncle Qin. "Then what is the relationship between Bai Yusin and the Divine Son?" "I saw that the Divine Son was extremely angry just now," Qin Tianlai asked. "I don't know," Uncle Qin shook his head. "I have been by the young lord's side for too short a time. I am not clear about what happened between them. But one thing I know very well," Uncle Qin sighed. "The young lord. He is truly angry." Sangjian Ancient Realm Taishu Sword Palace. As a ruling class power of the Sangjian Ancient Realm, Taishu Sword Palace possessed overwhelming strength. Within it, there were 9 exalted experts at the Immortal Emperor realm alone, and its palace master had already stepped into the half-immortal realm millions of years ago. There were also thousands of immortal kings and immortal lords, each powerful enough to dominate several immortal domains in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. As for the great emperors and supremes beneath them, they were too numerous to count. Today, Taishu Sword Palace was exceptionally lively because it was the day when its palace master Luo Xinju would formally appoint the Divine Maiden of the Sword Palace. Nearly all the immortal realm powers of the Sangjian Ancient Realm had come here today. Following Luo Xin's decree, they had gathered to bear witness to the appointment ceremony of the Taishu Sword Palace Divine Maiden. Taishu Sword Palace, Yutian Peak. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, all of them masters of immortal realm powers from the Sangjian Ancient Realm. On Yutian Peak, a golden avenue, 100 zhang wide and 10,000 zhang long, stretched across. The masters of the immortal realm powers and the elders of Taishu Sword Palace stood respectfully on both sides of the avenue. Elder Lu, I hear the divine maiden appointed by Palace Master Luo, this time, is no ordinary figure. People say she possesses the immortal sword bone. I wonder whether it is true. A faction master at the Immortal Lord Realm quietly spoke with a Taishu Sword Palace elder beside him, while everyone else nearby pricked up their ears to listen. Indeed, Elder Lu nodded and smiled proudly. The Palace Master went out this time and picked up a rare seedling. With the immortal sword bone, our Taishu Sword Palace will produce another immortal in the future. After hearing the elder's confirmed answer, the faction masters nearby glanced at one another, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. The immortal sword bone. Even among true immortal lineages, such a constitution was rarely encountered, even once in several hundred epochs. As long as she could grow up, she would definitely become an immortal in the future. The Taishu Sword Palace Master just went out once and encountered such a divine body. Her luck is simply too good. Stop talking. The appointment ceremony is about to begin. Just focus and watch. At this moment, an immortal king elder of Taishu Sword Palace looked at them with a frown. Hearing that those people apologized repeatedly, then turned their gazes toward the two figures at the other end of the Golden Avenue. Xuan, from today onward you are the divine maiden of our Taishu Sword Palace. You must forget your identity in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Those things are obstacles on your path of cultivation. In the future you are destined to attain immortality and contend for the position of Tao Lord. Do you see the great hall ahead? Inside lies our Taishu Sword Palace's supreme treasure, the Taishu Sword Scripture. In a while you will enter it and receive the infusion of the Taishu Sword Scripture. Do you understand what I have said? Luo Xinju, the palace master of Taishu Sword Palace, said slowly to the black-dressed woman beside her who had been keeping her head lowered. Luo Xinju wore a long cyan dress. Her appearance was not breathtakingly beautiful, yet within those eyes of hers lurked a sword intent that could terrify even immortal emperors. Sensing that her tone might have been too heavy, she softened her voice and said, "You possess the immortal sword bone, so you are destined not to be ordinary. The sect you belong to will only hold you back. I brought you here because I did not wish to see a future immortal sword venerable, buried, and forgotten." Bai Yusin heard her words and raised her head, revealing a flawless, peerlessly beautiful face. Her eyes, clear as autumn water, stared straight at Luo Xinju. "I will ask you one last time, will you let me leave?" Hearing this, the gentle smile on Luo Xinju's face slowly faded. She looked ahead and shook her head. "I cannot." "Very well." Bai Yusin nodded. "You will come to know that this decision of yours will destroy you and this Taishu Sword Palace as well." "Destroy me and Taishu Sword Palace as well." Luo Xinju looked at Bai Yusin as if she had just heard a joke and asked with a smile, "Do you mean someone will come here to annihilate my Taishu Sword Palace?" "Believe it or not," Bai Yusin said indifferently, "then I would like to see who could possibly annihilate my Taishu Sword Palace." Luo Xinju's words were saturated with intense confidence in her own strength. "Never mind me. You have seen the entire Tsangjian Ancient Realm, tens of thousands of immortal lords and immortal kings, and my Taishu Sword Palace's 9 immortal emperors. It is hard to say whether the one coming to save you could even get past them, let alone kill me. You have never seen a truly powerful being," Bai Yusin said. Hearing this, a trace of anger flickered in Luo Xinju's eyes before vanishing in an instant. "I truly would like to see just how powerful the person you speak of is." With a hint of disdain, Luo Xinju said, "Even if someone truly came to rescue you, I would slay him with one sword strike and erase him completely from this world. Once that hope of yours is severed, you should be willing to cultivate here peacefully. It is almost time. You should go and receive the infusion of the Taishu Sword Scripture," Luo Xinju said coldly. "I know," Bai Yusin replied indifferently. Just as she was about to step forward, a white-clad figure quietly appeared before the Great Hall. The moment Bai Yusin saw that white-clad figure, her body halted abruptly. The next moment, the corner of her mouth curled slightly, and she stepped back. "Didn't you want to see how strong the person I am?" She looked at Luo Xinju and smiled. "Now he is here." Hearing this, Luo Xinju turned to look at the white-clad figure and saw an exceedingly handsome man. "Was it you who brought her here?" Xuan looked at Luo Xinju and asked. "Indeed. And what are you going to..." Luo Xinju laughed. "Yusin says you are very strong, but I truly cannot see where your strength lies." "Yes, I am going to kill you," Xuan said. At these words, the assembled faction masters burst into loud laughter. "Did I hear that right? He says he is going to kill Palace Master Luo. How ridiculous. Where does he get the courage to say such a thing? Truly the ignorant have no fear." Everyone sneered at Xuan. In their eyes, he was already a dead man. Xuan paid no attention to their words, instead walking forward slowly, step by step. "How dare you intrude upon my Taishu Sword Palace? You are truly seeking death." An elder, even his body was fixed in place, completely unable to move. "Wow, what is going on? Why can't I move? And why has all the spiritual energy in my body been sealed?" He was utterly frantic. At this time, the others also realized that their cultivation seemed to have vanished, and they too were trapped in place. Even the Immortal Emperors of Taishu Sword Palace were no exception. How could this happen? Their eyes were filled with terror, and then they suddenly turned to Xuan. Could it be him? Luo Xinju also sensed that something was wrong. In the next moment, she tried to summon her spiritual energy, but discovered in despair that like the others, she could not summon the slightest trace of it. Impossible. This is impossible, she cried out in fear. I am a half-immortal existence. How could you possibly seal even my spiritual energy? Xuan said nothing, still walking forward at the same slow pace. All the people on both sides of him looked at him with shock so intense, it was nearly tangible. Even Luo Xinju, a half-immortal, had her entire cultivation sealed away. Exactly how powerful was this man? Their hearts were filled with utmost terror, and so they watched blankly as Xuan drew closer and closer to Luo Xinju. At last Xuan arrived in front of Luo Xinju. By now she was so terrified that her body was trembling. Not the slightest trace of the Taishu Sword Palace master's imposing demeanor remained. Xuan seized her neck, lifted her up, and said indifferently, "Can you see it now? You can't kill me. MMY Master is the Palace Lord of the Taishu Wanqing Palace. He is a Dao Lord, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of this world. If you kill me, my master will never let you go." Luo Xinju felt as if she could hardly breathe. Her desperate will to survive made her invoke her master's name. "Dao Lord." Xuan smiled. As Luo Xinju watched in bewilderment, his other hand reached into the void. "What are you going to do?" she asked. Xuan said nothing. After only a few breaths, he withdrew his hand, and with it he dragged out an old man dressed in a white Taoist robe. "Master." Luo Xinju stared at the old man in Xuan's grasp, her eyes filled with utter horror and disbelief. Impossible. How could this be possible? The Taishu Sword Palace and the Taishu Wanqing Palace were separated by an immeasurably vast distance. How had he traversed such a distance to bring her master here? Moreover, her master was a peerless expert at the second heaven of the Dao Lord realm, yet he had been brought here without even a trace of resistance. Such means were beyond even a peak Dao Lord's abilities. "Xinju." The old man was still somewhat bewildered. It was only upon hearing Luo Xin's voice that he snapped back to his senses. "How did I suddenly end up here?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Then he saw Xuan, who was just then gripping Luo Xinju by the neck. "Who are you? Release my disciple right now." The old man bellowed, his second heaven Dao Lord aura about to erupt. But the very next instant he froze. "What's going on? My cultivation, why has it disappeared?" The old man's eyes were filled with fright, and his voice held a slight tremor of panic. Suddenly he turned to Xuan. "It's you. Forget about your cultivation," Xuan said. "She told me that if I killed her you would not let this matter rest. I wanted to see exactly how you would not let this matter rest." Luo Xin's heart sank to rock bottom at this point. There was no longer a shred of hope in her eyes. If he could even seal away her master's Dao Lord cultivation, she had no idea what kind of existence she had provoked. The old man was trembling with fear. After hearing Xuan's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to Luo Xinju and roared in fury, "You wretched thing. You've gotten yourself into trouble. Just go and die alone. Why bring my name into it?" Luo Xin's eyes slowly widened at these words, as if she could not believe her master would ever say such a thing. "Master, you? Who is your master?" "I am not your master," the old man roared. He then turned to Xuan, completely abandoning the dignity of a Dao Lord, and pleaded in a low voice, "Esteemed young master, I am not her master. I have no connection to her whatsoever. If you wish to kill her, go ahead. Or if you feel that killing her would dirty your hands, you may lift the seal on my cultivation, and I will kill her for you." Luo Xinju was utterly dumbfounded. No matter how hard she tried, she could never have imagined that her master, to save his own skin, would speak of killing her with his own hands. The old man seemed to realize what was about to happen. The fear in his eyes almost overflowed at that moment. "No, don't kill me." Xuan ignored him and lightly clenched his fingers. Bang! The old man's head burst open, splattering red and white matter all over Luo Xinju. The Palace Lord of the Taishu Wanqing Palace, a second heaven Dao Lord among the strongest, had his head crushed by Xuan's hand in a single blow. After killing the old man, Xuan turned his gaze to Luo Xinju. Her pupils contracted instantly. "Don't." She only had time to utter those two words before Xuan snapped her neck. As Luo Xin's headless corpse toppled to the ground, everyone behind Xuan remained silent, leaving only the frantic pounding of hearts. "Young master, we were forced to come here. We have no connection whatsoever with the Taishu Sword Palace. Look, the Palace Lord of the Taishu Sword Palace is already dead. Please let us leave." An immortal king from another force spoke up. Yes, young master. None of us really wanted to come, but that Luo Xinju compelled us to." Xuan glanced at them. The next moment, without any warning, their bodies all exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Xuan waved his hand, and the sea of blood mist vanished instantly. After doing all this, he turned to the woman in black. "Are you all right?" Bai Yusin had been watching Gu Xian from the very beginning, her gaze never leaving him. Rest assured, I haven't lost a single piece of flesh. She laughed. That woman used to treasure me like a precious jewel. Afraid I'd break if held in her hands, afraid I'd melt if kept in her mouth. After all, I am their divine maiden. Well, it seems you've been treated quite well here. Perhaps I shouldn't have come after all, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. Bai Yusin cast Gu Xian a sideways glare, then suddenly threw herself into his arms. He did not dodge, simply letting her hold him. Gu Xian, this whole time I've been really scared. I was afraid I'd never make it back to the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, never see you again. Bai Yusin leaned against Gu Xian's chest, tears streaming down without end. I came after all, didn't I? Gu Xian gently patted her back, his eyes filled with tenderness. Bai Yusin raised her head, revealing her tear-streaked face, and said with a sob, what if I'm captured by someone again? Gu Xian thought for a moment. Then from his spatial ring, he took out a jade pendant and placed it in Bai Yusin's hand. Shatter it, and no matter where you are, I will appear by your side. Bai Yusin looked at the jade pendant in her hand, sobbed softly, and tucked it away carefully. Come to think of it, this is the first thing you've ever given me. I want to keep it forever and hope that the day I need to use it never comes. Bai Yusin pressed against Gu Xian's chest and murmured, Gu Xian, I can't protect you any longer. Now I can only rely on you to protect me. You mustn't despise me. How could I ever despise you? Gu Xian said tenderly. Promise me. Gu Xian smiled as if in mild exasperation. I promise. I will always protect Bai Yusin. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, a content smile spread across Bai Yusin's face. Let's go back. Xiao Yao's comminglage ceremony is about to begin. I haven't prepared a gift for her yet. All right. The void shattered, and the two left that place. At the Qin family estate, inside a pavilion, space rippled as Gu Xian's figure appeared before the group. Seeing Gu Xian return, the several people stood up. Divine Son, is everything settled? Qin Tianlai asked. You weren't hurt, were you? If there really were someone in this world capable of hurting me, I would actually quite like to meet him, Gu Xian said with a faint smile. Sit down. Let's continue our tea. Seeing that Gu Xian was indeed in a good mood, now everyone felt relieved. Young master, if you don't mind, please have a taste of the tea I brewed. As Yin Yuma spoke, she poured a cup of tea for Gu Xian. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so days had passed. Inside the main hall of the Qin family, Gu Xian sat in the seat of honor, while Qin Bo, Qin Tianlia, Qin Wanshan, and the rest of the Qin family's high-ranking members sat below. After finishing his tea, he rose to his feet. By my reckoning, it's time to return. Qin Bo asked them whether they finished packing. Packing? What is there to pack? Qin Wanshan asked blankly. Their personal belongings, Qin Bo replied with a smile. The young lord intends to bring the entire Qin family to the Immortal Realm and establish our roots there. Take the Qin family to the Immortal Realm? Qin Wanshan wondered if he had misheard. Patriarch, do you mean we will no longer develop in the lower realm? Qin Wanshan asked. The lower realm's spiritual energy is barren and the great Tao is incomplete. It was never suitable for cultivation. Gu Xian said a sage realm achieved in the lower realm is merely a false sage. After ascending to the Immortal Realm, compared to true Sage Realm cultivators there, they cannot even survive 2 or 3 exchanges. As for the younger generation of the Qin family, I see their aptitudes are passable. If they remain in the lower realm, their talents will only be constrained. I see. Qin Wanshan had originally planned to rely on Qin Tianlai to make the Qin family dominate the entire lower realm, but hearing Gu Xian's words, it seemed this lower realm really wasn't much after all. Our Qin family can really go to the Immortal Realm. The Qin family's high-ranking members exchanged glances, each seeing the thick excitement in the other's eyes. Going to the Immortal Realm was something they had never imagined. They had spent nearly their entire lives in Yunzhou thinking that this was how it would always be. Now suddenly hearing that the entire Qin family could go to the Immortal Realm, how could they not be excited? I understand, young lord. Please wait a moment. With that, Qin Wanshan hurriedly left the main hall. A quarter of an hour later he returned. Young lord, everyone in the Qin family is ready. Qin Wanshan said excitedly. Young lord, when the time comes, will we follow the elders to your Gu clan? Gu clan? Gu Xian shook his head. Not to my home. Ah, then. Where are we going? Qin Wanshan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the young lord intended to let them wander around the Immortal Realm? Don't worry, I've already found a place for you. Gu Xian smiled slightly and waved his hand. In an instant, everyone from the Qin family vanished from the spot. In the Immortal Realm, at the Wang family, in the Tianza Immortal Domain. The Wang family patriarch stared at the tens of thousands of figures that suddenly appeared before him, still wearing a stunned expression. Without wasting words, Gu Xian stepped in front of him and extended a single finger pointing toward the depths of the universe. Boom. The next moment, an uninhabited immortal domain split apart and collapsed. The sound of the explosion, despite the immense distance, reached the Wang family patriarch's ears with absolute clarity, causing his heart to tremble. He stared at the distant heavenly horizon, at the immortal domain that was fading away, his heart pounding violently. A single finger causing an entire immortal domain to explode. Even an immortal king couldn't do this. What is this? Is he threatening me? I'm just a small-time immortal lord of the first heaven. Surely there's no need for this, really. He'll give you two choices. Gu Xian smiled and held up two fingers. First, from now on, this place is the Qin family's home. Henceforth your Wang family will be a vassal clan of the Qin family. The second. Before Gu Xian could finish, the Wang family patriarch fell to his knees with a thud. My Wang family has been the Qin family's vassal since ancient times. He said with utmost flattery, My lord, you may not know this, but my Wang family, going back several generations, was actually surnamed Qin. The Wang patriarch's decisiveness caught Gu Xian off guard. He chuckled helplessly, pointed at Qin Wanshan, and said to the Wang patriarch, He is the Qin family's patriarch. From now on, just listen to him. Understood. I understand. The Wang patriarch nodded like a pecking chick. Before Gu Xian could continue, he scurried over to Qin Wanshan's side, his old face beaming brighter than a flower. Patriarch Qin, come, I'll vacate my own residence for you. These are all members of our old Qin family, right? Let them come over too. He'll have all those little brats of the Wang family get out. Qin Wanshan was momentarily embarrassed by the Wang patriarch's excessive eagerness. At this moment, Gu Xian said, This Tianza immortal domain will belong to the Qin family from now on. If anything comes up, just have him handle it. After all, he is an immortal lord, so he should be of some use. I, immortal lord. Qin Wanshan was stunned for a moment. He looked at the old man currying favor before him, his mind still dazed. This was actually an immortal lord. And he could actually make an immortal lord work for him. This really was a feeling he had never experienced before. Then Gu Xian turned to Qin Bo, Qin Tianlia, and the others, saying, All right, the Qin family now has a place in the immortal realm. Let's return to the Gu clan. Qin Tianlai and the others had already decided to come to the Gu family while they were still in the lower realm. Starting from Qin Bo, their ancestors had fought for the Gu clan for generations. Now that he had returned, it was only natural that they would return to the Gu clan as well. Good. Qin Tianlai and Shin Susu nodded. I want to go to the Gu clan too. Qin Yinner ran out at that moment and stood beside Gu Xian. Yinner, come back. The Gu clan isn't a place you can go whenever you want. Qin Wanshan hurriedly scolded. It's fine. If she wants to go, let her. Gu Xian said with a smile. Then he looked at Yin Yuma and asked, What about you? She smiled sweetly. I'm all alone now. Wherever Yinner goes, I will naturally follow her. Gu Xian nodded. All right. Then he looked at the Wang patriarch, about to speak, when the latter, for the second time, dropped to his knees without a word. My lord, rest assured. Go on ahead. Whoever wants to cause trouble for the Qin family will have to step over my body first, the Wang patriarch declared with utmost seriousness. The words Gu Xian was about to say caught in his throat. Helpless, he smiled and shook his head. Remember what you said. After that, he lightly waved his sleeve and left with Qin Bo and the other four. Inside the main hall of the Gu clan. At this moment, people from various other forces were arriving one after another. As one of the overlord-level powers of the Tianwang ancient realm, the Gu family carried considerable weight. And Gu Yao, as the Gu family's little princess, her comingafage ceremony was undoubtedly a major event. At this moment, in a corner of the main hall, a stunningly beautiful young girl in a pale green long dress was propping up her cheek with one hand while watching the bustling crowd ahead. Tomorrow is my comingafage ceremony. Why hasn't he come back yet? The girl let out a long sigh. Don't worry, Xiao Yao. He will definitely come back. Bai Yusin sat beside Gu Yao and comforted her. Then she turned to several men on the other side and said displeasedly, Lu Feng, how is the task of contacting Gu Xian going? Lu Feng and the others stammered, racking their brains for an excuse when Gu Xian's voice came over. Isn't it obvious that I've already arrived, eh? The next moment, Gu Xian's figure appeared in the hall. When Gu Yao saw him, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Brother. She threw herself directly into Gu Xian's arms. Brother, why did you only come back now? Gu Yao pouted slightly, seemingly quite unhappy. I was out preparing a gift for you. Gu Xian smiled and took out the celestial fox spirit seed. The moment Gu Yao saw how adorable the celestial fox spirit seed looked, her heart immediately melted. So cute. She held the little celestial fox in her hands, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother, thank you. As long as you like it. Gu Xian smiled. You've been gone so long. Did you go off to charm some Holy Land saintess again? Bai Yusin looked at Gu Xian and teased. Hearing this, Gu Yao stopped teasing the celestial fox in her arms and said with a serious expression, Brother, Sister Yusin is right. You should be wary of those outside women. In my opinion, Sister Yusin is actually quite good. Why don't you just marry her? After Gu Yao finished speaking, Bai Yusin's face instantly turned crimson. She hurriedly looked away. Gu Xian glanced at Bai Yusin and was about to say something when suddenly a thunderous voice came from beyond the Gu clan. Gu Yao, as the sovereign of the Immortal Imperial Court, How dare you break off our engagement? Come out and apologize to me. The voice resounded like a tolling bronze bell, and every member of the Gu clan heard it. The guests who had come to the Gu residence were puzzled. The immortal celestial court. What is that? They turned their gaze to the source of the voice, and their faces instantly turned deathly pale. In the void, tens of thousands of figures were silently standing. They wore silver immortal armor and held long halberds, their countenances solemn. Dense, immortal lord pressure coiled around each of them. Before them stood a young man. His features were handsome and refined. He was clad in a white imperial robe, and at his waist hung a 3-foot-long sword. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood looking down at the entire Gu clan with indifference, his eyes seemingly containing boundless majesty, like a true celestial emperor. Heavens! So many immortal lords. Are they planning to annihilate the Gu family? Someone said, so many immortal lord experts, and judging by their auras, all at the peak of the immortal lord realm. A force like this could probably turn the entire Tianhuang ancient realm upside down. This Gu family has actually provoked such a formidable enemy. As they spoke, the guests who had come to the Gu residence had already quietly moved aside. These people were plainly targeting the Gu family, so of course the guests hastened to make their stance clear. Since they had no real ties to the Gu family, they would never risk their lives for it. Let's see how the Gu family will settle this. Someone said with a laugh, eyes full of gloating. They had long resented the Gu family, but restrained by the Gu family's overwhelming strength, they could only bury such feelings in their hearts. Now seeing a scene like this, they felt incredibly pleased. Settle this. How can the Gu family settle this? One person sneered. The immortal lords and immortal kings in their clan probably number fewer than 100 in total. How can they match tens of thousands of peak immortal lord experts? I think today may well be the day the Gu family is wiped out. Fellow Taoists speak sense. The crowd stood in the void, voicing their agreement one after another. Inside the great hall, Gu Yao's face was extremely grim. Xiaoyao, what is going on? Whose engagement did you break off? Bai Yusin asked. The Jiang family, Jiang Chun. Gu Yao said through gritted teeth. He and I were betrothed since childhood, but I never liked him, so 2 years ago, I went to the Jiang residence to break off the engagement. I know the Gu family was in the wrong, so I compensated the Jiang family with many treasures. I thought that would end it, but unexpectedly that Jiang Chun has come directly to the gates of our clan today. The Jiang family. Lu Feng frowned slightly. Is it the Jiang family of the Wanhai immortal domain? Gu Yao nodded. The others suddenly understood. In the Tianhuang ancient realm, the Jiang family was also a lineage of immortal kings. Though its strength was not equal to the Gu family's, it was still one of the overlord-level powers of the realm, and not to be underestimated, with several immortal kings within the clan. 5 years ago, however, for unknown reasons, all of the Jiang family's immortal kings vanished. Consequently, the Jiang family also declined from its status as an overlord power. It's all right, Xiaoyao. Let's go meet this Jiang Chun, Bai Yusin said coldly. Since the engagement is broken, it's broken. You don't need to be afraid. I'd like to see what he can do to you. I'm not afraid. With my brother accompanying me, of course I'm not afraid. Gu Yao looked at Gu Xian and smiled, her heart filled with a sense of security. Gu Xian smiled back and said, let's go. I also want to see what kind of person this so-called lord of the immortal celestial court is. When they finished speaking, they vanished from the hall and appeared in the sky above the Gu clan. Once they arrived, they saw that nearly all of the Gu clan's experts were already standing there. Seeing Gu Xian appear, the clan experts instantly became respectful. Divine Son, you have returned. They saluted with clasped fists, and Gu Xian nodded lightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, several more figures appeared. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The experts saluted the new arrivals. Xianer, Gu Lingyuan, the patriarch of the Gu family, and Gu Xian's father, saw Gu Xian with surprise in his eyes. The beautiful woman beside him also spotted Gu Xian, her gaze brimming with profound joy. Father, mother, I'm back, Gu Xian said with a smile. It's good that you're back, Gu Xian's mother and Ryue said, smiling. Gu Xian, did you bring this old man some good wine this time? The Gu family's supreme elder Gu Jiuxing said cheerfully. How could I not? Tonight, I'll let you have a taste. Haha, with words like that I can hardly wait now. The people around them watched Gu Xian and the others chatting and laughing so easily, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. How can they still be in the mood for idle talk? Beyond the mountain gate of their Gu clan, there are tens of thousands of immortal lord experts watching menacingly. Do they not feel any fear at all? Could they have some secret trump card? A secret trump card? I think they're just putting on a brave front. After all, so many powers have come to the Gu residence today. If they acted too afraid, it would make others think the Gu family is nothing special. Fellow Taoist is right. In the void, Jiang Chun saw that the Gu family members were paying him no attention whatsoever, and a blaze of anger slowly rose in his eyes. Gu Yao, I came here today to give you only one choice: apologize to me, and then come back with me to the Jiang family. Gu Yao looked at him and said in a low voice, Jiang Chun, there was never any affection between us. Was I wrong to break off the engagement? Besides, the treasures my Gu family gave your Jiang family were by no means few. Why must you still come here to pester me? That's right, Jiang Chun. Yaoer has spoken the truth. Gu Lingyuan also spoke up. At first, that engagement was nothing more than a drunken jest between your father and me. Your father never took it seriously, so why must you be so stubborn about it? Heh. Jiang Chen's gaze slowly turned cold and dark. I see now. You look down on my Jiang family for no longer having Immortal King Realm experts. You think I, Jiang Chun, am unworthy of someone from the Gu family, aren't you? Before, when the Gu family was powerful, even if you broke off the engagement, I naturally did not dare to say much. Even if it meant losing all face in the Jiang family, I accepted it. But now, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly changed as he looked at the Gu family members as if they were ants. I am no longer the Jiang Chun of the past. I am now the Immortal Celestial Emperor. Gu Lingyuan frowned slightly. I do not care who you are. Since Yaoer does not like you, you may simply leave. If you continue to harass her, do not blame me for disregarding old ties with your father. Disregard old ties with my father. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Patriarch Gu, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan sneered. Oh, I don't know where you found so many immortal lords, but do you think these people can scare me? These people naturally cannot scare you. But I never said I only have these immortal lords. The bystanders were taken aback. Could there be others? Immortal Celestial Court, oh Immortal Celestial Court. I always felt that I had heard this name before. An immortal lord expert racked his brain, and suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. I remember now. Oh, fellow Taoist, hurry and tell us. What exactly is this immortal Legend says that in the ancient era there was a peerless expert revered by the world as the Celestial Emperor. He gathered immortal lords, immortal kings, and even immortal emperors from every ancient realm to establish the Immortal Celestial Court. According to ancient records, the Immortal Celestial Court had 100,000 celestial soldiers, 3,000 celestial generals, and the 10 imperial venerables. Moreover, they were all peak existences among immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors. 100,000 celestial soldiers. Someone said, looking at the tens of thousands of figures behind Jiang Chun with uncertainty. Could these be the legendary 100,000 celestial soldiers? Then, what about the 3,000 celestial generals and the 10 imperial venerables? Jiang Chun glanced at them and said calmly, they are naturally here as well. The moment his words fell, the void shattered and several thousand more figures appeared. Boom. The instant they appeared, overwhelming auras powerful enough to shake heaven and earth erupted without restraint. The great star on which the Gu family resided immediately trembled unceasingly on the verge of collapse and annihilation. As for the 10 figures at the front, the aura radiating from each of them was like a boundless sea of stars, vast and inexhaustible, as if about to crush the entire Tianhuang ancient realm to pieces. For a moment, all the immortal kings and immortal lords across the Tianhuang ancient realm changed color. What is going on? This aura is far beyond what an immortal king can compare to. Could it be an immortal emperor? Has an immortal emperor appeared in Tianhuang? This aura, it comes from the Gu family. Could it be that an immortal emperor has emerged from the Gu family? We will know at a glance. With that, the immortal realm experts throughout the 3,000 immortal domains shattered space one after another and headed toward the Gu family. The Gu clan. With the appearance of the 3,000 heavenly generals and the 10 emperor venerables, this space, unable to bear such overwhelming pressure, began to shatter in great swaths. The powerhouses from the various immortal domains watched the scene with ashen faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. So these are the 3,000 heavenly generals and the 10 emperor venerables. Utterly terrifying. Faced with beings like these, I feel for the first time how insignificant I truly am. 3,000 pinnacle immortal kings, 10 pinnacle immortal emperors. The Gu clan is doomed today. The Immortal Celestial Court is terrifying beyond measure. If even a single immortal emperor made a move, it could annihilate the Gu clan 10 million times over. And here, there are fully 10 of them. After today, within the Tianhuang ancient realm, the Gu clan will likely cease to exist. In their hearts, the fall of the Gu clan was already an unshakable certainty. At that moment, space rippled again and again. The immortal realm powerhouses from other immortal domains who had sensed the aura of the immortal emperors also arrived here. The moment they appeared, they were stunned by the scene before them. What is going on here? An immortal sect master looked at the scene, his heart filled with extreme alarm. Scanning before him, the tens of thousands of figures all radiated dense immortal might. Every single one was an immortal realm powerhouse. He had lived for so long, yet had never seen anything like this. Judging by their manner, they must have some conflict with the Gu clan, someone said slowly after studying the situation. A conflict with the Gu clan? Another asked in confusion. What did the Gu clan do to provoke an enemy of this magnitude? Fellow Taoist, you probably don't yet know what happened. On the other side, another man walked over and told them what had happened. The Immortal Celestial Court. After hearing the cause, an immortal king powerhouse could not help but exclaim, "That is a superpower from the ancient era." It is said that under the leadership of the immortal Heavenly Emperor, the immortal celestial court ruled over 10,000 ancient worlds. Hiss! Ruling over 10,000 ancient worlds. Someone was utterly shocked. Then what happened afterward? If the immortal celestial court was so mighty, we should have heard of this force at least a little. Why is almost no one aware of it now? Seeing that this immortal king powerhouse seemed to know much about the immortal celestial court, as someone asked him, "I don't know very much either." The immortal king powerhouse shook his head and said later it is said that the immortal Heavenly Emperor fought a battle against another extremely powerful being. After the fall of that Heavenly Emperor, the immortal celestial court was invaded by other forces amid the chaos, split apart, and eventually vanished completely. Now that the immortal celestial court has appeared here, I speculate that this Xuan must have inherited the immortal Heavenly Emperor's legacy and is using it to command the immortal celestial court anew. I see. The crowd suddenly understood. Xuan of the Jiang clan had his engagement called off by the Gu clan. As the inheritor of the immortal Heavenly Emperor, he certainly cannot endure such humiliation, and since the Gu clan refuses to make concessions to him, it seems a great battle is unavoidable. A great battle? You're overestimating the Gu clan too much, someone said with contempt. This can only be called a slaughter. A one-sided slaughter by the immortal celestial court against the Gu clan. Exactly. With a single casual strike from an immortal emperor, the Gu clan would be reduced to nothing. So how could you call it a great battle? Now that you fellow Taoists put it that way, I did indeed choose my words poorly. The man smiled. Should we also attack the Gu clan in a while to make our position clear? Someone suddenly suggested. If we can cling to the immortal celestial court's coattails, our future prospects will be boundless. His suggestion immediately won the approval of those people, and then they all began to slowly move toward. At this moment, Lu Ye by Lingjian and the others also emerged from the void. After one glance at the situation, they immediately formed an approximate judgment and swiftly passed through the Gu clan's protective grand formation to reach Gu Xian and the others. Isn't that Lu Ye and the others? Even at a time like this, they still want to live and die with the Gu clan. Tisk tisk, how loyal. Loyalty, my ass. If you ask me, it's just stupidity. Well, that's fine too. Once these factions are wiped out, all the resources they controlled will be ours. Everyone sneered coldly. How about it, patriarch of the Gu clan? Jiang Qin's voice rang out, his face carrying a faint smile. If you kneel and apologize to me now, I'll spare your Gu clan for the sake of the friendship between my father and you. And what if I don't? Gu Lingyuan said calmly with no hint of fear on his face. Hearing that, the smile on Jiang Qin's face vanished. Then go die? As his words fell, the tens of thousands of immortal lords behind him instantly erupted with their full auras. Strand after strand of immortal-grade divine arts bloomed from their hands, and a dazzling immortal light immediately flooded the heavens and the earth. The 3,000 immortal king powerhouses meanwhile unleashed top-grade immortal king artifacts one after another. For a time, Dao sounds reverberated throughout this universe, shattering countless stars. As for the 10 immortal emperors, with a single thought, 10 Dharma manifestations tens of millions of times vaster than the Tianhuang ancient realm appeared behind them. With every breath, these 10 Dharma manifestations took the great Tao of the Tianhuang ancient realm, hummed and trembled. Is this the true power of the immortal celestial court? The people standing beside Jiang Qin stared at the scene in shock, almost forgetting to breathe. No wonder it could rule over 10,000 ancient worlds. With these 10 immortal emperor Dharma manifestations appearing, who would dare not bow in submission? Jiang Qin seemed quite satisfied with the shock on their faces. He looked at the Gu clan and said indifferently, "So are you ready to die? If it's only these people, they are still far from enough to destroy my Gu clan." A white-robed figure appeared outside the Gu clan, looked at Jiang Qin, and said with a faint smile, "And who are you?" Jiang Qin looked at Gu Xian. When he noticed how extraordinarily handsome the latter was, a thick jealousy flashed through his eyes. Isn't that Gu Xian the divine son of the Gu clan? Why has he come out alone? Judging by his appearance, is he planning to face the immortal celestial court by himself? How utterly laughable. Who does he think he is? A divine son of the Gu clan. At most, he probably only has the cultivation of a great emperor. He actually wants to fight the immortal celestial court alone. What stupidity! After hearing their words, Jiang Qin looked at Gu Xian once more. You are the divine son of the Gu clan. Perfect, I'll start with you then. He gently waved his hand after speaking. Kill him. The next instant, the endless immortal arts, immortal king artifacts, and immortal emperor Dharma bodies all surged toward Gu Xian to kill him. At this moment, the entire Tianhuang ancient realm was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Yet Gu Xian, standing alone against all of it, showed not the slightest panic on his face. He merely waved his hand lightly. In that instant, whether it was the countless immortal-grade divine arts, the thousands of immortal king artifacts, or the 10 immortal emperor dharma bodies, everything turned into nothingness. While the powerhouses of the immortal celestial court were still lost in bewilderment, the bodies of the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals of the immortal celestial court, as well as its 10 emperor venerables, all exploded with a thunderous boom, turning into a vast blood mist that drifted into the depths of the universe. The powerhouses from the other forces exchanged glances, seeing the disbelief written on each. How is this possible? How could this be? How could a single word from him annihilate all those immortal realm experts of the immortal celestial court? Exactly. Don't forget, there were immortal emperors among them. Even the immortal emperors could not escape. Shock flooded everyone's eyes. They simply could not accept that those people of the immortal celestial court had died at Xuan's hands. See, I wasn't wrong. These people are far from enough to destroy my Gu clan. Xuan said to Xuan. The latter was now staring dumbfounded at the space behind him. A moment ago, this place had been filled with the immortal realm experts of the immortal celestial court, but in the blink of an eye they were all dead. How could this? Xuan clutched his head with both hands, his expression gradually turning ferocious. This isn't how it should be. I am the reincarnation of the immortal Heavenly Emperor. Shouldn't I be sweeping across the countless ancient worlds and becoming the protagonist of heaven and earth? How did everything end up like this? Xuan muttered as though he had lost his mind. Finally, he suddenly let out a roar. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why am I always thwarted at every turn? Why do I always fail to obtain what I want no matter what? Was I simply born to be like this? I won't submit. He roared heavenward like a demon possessed. At that moment, his jet black hair slowly turned white. The ferocious expression on his face disappeared, replaced by an incomparably calm look. The thick unwillingness in his eyes was also gone, leaving only an aloof indifference toward all living beings in this world, as if they were nothing more than ants. Look, why has Xuan's hair suddenly turned white? Someone exclaimed. Indeed. And his eyes. They've become so cold now, as if everyone is no more than a speck of dust in his eyes. White hair. The earlier immortal king powerhouse murmured. It is said that the immortal Heavenly Emperor also had white hair. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xuan in shock. Could it be that the Xuan at this moment is no longer Xuan, but rather that immortal heavenly? At this moment, Xuan was like a true Heavenly Emperor, exalted and aloof, coldly looking down upon everyone present. The aura on Xuan. It has changed. Indeed. Gu Jiuxing said, his voice slightly grave as he looked at Xuan. Just then Qin Bo and the others appeared there as well. It seems the latent wisdom of the undying Heavenly Emperor within him has fully awakened. He is now the very undying Heavenly Emperor from back then. Is the undying Heavenly Emperor very strong? And Ruyue asked, a little worried. I wonder if Xian'er can still deal with him. Although she knew Gu Xian was powerful, she did not know exactly how powerful. Since he dares to call himself undying and is the leader of the undying immortal court, that means he has surely stepped into the undying realm. Gu Jiuxing had spoken, and Ruyue asked, how much stronger is the undying realm compared to an immortal emperor? In her understanding, an immortal emperor was basically the strongest existence in the world. As for the realms above the immortal emperor, although she had heard of them, she had never seen such beings take action, so her understanding of the undying realm remained very vague. How much stronger? Gu Jiuxing shook his head with a faint smile. It is not a matter of how much stronger. The two are simply incomparable. Even if there were countless immortal emperors in this world, a single palm strike from someone in the undying realm would destroy them all, body and soul. The undying realm is true power that stands at the absolute peak of this world. After hearing Gu Jiuxing's words, the worry on Ruyue's face only deepened. But Xian'er, don't worry. Gu Xian will be fine, Gu Jiuxing said with a smile. He still clearly remembered the time when he himself had sensed Gu Xian's aura. That feeling was like standing alone before the entire boundless sea. It left one with nothing but the most helpless fear in one's heart. Hearing Gu Jiuxing say this, Ruyue could only nod. Mistress, you need not worry. The Divine Sun's strength may far exceed your imagination. Shinsusu also comforted her from the side. After all, even the spirit of the River of Time could only kneel before him. Could this undying Heavenly Emperor really be stronger than the spirit of the River of Time? When Qin Bo had returned earlier, Qin Tianlia, Shinsusu, and the others had already met with the senior members of the Gu family, and the Gu family's higher-ups had been extremely welcoming to them. Hearing Shinsusu's words, Ruyue smiled and nodded. I suppose I was overthinking it. In the void, Jiang looked at Gu Xian and slowly began to speak. You have killed all of the experts in my undying heavenly court. Gu Xian nodded. Correct. Do you want? Jiang sighed. Although they were mere ants, do you know how much effort I spent finding them? Now that you have killed them all, I will have to search for new candidates again. Bro. Who gave you the courage to think you'd still be alive to look for new candidates? Gu Xian asked. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. Do you think killing them all qualifies you to challenge me? How childish. As he spoke, Jiang Chun slowly drew the long sword at his waist. Clang. The ringing of the sword echoed throughout the entire Tianhuang Ancient Realm. I will show you what undying truly is. As he finished, the aura of his third heaven of the undying realm erupted in full force. In the next moment, all living beings in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm and the tens of thousands of ancient realms around it felt a heart-stopping pressure. Their bodies, and even their souls, trembled in terror. Is this undying? Is this an existence that surpasses the Immortal Emperor? This pressure is almost comparable to a deity. In the sky above the Gu family, the people from other forces were completely awed by the sight. Their faces were contorted, and their robes flapped in the wind. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, they felt as if their bodies could barely endure and would shatter in the next second. I feel my soul being crushed. And this is merely the aura radiating from the undying Heavenly Emperor. If he actually made a move, the scene would be simply unimaginable. Look, Jiang Chun is making his move. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Jiang Chun raised his long sword, and in an instant the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of ancient realms came surging from all directions, pouring into the blade. The next moment, Jiang Chun made an utterly unremarkable slash. A dazzling sword light spanning over 1,000 ancient realms appeared, and even in other distant ancient realms far away, one could see a blindingly bright glint flash by. It slashed through the great Tao of heaven and earth, split open the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, and flew toward Gu Xian. So this is the power of the undying realm. Under such power, we are truly as tiny as dust. That divine son of the Gu family will surely be reduced to ashes by this sword strike. Yeah, he sought his own death. Who can he blame? Outside the Gu clan's ancestral grounds, those people looked at the sword strike Jiang Chun had made and could not help but exclaim in amazement. They sneered at Gu Xian, convinced that he would die without even a trace left under that strike. Only the third heaven of the undying realm, and you think this highly of yourself. Gu Xian shook his head faintly, then extended a finger and pointed it at Jiang Chun. Seeing this, the latter sneered coldly. What, you think you can kill me with a single finger? Suddenly his words stopped. The next moment, with a boom, his body directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and the sword light that had split the Tianhuang Ancient Realm vanished as well. The undying Heavenly Emperor, a mighty figure of the ancient era, was thus utterly vanquished, body dead and Tao extinguished. The divine son. To actually be this powerful, even an existence like that was killed with a single finger. Inside the Gu clan, the Gu family members watched Gu Xian's calm, unruffled bearing in the void, their hearts filled with shock. See, mistress, was I wrong? Shinsusu said with a smile. The divine son is very strong indeed. Only then did Enryue find. See, mistress, was I wrong? Shinsusu said with a smile. The divine son is very strong indeed. Only then did Enryue finally let go of her worries. The sword strike Jiang Chun had just unleashed was too terrifying. For a moment, she had worried Gu Xian would not be able to withstand it. Yes, I never imagined that Xianer could already be this powerful. She smiled, her heart filled with pride. But then again, this undying Heavenly Emperor really was formidable. The sword strike he unleashed could completely destroy over 1,000 Tianhuang ancient realms. So this is the power of the undying realm. It really is absurdly strong, one of the Gu family members remarked. Indeed, but even in the face of such an opponent, the divine son annihilated him with one finger. It is unimaginable just how strong the divine son is. The Gu family members all sighed in awe. Meanwhile, those outside the Gu clan's ancestral grounds were completely dumbfounded. Dead. He just died like that. The undying Heavenly Emperor is this weak, right? He made such a grand show of force only to be burst apart by one finger. Was he really the undying Heavenly Emperor? They could not believe that this legendary powerhouse had died, so easily blown apart, by Gu Xian's single finger. It is not that the undying Heavenly Emperor was too weak. It is that the divine son of the Gu family is too strong. That immortal king expert sighed. The facts are already before us. The strength of the Gu family's divine son far, far surpasses that of the undying Heavenly Emperor. The faces of the crowd instantly turned ashen. What should we do now? We had just taken Jiang Chen's side. Will the Gu family let us off? It should be fine. With so many of us, practically all the experts of the 3,000 immortal domains are gathered here. The law cannot punish the many. They certainly will not make things difficult for us. That's good, that's good. They breathed sighs of relief inwardly. At that moment, Gu Xian's gaze turned toward them. I really do not like what you all did just now. I am most displeased by what you all have just done. Gu Xian looked at them, his face expressionless. The moment his gaze landed on them, panic seized them instantly. Divine Son Gu, what we did before was a last resort. They hastily defended themselves. Think about it, Divine Sun Gu. If we had also sided with the Gu clan, Xuan would definitely have killed every one of us. We were only trying to confuse Xuan, and we were forced to resort to such a desperate plan. In truth, our hearts have always been devoted to the Gu clan. After all, we are all people of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Yes, these fellow cultivators are absolutely right. Divine Sun Gu, we are absolutely loyal. Guxian looked at them. One by one, their eyes were filled with panic. Is that so? To me, it seems that you don't really want to stay in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. As he spoke, Guxian slowly extended a slender palm. Seeing this, their expressions were immediately replaced by overwhelming fear. No. Of course we are willing to stay in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. We will not go anywhere else. Yes, Divine Sun Gu. There must be some misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk it through? Their eyes were full of pleading, and they were on the verge of kneeling. I don't have many merits, but I do enjoy helping others realize their wishes. Guxian smiled. Since you are all so eager to join the Immortal Court, Gu will grant you that wish. After saying this, Guxian pressed 2 fingers together like a sword and lightly swept across the void. No. Seeing this, they immediately shattered space beneath their feet and tried to flee. But the instant they moved, their bodies froze. The next second, thousands of heads shot up into the air, blood spurting wildly from their necks. In that space, a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Tianhuang. It is time to put things in order. Guxian murmured to himself. Then, facing the boundless void, he declared, from this day forward, every living being in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm shall serve the Xiantian Gu clan as their master. Those who disobey will be struck by heavenly thunder. His words spread with perfect clarity throughout the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Guxian had not released his mighty pressure, but what he said had already merged into the heavenly Tao of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. At that moment, in one of the immortal domains, an old immortal king burst out from beneath the ground and sneered, "Let us serve the Gu clan as master." Humph, does your Gu clan even have the strength for that? The moment his words fell, an immortal thunderbolt crashed down from the 9 heavens, instantly blasting the old immortal king to pieces. The high-ranking members of the clan to which this immortal king belonged were instantly filled with terror at the sight. What kind of power was this? When a single word was spoken, even the heavenly Tao of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm had to obey. At that thought, they hastily knelt down. We are willing to serve the Gu clan as master for all eternity. The same scene was playing out in the other immortal domains. Only when they witnessed with their own eyes the arrogant ones around them who had utterly disregarded Guxian's words being blasted into nothingness by heavenly thunder did they realize that this was no joke. For a moment, all living creatures in the 3,000 immortal domains knelt prostrate toward the Xiantian immortal domain where the Gu clan was located. We are willing to serve the Gu clan as master. Their voices were exceedingly mighty, converging from all directions and reaching the Gu clan in the Xiantian immortal domain. When the people of the Gu clan heard this, their faces were filled with immense excitement, yet tinged with a trace of shock. Their Gu clan had become the Lord of Tianhuang, just like that, merely because of one sentence from their divine son. This was too unbelievable. Whether ordinary clansmen or senior members, everyone in the Gu clan looked at Guxian with boundless reverence and fervent admiration. This was the divine son of their Gu clan, practically no different from a deity. Guxian walked over to Gu Yao and said with a smile, "All right, now you can have your comingafage ceremony with peace of mind. Big brother, you are truly amazing," Gu Yao said, throwing herself at Guxian and kissing him. Seeing this, the senior members of the Gu clan tactfully took their leave one after another. "All right, with so many people watching, aren't you embarrassed?" Guxian laughed, tousling Gu Yao's hair. "What does it matter if there are so many? I don't care." Gu Yao pouted, slipped her arm through Guxian's, and headed toward the main hall. Behind them, Lu Fengqin, Tianliaqin Yenner, and the others also followed. Bai Yusin walked at the very back, smiling as she watched Guxian and Gu Yao depart, with a barely perceptible hint of envy flickering in her eyes. The next day, Gu Yao's comingafage ceremony was held as scheduled. The forces closest to the Gu clan all sent envoys with gifts to offer congratulations. For a time, the entire Gu clan was a sea of people, bustling and lively. And so several dozen more days passed in a hurry. Outside the main hall of the Gu clan, Gu Yao's eyes reddened as she looked at Guxian, reluctant to part from him. "Brother, can't you stay for a few more days? Once you leave, it will surely be a very long time before you come back." Guxian gently wiped away her tears. "I don't want to leave either, but if I don't go now, she will probably hate me." "Hate you? Who would hate you?" Gu Yao asked in confusion. "They'll tell you when I come back." Guxian smiled. "You are no longer a child, so don't shed tears so easily." "All right," Gu Yao sobbed in reply. Guxian nodded to Gu Jiuxing, Gu Ling Yuan, Lu Feng, and the others, and then, with a single turn, vanished without a trace. The ancient hall of time. Guxian stood before the colossal bronze gate for a few seconds, then stepped forward. Rumble. The colossal bronze gate slowly opened, and Gu Xian walked inside. Inside the ancient Hall of Time, there was a separate space. As far as the eye could see, it was incomparably vast, spanning a full million li, and dense power of time pervaded it. At this moment, the surrounding walls of the ancient Hall of Time were covered with dreadful fist prints and palm prints upon which lingered traces of an unmatched immortal. Through these fist prints and palm prints, one could almost see the fury and despair with which their owner had struck them into the walls. Gu Xian withdrew his gaze and walked slowly forward. Suddenly, the figure of a woman in a red dress entered his field of vision. The next moment, her figure vanished, and a jade hairpin appeared at Gu Xian's throat. Should I thank you? Thank you for not forgetting me, and thank you for still remembering that in this ancient Hall of Time, there is someone you ruthlessly imprisoned here. Gu Xian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, I would not forget you. But what about you? Is this how you repay me? Then do you know that you have come too late? Longlan's voice now seemed to carry a tremor. You made me wait 5 million years longer. 5 million years is merely 5 days to you, passing in the blink of an eye. But to me it has been day after day of endless torment. Day and night I hoped you would come and take me away from here. But I waited, and still you never appeared. I am going mad. As she spoke, the jade hairpin in Longlan's hand, which was pressed against Gu Xian's neck, slipped down feebly. In the deep, secluded, ancient Hall of Ages, two figures stood in silence. You said that if I cultivated here for 50 million years you would come and take me out. I believed you would keep your word. Every day, I counted the days on my fingers, and aside from cultivation, there was nothing but cultivation. Longlan's voice came from behind him. Gu Xian gently closed his eyes. Finally, I endured such a long time. From that day on, I stood by the gate every single day, hoping that it would suddenly open at any moment. Longlan seemed to be mocking herself somewhat. But, day after day, year after year, the person I was waiting for never once appeared. In the end, I became utterly disheartened. I tried to break this ancient hall apart, but I simply couldn't. I could only resign myself to fate. Perhaps I was destined to spend my entire life alone in this place. I also came to understand that I probably meant absolutely nothing to you. Back then when you bought me, perhaps it was just— Longlan whispered softly. When she saw that Gu Xian still showed no reaction whatsoever, she paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Even after I've said all this to you, you still don't have a single word you're willing to say to me, do you? She felt immensely disappointed. Just then Gu Xian turned around and looked at Longlan. After all this time, Longlan had fully grown up. Well, she had grown in every way. The horns on her forehead had disappeared, and her once youthful face had become radiantly beautiful. Even her somewhat loose red dress could not conceal her proud curves. Seen from afar, she looked extremely noble. I'm sorry, Gu Xian said. Longlan instantly widened her beautiful eyes. In her mind, someone of Gu Xian's stature would never possibly say the word sorry to anyone. What is there to be surprised about? Gu Xian laughed softly. I promised you something, and I failed to keep that promise. Shouldn't I apologize to you? This time it was Longlan's turn to be speechless. Why would you suddenly say something like this? She lowered her head slightly, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her beautiful eyes drifting aimlessly over the ground beneath her feet. All the resentment she had accumulated over those tens of millions of years vanished completely the moment Gu Xian uttered those words of apology. She didn't know why she was like this. Clearly there was endless resentment in her heart, yet the moment he apologized, she instantly felt better. Was she really that easy to appease? Not bad. You've already reached the second heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Gu Xian looked Longlan up and down, then smiled. And just as you said, everything has grown bigger now. Hearing this, Longlan raised her head and met the slightly teasing look in Gu Xian's eyes. She couldn't help but blush, yet inwardly she was secretly delighted. As compensation, I'll give you this sword. As he spoke, a crimson long sword appeared in Gu Xian's hand, and he handed it to Longlan. This is— Longlan took it and examined the sword curiously. She could sense that it contained an extremely terrifying power. A top-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. The sword's name is Xuan. Top-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. Longlan stared at Gu Xian in shock. She was just about to ask if it was too precious, but then, as if thinking of something, she immediately tucked Xuan into her embrace. She gave a coquettish huff. At least you still have a conscience. I'll accept this sword. And since you were so good to your word, I'll forgive you for being so late to come and get me. Seeing Longlan's proud demeanor, Gu Xian shook his head with a faint smile. In his heart, she was still a little girl who hadn't grown up. Also take this as well. Gu Xian pointed a finger at Longlan, and a beam of golden light shot out, sinking into her brow. Longlan closed her eyes and focused her mind to comprehend. A moment later, she abruptly opened her eyes, and a world-shocking sword light appeared in her gaze. Sword severing. The mortal world, she murmured to herself. Just now, within her divine sea, she had clearly come to understand just how terrifying this divine ability truly was. She looked at Gu Xian with a trace of inexplicable emotion in her eyes. What? Are you so good to me? You're about to go take revenge. Surely you didn't intend to fight them with nothing but your immortal emperor power, did you? Xuan said. Oh, I see. Long Lan nodded, disappointment rising in her heart. As if seeing through Long Lan's disappointment, Xuan smiled. Of course, no matter what, I've always thought of you as a younger sister in my heart. Isn't it only natural for an older brother to give his younger sister nice things? Is sister all I can ever be? Long Lan said in a low voice. What? Then what else would you want to be? Xuan asked. I want. Long Lan's heart pounded violently, and her whole body grew hot. But in the end, she didn't have the courage to speak the words on the tip of her tongue. All right, tell me once you've thought it through. Xuan smiled. Let's go. Now we're going to kill someone. The Heavenly Ancient Realm, the Lin family. Ripples spread through the void, and Xuan and Long Lan appeared above the Lin family grounds. Is he really here? Long Lan stared coldly at the Lin clan's ancestral land. The Qi Yuan sword had already appeared in her hand at some unknown moment. Yes. Xuan nodded. Now go and do what you want to do. With that, he stepped to one side and watched Long Lan from afar. Long Lan took a deep breath, her eyes filled with bone-chilling, killing intent. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung the Qi Yuan sword straight down. A crimson sword light appeared as if piercing through heaven and earth and slashed toward the Lin family's ancestral grounds in an instant. The Lin family's clan-protecting grand formation immediately gleamed. As the crimson sword light struck it, cracks began to spread wildly. The entire Lin family trembled as heaven and earth shook. What's going on? The Lin family members rushed out in panic and looked toward the sky where a woman in a red, she held a long sword in her hand and looked at them with icy eyes. Her murderous aura was so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze the very space around her. Who is she? Why is she invading our Lin family? A Lin family member asked. I don't know, but judging by her strength, she seems extremely powerful. Our Lin family's guardian grand formation can completely block even a full force strike from an immortal emperor, and yet one slash from her actually left this many cracks in it. This woman's strength is truly not simple. No matter how strong she is, all I know is that she's finished soon. In this Heavenly Ancient Realm, no one has ever dared to provoke our Lin family. Someone said coldly, staring at Long Lan. Their Lin family was one of the overlord-level powers of the Heavenly Ancient Realm, and their clan leader was an expert at the fifth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. For this woman to so openly provoke their Lin family was practically nothing short of courting death. At that moment, Long Lan swung her longsword and unleashed two more sword lights. Haven't you gone a little too far? A cold snort rang out. Above the Lin family, a middle-aged man in magnificent robes appeared. He waved his hand, and a terrifying Immortal Emperor aura spread out, scattering the two sword lights. It's the clan leader. The clan leader has appeared. When the Lin family clansmen saw the middle-aged man, they immediately became excited. In their hearts, as long as the clan leader came out, there was no problem in this world that he couldn't handle. Lin Yong looked at Long Lan and said in a deep voice, I believe our Lin family has no deep blood feud with you, does it? Hearing this, Long Lan sneered, it's only been a few short months. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lin Yong frowned slightly. He looked at Long Lan, but had no recollection of her at all. 5 months ago, do you remember what you did in that Songming Ancient Realm? That Songming Ancient Realm, Lin Yong murmured. The next moment, a wave of realization washed over him. You wouldn't be that little girl from the Songlong clan, would you? Lin Yong said with amusement. I failed to find you back then, but now you actually dare to show your face in front of me again. You truly have quite the nerve. Long Lan stared fixedly at Lin Yong and said coldly, why did you slaughter my entire clan? Lin Yong smiled. If I must give a reason, that period happened to be my son's birthday. My son loves swords, so I thought I would use your Songlong clan clansmen to forge a dragonbone sword. It was just that simple. You used the lives of every member of my Songlong clan just to forge a sword for your son. The killing intent in Long Lan's eyes could no longer be suppressed. Then today I will slaughter every single member of your Lin family to honor the departed spirits of my Songlong clansmen. Kill every last person in my Lin clan. Fine, then I'd like to see exactly how you plan to do that. Lin Yong sneered coldly. Long Lan wasted no further words. The crimson kite sword let out a piercing hum as all her aura erupted without the slightest reserve. An overwhelming Immortal Emperor pressure instantly pervaded the entire heavens and earth, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. Sensing that pressure, a trace of shock appeared on Lin Yong's face. Only then did he remember that the two sword beams Long Lan had slashed out were clearly power that only an Immortal Emperor could command. He stared at her in disbelief. Second heaven of the Immortal Emperor. How is this possible? I remember that a few months ago you were nothing but an ant below even the Sage Realm. In just a few short months, how could you become an Immortal Emperor? Lin Yong felt this scene was utterly unreal. In this world, who could go from the core formation stage all the way to Immortal Emperor in just a few months? Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a mighty being? Lin Yong asked in shock and suspicion. After weighing it over, that was the only possibility he could think of. Think whatever you like. Just understand one thing clearly: today the Lin clan will be annihilated. Long Lan said coldly, then her figure vanished. In the next instant she appeared directly before Lin Yong and swung a sword at him. Terrifying sword, Qi tore through the space, leaving a spatial rift hundreds of millions of zhang long. Even if you are an immortal emperor, so what? Don't forget I too am an immortal emperor. And besides, I am at the fifth heaven of the immortal emperor. Lin Yong was not afraid in the least. His fifth heaven immortal emperor aura burst forth, and with a flick of his hand a black halberd appeared. He let out a long cry, the halberd slicing through. The collision produced a sound like the booming of a huge bronze bell. A devastating shockwave instantly spread outward from that spot, destroying countless ancient stars all around. Lin Yong's eyes slowly widened because he saw that his halberd had been bitten into by a notch almost to the point of being cut clean through. He flickered and appeared over 1,000,000 zhang away. His expression was now heavy with solemnity. His war halberd was a low-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. How had it nearly been destroyed after a single exchange? He looked at Long Lan and asked in a low voice, "What is the origin of that sword of yours?" Long Lan did not answer, but appeared before him, once more shrouding Lin Yong in overwhelming killing intent. A trace of anger flashed through Lin Yong's eyes, but he was utterly helpless, forced to battle Long Lan. For a while the collision of sword and halberd rang out endlessly as waves of terrifying fluctuations continuously erupted and spread toward the other distant immortal domains. Lin Yong's face darkened. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Though his cultivation base was higher, he was now being suppressed by this woman. Long Lan's swordsmanship had no order whatsoever. She was simply hacking and slashing wildly. Yet precisely because of this, every slash she made used all her strength. Sword beams and sword chi shattered the surrounding space beyond recognition, exposing vast stretches of the void. Clang! It was another ultimate collision between two Immortal Emperor artifacts, and the halberd in Lin Yong's hand finally could not withstand it any longer, snapping into two pieces. Greatly alarmed, Lin Yong immediately retreated, putting distance between himself and Long Lan. Long Lan did not continue the pursuit. She had just been fighting with every ounce of her strength, leaving her somewhat depleted. Now that Lin Yong had withdrawn, she seized the chance to recover slightly. Lin Yong watched her with a gloomy expression. He could naturally tell that her current state was not as formidable as before, but with his halberd broken, advancing might be even more dangerous than before. At that moment, dozens of figures appeared beside him. The immortal king elders of the Lin clan. "Patriarch, are you all right?" they asked with concern. In a battle between immortal emperors, they as immortal kings could not intervene at all. The aftershocks of such a battle were too terrifying. Even the slightest brush with one was enough to kill them 1,000 times over. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Lin Yong said, shaking his head. "You have no need to be concerned. After all, she is only at the second heaven of the Immortal Emperor. Though the sword in her hand is extraordinary, as long as I avoid facing her heat in and drag the fight until she exhausts herself, victory is within reach." Hearing this, the elders felt at ease. "Patriarch, there is still a quasi-immortal emperor artifact in the clan. How about?" "No need," Lin Yong said. "It isn't even a genuine immortal emperor artifact. It might shatter at the lightest touch. Keep it stored in the clan for now." At that the elders could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Long Lan came killing toward Lin Yong once more with her sword in hand. "She's here. You leave first." After saying this, Lin Yong pushed the elders away with a palm strike, then went to meet her himself. In an instant the two were locked in battle again. Without his weapon, Lin Yong found himself in imminent danger. He did not dare let his guard down for an instant, constantly dodging Long Lan's attacks. He knew very well that if he took even one sword strike, even a fifth heaven immortal emperor like him would inevitably suffer serious wounds. On the other side, the elders grew anxious at the sight. "We can't just stand here doing nothing," someone said. "Then what can we do? A single strand of sword chi leaking out at random is enough to make our souls scatter and vanish. If you say we can't stand here, then where else are we supposed to go?" At that everyone fell silent. Indeed, besides standing there, it seemed there was nothing they could do. "My. That." At that moment one person suddenly looked toward Xuan and murmured, "He seems to have come along with that woman." Yes, the two of them did come together. One person seemed to think of something. "We can seize him and use him to threaten that woman." His words were immediately agreed upon by the others. Immediately an elder transmitted a voice message to Lin Yong. "Patriarch, find a way to lure this woman away, and we will capture her companion and use him to threaten her." Hearing this, Lin Yong flashed away to a spot hundreds of millions of li off. "Oomph." Long Lan snorted coldly and immediately pursued him. Now, they watched Long Lan leave and instantly shot toward Xuan. Heaven truly aids the Lin clan, leaving such a huge opening here. Who knows what that woman was thinking? They burst into wild laughter. "What? A weakness? Who?" Xuan looked around blankly, but found no one else. He pointed to himself and said uncertainly, "Could you possibly mean me? Who else could it be but you?" They reached out their palms to capture Xuan alive, but in the next instant they realized their bodies could no longer move. Well, what's going on? They were utterly terrified. One by one they used every ounce of their abilities, yet still could not move in the slightest. Sigh. Your patriarch really didn't know what he was doing leaving so many openings right here. Xuan looked at them and gave a faint smile. Boom. The bodies of several dozen Lin clan elders all blasted apart. Hundreds of millions of miles away from the Lin family, Lin Yong, who was locked in battle with Long Lan, suddenly halted mid-motion, his face filled with shock as he turned toward the direction of the Lin family. Just moments ago he had felt it clearly. The life pearls left on him by the dozens of immortal king elders of the Lin family had all shattered. How could this be? They're all dead. He muttered to himself, his heart bleeding. These immortal king elders had been cultivated by him with countless resources and time. Apart from himself, they were the Lin family's top combat power. Weren't they supposed to capture that white-robed man? How could they all die without a single survivor? They were high-level immortal kings, and several of them were even pinnacle immortal kings. Could it be that the man is also an immortal emperor? At the thought, Lin Yong was suddenly startled. Long Lan alone was already difficult for him to handle. If another immortal emperor joined forces with her, he might very well fall here today. Retreat. With this thought, he did not hesitate in the slightest, directly tearing through the void and vanishing from the place. The Lin family no longer mattered. As long as he lived, he could create 1,000, 10,000 Lin families. He had spent countless epochs to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm and would never stake his life here. Where do you think you're running? Long Lan let out a cold shout, chasing closely behind Lin Yong. In the void, Lin Yong looked at Long Lan, who was hot on his heels, his expression somewhat grim. Suddenly an idea struck him. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yong's mouth. In a flash he crossed hundreds of millions of miles again, then tore through the void and returned to the mortal world. Seeing this, Long Lan followed closely behind and emerged from the void as well. Why did you stop running? Long Lan sneered. Why should I run? Lin Yong smiled. Take a good look at where. Long Lan glanced around and found the two of them standing outside a sect. Instantly a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Brother Huang, Lin Yong called out loudly. The next moment a man in a Taoist robe appeared, looking at Lin Yong with a hint of delight in his eyes. Brother Lin, what brings you here to visit me? I'm ashamed to say it, but I was pursued by someone and had no choice but to take refuge with you, Brother Huang, Lin Yong sighed. Pursued by someone? The Taoist-robed man's gaze instantly turned icy. He looked at Long Lan and asked, is it her? Yes, Lin Yong nodded. The Taoist-robed man sensed for a moment, then frowned. Her cultivation is only at the second heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Brother Lin, how could she have chased you all the way here? Alas, although her cultivation isn't as high as mine, the sword in her hand is far too extraordinary. I suspect it must be a supreme-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. Lin Yong said. A supreme-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. A flicker of shock passed through the Taoist-robed man's eyes. If that were the case, it would make sense. A supreme-grade Immortal Emperor artifact could indeed suppress Lin Yong. Even he himself possessed only a low-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. Brother Huang, although you are at the sixth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, you must not be careless. If we join forces, we should be able to defeat her. Long Lan watched them coldly. Even if the two joined forces, she was not afraid. Brother Lin, we don't need to take that risk, the Taoist-robed man said with a faint smile. A supreme-grade Immortal Emperor artifact. If either of us lets our guard down, we'll suffer severe injuries, or even die. What do you mean, Brother Huang? Lin Yong was somewhat confused. We can call the others to join us. That way it's safer. As soon as the Taoist-robed man finished speaking, 6 more figures appeared on the scene. Each of them carried an extraordinary aura in no way inferior to Lin Yong. Seeing these people, Lin Yong was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with joy. Brother Zhao, brotherly. How come all of you are here? We happen to have nothing to do today, so we came to Sect Master Huang's place to have tea, said one of them. I see. Lin Yong smiled. With all of you here, I can rest completely at ease. He looked at Long Lan and said with evident pride, well, do you still think you can kill me now? Long Lan remained silent, but she was indeed somewhat taken aback. 8 Immortal Emperors, and none of them were low-level ones. She had no idea whether she could defeat all 8 alone with the Crimson Kite Sword. But no matter what, she would kill Lin Yong today. With this thought, her battle-intent soared, and she struck out directly at them with a single sword stroke. A sword light that tore heaven and earth apart swept toward them, yet none of them dodged or evaded. One of them, expressionless, lightly waved his sleeve and scattered the sword light with ease. Brother Zhao is at the 8th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Even with a supreme-grade Immortal Emperor artifact, you cannot win, one of them said with a smile. You'd better hand it over obediently. You are not worthy of that sword. Long Lan looked at the man who had just made his move, shock filling her heart. An Immortal Emperor at the 8th heaven. Even with the Crimson Kite Sword in her possession, she would gain no advantage against such an existence. At the root of it, her cultivation realm was simply too low. However, she would not leave because of that. The enmity of her clan's annihilation she would avenge today. So what if he's an 8th heaven immortal emperor? Long Lan said coldly as she stared at Lin Yong. Don't think that just because they're here I can't kill you. Before Lin Yong could speak, the Zhao man had already opened his mouth. How arrogant. The latter instantly felt as though a primeval divine mountain had been pressed upon her body, crushing her so much that she could scarcely breathe. Long Lan clenched her teeth, no trace of fear in her eyes. Bearing the oppressive pressure, she took the initiative to advance, sweeping her sword horizontally, unleashing a monstrous sword light that slashed toward the 8 immortal emperors. Interesting. She actually dares to make the first move against us. They smiled lightly, not taking Long Lan seriously in the slightest. At that moment, one of them punched out directly. Space shattered in an instant. Endless fist radiance surged forth, smashing the sword light into nothing. Long Lan hastily raised the crimson kite, sword to guard before her. Boom. She was blasted backward millions of miles by that force. Long Lan felt her blood churning violently. Before she could even react, another figure attacked her. She hurriedly raised her sword to parry, and then the other immortal emperors also struck out one after another. Instantly, in this heaven and earth, the Tao reverberated with thunderous roars, and endless immortal light blazed ceaselessly. The disturbance here was far too terrifying. The immortal realm powerhouses of other immortal domains sensed it, and curiosity piqued, came to this place to watch from afar. No sooner had they arrived than they saw Long Lan barely holding on under the siege of the 8 immortal emperors. Who is this woman to fight 8 immortal emperors all by herself? Fellow Taoist, you haven't grasped the situation. Those 8 immortal emperors are clearly toying with her. Look, have any of them attacked seriously? True enough. Even so, for that woman to take on 8 alone is still quite impressive. The crowd marveled at Long Lan's strength, that she could hold her ground even against so many immortal emperors. But only Long Lan herself knew that she was already at the end of her rope. The only reasons she had not yet been defeated were the Crimson Kite sword in her hand, and the fact that the 8 immortal emperors had not truly attacked with killing intent. They were treating her entirely like a cat toying with a mouse. Bang! Another palm imprint came hurtling toward her. Long Lan swung her sword, barely managing to sever the palm imprint. At this moment, she was already beginning to weaken. Reaching up to wipe away the trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, she stared coldly at Lin Yong and the others. Little girl, don't think that a supreme-grade immortal emperor artifact makes you invincible under heaven, Sect Master Huang said with a faint smile. Long Lan looked at them indifferently, her expression blank. Are you certain that today you must help him? Truly. Even if we are, what then? Are you planning to kill us all? Sect Master Huang's words drew loud laughter from the group. I understand now, Long Lan said. Long Lan took a deep breath and raised the Crimson Kite sword high. Oh, with that stance, is she still planning to attack us? An immortal emperor chuckled. Looking at Long Lan as she was now, a sudden unease stirred in Lin Yong's heart. Everyone, I don't know why, but my heart feels somewhat unsettled. Let's finish her off without delay. Upon hearing this, the Zhao immortal emperor nodded and said, since Brother Lin has said, so let me slay her right now, and then we can enjoy our tea together. With that, he was about to attack. But at that moment, an inexpressible sword intent radiated from Long Lan's body. As soon as this sword intent appeared, heaven and earth could no longer bear it. Space itself shattered inch by inch. Hiss. What kind of sword intent is this? Just the threat of it makes me feel as though I'm falling into the abyss. They all looked at Long Lan in terror. The immortal emperors also noticed something amiss. The Zhao immortal emperor no longer hesitated and struck out directly. The full might of his 8th heaven immortal emperor pressure erupted as he sent a palm strike toward Long Lan. In the void, a golden palm imprint, tens of millions of zhang in size, appeared, great Tao coiling around it. Every palm line contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, its might terrifying beyond measure. So this is a killing move of an immortal emperor. Even from such a great distance, they could clearly feel the oppressive pressure radiating from the palm imprint. At that moment, Long Lan opened her eyes. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, the Crimson Kite sword slashed down diagonally. All at once, heaven and earth fell into silence and darkness. As Long Lan's sword descended, even time and space itself seemed to freeze in that world. A boundless golden sword light fell from the heavens, first shattering the palm imprint, then swallowing the 8 immortal emperors before they even had time to react, their eyes filled with utmost terror. The sword light then swept onward, reducing the countless stars and hundreds upon thousands of immortal domains along its path to nothingness. Those watching from behind Long Lan were fortunate enough to be out of its reach, yet their eyes now gleamed with sheer shock and disbelief. What an incomparably mighty sword strike! Even immortal emperors were like ants before such radiance. They watched the unstoppable sword light race forward, as if it would cleave the entire, non-ly ancient realm in two. At that moment, starlight converged from all around, and a youthful figure materialized before the sword light. In his eyes, which mirrored the endless galaxy, there was not a trace of emotion. He extended a finger toward the sword light, and the latter immediately dissolved into nothingness. He looked at Long Lon and spoke calmly, his voice ethereal and transcendent. Was that sword strike yours? Long Lon was already utterly drained. That single slash had nearly consumed all of her spiritual energy. She had never imagined the strike would be so terrifying. It had almost destroyed a third of the immortal domains in the non-Li ancient realm. She gazed at the youth before her, who radiated brilliant starlight from head to toe. Who are you? Long Lon asked in confusion. I am the heavenly Tao of this ancient realm, the youth said indifferently. You have reduced my realm to such a state. Do you think that is acceptable? Long Lan's pupils constricted. This youth was actually the heavenly Tao of the non-Li ancient realm. Those watching were even more astounded. That shouldn't be. In the past there were battles among immortal emperors that shattered dozens or even hundreds of immortal domains, yet the heavenly Tao never showed itself. Why has it come out this time? Someone asked in confusion. How can it be the same? This time she directly destroyed over 1,000 immortal domains. If the heavenly Tao hadn't appeared, this non-Li ancient realm would probably have been split in half. Is that so? Still, he felt that the heavenly Tao's appearance this time seemed to carry some ulterior motive. Long Lon looked ahead and saw that the boundless space once filled with countless stars was now empty and pitch black. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen either. Knowing she was in the wrong, Long Lon quickly apologized. An apology cannot solve the problem. The youth said, hand over that divine art of yours, and I will let you leave. Hearing this, the onlookers finally understood. I knew it. The heavenly Tao would never appear so easily. Even if all the immortal domains of this ancient realm vanished, it wouldn't care in the slightest. It must have come out for something. If even the heavenly Tao covets it, just how terrifying must that woman's sword art be? They were utterly amazed. The heavenly Tao of every ancient realm was an existence high above all else. Life and death of mortals were no more than ants in its eyes. It cared only for its own cultivation realm. Now for the heavenly Tao of the non-Li ancient realm to personally appear, one could only imagine that the sword strike the woman had unleashed was enough to even impress the heavenly Tao itself. Hearing the youth's words, Long Lan's expression changed. Impossible, she said coldly. Is that so? The youth lifted his gaze and glanced at her. Then I will simply take it myself. With that, he extended a crystal-clear hand and slowly closed it toward Long Lon. The latter immediately felt boundless power of the great Tao pressing in upon her from all directions, as if it would crush her entirely. Panic surged within her as an overwhelming sense of death flooded her heart. At that moment, the space before her shattered, and Gu Xian's figure appeared. He cast an indifferent glance at the youth and said calmly, kneel. Before the youth could even comprehend what was happening, an overwhelming heavenly might bore down upon him, and his legs gave way uncontrollably as he dropped to his knees. How is this possible? His eyes flew wide, filled with sheer shock. He was the heavenly Tao of this ancient realm. Within this place, he was heaven itself. How could it be that this person merely spoke 2 words and he knelt without the slightest power to resist? His own cultivation was at the immortal eternity realm. Just how terrifying must this man's cultivation be? He actually made the heavenly Tao kneel. Who is this person to be so fearsome? The people nearby stared at the scene, hardly believing their own eyes. He definitely isn't from the non-Li ancient realm, someone said. No matter how powerful a being within an ancient realm becomes, it can never surpass that realm's heavenly Tao. Then, could he be from another ancient realm? Another person said. The heavenly Tao of our non-Li ancient realm should have a cultivation at the immortal eternity realm. To make it kneel with just 2 words, this man's cultivation absolutely surpasses immortal eternity. Above immortal eternity is the Tao sovereign. Only the supreme ancient realms at the center of the realm sea can give birth to such a powerhouse. The Tao sovereign realm. Just how strong must that be? Someone asked. In a single thought, all things perish. Gu Xian looked at the youth and spoke. So young and already learning such bad habits. An immortal eternity, triple heaven, heavenly Tao. Who gave you the courage to plunder and extort? Hearing this, the youth felt speechless inside. I'm young. Even if you live for another 100 epochs, you still probably wouldn't be as old as I am. But of course he only dared to think such words in his heart. Forgive me, senior. I did not know she was your person. Please spare me, he said humbly. An apology cannot solve the problem, Gu Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, terror flooded the youth's heart. Then he felt a palm cover the top. No, please. His body trembled as he stammered for mercy, but Gu Xian simply closed his 5 fingers. The youth's body instantly dissolved into a burst of starlight and scattered into the void. The heavenly Tao is dead. He actually erased the heavenly Tao of the non-Li ancient realm. The people felt their hearts tremble. This man in white was utterly ruthless. He had annihilated the heavenly Tao over a single disagreement. Now the non-Li ancient realm exists in name only. They smiled bitterly. With the heavenly Tao destroyed, the great Tao of this world would also disperse and wither. In other words, the non-Li ancient realm was now nothing but an empty shell, and the living beings within it could no longer cultivate. But even so, what could they do? Go and demand an explanation from that man? No, they had not yet lived their fill. They exchanged glances, let out helpless sighs, and then left one by one. Where would they go from here? Long Lan looked at Gu Xian and said, I thought you weren't coming. I was watching. Gu Xian said with a smile. A little pressure is good for you. If I almost died just now. Long Lan pouted. I don't care. You have to take me out to have some fun and properly soothe my feelings. Looking at her appearance, Gu Xian gave a helpless smile. All right. In the Divine Phoenix Ancient Realm, within a magnificent hall of the Divine Phoenix clan, a young man with an eerily enchanting appearance abruptly woke from his bed. He stared at the utterly familiar surroundings, almost unable to believe his eyes. Am I reborn? The young man closed his eyes, sifting through the memories in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes, excitement surging within him. I, Huang Xinkong, have truly returned. Amid his excitement, a trace of lingering fear surfaced on his face. That Gu Xian from the Gu family was far too powerful. Not yet 1,000 years old, he had already reached the Tao Lord realm. How can there be such a being in this world? He murmured to himself, as if recalling the hellish scene from before. He clenched his fists tightly, towering hatred blazing in his eyes. Yet after a few breaths, he loosened his grip helplessly. Even if I've returned, so what? With my cultivation at the third heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, how can I possibly take revenge against someone so powerful? He smiled bitterly, feeling as if his rebirth was all for naught. Just as he was growing flustered, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, that's not right. Huang Xinkong slapped his head. I have returned to more than 900 years ago. That is to say, the current Gu Xian is only just over 20 years old, so his cultivation cannot be high. At most, he is a great emperor. Even if his talent is monstrously extraordinary, unprecedented, and peerless, hailed as the #1 figure in the boundless sea, he would be at the very most an immortal lord. Joy gathered in his eyes. That is to say, if our Divine Phoenix clan kills Gu Xian now, then in the future our Divine Phoenix clan will not be destroyed at Gu Xian's hands. With that thought in mind, he cast aside all other concerns. Space shattered, and his figure vanished from the spot. In the main hall of the Divine Phoenix clan, a group of high-ranking members had gathered, and suddenly they all looked toward the center of the hall. Ripples spread through the void, and Huang Xuankong's figure emerged. They were briefly startled. Divine Son, why have you come? Huang Xinkong did not answer. He looked at a middle-aged man seated in the main seat whose temples were slightly gray, and said with a cupped fist, Salute, Father. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Xuan, is something the matter? There is indeed something, and it concerns the very survival of our Divine Phoenix clan. Huang Xinkong said solemnly. At these words the hall fell silent, and everyone turned to look at him. The survival of our Divine Phoenix clan. On the main seat, Huang Xiandao narrowed his eyes slightly. Go on. Huang Xinkong glanced around, then slowly said, Father, to be honest with you all, I have been reborn from 900 years in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the hall looked shocked. What did the Divine Son say? He was reborn from 900 years later. Huang Xinkong ignored their astonished stares and continued, 900 years from now our Divine Phoenix clan will be destroyed by a single person with a single palm strike. How is that possible? Before Huang Xiandao could speak, an elder spoke up. Divine Son, our Divine Phoenix clan is an imperishable Tao lineage. Our clan has existences at the imperishable realm. As the patriarch of our clan, your father is a mighty expert at the fifth heaven of the imperishable realm. How could our Divine Phoenix clan be wiped out by one palm strike? The others said nothing, but their expressions clearly conveyed the same idea. They did not believe that anyone could annihilate them with a single palm. Third elder, is there truly no stronger existence beyond the imperishable realm? Huang Xinkong said with a cold laugh. Beyond the imperishable realm? The third elder faltered, looking at Huang Xinkong in disbelief. Do you mean? The one who destroyed our Divine Phoenix clan was a Tao Lord. Huang Xinkong nodded, then looked toward Huang Xiandao. Father, whether it's true or not, you can tell at a glance. As he finished speaking, he released his divine sense. Seeing this, Huang Xiandao nodded. Good. A beam of light shot from his gaze, revealing all of Huang Xuankong's memories. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, but his face had become extremely gloomy. What a Gu Xian. Just because we hurt his woman, he wiped out our clan without any explanation. Hearing this, everyone turned pale with shock. Patriarch in the future, was our Divine Phoenix clan really wiped out? Huang Xiandao slowly nodded. This. They all looked dejected. Even though they knew Huang Xiandao would not lie to them, they still could not believe or accept it. Elders, there is no need to be so afraid. Huang Xinkong said, although the Gu Xian from 900 years later is absurdly strong, the current Gu Xian is only in his early 20s. At most, his cultivation is only that of an immortal lord. We only need to kill him now, before he has a chance to grow. The elder's eyes immediately lit up again. Right, the divine son is reasonable. We can wipe him out, right? An elder at the Immortal Emperor realm volunteered. Patriarch, why not let me go and kill him? No. Huang Xinkong said, looking at Huang Xuandao. Father Gu Xian could attain the Dao Lord position in less than 1,000 years, so he must be a person of immense fortune. To guard against any contingency, it is safest for the entire clan to mobilize. After all, even a lion uses its full strength when pouncing on a rabbit. Huang Xiandao thought for a moment, then nodded. Then as Xinkong says, let the divine phoenix guards all be dispatched. Moreover, I will also go in person. Father is wise. Huang Xinkong said with a cupped fist salute. I will now assemble the divine phoenix guards. With that he vanished from the hall. 2 days later, over the divine phoenix clan, more than 10,000 figures gathered. Each of them emitted an aura belonging only to pinnacle immortal kings. Patriarch, divine son, the divine phoenix guards have been assembled. At the very front of the thousands of figures, a man in dark armor said to Huang Xiandao and Huang Xinkong with a cupped fist salute. Huang Xiandao nodded, then looked at Huang Xinkong. Xuankong, where is the Gu family located? Father, the Gu family resides in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. In the Tianhuang Ancient Realm at the Gu family estate. Under a pavilion in a garden, Gu Yao propped her cheek on her arm, gazing ahead with boredom. What, thinking about that fellow again? Bai Yusin sat down across from her, smiling. Yeah, I wonder why brother went out in such a hurry this time. He rarely returned home, and this time he left after only a few days. Bai Yusin looked at Gu Yao and smiled. It's fine. Since he is not in the clan, he'll take you out to have fun. Really? Gu Yao immediately brightened, but then her face fell. But my parents keep making me focus on cultivation, and I don't know if they'll let me go out. Silly girl, we can just sneak out. Oh, is that okay? Won't they be upset if they find out? Gu Yao hesitated. Don't worry, he'll cover for you if anything happens. Bai Yusin said, think about it. Where do you want? I want to go to. While Gu Yao was pondering, the space above the Gu clan suddenly split apart, and over 10,000 figures appeared. Gu Xian, come out and face your death. A thunderous voice exploded throughout the entire Gu residence. This voice resounded not only throughout the Gu family. Every living being in the entire Tianhuang Ancient Realm heard it. Countless creatures looked with shock toward the Xiantian Immortal Domain where the Gu family was located. Just what did that voice say? It told Gu Xian, the divine son of the Gu family, to come out and die. That man must be mad. The divine son of the Gu family is an existence who can make even the heavenly Tao submit. He even dares to utter such wild words. Unless he isn't from the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, one person said. Let's go and see just what is happening. After saying this, he took the lead and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, flying toward the Gu family. The others also mounted their escape lights and went after him. The Gu family. All members of the Gu clan had now come out. They stared with hostile expressions at the more than 10,000 figures standing in the void outside the Gu clan. They actually dared to be so disrespectful to the divine son. They must be tired of living. At that moment, several more figures flew out from deep within the Gu clan's ancestral grounds. Who are you people that you dare to speak so insolently to the divine son of my Gu family? Gu Lingyuan said with a dark expression, thick killing intent condensing in his eyes. These people had appeared and immediately demanded that Gu Xian come out and die. How could Gu Lingyuan remain calm and speak politely with them? Beside Gu Lingyuan and Ryue, Gu Jiuxing and the other high-ranking members of the Gu family were also watching them with icy expressions. Huang Xinkong saw the killing intent in Gu Lingyuan's eyes and smiled disdainfully. What? By the look in your eyes, you don't actually intend to kill me, do you? You think I can't kill you, eh? Gu Lingyuan said in a deep voice. You can try. Huang Xuankong's smile faded, and he said coldly, a mere ant at the third. Judging by the way you look, you should be Gu Xian's father. Since Gu Xian refuses to come out, he'll kill you first. Xian Ku, your subordinate is here. The divine phoenix clansman in dark armor acknowledged the order with a cupped fist salute. Then he looked down at the Gu family, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He took out an immortal axe shimmering with faint eerie light. The aura of a ninth heaven immortal emperor erupted in full, and then he swung the axe down at the Gu family. In the cosmos, a streak of eerie light that could slice open the vault of heaven appeared. The bloodthirsty killing intent radiating from it chilled countless living beings. Qian Ku gazed cruelly at the members of the Gu family. In his eyes, they were already no different from the dead. But then what was going on? Even with death staring them in the face, they still had the mood to smile. Just as he was puzzled, a protective shield suddenly lit up above the Gu family. The axe light, strong enough to shatter hundreds of immortal domains, vanished directly into the shield without creating the slightest ripple. Qian Ku's pupils contracted. Whether because he could not stand the mockery in Gu Lingyuan's words, or because he felt he had lost face before Huang Xuankong, a flash of blood red flickered in Qian Ku's eyes, and the immortal axe in his hand blazed with an extremely dark, ominous light. I don't believe that this clan-protecting grand formation of yours can still block this axe strike. With that he fiercely struck at the Gu family. A rift tens of millions of zhang wide suddenly appeared in the void, spreading onward until it nearly reached the edge of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. But when this axe light landed on the Gu family, it was exactly the same as before. It silently sank into the protective shield. This time shock finally appeared in Qian Ku's eyes. That strike just now could be said to be his ultimate axe stroke. Yet even so, he still had not split open the Gu family's clan-protecting grand formation. When? Qian Ku, this is not your problem, Huang Xiankong said. Gu Xian bears great destiny on his shoulders, so the supreme treasures he has obtained must be countless. This clan-protecting grand formation was most likely set up by him. Divine Phoenix Guard, Huang Xiankong called out. Here, Huang Xiankong then turned to the dozen or so elders at the Immortal Emperor realm beside him. Elders, I will also trouble you to make a move. Naturally, the elders nodded. The next instant, more than 10,000 Divine Phoenix Guards released the auras of their respective peaks of the Immortal King realm. Then they hurled out Immortal King-level divine abilities one after another, their dazzling light illuminating nearly half of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. The dozen or so Immortal Emperor elders also unleashed their strongest divine abilities, and all of heaven and earth began to tremble. In the distance, the people who had come from other immortal domains stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any closer. The shockwaves around the Gu family were simply too horrifying. If they moved even a bit closer, they might die, and their Tao be extinguished. Who are those people? Why are they attacking the Gu family? I don't know, but I can sense that this force is extremely powerful. Over 10,000 peak immortal kings, and more than a dozen immortal emperors. This force is several times stronger than the imperishable immortal court from before. Several times stronger than the imperishable immortal court. Someone said, his eyes full of shock. If they wipe out the Gu family, will they also eliminate us one by one? Have you forgotten the Divine Sun Gu? With him here, these people can't stir up much trouble. But the way things look now, the Divine Sun should have come out long ago. If he hasn't shown himself for this long, could it be that he isn't in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm? Hearing these words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, those people had clearly been there for quite a while, yet Gu Xian still had not shown himself. Perhaps he really was not in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. But if he were not there, how could the Gu family possibly hold on against so many immortal kings and immortal emperors? While they were thinking, those immortal king divine abilities and immortal emperor divine abilities all came crashing down upon the Gu family. It's over, someone murmured, and the eyes of the others were full of lament. In their eyes, the Gu family could not possibly withstand such an assault. But when the dazzling light scattered, they were astonished to discover that the Gu family was still completely intact. They actually withstood it. That was over 10,000 immortal kings and over a dozen immortal emperors. How had the Gu family become this powerful? Someone asked in confusion. No, it's the Gu family's clan-protecting grand formation, another person said. The Gu family's clan-protecting grand formation blocked all of their attacks. So that's it. I said so. How could the Divine Sun Gu not leave some backup measures for his family? But being able to block the attacks of so many Immortal Realm cultivators also shows that this grand formation of the Gu family must be extremely powerful. Should we go up and help? After all, we have all submitted to the Gu family. Now that the Gu family is in crisis, if we go to lend a hand, the Gu family will definitely be grateful to us. A battle between powerhouses like that. If we go over, we'd simply be going to our deaths. Better to stay here and watch for now. Above the Gu family, after Huang Xiankong saw that even the combined strike of so many powerhouses still could not destroy the Gu family's protective shield, he could not help beginning to grow anxious. How can this clan-protecting grand formation be this strong? He was rather shocked. Don't worry, Xiankong. Your father is here, Huang Xiandao said with a faint smile. That's right, and there's still father. Father is at the fifth heaven of the imperishable realm. For him, breaking a mere grand formation is as easy as can be. They'll have to trouble you, father, he said. None of that trouble talk, Huang Xiandao said calmly. Then he slowly raised a palm. As he raised it, an incomparably cold aura instantly flooded the entire Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Boundless spiritual energy swept overwhelmingly toward the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Behind Huang Xuandao, a divine phoenix phantom of unimaginable vastness materialized. The aura radiating from this divine phoenix phantom was unmatched since time immemorial, pressing down on the creatures of over 100 surrounding ancient realms until they could not raise their heads. Is this a phoenix? In the distance, all those people stared in shock at the enormous phantom. Could they be the Divine Phoenix clan? If that is really the case, then this is quite bad. This attack, someone said in fear, its might overawes the 4 seas and 8 frontiers. It has definitely surpassed the Immortal Emperor level. This is the power of the Eternal Realm. Can the Gu clan still block it? I think they cannot withstand it. The Eternal Realm is far beyond compare to the Immortal Emperor level. Under this one strike the Gu clan might. He did not finish, but everyone understood what would happen next. If Gu Xian were here, he could have resolved this easily. But he was not here now. Could they really rely solely on the Gu clan's protective grand formation to make it through? Look, someone is heading for the Gu clan. One person suddenly pointed in a direction and said. They all looked and indeed saw figure after figure flying one after another to the sky above the Gu clan. They seem to be immortal powerhouses from other immortal domains. Are they not afraid of death? It is not that they do not fear death, someone said. Think about it. If the Gu clan is destroyed when Divine Son Gu comes back, will he let us off? Even if we cannot win, at the very least we should make our stance known, so the Gu clan knows that we are on their side. Besides, I do not believe Divine Son Gu has left the Gu clan with no means to defend against external enemies. Fellow Taoist speaks rightly. Since they have all already gone, we should hurry over as well. Otherwise, by then everyone else will have already earned the Gu clan's goodwill, while we have not even arrived. Let's go. In an instant, thousands of figures gathered in the sky above the Gu clan. Patriarch Gu the Road was long. Please forgive us for arriving late. An immortal king powerhouse clasped his fists to Gu Lingyuan. Patriarch Gu, do not panic. With us here, even if they want to destroy the Gu clan, they will first have to step over our corpses. Another person spoke. Right? Those who dare to provoke the dignity of Divine Son Gu deserve death for their crimes. Seeing these powerhouses from the other immortal domains of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm gathering here, standing together with his Gu clan, and facing the Divine Phoenix clan directly, Gu Lingyuan was left not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Whether they were afraid of Gu Xian's might, or had some other reason since they dared to come here, this sincerity was already more than enough. After all, once Huang Xuando's attack landed, they would have been unable to flee even if they wanted to. Every one of them had come prepared to die. Haha, I do deeply appreciate everyone's kindness, Gu Lingyuan said with a smile. There is actually no need to worry this much. The Gu clan is not so weak and fragile. Huang Xiankong looked at this group of people and could not help sneering. I never expected your Gu clan to have this much deterrence in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. So many ants willingly flock here to die. But ants are just ants. No matter how many more there are, it is useless. When they heard these words, their faces flushed red, but they could not say anything. What Huang Xiankong said was not wrong. Their cultivation as immortal lords and immortal kings was indeed negligible before the Divine Phoenix clan. Huang Xiandao did not speak. He could not even be bothered to look at those people. In his eyes, their existence was no different from dust. With a thought, the Divine Phoenix phantom behind him let out a cry, then spread its wings, which shimmered with five-colored divine radiance, and swooped down toward the Gu clan. In the void, it dragged out a five-colored divine light 100 million zhang long. As it cut through the sky, everything in its path was turned into nothingness. Such a terrifying spectacle filled their hearts with overwhelming fear, to the point that they even forgot to breathe. Although they had come here resolved to die, believing that as long as they died, Gu Xian would likely not trouble their families and sects any further. Yet a sliver of hope still lingered in their hearts, praying that the Gu clan had some hidden means to turn the tide. But now it seemed that hope was about to be dashed. They sighed helplessly, closed their eyes, and prepared for death to arrive. In my presence, you still want to kill someone from my Tianhuang Ancient Realm. All they heard was Gu Lingyuan's icy voice. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the Gu clan's protective grand formation had directly enveloped them as well. The next moment, the Divine Phoenix phantom crashed heavily into the grand formation. This time I do not believe you can still block it. Huang Xiankong stared fixedly at the Gu clan, but what appeared before him left him dumbfounded. The Divine Phoenix phantom, just like the previous situation, vanished into the grand formation like a clay ox entering the sea without stirring even a single ripple. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Xiankong shook his head, muttering frantically to himself. He could not believe that even an Eternal Realm attack could do nothing to the Gu clan's protective grand formation. Beside him, Huang Xuando's eyes were also filled with deep solemnity. That blow just now, although he had not used his full strength, had still been enough to destroy hundreds of worlds like the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Yet now it could not even do anything to a tiny Gu clan. Within the Gu clan, those people watched the Divine Phoenix phantom, its aura incredibly terrifying, slam against the grand formation and then disappear without a trace. They all exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They had blocked it. Even an Eternal Realm attack had been blocked. The Gu clan's protective grand formation was simply too solid. They could not help but feel even more awe for the Gu clan's strength. Now it is my turn. Gu Lingyuan let out a cold laugh and took out a jade pendant. Seeing him take out that jade pendant, Huang Xiankong began to feel a faint sense of unease for no discernible reason. But soon he found it somewhat ridiculous. Here on their side, there were over 10,000 immortal kings, more than 10 immortal emperors, and one being in the Eternal Realm. No matter how he thought about it, that feeling of unease should never have arisen in his heart. Oh, you even plan to fight back? Huang Xiandao smiled. Fine, come. I also want to experience what it feels like to be afraid. Gu Lingyuan glanced at him, then crushed the jade pendant in his hand. In that instant Huang Xiankong felt a thick sense of death engulf him. Without thinking, he frantically retreated. Father, dodge. Huang Xiandao smiled faintly. Afraid of what? Before the last word could leave his mouth, a sword light of the utmost sharpness burst out from the protective grand formation. It arrived in an instant. Before the Divine Phoenix clan members could even react, their heads were cut off by that sword light, and even their souls were shattered. This included Huang Xuandao, who still had a faint contemptuous smile on his face. As for Huang Xuankong, because he had dodged in time, he was only hit by the aftermath of the sword light, and one of his arms was severed. Father. He could not believe that all the powerhouses of the Divine Phoenix clan had been wiped out in an instant. How many supreme treasures has Gu Xian obtained? Even after my rebirth, this is still how it ends. His remaining hand clenched into a fist, and his fingernails embedded themselves deep into his flesh. He did not understand it. No matter how powerful Gu Xian's fortune was, he should not possess in his early 20s a means capable of slaying an eternal realm being. At this moment, he saw Gu Lingyuan take out another jade pendant and look at him with a faint, meaningful smile. Bloody hell again. Huang Xuankong, ignoring his shock, frantically tore open the void and vanished from this place. After he vanished, Gu Lingyuan slowly put the jade pendant away. The people from the other immortal domains also withdrew their gazes, their expressions extremely complicated. They had never dreamed that the Gu clan possessed such a great killing weapon capable of destroying an eternal realm existence on a whim. Looking at it this way, the Gu clan had been far too benevolent all along, never using such a means to dominate the Tianhuang ancient realm. In that moment, they were completely subdued by the Gu clan. Patriarch Gu, where did he flee? He will not. What if in his rage, he takes revenge on our families? Someone asked uneasily. Gu Lingyuan saw their worry and laughed. Everyone, there is no need to worry. He cannot escape. When Xin'er returns, I will inform him of this matter. Even if that man flees to the ends of the earth, he will not evade death. Alright, you have all worked hard. Come, I have already arranged a banquet. Many of you are visiting the Gu clan for the first time, so it is only right for me to fulfill my duties as host. Hearing this, they all respectfully clasped their fists and said, we thank Patriarch Gu. In the void, Huang Xiankong endured the piercing pain coming from his shoulder, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Am I going to slink back like this? I was reborn for revenge. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. Right, Gu Xian's woman. Huang Xiankong suddenly remembered. In the end, the destruction of the Divine Phoenix clan had all been caused by that woman. His divine sense spread out like a flood and quickly covered the entire Tianhuang ancient realm. A moment later, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, you are not in the Gu clan right now. A cruel glint flashed through his eyes. I cannot touch the Gu clan, so I will kill you first. Afterwards, he turned around and headed straight for the Baihua sacred land. Within the Baihua sacred land, Hua Yueying was as always handling the many affairs of the sacred ground. Although she had also heard that voice which spread across the entire Tianhuang ancient realm, she was not overly worried because in her heart, she had always believed that Gu Xian was invincible. Moreover, even if she truly wanted to do something, she was powerless, for she was merely a cultivator at the supreme realm. After a long while, she finally finished processing all the matters before her. She rubbed her slightly sore brow, picked up the fragrant tea that had been brewed nearby, and took a gentle sip. Setting down the teacup, she gazed wistfully out of the hall, longing surging within her beautiful eyes. Alas, 2 or 3 months have passed, and that man hasn't returned even once in all this time. Hua Yueying sighed. Could it be that he's found another beauty somewhere and is enjoying himself? During this period, she was actually rather bored. Every day, she simply dealt with the sacred grounds affairs. Besides that, Jiang Ziyue had been cultivating in a secret realm, and Ling Hua was in seclusion, so she had no one to confide in on ordinary days. Young master, oh young master, if you can feel my longing, then come back soon. Hua Yueying cupped her cheeks with both hands, muttering helplessly in her heart. Just then the space before her suddenly began to ripple. Joy flickered in Hua Yueying's eyes. Had the young master sensed her longing? Yet in the next moment the figure that appeared shattered her hopes. Looking at the man before her, who was missing an arm and whose face was twisted in a vicious grin, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her heart. Who are you? How dare you trespass in my Baihua sacred land? She demanded while secretly circulating her spiritual power, ready to flee. This man gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. A single glance at him was enough to chill one's heart. Put away your little schemes. Before me you cannot escape, Huang Xiankong said with a faint smile. It was only then that Hua Yueying realized the space around her had already solidified at some point. At that moment, panic began to appear on her stunningly beautiful face. What have I done to offend you? She struggled to compose herself, intending to buy time, while her mind continuously raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. The ways you have offended me are far too numerous. Huang Xiankong laughed somewhat maniacally. I am very curious. When I kill his woman, what expression will Guxian have? Huh, you have a grudge against the young master. Hua Yueying seemed to realize something, and said that voice just now that told the young master to come out and face death. Was that you? Correct. However, he is not in the Tianhuang ancient realm. Huang Xinkong chuckled. Since I cannot kill him, I can only kill you first. With that, Huang Xinkong slowly raised a finger and pointed it at Hua Yueying. She had no room to resist whatsoever. Her body directly burst apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Watching Hua Yueying dissolve into blood mist, a wave of savage satisfaction surged through Huang Xuankong's heart. Hua Yueying's divine soul appeared, but she remained imprisoned within that space, fear spilling from her eyes. Now you know fear, Huang Xinkong said indifferently. Back then my clansmen wore the same expression. They begged for mercy, but what about you? Did you ever care about their feelings? Hua Yueying had no idea what he was talking about. She wanted to defend herself, but at this moment fury blazed violently within Huang Xuankong's heart. He looked at her divine soul, extended a hand, and then clenched it. The next instant a flash of golden light swept across, and Hua Yueying's divine soul vanished completely from this world. Huang Xinkong frowned slightly. He had not noticed what that golden light was, but he truly could no longer sense Hua Yueying's aura. Meanwhile, in a certain ancient realm, in a tavern, Long Lan was savoring the delicacies before her with great relish, then looked at Gu Xian with puzzlement. Why are you only drinking wine and not eating the dishes? They're delicious. I've grown tired of them. You eat more, Gu Xian said with a smile. You don't have to tell me. Ooh, I definitely want to eat more. Long Lan cast Gu Xian a reproachful glance that carried a unique charm. You kept me sealed inside for tens of millions of years, yet I'd almost forgotten what food in the outside world tasted like. Then you should eat even more. Eat as much as you like. There is more if it's not enough. Gu Xian picked up a cup of wine and was about to drink when he suddenly paused. You keep eating here for now. Gu Xian set down the cup and his figure slowly disappeared directly before Long Lan simply watched Gu Xian vanish before her eyes. After a long while she swallowed the food in her mouth and said blankly, "Oh." In the Baiwa sacred land, Huang Xinkong looked at the empty hall and could not help but laugh, and the laughter was exceedingly pleased. Father, I suppose this counts as avenging the divine Phoenix clan a little. After a moment his smile gradually faded and his face returned to calm. Rest assured I will definitely find Gu Xian and use his corpse to honor my divine Phoenix clansmen. With that he was about to leave, but the very next second a voice entered his ears. I heard you were looking for me. Space rippled, and Gu Xian's figure appeared before him. Gu Xian. Huang Xinkong was both surprised and delighted. He had been worrying about where to find Gu Xian, yet the latter had unexpectedly delivered himself to his doorstep. You killed her? Gu Xian asked calmly. Exactly. Huang Xinkong nodded with a smile. What's more, I crushed her divine soul as well. You will never see her again. How about it? Does it hurt? He sneered. But there's no need to grieve too much. Soon I'll send you to reunite with her. Gu Xian said nothing, merely coldly glancing at him. In an instant the latter's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Huang Xuankong's divine soul emerged from his body. He stared blankly as his physical form turned into blood mist, confusion in his eyes. What? Just from your single glance my physical body exploded, he murmured. Suddenly, an impossible possibility came to mind. His divine soul looked at Gu Xian with a disbelieving gaze. Could it be that your current cultivation has already reached the Tao Master Realm? Perhaps you should guess even higher. Higher. Above the Tao Master Realm lies the legendary path of transcendence. You are in existence at the Transcendence Realm. Terrifying waves surged through Huang Xuankong's heart. The Transcendence Realm. He had only heard of it, never witnessed it. Could Gu Xian truly have the strength of the Transcendence Realm? How the hell could he still be talking about revenge? Although he did not know exactly how strong the Transcendence Realm was, the fact that it stood after the Tao Master Realm was enough to give him a glimpse of its terror. It was absolutely an immeasurable level of strength. Correct, but there's no prize. Gu Xian slowly extended a finger. At the sight of his movement, Huang Xinkong first panicked. Once he snapped back to his senses, he tried to flee, but found that he could not move even an inch. A trace of despair leapt onto his face. But after the brief despair, he started laughing again. Anyway, I killed your woman, so I haven't lived this life in vain. Go ahead, kill me. At least you have lost someone you love. Savor this feeling well. Gu Xian. Ha. Do you really think you killed her? Gu Xian asked with a faint smile. Huang Xuankong's laughter abruptly stopped. He asked, what do you mean? It means exactly what you're thinking. Impossible, impossible. She is definitely dead. I killed her with my own hands. Don't try to fool me here. That woman must be dead, she must be dead. Huang Xuankong's voice carried a hint of madness. If that woman was not dead, then what was the point of living this life anew? He had accomplished nothing and instead had dragged all the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan down with him. To him this was undoubtedly even more unbearable than death. But no matter how he insisted, it was impossible. With that finger point from Xuan, his divine soul directly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Xuan withdrew his hand and looked down. Wait for me. I'll come to take you away soon. The Nether Abyss. This place was barren and desolate. No light, only the deepest gloom. Hua Yueying wandered aimlessly. She looked around as she was not alone. Many others walked beside her, all drifting forward without purpose or destination. Where is this? Why am I here? She murmured, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Looking down, she noticed the pendant hanging at her neck. Its surface was already covered in cracks. It would shatter at the slightest touch. Could it be that it saved me? A flash of golden light suddenly crossed her mind, and she wondered silently. She had obtained this pendant by chance inside a secret realm centuries ago. Finding it beautiful, she had brought it, but she never expected that this seemingly ordinary pendant would actually save her life. Her soul had not been wiped out by that person after all. She lightly touched it with her hand, and the pendant instantly turned to ash, scattering in the wind. Young lady, stop daydreaming. Hurry along, or when the underworld guards behind us catch you, you'll be in for a lashing from the soul-smiting whip. Hua Yueying looked up. It was a white-haired old woman speaking to her. Soul-smiting whip. Hua Yueying turned and looked behind her. Past the endless masses of people, she saw countless figures draped in black robes. Each held a whip, and whenever someone refused to move forward or tried to flee, they would strike that person with it. After a single lash, some people became translucent, others were directly scattered into nothingness. Where's this? She murmured. You don't know where this is. The old woman looked at her somewhat puzzled, then said, this is the Nether Abyss. The place where souls come after death. The Nether Abyss. Hua Yueying said blankly. Are you saying? I'm dead. If you weren't dead, how could you possibly be here? The old woman sighed. Your body is already gone. Without a vessel for the soul, the will of heaven and earth sends you to the Nether Abyss, where you undergo reincarnation. Do you see that great hall ahead? That is the Hall of Reincarnation. Hua Yueying followed the old woman's gaze. Indeed, in the distance stood a colossal black hall so tall that it seemed to have no end, silent and unmoving. The hall was shrouded in thick fog, rendering it indistinct. Reincarnation. Does that mean all memories of this life will be erased? Hua Yueying suddenly stopped. No, I can't go there. I want to go back. My memories must not be erased. The old woman comforted her. Young lady, I understand how you feel. But once you're dead, you're dead. We can't return. Besides, after reincarnation, it's not as if there is no hope of awakening past life memories. Don't be so afraid. Hua Yueying was about to say something more when a commotion broke out behind them. They turned to look. He sneered with contempt. In my lifetime, I cultivated to the 9th heaven of the immortal realm. Even if my physical body was destroyed, now that I've arrived in this Nether Abyss, it's not for the likes of you to restrain me. Today, I am returning to the mortal world. Let me see who dares to stand in my way. An unmatched, overbearing will radiated from his body, intimidating every being present. So powerful. Is this the strength of a 9th heaven immortal realm expert? With a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated thousands of immortal king guards. Perhaps he really can return to the mortal world. Someone said. The other guards realized they were no match for this middle-aged man. Don't think that reaching the immortal realm means you can ignore the laws of heaven and earth. One guard sneered coldly. Don't forget, this is the Nether Abyss, not the mortal world. As he finished speaking, he took out a black token engraved with the character Ming and crushed it. The middle-aged man simply watched him without trying to stop him. I'd like to see what reinforcements you can summon. He showed no fear at all. A few breaths later, a vast expanse of black mist suddenly appeared in that space. The mist condensed and then transformed into a figure. His face was cold, his complexion pale, but deep in his eyes reflected the endless cycles of all worlds and reincarnation. At the sight of this man, the guards hurriedly knelt and saluted. We pay our respects to Lord No. That's right. Though the middle-aged man also sensed that this person was extraordinary, he was not afraid. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. What? Do you intend to stop me? The middle-aged man sneered. Arrogant. The man known as the Nether Emperor shook his head, then pointed a finger at him. All at once, the sneering expression on the middle-aged man's face froze. Then the next moment, his body burst apart with a thunderous boom, dissolving into countless motes of soul light that scattered across heaven and earth. Everyone present stared at the scene in shock, their hearts trembling with fear. A single finger had erased an expert of the 9th heaven immortal realm. Could this man be a being at the Tao Lord realm? The Nether Abyss actually had such a powerful being. At that moment, the man looked at them and said coldly, you are already dead. Since you've come here, you must obey the rules of this place. Stop dreaming of returning to the mortal world. I don't want to see anyone else defy the underworld guard's orders. Remember, here I am heaven. The crowd nodded frantically and hurried forward, their pace much faster than before. The pressure this man exerted on them was too overwhelming. An extra second of looking at him, and they felt their very souls would freeze solid. Young lady, let's hurry too. The old woman withdrew her gaze and spoke to Hua Yueying. But Hua Yueying remained unmoved, still standing there. Young lady, she patted Hua Yueying, speaking anxiously. If you don't go now, they'll notice you. You go on ahead. You. Oh. Seeing how stubborn Hua Yueying was, the old woman could say no more and followed the crowd. That woman actually refuses to leave. What nerve? Yet didn't she hear what Lord Nether Emperor just said? Her behavior is clearly a provocation to that lord. Is she really so desperate? The people behind, seeing Hua Yueying standing there, all avoided her. None of them wanted to be mistaken as her accomplice and get caught in the fallout. At that moment, the Nether Emperor also noticed Hua Yueying. With a flicker of his form, he appeared above her. Why do you not proceed to the Hall of Reincarnation? The Nether Emperor asked. I don't want to and am not willing to. Hua Yueying replied. That is not up to you. The Nether Emperor said icily. If you refuse to go to the Hall of Reincarnation, then die here. As he finished, he extended a finger and pointed it at Hua Yueying. Seeing this, those around her retreated far away in panic, afraid they would also die beneath that single finger. The old woman, already some distance away, turned back to look at her and sighed. Alas, why make it so difficult for yourself? Just when everyone thought Hua Yueying was about to perish, a white-robed figure appeared before her, as if from nowhere. The casual point of the Nether Sovereign's finger contained an indescribably terrifying power, enough to shatter tens of thousands of ancient worlds, yet when it landed on the white-robed figure, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not even a ripple was stirred. Xuan indifferently gazed at the Nether Sovereign in the void, and said coldly, in this world no one can force her to do anything she is unwilling to do. Young master, if you had come any later, you would not have seen me. Hua Yueying stepped forward, gazing at Xuan's supremely handsome profile. A faint smile curved at the corners of her lips, and her panicked heart instantly calmed. If they dare to send you into reincarnation, I do not mind reshaping the entire netherworld, Xuan said slowly, looking at Hua Yueying, who was in her soul state. My apologies for arriving late. Hua Yueying shook her head and said, as long as young master keeps me in your heart, you are never late. The people around them looked at the suddenly appearing Xuan, deep astonishment surfacing in all their eyes. Who is this person? He actually blocked that finger strike from the Nether Sovereign. He should be here to rescue the woman, someone remarked. But even if he could take that finger, it was still far too reckless. Indeed, after all, this Nether Sovereign is one who claimed the title of Emperor in the Netherworld. How could he be simple? Although the crowd was shocked by Xuan's appearance, in their eyes his arrival would not change the woman's fate, and perhaps very soon the Netherworld would simply gain one more wandering soul. So that's how it is. So this is the source of your confidence. In the distance, the old woman muttered to herself, but even if he comes, what can he do? In the void, the Nether Sovereign stared at Xuan's calm, unwavering eyes, and an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within his heart. For he could not see through this man at all. How can I not see through him? The Nether Sovereign mused inwardly. He was a being at the ninth heaven of the Tao Master Realm, a true pinnacle figure standing at the apex of this world. Apart from those who had stepped onto the path of transcendence, he could claim to be the strongest without shame. Yet now some random person descending from the mortal world was actually beyond his perception. One thing is certain. He absolutely cannot be a transcendence realm existence. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the Netherworld, the Nether Sovereign was aware of certain secrets of the boundless boundary sea. Aside from the 9 great primarchs and those half-step transcendence experts, there could not possibly be any other transcendence realm beings. As long as that person was not a transcendence realm existence, the Nether Sovereign feared nothing. With that thought, he looked at Xuan with a sinister smile. Boy, you've got quite the nerve. Perish. Xuan parted his lips and lightly uttered a single word. The scene fell into utter silence. Everyone stared blankly at Xuan, their minds completely. With a single word, the Nether Sovereign had perished without even a trace of resistance. What terrifying strength was this? It was utterly beyond comprehension. The old woman was frozen in place, her murky, aged eyes filled with shock. Unlike others, she knew full well that this Nether Sovereign was a supreme Tao Master, an existence that could be called invincible in this world. Yet no matter how formidable his cultivation was, he still died so swiftly beneath that single word from the white-robed man. Could it be that he comes from one of those supreme, ancient worlds, eh? The old woman stared at Xuan's back, lost in thought. He killed the Nether Sovereign. The ghost attendants looked at Xuan as though they had seen a ghost, their voices trembling. In their eyes, within the entire Netherworld, the Nether Sovereign was second only to the Netherworld Lord. Although the Nether Sovereign was counted among the 5 sovereigns alongside the other 4 in terms of combat prowess, he was unquestionably the strongest of the 5. For the most part, the Netherworld was also overseen by the Nether Sovereign. It could be said that he was the most powerful existence apart from the Netherworld Lord himself. Yet now this white-robed man had slain the Nether Sovereign with a single word. How could this not terrify them? Who is it? Who dares to kill the sovereign of our Netherworld? A furious roar came thundering forth, causing countless eerie souls to tremble. Immediately after, a vast expanse of black mist surged forward and then condensed into thousands of figures. Among these figures, even the weakest were at the ninth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. It's Lord Wuchang and Lord Judge, the ghost attendants exclaimed joyfully. And even the other 4 of the 5 sovereigns have come as well. Excellent. Now let's see how he can keep putting on airs. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned by the sight. So these are the mighty experts of the netherworld. Truly terrifying. Those Immortal Emperors must be what they call Lord Wuchang. At a rough glance, there are 5,000 to 6,000 of them. And there are over 100 judges at the Immortal Realm as well. As expected of the netherworld. A foundation of such power is beyond anything we could have imagined. At that moment, another wisp of black mist drifted over and transformed into a young man. Upon seeing him, the Wuchang, the judges, and the other 4 sovereigns of the netherworld all bowed their heads in reverence. We pay our respects to the netherworld lord. The young man nodded faintly, then turned to Xuan. Why did you kill the nether sovereign? He was merely I killed him because I wanted to. Do I need to explain myself to you? Xuan said indifferently. At those words, the young man's expression gradually turned grim. Upon hearing this, an Immortal Realm judge behind him immediately stepped forward and said coldly, "How audacious! Before the netherworld lord, you still dare to speak such insolence." Xuan cast a single glance at him. Before the man could even react, his body had already turned to ashes. This sight made everyone's heart tremble in fear. A single look could reduce an Immortal Realm powerhouse to ashes. Bro, isn't your strength just a little too absurd? The young man addressed as the netherworld lord watched this scene with a blank expression, yet his fists were slowly clenching. To kill his subordinate, so blatantly right before his eyes, clearly meant the man held him in no regard at all. He was just about to speak when he saw Xuan reach out with one hand and gently press down. Only at that moment did terror finally appear on the young man's face. How is this possible? I am a half-step transcendence cultivator. Apart from the 9 great primarchs, there is no one in this world stronger than I am. How could I fall to my knees just like that? Staring at Xuan's calm, effortless demeanor, he simply could not accept this reality. He is not one of the 9 great primarchs either, so how can he wield transcendence-level power? Regrettably, no matter how much confusion churned within him, there was no one to explain it to him. Xuan surveyed his surroundings, then declared, "Since all the people of the netherworld are gathered here, I will say this plainly from this day forth: anyone connected to me shall never enter reincarnation for all eternity. Even if their soul arrives in the netherworld, you must send them back to the mortal world. Do you understand?" As he spoke those final words, Xuan released a sliver of his own majestic pressure. In that instant, everyone felt as though an boundless world was crushing down upon them. Cracks spread across their bodies like a spider web, and they were on the verge of being utterly obliterated. The young man lowered his head, staring at the web-like cracks covering his own body, his eyes filled with the The Netherlord looked at the ever-spreading cracks on his own body, convinced that if this continued, within no more than 3 breaths his body would shatter and he would die. With that thought enduring immense pressure, he opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "To understand. Please, my lord, withdraw your pressure." The next moment, everyone felt a lightness in their bodies, and the pressure as heavy as 10,000 June finally disappeared. They slumped to the ground, each looking at Xuan with fearful eyes. The Wuchang judges were even more bedraggled. The moment they relaxed, they found themselves drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time they knew that such an inconceivably powerful being existed in the world, countless times more formidable than the deity in their hearts, the Nether Lord himself. The old woman was still lost in shock. It took her a long while before she could offer a self-deprecating smile. Who could have thought that after living a lifetime I would still lack such discernment? At this time, Xuan turned to look at Hua Yueying, pondering slightly. Seeing this, the latter asked in confusion, "What is it, young master?" "As long as I can hold the young master's hand, what does it matter if I only have a mortal body?" Xuan smiled. He swept his 2 fingers across the air before him, and a spatial rift 10,000 zhang long appeared. In the next moment, strands of purple qi surged out from within the rift, wrapping Hua Yueying within them. This aura. The Netherlord stared in disbelief at Hua Yueying, now shrouded by countless wisps of purple qi, and murmured, "It's Hongmeng purple qi. He actually opened a passage directly to the primordial era, and yet hasn't suffered backlash from the primordial beings. Only those true ancestors of the highest order could possess such a power." Hongmeng purple qi was a product unique to the primordial era. At that time, the realm sea had only just taken shape, and all things were in their most primitive state, so the heavens and earth were filled with countless innate supreme treasures. And Hongmeng purple qi was one of the foremost supreme treasures of them all. A single wisp could bestow upon a mortal an innate immaculate body. To use so much Hongmeng purple qi merely to reshape a mortal body. Was that not a little too extravagant? Meanwhile, the more knowledgeable people present had also recognized what it was, and cries of shock rang out one after another. Hongming purple chi. It's actually Hongming purple chi. Heavens, and so much of it. They gaped at the scene, their eyes filled with intense envy. If I could obtain just a strand, no, even take a single whiff of it, perhaps I wouldn't have been stuck at the ninth heaven of the immortal king for my entire life. With so much Hongming purple chi, are you sure it won't provoke the retaliation of those primordial beings from the primordial era? Someone asked doubtfully. Indeed, ancient records state that every one of those primordial beings has surpassed the indestructible realm and even surpassed the Tao sovereign realm. They would never sit by and allow Hongming purple chi to be stripped from their world. As their words fell, a muffled voice like thunder rumbled from within the spatial rift. An azure dragon of unknown length emerged from the rift, descending upon the Nine Nether. Its body was so vast that even the entire Nine Nether could not hold it. The other half of the dragon still remained in the primordial era, unable to cross over. Its dragon eyes were each larger than an ancient world. It cast an indifferent glance down at the people below, and everyone who met its gaze felt as if their very souls were about to scatter into nothingness. What kind of existence is this? Without even releasing its pressure, just one look makes me feel my soul body is about to dissipate, someone said, terrified beyond measure. And its body is just too big. If it came through completely, I feel this world would be split apart. Facing an existence like this, can that white-robed man still resolve it? Although Xuan was also formidable, his entrance was nowhere near as shocking as the Azure Dragons. After all, in many cases people still judge strength by size. The Netherlord watched the Azure Dragon without any change in expression. Primordial Azure Dragon. Just like me, half a step into the Transcendence realm. But half-step Transcendence before him is nothing but cannon fodder. As if to validate his words, Xuan glanced indifferently at the Azure Dragon, and without a word pointed a finger at it. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon let out a cold snort, causing the entire Nine Nether to tremble. A mere human, and yet you dare to make a move against me. Suddenly its words halted, and in the next instant its colossal body directly burst into a mist of blood that shrouded the sky above the Nine Nether. Seeing this, the Netherlord sighed inwardly, just as I thought. Only a true transcendence could be his match. The people watched stunned as the Azure Dragon turned into a sheet of blood mist before their very eyes. They could not understand why such a powerful primordial being was like an ant before this white-robed man. Could it be that he had already grown so strong as to be unafraid of every existence in the world? Just then another majestic voice came from the rift. Stealing Hongming purple chi is bad enough. You even slaughtered a primordial being. You have committed a great sin. The Netherlord heard this voice and abruptly raised his head. This voice. It's the Lord Beast Ancestor. The void fluctuated and an old man with hair and beard white as snow appeared above the land of the Nine Nether. In the same instant, a pressure capable of collapsing the heavens and countless ages radiated from his body, spreading through the Nine Nether in the blink of an eye. The people who had only just caught their breath knelt down once more, their backs pressed so low that they could not straighten. The shock in their eyes was almost solid. This pressure is even more terrifying than the last. Just who is this person? Someone beyond our comprehension. Someone murmured. One who can end the world with a single word. If so, can that white-robed man withstand him this time? The Beast Ancestor took a look at Xuan, his gaze tinged with astonishment and doubt. You have actually stepped onto the path of transcendence. Could you be the anomaly of this age? Anomaly or not, Xuan shook his head and looked at the old man. Are you what they call one of the 9 true ancestors? The old man nodded and said, That's right, I am the Beast Ancestor among the 9 true ancestors. Suddenly his eyes flew wide, for Xuan had somehow already arrived before him, one hand firmly gripping his throat. Just say yes or no. Did I ask you anything else? The Beast Ancestor's face was full of shock. You? How can you be this strong? None of the previous anomalies ever stepped into the second heaven of the Transcendence realm. Your strength is already above the third heaven of the Transcendence realm. That is no concern of yours, Xuan said. All you need to remember is that no one can stand in the way of what I want to do. With that, he clenched his 5 fingers, and the Beast Ancestor's body instantly turned into a wisp of spiritual light and dispersed. At the same time, in a grand hall somewhere, an old man who had been sitting in stillness for unknown eons let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The anomaly of this generation is a little too strong. The Beast Ancestor rose and stepped outside the hall, the vast starry river unfolding before his eyes. To think that someone has actually extinguished the primordial lifebound divine thought that I cast upon the era of the primeval beginning. This person is indeed different from the anomalies of the past. The Beast Ancestor muttered to himself. The divine thought he had manifested in the netherworld abyss possessed the strength of the first heaven of the Transcendence realm. Although he had not faced Gu Xian in person, the beast ancestor speculated that Gu Xian's true strength was at least at the fourth heaven of the transcendence realm. Otherwise, his divine thought would not have been extinguished so effortlessly. The fourth heaven. That is somewhat troublesome, the elder murmured. Relying on me alone, I may very well be unable to resolve this. It seems I must hasten the descent of the Great Tribulation and awaken the other true ancestors. The alien races beyond the boundary sea are likely about to launch their great counteroffensive. At this juncture, no accidents can be allowed, or the boundary sea will be in peril. He stood there for a very long time, then spoke indifferently toward the void. Make preparations, and then begin. As you command. The netherworld abyss. People stared blankly at Gu Xian, utterly unable to speak. That elder had seemed so mighty, giving them the impression of being invincible in the world, yet in the hands of this man in white, he was like an ordinary mortal, completely devoid of any power to resist, simply crushed to death on the spot. So this is what true invincibility is. Someone said, gazing at Gu Xian's figure, their eyes seeming to turn reverent at that moment. No matter who comes, a single finger extinguishes them all. If this is not invincibility, then what is a? To witness such a paragon of heroes in this lifetime, I have no regrets. Countless divine souls raised their heads to look at Gu Xian in the sky. At this moment, fear no longer filled their hearts. Instead, what surged within them was reverence born from the depths of their souls. When a person becomes so powerful that they are invincible in the world, people will worship them as a god. And Gu Xian, without a doubt, was the god of this era. The Netherworld Lord was now utterly shaken by Gu Xian's power. Even the beast ancestor's life-bound divine thought is no match for him. He sighed bitterly. If the true beast ancestor were to come, would the outcome be any different? After a moment, he shook his head as if he had come to a realization. Forget it. What does it matter who I serve? His power is already no different from a true ancestor's, and besides, I've had enough of those people. With that thought, he knelt respectfully before Gu Xian and proclaimed loudly, from this day forth the Netherworld Abyss is willing to acknowledge you as its master and follow you for all eternity. Seeing this, the other Wuchang judges, though unclear as to why the Netherworld Lord had done so, knelt on the ground right after him. Hearing this, Gu Xian looked down at the Netherworld Lord. I never said I wanted you to follow me. Young master, having more hands is always beneficial. If there is any dirty or tiresome work, just leave it to me, so you needn't trouble yourself with going back and forth. Wouldn't you agree? The Netherworld Lord smiled. Gu Xian glanced at him, but said nothing more. He walked over to Hua Yuang, who had by now finished absorbing the primordial chaos purple chi enveloping her, and had once again condensed a physical body. Strands of innate divine aura coiled around her, and with every breath, she comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Now, even without actively cultivating, Hua Yuang's cultivation was steadily rising step by step. So do you like this new body? Gu Xian asked with a smile. I do. Hua Yuang nodded, her water-like eyes gazing at Gu Xian as she said, Thank you, young master. I'm glad you like it. Gu Xian took her hand and said, Come, there isn't even a sun here. Staying too long will sour one's mood. A spatial rift tore open before the two of them, and they stepped into it. The Netherworld Lord simply watched them leave. At the very moment the rift was about to close, Gu Xian's voice rang out. Go and annihilate the Divine Phoenix clan. Hearing these words, a brilliant smile spread across the Netherworld Lord's face. Yes, the ancestral land of the Divine Phoenix clan. The elders who had remained behind in the clan looked at the nearly extinguished soul lamps and felt as though the sky was about to collapse. They could never have imagined that the elites of the Divine Phoenix clan who had gone to the Tianhuang Ancient Realm would be wiped out to the last one. After all, their clan chief had been among them, a powerhouse of the immortal eternity realm. So how could he too have met with misfortune? Could the Tianhuang Ancient Realm be hiding some peerless expert? What are we supposed to do? One elder said in a trembling voice. The Divine Phoenix clan had now become this, existing in name only. The strongest among the clan were these elders, yet they were merely at the Emperor realm and Immortal Lord stage. Any immortal king who came would wipe out the entire clan. Though they could barely cling to survival by relying on the clan's great protection formation, that was hardly a long-term solution. For now, the only option is to seek help from the Divine Crow clan, one elder said helplessly. He took out a golden jade token and said quietly, The chief of the Divine Crow clan shares a blood bond with our chief. He will not stand idly by and watch us die. With that, he hesitated no longer, and with a surge of force crushed the golden jade token. Moments later, the space here began to churn violently. The next instant, a tall and imposing man stepped out from the void. He was clad in a golden robe with a majestic countenance. In his pair of golden divine eyes blazed boundless golden flames, as though they could burn all things in creation to ashes. It was you who crushed the jade token. Wu Tai glanced around, frowning slightly. Why can I not sense Xuando's aura? Where has he gone? Chief of the Divine Crow clan, our clan chief has Fallen, an elder said in grief. It is not only the chief. All of our Divine Phoenix clan's powerhouses above the Immortal King realm have died in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Xiandao is dead. Wu Taiyi's expression turned frigid in an instant. The elders of the Divine Phoenix clan felt as though their very souls were about to be frozen solid. What were they doing in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm? He demanded. One elder hastily explained. The young master had foreseen that our Divine Phoenix clan would one day be destroyed by the Gu family of the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. That was why the chief and the others gathered their forces intending to eliminate this hidden threat while they still could, but they never expected. Alas, the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, the Gu family. A cold glint flashed through Wu Taiyi's eyes as killing intent began to rise. To dare kill Xiandao, this Gu family truly has nerve. Rest assured Xiandao was my half-brother. This blood debt I will most certainly repay. Hearing this, the elders wept tears of joy. We thank the chief of the Divine Crow clan. Wu Taiyi nodded. He was just about to continue speaking when an icy voice came from the void. It seems I heard you say you intend to seek revenge against the Gu family. Who goes there? Wu Taiyi whirled around only to see the void before him ripple as thousands of figures appeared. His eyes swept over them, and his heart sank slightly. Setting aside the thousands of Immortal Emperors, there were even over 100 at the Immortal Eternity realm. Most importantly, he could not see through the cultivation of the 5 figures at the front at all. The Netherworld Lord looked at him with a cold sneer. Originally, I only intended to destroy the Divine Phoenix clan. But as it stands now, I suppose I'll have to erase your Divine Crow clan from existence as well. Who are you? Wu Taiyi demanded in a low voice. The Nether Lord let out a light laugh. You're about to die. Why bother knowing so much? Die. Wu Taiyi narrowed his eyes. You mean to say you intend to kill me? You don't actually think these petty minions of yours can take my life, do you? As he spoke, an aura that shook heaven and earth burst forth from Wu Taiyi. In an instant, the entire world turned scorching hot. Golden divine flames 1,000 fathoms tall surged up from his body, burning millions of miles of surrounding space into nothingness. I am the chieftain of the Divine Crow clan, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tao Lord realm. Countless have tried to kill me, yet in the end, every single one became a corpse beneath my feet. He stared at the Nether Lord and said coldly, What? Do you want to try as well? The elders of the Divine Phoenix clan, witnessing Wu Taiyi's heaven-shaking momentum, broke into excited cheers. So this is the true strength of Clan Chief Wu. His cultivation is truly unmatched in this world. With Clan Chief Wu here, what waves can these people possibly stir up? You petty scoundrels, hurry up and kneel before Clan Chief Wu and beg for mercy, ha! The elders one by one began lording it over others in their arrogance, casting contemptuous glances at the Nether Lord and his party. On hearing this, the Nether Lord merely smiled faintly. It seems your 5th level Tao Lord cultivation has given them great confidence. You'll soon understand exactly why they're so confident. Wu Taiyi let out a cold snort, produced a golden spear, and his aura surged to an even greater height. That is Clan Chief Wu's 9 Heavens Mystic Flame Spear. This time those people are surely dead. Clan Chief Wu's might dominates all. Clan Chief Wu's power suppresses the 8 wilds. The elders were whipped into excitement once more. At this moment, Wu Taiyi stared fixedly at the Nether Lord, holding his gaze for dozens of breaths. Then, he transformed into a blur of afterimages and fled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from that place entirely. The Divine Phoenix clan elders still wore looks of extreme excitement on their faces. Only after several seconds passed did they realize Wu Taiyi had fled. They were all utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, what kind of human does something like this? We were right here cheering you on, shouting until our throats went hoarse, and you didn't even let out a single fart before bolting off. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why did you shrivel up so suddenly? What about your dignity as the chieftain of the Divine Crow clan? What about your face as a Tao Lord realm expert? Are you just throwing all of that away? At this point, they were completely speechless. The Nether Lord, however, did not seem surprised in the slightest. With a soft smile, he murmured to himself, And where exactly do you think you can flee? As he spoke, he extended a hand and gently stirred something in the void. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, Found it. Seeming to grasp some kind of thread, he yanked it sharply. Wu Taiyi, who had barely managed to escape, was dragged back with a bewildered look on his face. I thought you were going to make a move. Why did you scurry away like a frightened mouse instead? The Nether Lord asked with a smile. By now, terror had flooded Wu Taiyi's heart. He could never have imagined that this young man before him was actually capable of seizing his very fate line. Such an ability was not something a mere Tao Lord realm cultivator could accomplish. He had sensed earlier that this man was formidable, possibly at the 9th level of the Tao Lord realm. That was exactly why he had planned to slip away before the other could react. As things stood now, the man's strength was far beyond anything he could imagine. Just who was this person? Hearing the Netherlord's words, Wu Tai gave a violent shudder and hastily said this. My lord, your cultivation is boundless. How would I ever dare raise a hand against you? The Netherlord neither confirmed nor denied it. Is that so? Weren't you just saying you wanted to avenge your half-brother? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wu Tai said with a fawning smile, My lord, you must have misheard. Where would I get a brother? I've never had any brothers my entire life. At this point, it was the Divine Phoenix clan elders' turn to lose their composure. Clan Chief Wu, how can you behave this way? You and the chieftain of our Divine Phoenix clan are what? Wu Tai whipped his head around to look at that elder. In an instant, a strand of golden flame devoured the elder completely, leaving not even bones or ashes behind. My lord, I have held a grudge against the Divine Phoenix clan for a very long time. Their people, relying on the might of their clan, have committed countless atrocities outside. Today I came here precisely to carry out justice on heaven's behalf and purge this tumor from the boundless sea. Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Phoenix clan burned with fury. Wu Tai, may your ancestors burn in hell. Wu Tai, you're not even human. You're a beast. Hearing the elders' curses, murderous intent surged within Wu Tai's heart. With a wave of his hand, he scattered golden divine flames across the entire ancient Divine Phoenix realm. Countless members of the Divine Phoenix clan let out blood-curdling screams. Within but a brief moment, the whole ancient Divine Phoenix realm was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. After doing all this, Wu Tai once again put on a fawning expression and clasped his fists toward the Netherlord. My lord, as you can see, the Divine Phoenix clan is now completely gone. The Netherlord gave a faint nod. Wu Tai continued, Now that my task is complete, would my lord be willing to let me leave? Why rush to leave? The Netherlord said with a smile. Do one more thing for me, and I'll let you go. Wu Tai's heart grew uneasy. He asked, May I ask what my lord wishes me to do? The Netherlord said, As far as I know, those people of your Divine Crow clan are no good either. Since you are so filled with a righteous hatred of evil, why not uphold justice by severing all attachments? Kill them all as well. Hearing the Netherlord's words, Wu Tai stood frozen on the spot. The Divine Crow clan. The Netherlord and his party appeared above the Divine Crow clan. Standing beside him was Wu Tai, his expression exceedingly grim. The latter struggled inwardly for a long time, then looked at the Netherlord and ventured, My lord, could you spare them this once? After all, to err is human. From now on I will strictly discipline my clan members. The Netherlord nodded and said, Fine. Wu Tai was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me. The Netherlord said, You yourself said that the reason they have wrought harm upon the world is entirely because you failed to discipline them. In that case, the one who must die is you. As he spoke, the Netherlord slowly raised his palm, dreadful power coalescing within it. Seeing this, Wu Tai's face instantly turned deathly pale. Ahem. My lord, I suddenly realized that these Divine Crow clan members are nothing but scum of the cultivation world. They are guilty of unforgivable crimes. It is my duty to seek justice for all the people they have wronged. He declared this with feigned righteousness, then went straight down into the Divine Crow clan's territory. It's the chieftain. The Divine Crow clan members immediately bowed when they saw Wu Tai. We pay our respects to the chieftain. Wu Tai ignored them entirely. In a heavy voice, he said, You dregs of the cultivation world. How many living beings have you slaughtered over the years? Until you are eliminated, the boundless sea will never know peace. Today I, Wu Tai, will cut off all family ties in the name of justice. The Divine Crow clan members were completely bewildered, looking at one another in shock. Has the chieftain gone mad? What is he saying? When the chieftain curses the Divine Crow clan, isn't he cursing himself? Why would he do such a thing? Wu Tai paid them no heed and once more scattered the divine flames across the entire Divine Crow clan. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams filled the air without cease. Wu Tai, may your ancestors burn in hell. Wu Tai, you goddamn beast. Humph. It was not as if he had ever been human in the first place. Wu Tai thought to himself. Before long, the entire Divine Crow clan was likewise reduced to nothingness. He approached the Netherlord and said cautiously, My lord, can I leave now? Go ahead. The Netherlord nodded. Wu Tai was overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore through space and vanished from the place. As for the Netherlord, he took out a small dagger carved with intricate patterns and lightly deep within the void. Wu Tai, who had been frantically fleeing for his life, suddenly shattered into countless fragments without the slightest warning, scattering into the nothingness. Let's go. The Netherlord put away his dagger, and with a flick of his long sleeve, the people of Jio vanished from the spot. At Baiwa Sacred Land, Hua Yueying looked at Gu Xian reluctant. Are you leaving again? Seeing Hua Yueying's reluctant expression, Gu Xian smiled. It's not like him never coming back. Why be so sad? It's just that I miss young master too much. Hua Yueying sighed. Who knows how long you'll be gone this time? It won't be too long, Gu Xian said. Train hard during this time. I look forward to returning and finding that you've given me a surprise. Gu Xian finished speaking, and his figure gradually faded away. At the tavern, Long Lan had long since finished eating. She propped her chin on both hands and stared blankly at the seat across from her. Could he have left deliberately just to avoid paying the bill, she thought to herself. What a bad man. He invites me to a meal and still makes me pay for myself. Just as she was muttering to herself, Gu Xian's figure appeared across from her, slowly materializing from nothing. I think I heard you saying something bad about me. After drinking a cup of wine, Gu Xian said something to Long Lan. Paying no attention to his words, Long Lan instead brought her delicate nose close to him and sniffed carefully. Where have you been? The scent of a woman. Long Lan shot a sidelong glance at him and said, I thought you had some life or death emergency, but it turns out you went to see a woman. TSK. What? Are you jealous? Gu Xian smiled. Jealous? Why would I be jealous? I am not. Long Lan's eyes darted away in panic. She stood up and hastily changed the subject. I've waited for you so long. Hurry up and take me somewhere else to wander around. What's the hurry? Let me finish this drink, Gu Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Long Lan crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks. I really don't know what's so good about this stuff. Though she said that, she still sat down and watched Gu Xian drinking alone. After another 2 hours, the two finally left the tavern. Tell me, where do you want to play? Gu Xian asked. As long as I'm with you, anywhere is fine, Long Lan said. Gu Xian smiled faintly, took Long Lan's hand, and walked forward. Then let's go watch some fireworks first. In the blink of an eye, 5 years slipped by. In the Tianqing Ancient Realm at the Qihai Immortal Domain. On a lake, Gu Xian and Long Lan sat leisurely in a boat, slowly savoring fragrant tea. Counting the time, we've already been away for 5 years. It's time to go back. Gu Xian put down his teacup and said calmly while gazing at the placid lake. Long Lan's face immediately fell. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let's stay a little longer. Gu Xian looked at Long Lan's pleading expression and sighed helplessly. All right, 1 more month. After 1 month, we returned to the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Long Lan immediately beamed. Just then, boundless black chi surged in from the horizon, and in an instant the world grew dark. What is happening? The boatmen who had been rowing hard at the other end also stopped and stared up at the sky in shock. They were not the only ones. Everyone in the entire Qihai Immortal Domain, indeed the whole Tianqing Ancient Realm, saw the black chi filling the heavens. The leaders of the immortal powers within the Tianqing Ancient Realm all watched this scene with grim expressions. From the black chi, they could faintly sense an extremely powerful presence. This black chi is most unusual, a powerful immortal king said. I can feel a presence within it that makes even my heart tremble. The black chi has come with such ferocity and covers such a vast area. It does not seem aimed at any one faction, but at the entire Tianqing Ancient Realm. It seems we must prepare for war. For a time, every force in the Tianqing Ancient Realm was on high alert, staring nervously at the sky. As they watched, the black chi grew thicker and denser. At last it stopped spreading. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, an old man in a black robe, gaunt and skeletal, emerged from the black chi. He was incredibly thin, as if he had not eaten for a very long time. Only a layer of skin remained on his bones. He licked his cracked lips, and an eerie light flickered in his 2 skull-like eye sockets. TSK. It's time to feed again. This ancient realm can be the appetizer. The old man's parched, raspy voice was not concealed in the least, and everyone in the Tianqing Ancient Realm heard it with perfect clarity. He said, he wants to feed. An expert from an immortal force frowned. Does he intend to eat all of us? Does one man really think he can oppose everyone in our Tianqing Ancient Realm? How arrogant. Another expert said disdainfully, everyone, he clearly doesn't take us seriously at all. This fellow Taoist is right. Our Tianqing Ancient Realm has so many experts. There are over 1,000 immortal kings alone, not to mention tens of thousands of immortal lords. We have no reason to fear him. Hearing these words, the other beings' tightly wound hearts relaxed, and fighting spirit blazed back to life in their eyes. Yes, he is only one person. With so many people in our Tianqing Ancient Realm, why should we fear him, right? I don't believe that one person can turn the world upside down. More and more people were rolling up their sleeves and preparing to strike. The old man watched this display with displeasure. As food, you still dare to harbor thoughts of resistance. With a flicker of thought, a Dharma manifestation, so vast it brought people to despair, appeared behind him. The Dharma manifestation blotted out the sky and hid the sun. Giant stars drifted around him like marbles, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The people of Tianqing, who had been full of fighting spirit only moments ago, instantly lost all their bravado. They stared at the Dharma manifestation in terror, their entire bodies trembling. The immortal lords and immortal kings were not much better off. One after another, their faces were filled with horror, and a trace of despair rose in their hearts. This is simply not something we can resist. Such power can only belong to an immortal emperor. That old man is an immortal emperor. Everyone in the crowd felt utterly powerless. The might of an immortal emperor was not something they could withstand. No matter how many of them there were in the eyes of such an existence, they were no more than a swarm of ants. This black chi. I feel I've seen it before, someone suddenly said. I can feel it too. An immortal lord said gravely. I once inadvertently stepped into a dark ancient realm. The heavens and earth there were filled with exactly this kind of black chi. At those words, everyone's face turned ghastly pale. Of course they had heard of the dark ancient realm. It was said that it was filled with beings who refused to accept death when their allotted lifespans ran out and instead extended their lives by devouring the flesh and blood of other living beings. Every so often they had to feed. Each time they fed, countless ancient realms were plunged into catastrophe and ruin. How unfortunate were they to have run into an invasion of dark creatures. Just as they were wondering what to do, the old man gave a sinister smile. The Dharma manifestation behind him suddenly opened its mouth so wide that it seemed capable of swallowing the entire sky. Then an irresistible suction force exploded outward. Countless living beings in the Tianqing ancient realm, their faces twisted with the deepest fear, were uncontrollably pulled into that giant mouth. Seeing this, the immortal lords and immortal kings hastily activated all the power in their bodies, trying to resist the suction. But no matter what skills they exhausted, they still could not change anything. In a few short moments, countless living beings were devoured by the old man's Dharma manifestation, and wave after wave of miserable screams resounded across the heavens. Help, help. I don't want to be devoured. Countless living beings watched as they were drawn closer and closer to that Dharma image. Terror-stricken beyond measure, they flailed their limbs frantically in the void, struggling to break free. Yet in the end, without exception, all were devoured by the Dharma image. Moreover, the pulling force rapidly expanded its range, and within a few brief moments it had already engulfed hundreds of immortal domains. After devouring so much flesh and blood, the body of the black-robed elder gradually became fuller. The feeling of feeding is truly comfortable. The elder basked in bliss with his eyes closed. Still, this ancient realm can only get me about 30% full. Where should I head for the next ancient realm? He opened his eyes and pondered. Dark creature, this is no place for your wanton rampage. An ancient yet overbearing voice came from the depths of the Tianqing ancient realm. A few breaths later, an old man in a white robe with flowing white hair arrived here. He glared angrily at the black-robed elder, a dense aura of immortal emperor radiating from him. This aura. He is an immortal emperor. Our Tianqing ancient realm actually has an immortal emperor. The people were utterly astonished. In their recollection, the strongest being in the Tianqing ancient realm was merely at the ninth heaven of the immortal king. Never had they heard of any force producing an immortal emperor. Those features. He is the founding sovereign of the nine-star immortal dynasty. Someone recognized the white-robed elder, utterly shocked. It is said that he fell tens of millions of years ago. Who would have thought he is still alive? Moreover, he broke through the shackles of the immortal king and has ascended to immortal emperor. He truly is an immortal emperor. Hearing these words, the people in the void were overjoyed and cried out loudly to the old man, "Great immortal emperor, please save us." The old man glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will rescue you all." As he spoke, he drew a long sword, an unmatched sword intent radiating from him. He stared at the black-robed elder and said coldly, "Since you dare to come here, stay here forever." With that, he flashed directly in front of the black-robed elder, slashing fiercely downward with the immortal emperor weapon in his hand. A sword light tens of millions of zhang long materialized, splitting the heavens, and descended straight toward the black-robed elder. This sword strike, so powerful. Even from this distance I can feel a world-destroying sword intent. It seems we might be saved. With smiles on their faces, they looked at that sword light, as if they could already see the black-robed elder being sliced in two by that sword. Immortal Emperor at the second heaven. You actually gave me a surprise. The black-robed elder gave a dry laugh, then casually flicked his finger, and that world-shaking sword light vanished instantly. Then reaching out with his hand, he grabbed the white-robed elder and pulled him before him. The white-robed elder was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly tried to use his divine abilities to escape from the black-robed elder's grasp, but suddenly discovered that his spiritual power was sealed. He stared at the black-robed elder in horror and stammered, You are definitely not an immortal emperor. You are undying. Even an immortal emperor at the ninth heaven could not seal his spiritual power. Therefore, there was only one explanation. The old man from the dark ancient realm had transcended the immortal emperor realm and was a supreme expert at the undying realm. Against the undying realm, even 1,000 or 10,000 of him would be useless. At this moment, the white-robed elder felt some regret for having rushed out to play the hero. If he had known this would happen, how much better it would have been to simply flee the Tianqing ancient realm. Undying. The black-robed elder shook his head. I haven't reached that step yet, but I'm close. The white-robed elder did not quite catch his words. He looked at the latter and pleaded, "Can you spare me?" "Unfortunately, no." After saying this, the black-robed elder's mouth suddenly opened wide, and he swallowed him in one gulp. Indeed, the taste of an immortal emperor is truly different from those lowly ants. The black-robed elder licked the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. Countless people stared blankly at the scene, their minds completely blank. Eaten. The only immortal emperor in the Tianqing ancient realm, the hope in their hearts was eaten in one gulp. This was utterly unacceptable. How could even an immortal emperor before him have no power to resist, just like them? There is truly no way for us to survive, someone said with a bitter laugh. They closed their eyes, no longer putting up futile resistance, and resigned themselves to being devoured by the Dharma image. "Master, let's leave too. If this continues, we'll be sucked in as well." The boatman, watching the countless figures being swallowed by the boundless Dharma image, was so terrified that he could hardly stand. "Don't worry, it's safe here. Just row with peace of mind," Xuan said calmly. Hearing this, the boatman felt helpless inside. He wanted to abandon the boat and run away, but Xuan clearly looked like a person of cultivation, so he didn't dare to do that. With a bitter sigh in his heart, he could only pick up the oars once more. Longlon looked at Xuan and asked, "Aren't you going to help them?" "Why should I?" Xuan took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "They are nothing to me. I have no heart for playing the hero." Longlon nodded, then asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why? I feel that you are not a cold-hearted person. How can you still view this kind of scene with such indifference?" "Is that so?" Xuan smiled, then said slowly, "To you, I am naturally not indifferent. But toward them, does their life or death have anything to do with me? In this path of cultivation, don't try to be a good person. I really can't figure you out." Longlon sighed, picked up her teacup, and poured it straight down her throat. "How are you supposed to savor this tea? No matter how I drink it, it tastes the same." Xuan glanced at Longlon and said calmly, "Same for me." Longlon. In the universe, as more living beings were devoured, the flesh and blood on the black-robed elder's body became increasingly solid. Relying only on these is somewhat insufficient. His eyes looked at the many immortal domains ahead, and he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this place to have an immortal emperor. Could there perhaps be other immortal emperors as well?" With this thought, his divine sense, as boundless as an ocean of stars, spread out in all directions in an instant. After just a few breaths of brilliant light burst from his eyes. There really is one, and its quality is actually tens of thousands of times higher than that one just now. Who would have imagined that this small ancient realm would bring me so many surprises? He reached out one hand, grabbing directly toward the immortal domain where Xuan and the others were. In the boatman's terrified eyes, he saw a giant palm larger than the sky descending upon the three of them. "It's over." The boatman smiled bitterly. Longlon looked at the giant palm and gave a playful smile. "This time you'll have to save us whether you like it or not. I can't beat him, you know." Alas. Xuan put down his teacup and stood up. There are always people who don't know their place. Xuan casually waved his hand, and the towering palm seal carrying the aura of world annihilation vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Then his figure disappeared from his place. The black-robed elder saw that his palm strike had been erased and felt doubt rise in his heart. The next second, a man dressed in white robes appeared before his eyes. People in the void saw another person appear there, yet felt no ripple in their hearts. Seeing that this man could withstand the devouring force of the Dharma image, he must also be an immortal emperor. But even an immortal emperor was nothing. Had they not just seen an immortal emperor devoured alive? In their eyes, Xuan appearing at this moment was undoubtedly walking into death. They had already abandoned all hope. The black-robed elder sized up Xuan and said in a deep voice, "Was it you who scattered my palm seal?" He did not strike rashly. This white-robed man had neutralized an attack at the half-step immortal realm, which meant he was very likely a half-step immortal as well. This could not help but make him wary. Xuan ignored his question and said indifferently, "Do you know what happens to those who disturb my tea?" The elder was briefly stunned, then sneered, "Boy, you overestimate yourself. Don't think that blocking one strike of mine gives you the right to speak to me this way. Now I'll let you taste the power of a half-step immortal." The elder gave a sinister laugh. A grim bone saber had somehow appeared in his withered hand. Without wasting words, his figure vanished in an instant. He leaped high, holding the saber with both hands. In that moment, he poured his entire cultivation into the slash. A ghastly pale saber light hundreds of millions of zhang long split the Tianqing ancient realm in two. In this slash, he held nothing back. Countless people watching the elder's saber strike felt their hearts stop. Their eyes were filled with horror. Some even forgot as they watched that slash that they themselves were about to be devoured, splitting an entire ancient realm in two. They had no idea who could possibly block the elder's strike. Xuan made no move. He simply watched the elder who was about to bring down the saber with complete calm. A flash of joy appeared in the elder's eyes. In his view, Xuan had already been frightened out of his wits by this strike, so terrified that he had even forgotten to flee. Die. Just as the elder thought he was about to succeed, he suddenly discovered that his body could no longer move. He remained frozen in the stance of holding the saber high above his head with both hands, but no matter how hard he struggled, even until his face turned red, the bone saber could not advance a single inch. Xuan moved then. He walked unhurriedly to the black-robed elder, did not look at the elder's horrified gaze, and gently pried open the fingers that clutched the bone saber. Then he took the saber into his own hand. He toyed with it for a moment, then under the elder's desperately pleading gaze pierced through the center of his brow with a single thrust. The elder's body shattered in an instant, dissolving into black mist that scattered across the sky. This sight stunned everyone beneath the starry sky, even forgetting to breathe. That elder was a being who could devour even an immortal emperor at a moment's notice. Yet now this white-robed man had killed him so effortlessly, the elder had not even been able to get close to him. What absolutely terrifying strength. The dark being who had driven their entire Tianqing ancient realm to despair had died so cheaply. At this moment, the Dharma image transformed by the elder also slowly dissolved into nothing. Feeling that the suction force was gone, everyone hurriedly stabilized their bodies in the void. They looked at Xuan's figure, deep reverence filling their eyes. In unison, they bowed with clasped fists and said, "We thank the young master for saving us." Xuan turned his head and gave them a sidelong glance. He had not planned to save them at all. Suddenly one person pointed ahead of Xuan and asked in confusion, "What is that?" Everyone looked over. A wisp of black chi still lingered before Xuan, refusing to disperse, wandering there ceaselessly. "This is a coordinate," a solemn elder said. "After those beings of the dark ancient realm die, they leave a coordinate in place. Once other dark beings sense it, they will come to find out who killed their kin. Then what are we still doing here? Leave quickly." "That's right, young master, you should leave too." The people urged. Xuan, "Young master, your cultivation is unmatched, but no one knows how many dark beings have sensed this coordinate. Let us retreat for now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we will not lack firewood." "This friend is right. Young master, let's leave now, or it will be too late." "Leave? You killed members of my race and want to leave? How convenient." A cold, hoarse voice sounded. The faces of the crowd froze at once, and they turned to look ahead in terror. Dense black chi surged from every direction and converged into more than 100 figures. Not one of them emitted an aura weaker than that of the previous black-robed elder, and a few had truly stepped into the immortal realm. "It was you who killed them, Zhu." A gloomy-faced elder swept his eyes over the people of the Tianqing ancient realm, then struck down directly with his palm. A giant palm appeared overhead, covering the Tianqing ancient realm, with countless black chi churning atop it. Even the slightest touch meant death. Even an immortal emperor would fall. The dreadful pressure of the immortal realm made countless people tremble. It's over, it's over. There's definitely no hope now. I never thought we would jump out of the wolf's den only to leap into the tiger's mouth. It seems no matter what, we are doomed to die today. They smiled bitterly. Xuan's eyelids lifted slightly, and he let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Even if they are flies, they sure are annoying. He flicked his sleeve, and the bodies of those 100+ beings of the dark ancient realm instantly shattered into powder. Then his figure disappeared from here. The remaining people were all stunned, blank-faced. What? They were all killed just like that? It was no different from slaughtering chickens. Those were half-step immortals, not some sage realm supremes, and over 100 of them at that. How could they have been dealt with so easily? 100 against 1, and all of them were taken down. I mean, do you dark beings even know how to fight? Where did that young master go? Someone asked. No idea. Perhaps he has already left. The others lamented that young master is a true hero. He does good deeds without leaving his name and departs once his work is done. A heart like that is worth learning from. Well said, Taoist friend. While they were speaking, a screen of light suddenly unfurled in the sky, visible to all living beings in the Tianqing ancient realm. Not only here. In the boundless sea of realms, such a screen appeared above every ancient realm. Countless living beings looked at the screen with puzzled expressions. What is this? Someone asked. It should be a secret art used to transmit images. An immortal emperor clicked his tongue in astonishment. But this is too incredible. Even an immortal realm expert definitely could not cover our entire ancient realm. Unless it is a Dao master, and a peak Dao master at that. No one would have such power. But there is no image on it yet. What is the hurry? It should appear soon. Hey, look. Someone has appeared. Everyone stared intently at the light screen. A white-robed man's figure came into view. Who is that? I don't know, but he is fairly handsome. Could the light screen be something he cast? What is he going to do? Just keep watching, and we will find out. In the supreme ancient realms, powerhouses at the half-step transcendence realm watched Xuan on the light screen in silence. They admitted to themselves that they could not perform such a means even if they tried. Projecting his own image across the entire boundless sea of realms was a miracle even for beings who stood above all living creatures in the universe. This person must be the anomaly of this era that the beast ancestor spoke of. As expected, these anomalies are all freaks. This one is the freak among freaks, so young and already at the transcendence realm. What else did you think? Anomaly, a deviation of fate. Every impossible thing is the most ordinary occurrence for them. Then how do we carry out the Great Tribulation? Clearly this anomaly is different from the previous ones. He is stronger, far stronger than them. Relying only on the transcendence artifacts bestowed by the true ancestors, I fear we cannot suppress him. That is not something we need to worry about. We only need to ensure the Great Tribulation proceeds on time. Everything else, no need to ask and no need to meddle. Are those the words of the true ancestors? If that is so, then I am no longer worried. After they finished their divine sense telepathy, they fell silent again. At that moment, Gu Xian's voice echoed from the light screen. Honored guests, I do never wish to resort to such measures. But if I do not, there will always be those who believe I am easy to bully and come seeking trouble against me. I have grown exceedingly weary of it. After much deliberation, I realized there is only one way to make this nuisance vanish entirely. Within the light screen, Gu Xian's gaze seemed to pierce across the myriad living beings of the boundless sea. He said slowly, and that is to unify the boundless sea. The moment these words fell, the boundless sea erupted into an uproar. He says he will unify the boundless sea. An immortal realm powerhouse exclaimed in shock. Even if the means we see before us prove his strength is absolutely beyond measure. The boundless sea is immeasurably vast. Even if he made every being within it kneel to him, he could never govern them all. Exactly. Even one who stepped into the fabled transcendence realm would not dare boast so boldly. To rely solely on his own power in an attempt to unify the entire boundless sea is nothing short of delusion. Naturally, there were also Dao Master Realm experts who stared coldly at Gu Xian within the light screen. They voiced no opinion, yet in their hearts they did not take his words seriously in the slightest. As Dao Master Realm powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of this world, they would never submit to another's rule. Though the means Gu Xian displayed stirred shock within them as well, so what? The boundless sea was vast beyond measure. Could he truly slap them all to death with one palm? TSK. Unifying the boundless sea. What a bold claim. In the supreme ancient realm, a half-step transcendence powerhouse chuckled lightly. He is indeed very strong, but is this not a bit too arrogant? These anomalies are all the same. Relying on their entry into transcendence, they believe themselves invincible in this world. He is young, so pride is only natural. But before long he will learn that the sky of the boundless sea is not him. Some among the weak were stricken with fear and immediately knelt upon the ground, prostrating themselves toward Gu Xian with devout sincerity. His display had already won their hearts. Most, however, watched coldly from the sidelines, eager to see how Gu Xian would make good on his words. A mere light screen was not enough to intimidate them. Gu Xian seemed to read their thoughts and said calmly, I know that after speaking these words some of you may harbor doubts. I never expected a single sentence to convince all of you. As he spoke, the perspective within the light screen shifted abruptly. A vast starry sea shrouded in endless black mist appeared before everyone's eyes. People stared at the region, and after a few breaths someone recognized it, the ancient Dark Realm. In the entire vast boundless sea, only the ancient Dark Realm was cloaked in such dense black aura, filled with deathly stillness. Why is he showing us the ancient Dark Realm? What does he intend? The ancient Dark Realm was a forbidden land that countless beings dared not set foot in. Countless terrifying existences lurked within. Even immortal or Dao Master Realm powerhouses had to take a detour when approaching this region, lest a pale, enormous hand snatch them away and devour them whole. Rumors claimed that within it dwelt an existence beyond the Dao Master Realm. In the supreme ancient realm, watching the light screen, someone murmured, that is Tsang Juexian's territory. What is this man trying to do? Could it be? Someone's gaze darkened, their tone laced with gravity. Gu Xian's voice rang out once more. I know my words just now might be dismissed by some of you who think I lack the strength to back them. Now I shall demonstrate it, so that all your petty doubts may be laid to rest. As his voice faded, the crowd saw Gu Xian's back appear in the light screen. He faced the ancient Dark Realm, turning his back to the countless beings of all worlds. Clad in white robes, his silhouette thin and solitary, he seemed utterly insignificant before the tens of millions of dark worlds. Could he truly intend to strike against our ancient Dark Realm? In some ancient realm, a dark creature of the Immortal Emperor realm swallowed the last living being of that world, wiped its mouth, and sneered mockingly. Does he not know that Ancestor Juexian is an existence beyond the Dao Master Realm? Tisk, if he wants a soft target, this is hardly the right choice. Still claiming he will show his strength. I'd like to see him kneel and tremble, begging for mercy beneath the ancestor's might. The dark creatures wreaking havoc in other ancient realms all paused in their movements, watching the back within the light screen with contemptuous faces. In their minds, Xuan was about to be crushed to death by a single palm of ancestor Xuan. The creatures within the ancient dark realm also looked at the light screen in the sky and realized that Xuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. And they were the chicken. Utterly suicidal. Does he truly believe such a spectacle can frighten us? Oomph. Just watch. See how the ancestor devours him. This is also a perfect opportunity to let the world know that the ancient dark realm is no soft target. In the void, Xuan quietly gazed at the ancient realm before him. He turned his slender palm over, and a plain, unadorned iron sword appeared in his hand. The Transcendence artifact, Sword of Annihilation, the Tao of Stillness. Sir, it seems the ancient dark realm has never offended you. An aged voice emerged from within the ancient dark realm. Xuan said nothing. He merely raised the iron sword, slowly holding it at an angle. Seeing that Xuan showed no sign of letting go, the aged voice turned utterly frigid. It appears that after this old man has been absent from the world for so long, the people have completely forgotten to fear the ancient dark realm. As the words fell, a figure in black robes manifested before Xuan. He wielded a pitch-black great halberd, his hair and beard completely white, his eyes utterly indifferent. He looked at Xuan, let out a cold snort, then lightly raised his halberd and brought it down with tremendous. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying shockwave burst outward, flooding countless ancient realms and spreading across every direction of the boundless sea. Within this shockwave lurked the meaning of transcendence. Though only a few strands, it was enough to make countless living beings tremble with terror and fall to their knees. Immortal Emperors, Immortals, Tao Masters. Without exception, all lay prostrate on the ground. The intent of transcendence surpassed their comprehension. They had no doubt that even a single wisp touching them would reduce them to nothing. This ancestor of the ancient dark realm is actually this powerful. He is practically invincible in this world. An immortal realm powerhouse, kneeling completely prostrate, stared at the aged figure on the light screen and spoke with great difficulty. The pressure alone radiating from him is already so hard for us to withstand. How will that man face it? He was spouting such arrogance just now. Let us hope he won't beg for mercy immediately. If he does, he will truly disgrace the entire human race. Song Juetian coldly fixed his gaze upon Xuan, yet heard the latter seemingly mutter softly to himself. Cultivation at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, plus a supreme Transcendence artifact. I cannot even imagine what will become of the boundless sea once I swing this sword. Song Juetian caught every single word. His face instantly turned deathly pale. At that moment, Xuan's sword descended. Xuan swung his iron sword, delivering an unremarkable diagonal slash. In the next instant, Song Juetian's face turned deathly pale. In an instant, his eyes filled with terror. Before he could even react, a sword light that spanned untold billions of miles and blazed with blinding radiance appeared. It tore through the boundary sea, leaving nothing but void in its wake. Song Juetian bore the brunt of it. Though the sword light had not yet reached him, his body had already been reduced to nothingness under the terrifyingly ultimate sword aura. Even his divine soul, barely beginning to emerge, was instantly annihilated. Then the sword light slashed directly toward the vast and boundless dark ancient realm. The endless black chi that shrouded the dark ancient realm rapidly dissipated, exposing one by one the great stars of that realm to the eyes of the world. Facing the countless great stars, the sword light swept straight across. The next moment, the place was completely empty, with nothing left behind. The dark ancient realm seemed as if it had never existed. The sword light continued undiminished, sweeping forward, and nothing along its path could stop it. At last it reached the edge of the boundary sea. Ahead lay darkness so profound that even a powerhouse of the immortal realm would feel fear at the sight. Yet the sword light did not pause. It charged forward fearlessly and plunged into the darkness. A moment later, a heart-shaking scream that stunned heaven and earth came from the depths of the darkness. Ah, my undying demon body. This is the undying demon body I spent tens of thousands of epochs to condense. And it's been shattered just like that. You nine over there, you have truly committed every kind of evil. Are you so eager to start a war? Ill grant your wish. The people watching the light screen saw that figure from behind, still so calm and free-spirited. Destroying the dark ancient realm seemed to him nothing more than a turn of the palm. What sword art is this? What level of cultivation is this? Someone asked in a trembling voice. The ancestor of the dark ancient realm, who had just made the many immortal realm and Tao Master realm powerhouses in the boundary sea unable to raise their heads merely by releasing his aura, was reduced to ash. This superhuman power was utterly beyond their imagination. They swallowed with great difficulty, their hearts pounding nervously. With cultivation like this, who in this world can rival him? They thought to themselves. The disdain in their eyes was gone, replaced by absolute reverence. In the light screen, Xuan turned around and spoke softly. Well, do you all think my strength qualifies me to be the Lord of the Boundary Sea? At Xuan's words, countless living beings in the Boundary Sea knelt down and thunderous voices resounded across the heavens. We pay homage to the Lord of the Boundary Sea. We pay homage to the Lord of the Boundary Sea. In the supreme ancient realm, those beings at the half-transcendence realm all had grim expressions. The situation had now developed beyond their control. Ice Ancestor was the strongest among the 9 true ancestors, having reached the peak of the 8th heaven of the transcendence realm and could step into the 9th heaven at any moment. Hearing this, all fell silent. Xuan's strength in their eyes was already absurdly off the charts. Earlier they merely sensed he was strong, now they were certain. This was far beyond strong. It was strong beyond all measure. They were utterly incapable of dealing with Xuan. There's no other way now. We can only what? Speak quickly. We can only. The Wang clan of Longyuan Ancient Realm pays respects to the Lord. The atmosphere suddenly froze. After what seemed like a long silence, a voice asked in disbelief, Wang Yu, have you lost your mind? Do you know who you are? Do you believe that after the 9 true ancestors awaken, they will personally erase you for what you've done today? I'm not crazy. Rather, why haven't you knelt to the Lord? The Wang clan ancestor said calmly. Do you still harbor rebellious intent in your hearts? You? The several people trembled with anger. At this moment, Xuan also noticed them and couldn't help looking over with interest. Seeing Xuan's gaze in the light screen, they all smiled sheepishly. Lord, these people have serious objections to your unification of the Boundary Sea. Please, Lord, look into this. The Wang clan ancestor knelt on the ground, cupping his fists respectfully to Xuan. Oh, is that so? Xuan said with a faint smile, looking at those half-transcendence powerhouses. Do you think I am unworthy to be the Lord of the Boundary Sea? Under Xuan's gaze, these people felt a chill in their hearts. Even though he was showing such a kind smile, for some reason cold sweat poured down their bodies uncontrollably. No. You misunderstand, Lord. In my eyes, no one is more suitable than you for the position of Lord of the Boundary Sea. As he spoke, one of them immediately knelt down. The Lin clan of Yongxian Ancient Realm pays respects to the Lord. Xuan then turned his gaze to the others, who hastily knelt and prostrated themselves. We pay respects to the Lord. Xuan nodded and said, it seems you all quite support me. Perfect. Your strength is passable. They'll give you 10 years to incorporate all factions of the Boundary Sea into the Gu clan of Tianhuang. Can you do it? We can. They nodded hurriedly. We will not fail your trust. Within 10 years, to sort out all the forces of the Boundary Sea was as difficult as climbing to heaven, even for those at the half-transcendence realm. But now who among them dared to say no? Xuan nodded at the sight. Don't worry. If you work under me, I won't treat you badly. As he spoke, he casually tossed out several pills. These are Tao-breaking pills, just right for your half-transcendence cultivation. Swallow them, and you will become true transcendence. Xuan's words made their breathing quicken instantly, and excitement surged uncontrollably in their eyes burned with fervor as they stared at the pill before them. As long as they swallowed it, they could truly step onto the path of transcendence, no longer stuck in this half-baked transcendence realm. To them, this was as unreal as a dream. Nothing in this world could be more alluring than this pill. While the others were still hesitating, the Wang clan ancestor grabbed the Tao-breaking pill in one motion. He kowtowed respectfully again. Thank you for your reward, Lord. Seeing this, the others, as if afraid Xuan might take the pill back the next second, hurriedly grabbed their pills and clutched them tightly in their palms. They exchanged glances, and even from such a distance they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Such a god-tier pill was simply given to them. They hadn't even done anything. In the past thousands or tens of thousands of epochs, what had they obtained under the 9 true ancestors? Even this half-transcendence realm cultivation had been painstakingly earned through endless years of dedicated service to the true ancestors. In comparison, this young lord was infinitely superior to those old fogies. Their eyes now burned with sincerity. They cupped their fists toward Xuan. Thank you for your reward, Lord. We will go through fire and water for you, and would die 10,000 deaths without regret. This scene was also projected onto the light screen. Xuan looked at the countless beings and said with a faint smile, everyone has seen what just happened. Please cooperate with them as much as possible. I would be most grateful. Xuan's words were completely unnecessary. Although he had not personally descended to the beings of the Boundary Sea, half-transcendence was still an insurmountable existence. Without any other transcendence, a single one could suppress the entire Boundary Sea, let alone 9 of them. In the end, it was merely a matter of time. After speaking, Xuan flicked his sleeve, and the light screens over the various ancient realms slowly dissipated. People averted their gazes. From this day on, the Boundary Sea finally seemed to have a true master. Somewhere within the boundary sea, a colossal and magnificent hall stood poised in the void, surrounded by countless great stars and rivers of galaxies that orbited it in breathtaking splendor. At that moment, several figures stood outside the hall. After the radiant light in the sky faded, they each withdrew their gazes. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man at the forefront broke the stillness. "Tell me, what do all of you think?" He gazed calmly at the sea of stars before him, his tone unhurried. "How is this person's act any different from those ancestors?" "There is nothing more." The group behind the middle-aged man erupted in righteous indignation, fiercely condemning Xuan as though he were their mortal enemy. He listened to the clamor of denunciation behind him and quietly closed his eyes. Just then an untimely remark drifted into their ears. "After all that talk, does the reincarnation hall even have a way to deal with him? After all, he is the anomaly, the transcendent one, like our ancestors, in existence that cannot be defeated." Those words struck them like a basin of cold water, instantly sobering them. Right, they had only just remembered that the man in the radiance was a peerless being of the transcendent realm. "What is there to fear? Why undermine our own spirit?" one person said coldly. "He is indeed at the transcendent realm, but do not forget, our reincarnation hall also has transcendent masters. And more than one. That's right. Of our hall's 7 great ancestors, 6 have already succeeded in reincarnating and will awaken soon. Moreover, the soul seal of our most powerful ancestor has also begun to shine recently." Hearing this, the others exclaimed in shock. "You mean Ancestor Jianyu's soul has already reincarnated? Then where is her earthly body now? We must hurry and bring our ancestor back." Ancestor Jianyu's body is extremely far from the reincarnation hall. Without half-step transcendent cultivation, even 10,000 years would not be enough to reach it. The middle-aged man said calmly, "But since her soul has already reincarnated successfully, I expect she will return on her own before long." "If that is so, then what do we have to fear?" One person said, "Ancestor Jianyue has undergone 7 reincarnations. Her current strength should already be at the 8th heaven of the transcendent realm. Once she fully masters the body of this lifetime, our reincarnation hall will surely be able to eradicate all these heretics from the boundary sea. So, Hallmaster, we have nothing to worry about. Even if those half-step transcendent lackeys come, we still have the great guardian formation set up by our ancestors. As long as that man and those ancestors do not come, no one can break it. We only need to wait for our ancestors to fully awaken." The middle-aged man pondered for a long while, then nodded. "Summon all disciples of the reincarnation hall back, activate the great guardian formation, and from today onward lay aside all other matters. Devote yourselves entirely to protecting the ancestors' awakening." The crowd behind him clasped their fists in unison. "As you command." 7 years later, the Gu family in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. The Gu family had now become the foremost clan of the boundary sea. Over these 7 years, immortal kings, immortal emperors, and mighty masters of the imperishable Tao Lord realm from other ancient realms had never stopped coming. They were the leaders of supreme orthodoxies and immortal clans, yet now they came personally to the Gu family, willingly bowing their heads in submission. And the younger members of the Gu family had naturally become exceedingly noble as well. When they walked outside, even the holy sons and holy daughters of immortal emperor or imperishable forces would flatter them desperately, trying to curry favor. Even a completely ordinary member of the Gu clan had become highly sought after. Inside a pavilion, Gu Xian sat leisurely savoring tea. Beside him, Bai Yusin was carefully brewing tea for him. "Gu Xian, why don't you go help Uncle Gu and the Grand Elder? These past years they haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep." Gu Xian slowly drank a cup of tea, then said, "That is not my concern. Let them keep themselves busy. After all, I haven't seen them show the slightest displeasure. Of course they're happy." Bai Yusin poured him another cup of tea, then propped her cheek on her hand and looked at Gu Xian. "Especially the Grand Elder. His mouth hasn't stopped grinning for years. With a host of imperishable and Tao Lord realm experts coming to fawn over an immortal king like him, how could he not be happy?" Gu Xian said with a smile. "At the end of the day, it is all because of you." Bai Yusin stared at Gu Xian, her throat shifting slightly, as if she were about to speak, until she saw Gu Xian take out a sound transmission artifact. "Gu Xian, something is wrong with Ziyue." The voice of Hua Yueying came through, extremely brief and hasty. Gu Xian glanced at Bai Yusin, who nodded, and said, "Go quickly." The 100 Flowers Holy Land. All the female disciples were looking up at a figure in the void. It was their holy daughter Jiang Ziyue, but Jiang Ziyu's current appearance filled them with overwhelming strangeness. Her face no longer held its usual gentleness and liveliness. In its place was a coldness as indifferent as ice. She held a 3-foot cyan sword, and an unimaginably terrifying sword intent was slowly emanating from her body. Is this really the holy daughter? Why do I feel she is so unfamiliar?" One female disciple said, "The holy daughter's current condition. It looks like she has been possessed by some entity." Another well-traveled female disciple said, Look at the Holy Daughter's eyes. They are full of utter indifference toward everything in this world. The Holy Daughter herself would never show such an expression. Then why is she not moving at all now? That disciple hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I am not sure either, but judging by this situation, perhaps the possession is not yet complete. In the void on the other side, Hua Yueying and the other elders of the 100 Flowers Holy Land stood there. Sect Master, what should we do about the Holy Daughter's current situation? An elder asked with concern. Why don't we forcefully go up and interrupt that being's possession? No, Hua Yueying shook her head. The sword intent radiating from Ziyue right now is too terrifying, let alone whether we have the ability to interrupt it. Even if we could, it might inflict irreversible damage to Ziyu's divine soul. Ling Hua watched from the side and transmitted her voice to Hua Yueying. Holy Lord, does the young master know? Yes, I just informed him through the sound transmission artifact. That is good. Ling Hua breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. As long as Xuan was here, nothing could be too serious. Suddenly, an elder pointed toward the sky. Holy Lord, the Holy Daughter has moved. In the void, Zhang Ziyue's indifferent eyes seemed to regain a trace of awareness. After sweeping her gaze around, she walked forward, longsword in hand. Before she had taken more than a few steps, a graceful figure blocked her path. After possessing my sex, holy maiden, you think you can just leave? Hua Yueying said coldly, pointing her jade sword at Zhang Ziyue. Zhang Ziyue looked at Hua Yueying, her face utterly expressionless. She turned her wrist and casually swung a single unremarkable sword strike. The next instant, the very sky of this world was torn open. A sword light, 10 million zhang long, slashed vertically downward, and before it Hua Yueying's figure was as insignificant as dust. This sword light could no longer be described as merely terrifying. The world-destroying aura contained within it made all beings in the Tianhuang ancient realm tremble. With facing this sword strike that could completely erase her existence, Hua Yueying showed no sign of fear. A white-robed man appeared before her unnoticed, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, the world-destroying sword light vanished. Seeing Xuan arrive, the elders of the Baiwa sacred land all breathed sighs of relief. Fortunately, since Master Gu was here, there was basically nothing to worry about. Because the fluctuations just now had been too immense, they had already drawn a large crowd. The Immortal and Tao Lord experts who had been at the Gu residence moments ago also flocked to the Baiwa sacred land. Master Gu, so you were here. The moment they arrived, they saw Xuan and hurried forward to greet him. They had come precisely for Xuan, but since he would not come out to see them, there was nothing they could do. Now that they had finally met the very person they sought, they naturally could not wait to step forward and get better acquainted. Xuan, however, ignored them. He glanced at Zhang Ziyue and said with a trace of nonchalance, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" This scene left those people completely bewildered. An Immortal Realm expert respectfully asked an elder of the Baiwa sacred land, "May I ask what exactly happened here just now?" They had, of course, already made inquiries about the relationship between Xuan and the Baiwa sacred land. Therefore, even when facing an elder who was only at the Saint Realm, this Immortal Realm expert did not show the slightest contempt. The elder hastily replied, "Our sex, holy maiden, was possessed by an unknown existence. Just now it even tried to kill our sacred lord with a single sword strike. Fortunately, Master Gu appeared in time and saved the sacred lord." Hearing this, the others understood. It was said that the holy maiden of the Baiwa sacred land shared an unusually close relationship with Master Gu, and that she seemed to be one of his confidants. Now that she had been possessed, Master Gu was bound to be furious. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity for them to show off? "How dare you possess Master Gu's woman? You must be tired of living." A burly man flashed forward in an instant. With a flash of light, a large saber appeared in his hand. "There is no need for you to act personally over such a trifle, Master Gu. Leave it to me." That's the sect master of the Tianji Saber sect. It said his cultivation has already reached the third heaven of the Immortal Realm. Who knew he would beat us to it? We were too slow. Recognizing the man's identity, everyone felt some regret at not having been the first to step forward. The man casually waved his saber a few times, then turned to Zhang Ziyue with a grin revealing two neat rows of large white teeth. "I hit hard, you know." With that, his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a little over 10 zhang in front of Zhang Ziyue, right hand gripping the saber as he unleashed a fierce horizontal slash. A dazzlingly bright saber light appeared, and the entire world seemed to darken around it. The watching crowd was visibly stirred by the sight of that slash. As expected of the sect master of the Tianji Saber sect, I'm afraid even an expert at the fourth heaven of the Immortal Realm would not dare to take this slash heat-in. Without using his own magical power, relying solely on that low-grade immortal artifact, he can still deliver such a slash. This sect master of the Tianji Saber sect really has some skill. Many people secretly acknowledged the burly man's strength, while also turning their gaze toward Zhang Ziyue, wondering just how the latter could withstand that slash. Yet to their astonishment, Zhang Ziyue still wore that same look of cold indifference toward all living things. Watching the fierce-faced man charging at her, she raised her sword and lightly swept it down. No visible ripple stirred heaven and earth. But the next moment the man's body came to an abrupt halt in midair. Then a line of blood appeared from his forehead and traced all the way down. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, the man's body split into two halves from the middle and crashed to the ground. People exchanged dumbfounded looks. Wasn't the woman supposed to be reduced to pieces by that slash? Why did she instead kill the man with a single casual sword stroke? That was an existence at the third heaven of the Immortal Realm. If she could kill him so effortlessly, what cultivation level did she have? For a time, everyone shrank back, no longer daring to step forward. It was true they wanted to leave a good impression with Xuan, but they valued their lives far more. Having cultivated to their current level, they had spent countless years and boundless resources. No one treasured their own life more than they did. Besides, wasn't Master Gu still here? No matter how powerful this body snatcher was, could she possibly be stronger than Master Gu? Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat quiet, a cold snort rang out. The death of one mere Immortal Realm trash has scared you all into this state. A tall woman clad in golden battle armor appeared before the crowd. With an attitude like, "That do you really think you're worthy of sharing Master Gu's burdens?" Those merciless words stirred a burst of anger, but when the crowd saw the woman's face clearly, they all shut their mouths one by one. It's actually Divine Maiden Mu Xuan of the Zhantian Hall. The Zhantian Hall is extremely far from the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. I never imagined she would come here personally. This Divine Maiden Mu, if I remember correctly, had already reached the fifth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm several million years ago. I wonder if she has climbed further after all these millions of years. The Zhantian Hall was a top-tier force even in the entire Sea of Realms. Legend said that the Hall Master of the Zhantian Hall had already reached the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm several eons ago. And Divine Maiden Mu Xuan of the Zhantian Hall was even more extraordinarily gifted. It had taken her only 3 eons to break through to the fifth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm. It was no exaggeration to call her abilities unfathomable. If Divine Maiden Mu makes a move, there will basically be no suspense. Indeed, even setting aside the younger generation of the Sea of Realms, Divine Maiden Mu Xuan can still rank among the most powerful figures of the older generation. Moreover, considering that Divine Maiden Mu took the trouble to travel such an enormous distance to personally visit the Gu family in Tianhuang, she must have some other purpose in mind. The crowd exchanged subtle glances and smiled knowingly. They naturally knew what Mu Xuan was after. After all, when Gu Xian was so young and already possessed invincible power in the world, which woman would not be moved? Especially after learning that Gu Xian was not yet married, Divine Maiden Mu Xuan had practically settled down in the Gu residence. Unfortunately, in the 3 or 4 years she had been there, she had not managed to see Gu Xian even once. Mu Xuan turned to Gu Xian and smiled radiantly. "Rest assured, Master Gu, I won't harm this young..." With that, she flashed in front of Jiang Ziyue. Her jade-like hand clenched, and a spear as scarlet as blood appeared in her grasp. At that moment, a domineering aura that overlooked all directions flowed in her eyes. The dense pressure of the sixth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm shocked everyone present. Mu Xuan stared coldly at Jiang Ziyue, then turned into a blur. Spear in hand, she thrust straight at her. Heaven and earth collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the entire world seemed to be reduced to nothing but that streak of crimson light. At that moment, a domineering aura that overlooked all directions flowed in her eyes. The dense pressure of the sixth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm shocked everyone. In the next instant, Jiang Ziyue transformed into a streak of white, her speed even faster than. Sudden terror flooded Mu Xuan's beautiful eyes. Jiang Ziyue had somehow already appeared before her, and a fair jade hand was gripping her throat. "How can you?" Mu Xuan had not even managed to finish the question before Jiang Ziyue extended her other hand, covering the crown of her head. With a slight tug, a translucent soul appeared in her palm. Without pausing, Jiang Ziyue gently clenched her slender hand, and the soul of Mu Xuan instantly shattered and dissipated. Seeing this, everyone drew in a sharp breath, their eyes unable to conceal their horror. What is going on? The Divine Maiden of the War Heaven Hall. And if their senses were not mistaken, the pressure Mu Xuan had just released was already at the sixth heaven of the Tao Lord Realm. With such cultivation, it was no exaggeration to say she stood at the very pinnacle of the Sea of Realms. Yet what had they just witnessed? Mu Xuan was like a mere child before that woman, and her soul was annihilated so effortlessly without any power to resist at all. The invincible strength Jiang Ziyue had displayed struck terror into the deepest recesses of their hearts. In the void, a phantom silhouette peeled away from Jiang Ziyue's body, and then swiftly plunged into Mu Xuan's body. Jiang Ziyue's body went limp and fell downward. Seeing this, Hua Yueying hurriedly caught her. Under Hua Yueying's worried gaze, Jiang Ziyue slowly opened her eyes. "Holy Sovereign! What happened to me?" Jiang Ziyue's eyes still held a trace of bewilderment. She only remembered that another soul had suddenly been born within her sea of consciousness, and that her own soul had been easily suppressed by it. Are you all right, Ziyue? Hua Yueying asked with concern. I'm fine. Jiang Ziyue shook her head. Then out of the corner of her eye she caught the figure that had haunted her thoughts day and night. Young master. Breaking free from Hua Yueying's embrace, she hurried to Gu Xian's side, her lovely face full of joyful surprise. Hua Yueying watched her standing timidly beside Gu Xian and gave a helpless smile. Really had she, the holy sovereign and master, no dignity left at all. Still, seeing that Jiang Ziyue was not seriously hurt, she felt relieved. Afraid? Gu Xian asked with a smile. Afraid of what? A hint of doubt appeared in Jiang Ziyue's watery eyes, and then she saw the possessed Mu Xuan. From the latter, she once again sensed that familiar fearsome aura. I truly was afraid before, afraid that I would never see young master again. But now, she took a smiling step forward, drawing a little closer to Gu Xian. With young master by my side, there is nothing to fear. Gu Xian nodded, then looked at Mu Xuan. So, have you thought it over? How do you want to die? Mu Xuan stared at Gu Xian. After a long moment she spoke. You are indeed strong. Being able to protect that young woman's soul from my hands is enough on its own to earn my recognition. Is that so? Gu Xian laughed. Then am I supposed to feel honored? Mu Xuan shook her head. You are also an anomaly. I will not try to interfere with your convictions, but I have my mission. This world and all its living beings need me to save them. If your heart still has any concern for the countless billions of creatures in this sea of realms, then return with me to the Hall of Reincarnation and contribute your strength to protecting it. Gu Xian laughed softly. Don't you think what you said is absurd? You clamor about saving all living beings, yet just now you killed a young woman, didn't you? And this is how you save the living. I do not have a physical body, so there was no alternative, Mu Xuan said flatly. If she knew my suffering, I expect she would understand. Enough. I won't argue with you anymore. Let's go back to the earlier question, Gu Xian said. Have you made up your mind? How do you want to die? Mu Xuan's eyes stared coldly at Gu Xian. After what seemed like a long time, she let out a helpless breath. It seems that if I don't kill you, you won't let me leave. Spear in hand, she stood with her war armor rustling, though there was no wind. A terrifying pressure of boundless extremity suddenly erupted from her body. Boom. With the Tianhuang Ancient Realm as its center, an invisible wave swept outward, and tens of thousands of surrounding ancient realms instantly turned to nothing. The Tianhuang Ancient Realm itself, reinforced by Gu Xian's power, suffered nothing but the pressure, so immense that it surpassed all imagination, still made the onlookers feel such terror that they could hardly breathe. At that moment they felt as if their Dao hearts were about to shatter. Among them were immortals and Dao lords, yet beneath the mere pressure of this woman, they were like ants. No, worse than ants. If not for Gu Xian shielding them ahead, they would have vanished from this world in that instant. How terrifying was this woman's strength! An existence like this felt in no way inferior to young Master Gu. Could he actually block her? In Mu Xuan's eyes divine fire seemed to blaze, and even her hair became incomparably translucent and radiant. Her cold voice resounded across the Tianhuang Ancient Realm, spreading even into the depths of the Sea of Realms. I am the first anomaly of the Sea of Realms. Countless eons have passed, and even the true ancestor could not kill me. Yet you alone wish to stop me. She gripped her long spear and thrust it at Gu Xian without any unnecessary flourish. Behind her appeared a spear phantom spanning thousands of ancient realms, its enormous length entwined with countless divine talismans of heaven and earth. Every single rune on it could easily annihilate an entire ancient realm. Staring at that spear phantom so vast that its edge could not be seen, the crowd was utterly dumbstruck. Is this even a fight? How was this at all like the fighting they understood? Was this not simply a prelude to destruction? Linghua, Jiang Ziyue, and the others watched the spear phantom with tense faces, yet only Hua Yueying did not seem especially worried. You got one thing wrong. Gu Xian paid no heed to the world-destroying spear phantom. With a wave of his hand it dispersed into thin air. Then under Mu Xuan's utterly shocked and disbelieving gaze, a single sentence came from Gu Xian's mouth. The Sea of Realms now is my Sea of Realms. There is no need for you to save anything. As his words fell, Gu Xian reached out, drew the jade sword from Hua Yueying's hand, and made one plain horizontal cut. A sword light far more terrifying than the spear phantom appeared, seeming to illuminate the whole Sea of Realms. Beneath Mu Xuan's dazed gaze it sliced her completely out of existence. Everyone watched Gu Xian in absolute silence, their reverent awe reaching its peak. So this was young Master Gu's true strength. Although they had seen on the light screen before how Gu Xian erased the entire dark ancient realm with a single sword stroke, it could never compare to witnessing such a spectacle in person today. If they had previously submitted only because of Gu Xian's strength, they now recognized him as their master willingly and wholeheartedly. After all, how could they not feel proud? How could they not be honored to stand beside such an existence? The Hall of Reincarnation. Everyone stood in the great hall, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. The hall master of the Hall of Reincarnation looked at the shattered soul seal on the platform, and a bitter sigh echoed through the silent hall. At this point, the only choice is to forcibly resurrect those ancestors. Qin Lu knelt reverently on the ground. Before him stood 7 men and women of differing ages, each with a distinctive bearing. By my reckoning, it should not yet be time for us to awaken. Among the 7, a young man said softly, glancing at Qin Lu. Qin Lu kept his head bowed low. Ancestors. I was utterly left with no other choice. Ancestor Jianyu. Her soul seal has shattered. What did you say? The young man's voice suddenly became unsteady. Outside the reincarnation hall, the star-filled heavens and the boundless river of galaxies began to collapse and extinguish, star by star, cluster by cluster. Qin Lu's eyes fixed on the ground, his body trembling, he said with a quavering voice, "Half a month ago, Ancestor, Jianyu's soul seal broke apart out of the blue. I feared the reincarnation hall would meet with catastrophe, so in desperation, I could only awaken you ancestors ahead of schedule." Hearing Qin Lu's words, the several transcenders beside the young man all wore astonished expressions. Lady Jianyu was the first anomaly born of the boundary sea, having passed through endless ages and cycles of reincarnation. In this life, her cultivation should at least have reached the 8th heaven of the transcendence realm. I cannot fathom who within this boundary sea could have killed her. Could it be one of those true ancestors? Someone said. Impossible. The young man shook his head. Among the 9 true ancestors, the strongest is the Ice Ancestor. When I met him last, he was merely at the 8th heaven of the transcendence realm. Even if he has broken through to the 9th heaven over these years, it would still be impossible for him to completely kill Jianyu. Then who could it be? Could there be beings in the boundary sea even more powerful than the true ancestors? Whoever he is, there is no longer any place for him to hide in this boundary sea. The young man said coldly. Lord Nanju, do you mean for us to avenge Lady Jianyu? Nanju nodded slightly. This? How are we supposed to avenge her? One of them said with a bitter smile. That person could even kill Lady Jianyu. If we go, we would only be walking to certain death. Alone, naturally, we wouldn't stand a chance. But what if we bring the 9 true ancestors into the fold? Are you asking us to join forces with the true ancestors? That person seemed greatly taken aback. This won't work. We anomalies and the true ancestors are hereditary enemies, the kind that only ends when one side is utterly destroyed. Besides, even if we were willing to league with them, they would never agree. In the present situation, whether they agree or not is no longer up to them. The entity who killed Jianyu is certainly at the 9th heaven of the transcendence realm, or even transcendence perfection. With power like that, unless both our sides join forces, forget about eliminating him. In any case, we now share a common enemy with them. As long as they aren't fools, they will definitely consent. Seeing that Nanju had spoken thusly, the others found it hard to raise further objections. Nanju was the second strongest among these 8 anomalies, second only to Jianyu. Now that Jianyu was dead, he had naturally become their leader. Let's go. Well, pay the Ice Ancestor a visit. A snow mountain stretching hundreds of millions of miles stood towering within the boundless starry river. At its summit sat an ice palace so vast its peak could not be seen with a single gaze. Countless stars cast brilliant reflections upon the ice palace. Rumble. The palace gates slowly swung open, and an old man with graying hair walked out. He looked at the silhouettes in the void, a smile tugging at his withered face. What a rare guest. Nanju, what's this? Having just reincarnated successfully, you're in such a hurry to come court death. Nanju calmly watched the old man, then idly clapped his hand. The latter immediately burst into countless frozen grains. A half-step transcendent mere guardian of the palace. Since when did it become acceptable for you to speak to me like that? His gaze returned ahead. Ice Ancestor, you have slept long enough. It is time to wake. As his words faded, a woman in a snow-white long dress emerged from the palace moments later. She glanced at the old man, shattered into ice crystals, then said flatly, Nanju, haven't seen you in ages. Your temper has grown considerably, but then again, the few of you anomalies. Can't you simply kill yourselves cleanly? Why must you trouble me? Let me tell you some good news. Nanju smiled. Jianyu is dead, thoroughly dead. Oh, a shift flickered in the Ice Ancestor's eyes. Now that is genuinely good news. Who killed her? Did she once again charge headlong into the demon domain, shouting some slogan about rescuing the mortal world? Nanju shook his head. Then who? Don't tell me it was another of the true ancestors. They don't have the ability. Without me, they would have died at your hands long ago. The one who killed Jianyu is in the Tianhuang Ancient Realm. Tianhuang Ancient Realm. The Ice Ancestor frowned. I've never heard of such an ancient realm. Of course you have not heard of it. The ancient realms in the Boundary Sea are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Even you, the strongest true ancestor, could not possibly know them all. So what is the purpose of your visit to see me? To wake me so urgently? It can't simply be to chat with me. The Ice Ancestor smoothed her crystal clear hair, and slowly seated herself. In the next instant, a throne forged of ice appeared from nowhere. Seated upon it, she crossed her long, slender legs and regarded Nanju with great interest. You'd better say something that pleases me. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you all into reincarnation right now. Nanju was silent for a moment before speaking. I know you've been waiting for your soul provisions. Unfortunately, you will never receive them. The few half-step transcendents you elevated have already turned their coats and abandoned you. Is that so? The Ice Ancestor's expression barely shifted. Those ants. I only granted them some favor, so they do my bidding, sparing me the trouble of gathering soul provisions myself. In the end, with or without them, it makes no difference. So that means you intend to collect soul provisions yourself? Nanju laughed. You might not realize it yet, but this boundary sea no longer belongs to you. Not mine. The Ice Ancestor narrowed her eyes, and in that instant the surrounding world turned incomparably cold. If not mine, could it be yours? Nanju burst into laughter. Of course it's not mine either. I am well aware of the limits of my own abilities. What you mean? Is the one who killed Gu Jianyu? Nanju nodded. He is formidable. The reason I have come to find you is to join forces and avenge Jianyu. Kill him, and you shall remain the master of this boundary sea. The Ice Ancestor regarded Nanju in silence. After a few minutes, she broke into a radiant smile. I never imagined you would be so devoted a lover. Nanju ignored the teasing undertone in her words. What say you? The Ice Ancestor's jade fingers tapped lightly upon the throne. After some deliberation, she said, I've heard the Beast Ancestor mention this person you speak of before. I didn't pay it much heed then, thinking he was but an ordinary anomaly, someone I could destroy with a mere flip of my hand. But now, the speed of his growth does exceed my expectations. Given Gu Jianyu's reincarnations up to this very day, she should have possessed the cultivation of the 8th heaven of the Transcendence Realm. Since he managed to kill her, he must have reached the great perfection of the Transcendence Realm. Though I stand at the 9th heaven of the Transcendence Realm with such strength, I fear even the two of us working together may not be enough to subdue him. Nanju frowned. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? The Ice Ancestor cast him an indifferent glance. If you don't believe me, go and try him yourself. Nanju. Then what are we to do? Is there really no way to deal with him? What are you panicking for? The Ice Ancestor rose, looking toward the Ice Palace, and smiled. All we need is another existence at the 9th heaven of the Transcendence Realm, and the problem solves itself. Nanju felt a chill, then sneered lightly. Heh. Find another 9th heaven transcendence. Where are we supposed to find one? Is there even a third person in this world at the 9th heaven of the Transcendence Realm? Why not? The Ice Ancestor smiled. As it happens, a friend of mine heard I was about to awaken and arrived in the boundary sea not long ago, intending to pay me a visit. A friend. Nanju and the others exchanged puzzled looks, turning toward the Ice Palace. Just then a woman of graceful bearing and stunning beauty walked out from within. She was tall, with silver hair cascading to her waist, clad in a form-fitting battle armor they had never seen before. The armor accentuated every curve of her figure, making her appear even more strikingly voluptuous. Allow me to introduce her. The Ice Ancestor stepped to the woman's side. This is the leader of the Xuan civilization, Her Excellency Wanyu. Wanyu greeted Nanju and the others with a smile and a nod. Wanyu has met everyone here. A frown creased Nanzu's brow. The Xuan civilization. What kind of force is that now? He had never heard of it. I am not from the Boundary Sea. I come from another world, Wanyu said. Mechanical ascension. It was the first time Nanju had heard the term, but for a cultivator of his level some things required only a single hint to become clear. A look of dawning understanding crossed his face. So you mean that you mainly depend on external objects to enhance your own strength? That's right. Take me for instance. Practically all of my strength comes from this suit of battle armor I'm wearing. As Wanyu said this, she extended her palm toward a stretch of starry sky. A blinding radiance flashed, and then a beam of light erupted from her palm, shooting straight into that expanse of stars. Boom. A starry expanse large enough to encompass more than 10,000 ancient worlds was instantly annihilated. At the sight of it, Nanju and the others all revealed looks of utter shock. To wipe out such a vast stretch of starry sky so effortlessly. This was practically no different from a supreme-grade transcendence artifact. That kind of move you just used. How many more times can you unleash it? Nanju asked with some trepidation. Are you talking about the annihilation cannon? Wanyu chuckled. As long as the energy of this universe doesn't run dry, I can keep firing it. Keep firing it. This time Nanju was truly shaken. As long as the energy of the universe did not run dry, she could keep firing. This dealt a heavy blow to his spirit. He was in the Transcendence Realm and possessed a Transcendence artifact, but the spiritual energy the latter consumed was ferociously vast. Once they exhausted all the spiritual energy within their bodies for existences at the Transcendence Realm, it would take millions, even tens of millions, of years before that spiritual energy could ever be replenished. The battle armor you wear. Does your faction have many of them? Nanju asked, still unwilling to give up. He could not accept it. He and his companions had reincarnated and cultivated over and over until the very concept of time had nearly lost its meaning to them. And after all that, he had only managed to step into the seventh heaven, great perfection of the Transcendence realm. If one told him that there was no need to cultivate at all, that simply putting on this battle armor would grant one strength rivaling the ninth heaven of the Transcendence realm, and that such armor was plentiful back in her homeland, his Tao heart might very well have shattered. Hearing Nanzu's words, Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. How could that be? The eternal battle armor I wear was forged with the collective strength of the entire Xuan civilization, and even then only a single set was ever completed. I see. Nanju breathed a faint sigh of relief. Good. Just as he thought. No matter what kind of faction or civilization, the Transcendence realm was always a monumental threshold. Those who transcended were the supreme fighting force anywhere. The Xuan civilization has hit a bottleneck. We haven't made progress for several epochs. Wanyu sighed. That is precisely why I came to the Boundary Sea, to seek out Lord Ice Ancestor and find a way to break through. I feel that relying on external force ultimately won't do. In the end, one must rely on oneself. Though our civilization has also developed gene serums that can enhance personal strength, they too have their limitations. Wanyu said with a bitter smile. Take me as an example. Even after drinking the most advanced gene serum the Xuan civilization has to offer, my personal strength merely matches roughly the fifth heaven of the Tao Master realm in your Boundary Sea. If not for this battle armor, I wouldn't have been qualified to come to the Boundary Sea at all. Hearing these words, Nanju couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. No matter. Since you, Lady Wanyu, can understand this principle, nothing is lost. Once we root out that aberration and eliminate it, you will have ample time to seek guidance from Ice Ancestor herself. Humph. After we kill that person, the next step will be to kill all of you. Ice Ancestor cast a cold glance at Nanju and snorted. Is all this endless killing and fighting really any fun? Nanju said with a trace of helplessness. Back then it was Jianyu who insisted on leading us to oppose you. I am different from her. I have no interest in who rules the Boundary Sea. I only want to avenge her. Once the vengeance is done, you can remain the Lord of the Boundary Sea. I can assure you that I won't interfere with your affairs. Truth be told, every time I wake up, I have to go through a great war and then sink into reincarnation again. I am truly exhausted. Ice Ancestor stared fixedly at him for a long moment, then slowly said, Are you certain? Nanju nodded. I am certain. Besides, the demon realms, Mo Huang, should be on the verge of attacking soon. When that time comes, the few of us can more or less be of help. No matter how you look at it, you have no reason to make a move against us. Ice Ancestor withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes in contemplation. After an unknown span of time, she opened her eyes. Very well. I will trust you this once. She turned and walked toward the Ice Palace. Go back. Gather the disciples of your reincarnation hall. As for you, Wanyu, I will open a spatial passage connecting the Boundary Sea and the Xuan civilization. Send over all those warships of yours as well. In half a year, we will trample the Tianhuang ancient world to dust. Understood. Wanyu nodded in agreement. Half a year passed as swiftly as flowing water. At the Gu family estate in the Tianhuang ancient world, Gu Xian sat in a pavilion looking helplessly at the several hundred people kneeling before him. They were the leaders of the most supreme forces in the entire Boundary Sea. Their cultivation bases were all at the ninth heaven of the Tao Master realm. Young Master, the ceremony for your coronation as the Lord of the Boundary Sea is the shared wish of the countless living beings across the Boundary Sea. We implore you to move to the Gu family's main peak. They clasped their fists and said in unison. Gu Xian glanced sideways at Bai Yusin beside him, who was covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. He didn't need to guess. This was definitely something she arranged. Can't you let me have some peace? Gu Xian said, massaging his forehead. You've had plenty of peace for years now. Come on, time to stretch your legs a little. Bai Yusin walked over, and without listening to any protest, pulled Gu Xian to his feet, then led him toward the Gu family's main peak. On the peak, many familiar faces were already waiting. There were Chu Jingtian and his son Hua Yuing Ling, Hua Zhangziu Luya, and Bai Lingjian. Qin Tianliashin Susu Yan Yuma Long Lan the Netherlord. Beyond them were the power holders of every notable faction in the Boundary Sea, all waiting respectfully there. Outside the Gu estate, countless people stood in the void. The moment they saw Gu Xian appear, fervent excitement surged into their eyes. Today they would witness a historic event unprecedented in the history of the Boundary Sea. No one knew how long the Boundary Sea had existed. Across the vast ages, countless factions had fought one another for dominance. Perhaps some had managed to reign over one region or dominate an era. But never had anyone been able, or dared, to stand above all living beings of the Boundary Sea and become its master. Yet today, everything was about to be overturned. Although Gu Xian had already proclaimed his intention to unify the Boundary Sea a few years ago, that was not formal enough. Today was the official coronation ceremony. Gu Xian arrived at the foot of the main peak, where an immense plaza lay. Gu Jiuxing, Gu Ling Yuan, and Ryue Gu Yao, along with the senior figures of the Gu family, were all gathered there. They looked at Gu Xian with warm smiles, and Gu Yao's eyes brimmed with pride. This was her elder brother, and today he was about to ascend to the throne of the Lord of the Boundary Sea. Go on. Gu Juxing's eyes curved with a smile as he glanced toward the mountaintop and signaled to Gu Xian. Gu Xian nodded, then turned to face the staircase stretching straight up to the peak. On both sides of the stairs stood the power holders of every Dao Master level faction. They stood silently, their expressions filled with infinite reverence. Under the expectant gazes of everyone present, Gu Xian stepped forward, walking ahead one measured stride at a time. To be honest, Gu Xian didn't feel much about any of this. With the strength he possessed now, whether in the Boundary Sea or anywhere else in existence, he was absolutely unrivaled. In his view, this coronation ceremony was far less meaningful than sitting down quietly with a cup of tea or drifting leisurely in a boat across a lake. Still, since he had already been forced onto this stage, he might as well go along with it. Before he realized that Gu Xian had reached the mountaintop. Here the 9 patriarchs of the Wang family had been waiting in reverence for some time. Seeing Gu Xian, they all paid their respects. Young master, this is the crown of the Boundary Sea, forged by us 9 after scouring the entire Boundary Sea for treasures. Please take a look. Gu Xian looked ahead. There stood a stone platform, and upon it rested a white jade imperial crown. It was adorned with depictions of the sun, moon, stars, plants, trees, mountains, and rivers, and was inscribed with intricate and profound Dao runes. A solemn and imposing aura emanated slowly from within it. Our abilities are limited. We exhausted every means at our disposal, yet this is the finest crown of the Boundary Sea we managed to forge. We hope you will not find it unworthy, young master. Patriarch Wang clasped his fists. Gu Xian saw at a single glance that this crown was merely a mid-grade transcendence artifact. For them to create a mid-grade transcendence artifact while being only at the first heaven of the transcendence realm, though the rarity of the materials accounted for much of it, was when all was said and done a remarkable feat. It's fine. Gu Xian waved a hand. This was just for show after all. He had no particular standards for it. Let's begin quickly. Gu Xian stepped forward, pointed at the crown of the Boundary Sea, and asked, I just need to put it on. Yes, but young master, please wait a moment. Patriarch Wang chuckled. A moment as momentous as this must be seen by every living being in the Boundary Sea. Right now they are all looking forward to your coronation as the Lord of the Boundary Sea. With that, Patriarch Wang looked at the others. They nodded in unison, each forming a hand seal. The next moment, an ancient bronze mirror appeared atop the peak, radiating brilliant light as it projected the scene before them across the entire Boundary Sea. This is another treasure we forged together, the world-reflecting mirror, said Patriarch Wang. It has no other abilities, but it can project the image of one place to the entirety of the Boundary Sea. Gu Xian glanced at the so-called world-reflecting mirror that Patriarch Wang mentioned, then looked away. That's thoughtful of you. Patriarch Wang hastily waved his hand. Since this is your coronation ceremony, young master, how could we let you take care of it personally? Under the radiance of the world-reflecting mirror, countless living beings laid their eyes upon Gu Xian's true appearance. The voice of Patriarch Wang rang out at that moment. Today is the coronation ceremony of young master Gu Xian. From this day forth, young master Gu Xian is the Lord of the Boundary Sea. Does anyone object? His voice spread through countless worlds via the world-reflecting mirror so that every living being heard it with perfect clarity. Still, for the sake of the ceremony's completeness, Patriarch Wang uttered those words. Several minutes passed, and no voice of opposition came through the world-reflecting mirror. Patriarch Wang was naturally not surprised by this. Since no one objects, I declare here before all living beings of the Boundary Sea that from this moment. Suddenly a cold yet slightly teasing voice cut through the air. Haha. You want to become the master of the Boundary Sea? Did you bother to ask me? The voice was so abrupt that everyone immediately turned toward its source. The other living beings in the Jiahai likewise wore puzzled expressions. In their understanding, no one in the Jiahai should have dared to provoke young Master Gu, especially not on such an important day and in such a brazen manner, interrupting his coronation ceremony. Who could that be? Are they truly tired of living? Patriarch Wang stopped mid-sentence, his face darkening with anger as he looked into the distant void. Who is it? But the next moment, when he saw who the newcomers were, his old face fell. Far off in the sky, 9 figures slowly stepped out from the void. Then on the other side of them, 7 more figures emerged from the void. They simply stood there without emitting even a trace of aura, yet everyone present felt as if a boundless mountain were crushing down on their hearts. Oppressively, unbearably. Ice Ancestor looked at Gu Xian at the top of the mountain and smiled gently. Young Master Gu, if you were going to hold a coronation, why didn't you inform us? After all, in the Jiahai, we are considered figures of some importance. That was indeed an oversight on my part. Gu Xian smiled, then turned his gaze to a patch of void. This one doesn't seem to be a local, but since all who come are guests, now that you're here there's no need to keep hiding. After his words faded, Wan Yu's figure also manifested. She looked at Xuan with brows tightly furrowed. This man is indeed extraordinary. The stealth mode of the Eternal War armor has never been detected by anyone before, but the moment I arrived I felt that I had already been locked onto by his chi. Of course. After all, he is our Lord of the Jihai. His methods are certainly far beyond what we can imagine. Ice Ancestor said with a faint smile, deliberately lingering on the phrase Lord of the Jihai. Everyone present naturally caught the belligerent undertone in those words. Although they were extremely wary of these people, Xuan was right behind them, so they did not feel much fear. How dare you disturb young Master Gu's coronation ceremony? You're simply asking to die. A middle-aged man at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm bellowed, and immediately sent a palm strike toward Ice Ancestor and her companions. Boom. A palm imprint with no end in sight appeared, carrying thick destructive aura as it crashed down toward Ice Ancestor and the others. And a woman beside Nanju made no move at all. She merely cast a glance at the man at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm, and in an instant he was reduced to a wisp of ash. That scene made everyone present freeze mid-breath. They looked at the woman with wild, utterly disbelieving expression. A single glance had killed a being at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm. To be honest, this was beyond their imagination. That was a Tao Lord, not some immortal king or immortal emperor. Since when could a Tao Lord be slaughtered like a chicken? The other living beings in the Jihai had also witnessed the scene just now through the world-reflecting mirror. They too were utterly horrified. A being at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm was already a combat force at the apex of the pyramid in the Jihai. Apart from the unreachable transcendence realm, the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm was the ultimate boundary they could ever cultivate to. But now such an existence had actually been instantly killed by a single glance. How could they not be afraid? Could all these people be at the transcendence realm? They did not even dare to entertain that guess. The transcendence realm was a truly invincible existence. Once one became a transcendence realm expert, there was nowhere in the vast Jihai one could not go. Yet within the Jihai, apart from young Master Gu and his few attendants, weren't there no transcendence realm experts left? Yet now so many had suddenly appeared. While they were thinking, a clear and cold voice rang out again. Young Master Gu, I prefer quiet. You wouldn't mind if I made this place a bit quieter, would you? Ice Ancestor looked at Xuan. Although her words sounded like a question, she had no intention of waiting for his answer. She extended a snow-white jade hand and lightly brushed it in front of her. The more than 10,000 Tao Lord beings from various ancient realms, all stationed outside the Gu clan's protective grand formation, turned into ice sculptures one by one. Then with a bang they shattered and scattered into ice particles filling the sky. Such terrifying methods caused even the people within the Gu estate to feel a sliver of fear. Although the strength of those outside the Gu clan varied, without exception everyone who had come today was at the Tao Lord realm. With a simple wave of her hand, this woman had so effortlessly killed every Tao Lord outside the Gu estate. This was a technique they had never seen before. All the living beings who saw this through the world-reflecting mirror were struck dumb with terror. Even though they were not present, their hearts still ran cold. There is no mistake. This is definitely the Transcendence Realm. Only the Transcendence Realm can slaughter a Tao Lord like an ant. Then, aren't the other people also at the Transcendence Realm? Heavens! So many Transcendence Realm experts. How is young Master Gu supposed to deal with them? I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Someone spoke to comfort him. Young Master Gu is not alone. Have you forgotten? Patriarch Wang and a few others are also at the Transcendence Realm. It is still uncertain who is stronger. Upon hearing these words, everyone suddenly came to their senses. That was right. Young Master Gu had Transcendence Realm experts by his side too, and there were still so many peak Tao Lord Realm beings in the Gu estate. Even if they could not influence the overall situation, once a real battle broke out, they could at least harass the enemy from the side. At most, the opposing side only had 17 people. They should not be able to stir up too much trouble. You really are quite a character, Xuan said with a faint smile, hands clasped behind his back. At this point, aren't you going to send your cannon fodder out? At that, a flash of anger crossed Wan Yu's face, but she quickly suppressed it. You really do look down on people. Wan Yu sneered, then stretched out a hand encased in her war armor and snapped her fingers with a crisp pop. Behind her, spatial wormholes opened one after another, and warships almost the size of stars descended into the Tianhuang ancient realm. From a distance, they filled the sky, densely packed beyond count. Upon each warship, energy comparable to the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm was gathering. How is this, young Master Gu? This is the true foundation of my Xuan civilization. Every one of these warships is equivalent to a being at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm in your Jihai. When you said these words with great pride, and she did have the capital to be proud. It was precisely by relying on these invincible warships that the Xuan civilization had conquered one civilization after another. The people of the Jihai looked at those warships, confusion written all over their faces. What? What are these? They look like warships. But something is a bit different. Never mind what they are. Didn't you hear what that woman said? Every one of those warships is enough to match a being at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm. Hiss. A single glance shows there are too many to count. This Xuan civilization. Just how the others were also utterly shocked. Although the Jihai did have quite a few beings at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm, compared to the Xuan civilization, they were still far too lacking. Thinking of this, they could not help but watch Gu Xian with even more worry. For a civilization to be able to field so many warships comparable to the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm, just how powerful must that woman their leader be? Gu Xian glanced at those warships, smiled, and nodded. Not bad. Then he looked at Nanju. Call your oomph. Nanju snorted coldly and waved his hand. Over 1,000 figures in white robes appeared behind him. The aura radiating from every single one of them without exception was also at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm. Seeing this, everyone's hearts missed a beat again. What force is this? How can it also have so many powerhouses at the ninth heaven of the Tao Lord realm? Brother, is this really the time to care about that? Someone said helplessly. The key is with so many people, can young Master Gu handle them? Sigh, we cannot help at all. Another person sighed. Never mind whether we can even make it there. Even if we really reached the Tianhuang Ancient Realm with our cultivation, we would only be sending ourselves to our deaths. Yes, we can only hope young Master Gu can turn the tide. Gu Xian looked at the densely packed crowd before him and stretched his body. As he moved his wrists, he said, let me ask once more. Does anyone still wish to leave? Ice Ancestor smiled faintly. Rest assured, young Master Gu. Until we see your head fall to the ground, none of us will leave. Very well, I shall begin. As if he had finished warming up, Gu Xian vanished from the Gu clan's main peak the moment he finished speaking, and when he reappeared, he was already before Wan Yu. Wan Yu immediately acted as if facing a great enemy and raised her hand to defend. But Gu Xian was faster. With one simple punch, he blasted out a terrifying fist radiance that seemed to swallow the entire world. Wan Yu's expression changed drastically. A transparent barrier extended from her war armor to protect her face. At the same time, she crossed both arms in front of her chest. The fist radiance arrived in an instant. In Wan Yu's despairing gaze, it blasted her and the countless warships behind her into nothingness. Then Gu Xian turned his gaze toward Ice Ancestor. Seeing this, her expression shifted violently, and she immediately retreated millions of Xuan. How could you kill Wan Yu with one punch? Ice Ancestor's stunningly beautiful face was now full of panic. You, with strength like yours, you are absolutely not at the ninth heaven of the Transcendence Realm. Gu Xian chuckled lightly. When did I say I was at the ninth heaven of the Transcendence Realm? A sense of foreboding surged in Ice Ancestor's heart. Then what level has your cultivation reached now? My current cultivation. A translucent light screen appeared in front of Gu Xian. This was the second time he had opened the system panel. Host Gu Xian. Realm boundless. Forget it. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Gu Xian dismissed the system panel and said calmly, all you need to know is this: you kill Tao lords like ants, and I kill Transcendence Realm experts like ants too. With that, he pointed a finger toward Ice Ancestor. Ice Ancestor watched as Gu Xian pointed a finger toward her. An overwhelming aura of death enveloped her entire being, yet before she could make any move, countless cracks suddenly spread across every inch of her body. The next moment, her body began to crumble piece by piece. A spectral figure fled from Ice Ancestor. She watched her own body disintegrate into fragments, then glanced at Gu Xian, who remained as calm and composed as ever. The terror in her beautiful eyes was beyond words. Monster. He's an absolute monster. Ice Ancestor murmured, her former composure completely shattered. Nanju and the others were stunned, speechless as well. In his heart, Ice Ancestor was the supreme combat power of the boundless sea. The only reason he had come here to avenge Gu Jianyue was his reliance on Ice Ancestor's strength. But now, this white-robed man had first obliterated Wan Yu and the Xuan civilization warships she brought with a single punch, and then Ice Ancestor's physical body was shattered by a mere point of his finger. How could he possibly still seek revenge? He had to flee. With that thought in mind, he attempted to escape from this space. Yet to his despair, he discovered that he could no longer move. He glanced at the people beside him and found that they were in the same predicament. Nanju was instantly consumed by utter despair. You were quite imposing when you slaughtered those people just now, Gu Xian said with a smile. Now I'd like to ask you the same question. He spoke slowly. I find you all highly displeasing. Mind if I just crush you all with a single palm? Without waiting for Ice Ancestor's reply, Gu Xian extended a palm and pressed down upon the void. No palm imprint was visible, yet the 9 great true ancestors, Nanju and his companions, and the disciples of the reincarnation hall behind them, all instantly turned into nothingness. The Tianhuang Ancient Realm returned to tranquility. Outside the world reflecting mirror, the spectators looked at one another after witnessing such an outcome, and a question mark slowly surfaced in their minds in unison. That's it. They had expected an earth-shattering battle to erupt. They had even feared the boundless sea would be shattered into pieces, its laws crumbling, and the earth sinking into ruin. Yet in the end, this was all it amounted to. That woman had been so arrogant at the start, putting on airs as if she were incredibly powerful, but she wasn't even that impressive. It seemed that young Master Gu's strength had already far exceeded their comprehension. Instantly, the looks they cast toward Xuan were filled with extreme fervor. In the boundless sea, with young Master Gu in charge, what force would dare to invade? The young master is invincible. Long live the boundless sea. Someone began to roar with excitement. Gradually, more and more people heard these words and joined in. The young master is invincible. Long live the boundless sea. The young master is invincible. Long live the boundless sea. The voice grew louder and louder until at last it reverberated throughout the entire boundless sea, as if it could shatter the very firmament. Xuan had meanwhile returned to the Gu family. Standing atop the Gu family's main peak, he picked up the crown of the boundless sea and placed it upon his head. At that moment, an indescribable aura emanated from his being. It was the aura of an emperor descending from the 9 heavens, a sovereign reigning over all beneath the sky. Every being within the boundless sea sensed this presence. The ancestor of the Wang family, his expression one of extreme reverence, knelt directly on both knees and cried out, "We pay our respects to the Realm Master." Seeing this, the other Dao Lord Realm powerhouses also knelt down one after another. "We pay our respects to the Realm Master." The entire boundless sea seemed to boil over as countless living beings knelt down, gazing devoutly at the figure within the world-reflecting mirror. "We pay our respects to the Realm Master." Xuan lightly swept his hand across the void, and all the Dao Lord Realm powerhouses slain by Ice Ancestor earlier were reborn out of thin air. For him, now the birth and destruction of realms were merely a matter of a single thought. Reviving the dead was even simpler, a feat accomplished with effortless ease. The members of the Gu family witnessing this scene were struck dumb with shock. Such means utterly overturned. Outside the Gu family estate, the newly revived people gazed in disbelief at their own bodies, their faces filled with bewilderment. "What's going on? I remember we were frozen by that woman, and then we watched ourselves shatter into ice shards one by one. How are we alive again? Right, didn't we all die? And also," someone looked up at their surroundings and noticed that all those fierce, threatening figures from before had vanished without a trace. Where did those people go? How are they all gone? Could it be? Suddenly they all turned to look at the figure standing atop the Gu family's main peak. Xuan was gazing back at them with a gentle smile. "It was young Master Gu who brought you all back to life," said the Wang family ancestor. "Those who invaded the Gu family just now have all been slain by him. All of you rendered meritorious service in defending the household, and I have recorded every single deed." Hearing the Wang family ancestors' words, they all felt somewhat embarrassed. Speaking of meritorious service in defending the household, it seemed they had done absolutely nothing at all. But since the Wang family ancestor had said so, they found it hard to decline. They clasped their fists one after another and said, "We thank the young master." At the other end of the boundless sea, a young man clad in black battle armor, his face bearing a defiant and arrogant expression, stood in the void, his eyes fixed on the distance. There, that was the boundless sea. It was the place he had devoted his entire life to conquering. Their spiritual energy was abundant, cultivation resources were inexhaustible, and habitable planets were too numerous to count. As for the demon realm, at the thought of it, he could not help but close his eyes. The demon realm was on the verge of destruction. Within no more than 1,000,000 years, the demon realm would turn to dust. When that happened, those with cultivation could protect themselves, but where would the ordinary people of the demon realm possibly go? As the sovereign of the demon realm, as its king, even if he could save some, he had to ask himself. The demon realm was so vast, just how many could he truly rescue? Moreover, he could not bear to abandon the others. Thus there was only one path: to conquer the boundless sea and seize a land of survival for his people. He opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils burning with resolve. Just then another figure clad in armor arrived at his side and reported with clasped fists, "Lord Ma Huang, all troops have been assembled and are ready to invade the boundless sea at any moment." Ma Huang turned around, and as far as the eye could see stretched the boundless demon realm army. They held long halberds, their faces solemn, and in their eyes burned the unyielding determination of those who would rather die than retreat. Ma Huang gazed upon them. Among these warriors stood Dao Lords, Immortal Emperors, Great Emperors, Supremes, and even Saint Realm cultivators. This was all the power the demon realm possessed. Anyone with even decent cultivation had gathered here. For this battle they had staked everything they had. Ma Huang swept his gaze across the army and said in a deep voice, "My friends, I believe you all know this is a war that concerns the very survival of our people. Even if we are ground down to the last man, we must never lose. If we lose, our people face only extinction. Thus for the demon realm, for our people, this battle can only end in victory. never in defeat. Having said this, he looked at these warriors of the demon realm and shouted at the top of his voice, "The demon realm will live forever." The soldiers below, as if struck by a surge of adrenaline, roared in unison, "The demon realm will live forever. The demon realm will live forever. The demon realm will live forever." Ma Huang turned to the 5 Transcendence Realm generals beside him and said, "Begin." The 5 generals nodded, and together with Ma Huang, they opened a spatial passage leading to the boundless sea. At the edge of the boundless sea, countless densely packed spatial passages abruptly appeared. Then figures clad in heavy armor emerged from within in an endless stream. Gazing upon the resplendent, dazzling starry rivers of the boundless sea, their eyes burned with fervor and longing. If only this place were their territory, how wonderful that would be. At this moment, Ma Huang and several others appeared out of the void. Looking at the boundless sea before him, his determination to claim this land grew even stronger. With a turn of his hand, a pitch-black demonic halberd appeared, pointing toward the distance. "True ancestors, show yourselves." As one who had reached the consummate 9th heaven of transcendence, his words instantly spread throughout the entire boundless sea. Everyone turned to look at the edge of the boundless sea. Their demonic energy surged to the heavens. Endless oppressive demonic clouds rolled in, invading the boundless sea from all directions. What is that? Such dense demonic energy. The people were greatly alarmed, especially those in the ancient realms near the edge of the boundary sea, where the scene was even clearer to behold. The sky obscuring, sun-veiling demonic energy surged forth, eroding everything within the boundary. This is utterly outrageous. To come and provoke us time and again. Do they truly believe the boundary sea has no one left to defend it? With an angry countenance, he prepared to head to the battlefield at the edge of the boundary sea. "You are no match for him." Gu Xian stepped forward. A golden path 1,000,000 zhang wide materialized beneath his feet, stretching all the way to the edge of the boundary sea. "Wait here." With that, he walked off with his hands clasped behind his back, and the world-reflecting mirror vanished from the place along with him. At the edge of the boundary sea, a quarter of an hour had already passed since Mo Huang's declaration. "Lord Mo Huang, why have those patriarchs not yet appeared?" "Could it be they fear us?" asked the great general. Mo Huang stared ahead and slowly shook his head. "Impossible. There is no way they would fear us. Among the 9 great patriarchs, even I hold the Ice Patriarch in considerable awe. Moreover, the other 8 are no pushovers either. They have absolutely no reason to be afraid of us. Then why has no one stepped forward after all this time? Have they all perished?" "Who says no one has?" Mo Huang gazed into the distance. There a golden path of light unfurled across the horizon, rapidly extending until it reached the vanguard of their demonic army. Gu Xian, clad in white robes, stood alone before the countless billions of demonic troops. The world-reflecting mirror projected the scene before the eyes of all living beings across the myriad heavens. Gazing at Gu Xian's silhouette, their eyes brimmed with fervent excitement. "Which of the 9 patriarchs are you?" Mo Huang's voice boomed like thunder. "Patriarch?" Gu Xian smiled faintly. "The boundary sea has no patriarchs. It has only me, its realm lord." Mo Huang's pupils constricted. "Did you slaughter all the patriarchs?" "Enough idle talk." Gu Xian spoke softly. "Kneel." In an instant, an irresistible force pressed down from the vault of heaven. "This?" Mo Huang's eyes flew wide, and the arrogant, unyielding expression on his face was gone without a trace. He summoned every ounce of strength to lift his head, only to discover that no matter what he did, it was utterly impossible. His heart plummeted into an icy abyss, frozen and cold. A miscalculation. A complete miscalculation. He had never dreamed that the boundary sea could conceal such a peerless supreme being. Before him, the demonic army of the demon realm seemed to have become a joke. With merely 2 words, every one of them had been forced to kneel. Even Mo Huang himself, despite his state of transcendent perfection, had not the slightest power to resist. In that instant, Mo Huang's heart died. It was over. Completely over. Now the entire demon realm would cease to exist. He had not the slightest doubt that in the eyes of an existence like this, destroying an entire realm was as easy as turning over a hand. Had he known this would happen, he never should have attacked the boundary sea. At the very least, they could have eked out a little more time. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mo Huang closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Yet after a long while, the stillness remained undisturbed. He could not help but open his eyes, confusion stirring in his heart. Why has this man still not made his move? Just then Gu Xian's voice rang out. "You invaded my boundary sea, which should be a capital crime. However, considering that you had your reasons and did not slaughter the living beings of my realm, I shall spare your lives." Hearing this, the people of the demon realm were first stunned, then wild joy blossomed across their faces. Though they did not understand what had happened, at least they would not die. Mo Huang also felt a great weight lift from his heart. Though he did not fear death, to live was still better than to die. Suddenly he realized he could move again. He raised his head and looked at the young man of peerless countenance. Why? Why have you let us go? Well, Gu Xian pondered for a moment, then said, after I became the realm lord of the boundary sea, I found that beings from other planes kept coming to cause me trouble. They were merely ants, but they were truly vexing. Therefore I still need someone to go and conquer those forces and civilizations in my stead to completely eradicate such annoyances. He looked at Mo Huang and smiled. Are you willing? How could he not be willing? Mo Huang's heart was flooded with elation. If he could serve under an existence like this, perhaps the people of the demon realm might yet be saved. He respectfully clasped his fists. This one is willing. Gu Xian nodded. Good. From this moment on I shall appoint you as Grand General of Realm Conquest. How about it? Mo Huang kowtowed once more with the utmost reverence. Mo Huang, thanks you, young master. Thanks you, Realm Lord. Gu Xian continued. As for your demon realm, there is no need to worry. With that he flicked his finger and a streak of light pierced through the barrier between the two realms, descending into the... As the streak of light slowly dispersed within the demon realm, Mo Huang and the others watched in astonishment as the realm's shattered great Tao began to repair itself at incredible speed. Immeasurably rich spiritual energy began to flood the world, and one great star after another revived with vitality. The entire demon realm was gradually being reborn. Mo Huang suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to look at Gu Xian. Realm Lord, I am endlessly grateful for your grace in recreating the demon realm. I, Mo Huang, swear here and now that I shall exhaust every ounce of my mind and strength for you, and bring all the myriad realms and domains beneath your rule. Though he had no power to resist Gu Xian, he was still a transcendent perfection expert. If he descended upon other realms, it would undoubtedly be a dimensionality-reducing strike. He refused to believe that there could exist a second peerless being like Gu Xian. Go then. After speaking, Gu Xian turned around, put away the world-reflecting mirror, and departed toward Tianhuang Ancient Realm. The people of the Boundary Sea also withdrew their gazes at this moment. Our Boundary Sea. Seems like it's about to take off, someone exclaimed in admiration. Seems. It's definitely going to take off. Exactly. With our realm lord in charge, the Boundary Sea will surely be worshipped by 10,000 realms. The Gu residence. Gu Xian sat together with the women. If you ask me who my favorite person is. Long Lan nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, stealing a glance at Gu Xian beside her. She desperately wanted to say his name, but under the gaze of so many, even as an immortal emperor, she was unbearably shy. All right, unless someone is blind, anyone can see who it is you're thinking of. Hua Yueying said helplessly. Long Lan, please sit down first. Oh. Long Lan hurriedly sat down. Only then did she realize that her face was burning hot. Hua Yueying turned to Gu Xian with a smile. Young master, we've gone around the circle, and now only you remain. But let's agree first. Whatever we ask, you must answer truthfully. No lie. Very well. Go ahead and ask. Gu Xian took a sip of tea, his expression as steady as Mount Tai. The women exchanged glances. Then Gu Yao looked at Gu Xian, her eyes gleaming. Brother, why do you always favor Sister Yusin so much? After Gu Yao spoke, all the women stared intently at Gu Xian. Bai Yusin, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? After all this, the biggest scoop turned out to be about her. Since you insist on asking, then I shall tell you. Gu Xian glanced at Bai Yusin only to find her looking back at him. With a gentle smile, he slowly began to, "Ha, brother Gu, look what I brought for you." At the Gu residence, a hearty laugh drifted in from beyond the courtyard. Gu Lingyuan pushed open the door and saw Bai Lingjian striding over with a jug of wine in hand. The moment he saw the wine, clearly Gu Lingyuan's eyes lit up. Linglong drunk. Good heavens, where did you get? Never mind about that. The wine is here, now let's see if your dishes can match it. Bai Lingjian walked over to the pavilion and took a seat. Easy enough. Gu Lingyuan picked up the wine, examined it closely, and his eyes brimmed with excitement. The last time I drank Linglong drunk was 500 years ago. Tisk, I could never get that taste out of my head. Bai Lingjian wore a look of one who had rendered great service, speaking with self-satisfied pride. Capable, indeed capable. Gu Lingyuan waved his hand grandly. Someone, take that immortal Lord Realm Bull demon I slaughtered earlier to the kitchen and have them make a whole table of dishes from it. At once. The servant accepted the order and left. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan noticed a little girl standing behind Bai Lingjian, her gaze from time to time darting toward one of the rooms. This must be Yusin. By my reckoning, she's already 13 this year. Gu Lingyuan beckoned to her and smiled. Yusin, come sit. Once they've cooked the bull demon, you can have a taste. Bai Yusin shook her head and asked in a childlike voice, Uncle Gu, where is Xiao Xian? Why hasn't he come out? Oh, he played too hard yesterday. He's probably still asleep now. Gu Lingyuan pointed at one of the rooms. See, he's right in that room. Oh. Bai Yusin acknowledged and headed toward the room with light, quick steps. Yusin, come back. Xianer is still resting. Don't disturb him. Bai Lingjian said. Gu Lingyuan waved a hand. It's fine. It's about time he woke up anyway. Let Yusin go. Seeing that Gu Lingyuan had put it that way, by Lingjian could only drop the matter. Funny though, there's an 8-year difference between Yusin and Xian'er, yet they can still play together. They've met fewer than 3 times in total, haven't they? Bai Lingjian said. Why does she rush off to find Xian'er so eagerly every time she comes? I don't worry about it. Just let them play. Xian'er doesn't have many friends around anyway, and Yaoer is still young. Having Yusin here to play with him is a good thing. Gu Lingyuan poured 2 cups of wine and pushed one in front of Bai Lingjian. Come, let's have a drink and see whether this flavor we've been parted from for 500 years has changed. Bai Lingjian caught the alluring aroma of the wine and cast those concerns aside. Excellent. Meanwhile, Bai Yusin tiptoed open the door and poked her head in like a little thief. On the bed lay a fair, exquisitely carved little boy, his eyes shut as he slept peacefully. A sly smile crept onto Bai Yusin's lips. She stepped slowly into the room and moved to his side. Then she took a deep breath and shouted, Gu Xian, wake up. Caught in his dream, Gu Xian felt thunder crackling at his ear and was awake in an instant. He rubbed his bleary eyes, and once he saw who it was, his little face fell at once. It was her again. Gu Xian was inwardly helpless. Every time she came, she had to torment him in some way. What was even more infuriating was that he could do nothing about it. He simply couldn't beat her. Even with the system having reached the Sage Realm at the age of 5, he was still no match for her. Seeing Gu Xian frown with annoyance, Bai Yusin was even more delighted. It's been over a year since I last saw you, Xiao Xian, and you've only gotten cuter. Even your grumpy face is adorable. She scooped Gu Xian up and planted a big kiss firmly on his cheek. Gu Xian flailed his arms and legs, struggling desperately to break free, but Bai Yusin's arms seemed forged from immortal gold, holding him fast in her embrace. Gu Xian gave up, struggling altogether, wearing a look of utter despair as he allowed Bai Yusin to nibble all over his cheeks. After quite a while, as if fully satisfied, she set him down. Come on, Xiao Xian. Big sis will take you out to play. What fun is there in staying home all day? No matter how unwilling Gu Xian was, Bai Yusin dragged him off without giving him a chance to refuse. The stone table in the pavilion was already laden with a full spread of dishes, the rich aroma of meat drifting everywhere. Bai Lingjian and Gu Lingyuan were drinking with abandon. Xian'er is awake, Bai Lingjian said, slightly tipsy. Yusin, bring Xian'er over and try some of this meat. Bai Yusin frowned, and without a word pulled Gu Xian toward the door. You and Uncle Gu enjoy the food. I'm taking Xiao Xian outside for a bit. With that, she did not wait for Bai Lingjian to respond. Holding Gu Xian's hand, she turned into a beam of flowing light and disappeared from the Gu residence. Hey, they left that quickly. Gu Lingyuan withdrew his hand and looked at Bai Lingjian. Old Bai, should I send? No need. Bai Lingjian waved his hand with a touch of pride in his voice. Brother Gu, don't judge you. With that kind of cultivation, there's no danger. Already at the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm, Gu Lingyuan was astonished. At just 13 years old, she had already reached the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm, surpassing the cultivation of many among the older generation. But then again, his own son was not bad either. At 5, he had already broken through to the Sage Realm. In terms of talent, he even surpassed Bai Yusin. Exactly, Bai Lingjian said. And rest assured, I know that girl. She won't go far. She'll probably just wander around the Star Domain near the Gu residence and be back soon. Come on, let's keep drinking. Gu Lingyuan heard this and stopped fretting over it. After all, as long as they were within the Gu family's Star Domain, even if something really happened, he could get there in an instant with his Immortal King cultivation. Besides, this was the Gu family's territory. Surely no one would dare lay a hand on the Gu family's divine son. After turning it over in his mind, it seemed he really didn't need to worry that much. Fine, cheers. The two began raising their cups and conversing animatedly once more. Out in the starry sky, Bai Yusin strolled leisurely through the void with Gu Xian. Xiao Xian, look over there. How beautiful. Bai Yusin pointed at a distant river of stars, her face full of surprise and joy. Gu Xian glanced over, then gave a perfunctory response. Yes, it is beautiful. You really think so? Bai Yusin was delighted, gazing at the star river. I really want to go see it someday. But it's too far. If we went there with my current cultivation, it would probably be very... Bai Yusin sounded a little disappointed, but immediately brightened, and said to Gu Xian, but don't be upset, Xiao Xian. I'm about to break through to the Emperor Realm. I can feel it. And at most 3 years, once I break through to the Emperor Realm, it'll take you there. Big sis, I really am not upset, and I don't really want to go there at all. Let's hurry back. I still want to eat that bull. Gu Xian shouted helplessly in his heart. We've been out long enough. Let's go back. Hearing this, Gu Xian felt as if he had come back to life. Finally, they were going back. Bai Yusin took Gu Xian's hand and was about to return to the Gu residence. Just then a patch of pale white mist suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye engulfed them both. At first glance, all that met the eye was an endless desert. Beyond the desert, there was nothing else to be seen. What is this place, and what was that white mist? Bai Yusin's heart was fraught with tension, and the spiritual energy within her body had already begun to circulate silently. Gu Xian too looked around with a hint of curiosity. From the looks of it, their coming here had to be connected to that white mist. Once the mist had shrouded them, the moment they saw light again, they were already in this desert. It seemed that this was a secret realm or relic created by some formidable expert. This was indeed troublesome. He had been dragged out directly by this woman without taking a single thing, and now there was no way to contact his father, the Immortal King. Xuan, don't be afraid. Rest assured, he'll get you out of here. Bai Yusin crouched down, ruffled Gu Xian's hair, and comforted him gently. Although she told him not to be afraid, Gu Xian could clearly see that Bai Yusin's hands were already trembling. Even her smile was strained, worn only so he would not be frightened. After all, she herself was merely a teenage girl. Though she possessed no small strength, she had grown up in the sect under her father's protection from childhood. How could she have ever encountered something like this? This place looks like some kind of secret realm. Bai Yusin rose to her feet, looked around, and then retrieved an elegant longsword from her spatial ring. Usually with a secret realm like this, as long as one is powerful enough, it can be forcibly broken apart. As she spoke, spiritual energy surged within Bai Yusin's body, and the imposing aura of the ninth heaven of the supreme realm burst forth. Gripping the longsword, she slashed several sword lights ahead with all her might. Some of the sword lights vanished into the sky, the others carved the desert into ravines 100,000 zhang long. Other than that, nothing changed in this world. Watching the scene before her, Bai Yusin licked her lips and tightened her grip on the longsword a little more. A few more strikes, and this world might shatter. Sword lights that even a half-step Emperor Realm expert would not dare underestimate struck against this world, yet they did not stir even the slightest ripple. After unleashing those dozens of sword lights, a fine layer of sweat had already formed on Bai Yusin's smooth forehead. She fell silent for a moment, and her eyes gradually reddened. Thinking this to herself, Bai Yusin sheathed her longsword and walked over to Gu Xian. Bai Yusin smiled, her face seemingly devoid of nervousness. But it's fine. Secret realms like this usually have something like a formation eye. As long as we find it, we can leave. Gu Xian looked at her in silence, then said softly, "You cried." Bai Yusin was taken aback, then hastily turned her face away. "How could I cry? You must be mistaken." Gu Xian watched her wipe her eyes with the back of her arm, then she took his hand and said with a serious expression, "Xuan, I'm your sister. How could a sister cry? I still have to protect you." After saying that, without waiting for Gu Xian to reply, she pulled him into the air. "Let's go. We'll find the formation eye of this secret realm. If we get back too late, Dad will start scolding me again." In the boundless yellow sands, there was not even a breath of wind. In the sky, Bai Yusin said nothing along the way, only holding Gu Xian's hand tighter and tighter. It was so tight that even Gu Xian felt a dull pain. Suddenly, Bai Yusin seemed to see something, and a flash of excitement appeared in her eyes. "Xuan, I think we've found the formation eye." Gu Xian looked ahead. There a towering mountain stood, and halfway up its slope was a grotto, faintly glowing with light. A few breaths later, the two arrived before the grotto. The grotto was gloomy and deep. Torches were embedded in the stone walls on both sides, their dim yellow flames giving off an eerie aura, as if they had been burning for who knows how long. A few breaths later, the two arrived before the grotto. The grotto was gloomy and deep. Torches were embedded in the stone walls on both sides, their dim yellow flames giving off an eerie. I must not show weakness in front of Xuan. Come on, Xuan, let's go in. The two advanced cautiously through the grotto. After who knew how long, the space ahead suddenly opened up. That is, Bai Yusin's pupils slightly constricted at the sight before her. Gu Xian looked over and saw a stone platform several meters tall ahead. At the center of the platform lay a skeleton, its hollow eye sockets utterly gruesome. The skeleton had lain there for an unknown span of time, its robes having long since rotted away. In its hands it clutched a pitch-black jar. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Bai Yusin stared intently at the jar and murmured to herself the key to leaving this place should be inside that jar. Without much hesitation, she brought Gu Xian quickly to the skeleton, bowed to it a few times, and then turned her gaze to the black jar. Wait. Gu Xian was about to advise her not to open the lid, but he was too late. Bai Yusin lifted the lid and peered inside. It was completely empty with nothing at all. But what they did not notice was that the torches on both sides of the grotto flickered simultaneously at that moment. How strange. Why is there nothing inside? Bai Yusin scratched her head. Logically, there should have been some mechanism or treasure inside the jar, yet it was Then why was this skeleton clutching such a jar? Gu Xian also glanced at it curiously, but found nothing unusual. Just as the two were puzzling over it, an extremely hoarse voice suddenly rang out behind them. "You two, what are you looking for?" "Huh. What are you searching for?" The voice was parched and rasping, utterly devoid of moisture enough to make one's hair stand on end. In that split second, Bai Yusin's heart leaped into her throat. Without a moment's hesitation, she scooped up Gu Xian and vanished from the stone platform in a flash. Only after they landed below and steadied themselves did the two of them clearly make out the figure on the stone platform. It was a gaunt old man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a loose, earth-yellow robe. His eyes were dark and murky, and his silhouette seemed faintly unreal. To their surprise, however, the old man did not come after them. He simply stood there on the stone platform, grinning faintly as he watched them. Yusin stared hard at the old man, her heart thumping wildly. Run. At this moment, running was the only option. With that thought, she clutched Xuan tightly and shot toward the passage they had come from. The old man did not chase after them. He merely stood there, that same unnerving smile at the corner of his mouth. About 5 minutes later, Yusin and Xuan appeared in this very place again. What is going on? Yusin looked at the familiar space before her, then at the old man on the stone platform, and said with a trace of panic, "There was clearly only one path when we came in. How did we end up back here?" Xuan's heart likewise sank. The situation before them was truly bad. This old man was clearly up to no good, and he had no sound transmission treasure to contact the strong members of his clan. Besides, his current cultivation was only barely at the Saint Realm. This was quite troublesome. Surely he wouldn't have to start all over again, right? Yusin refused to accept this. She drew her long sword and chopped at the surrounding stone walls, but apart from a few shallow gashes left on the rock, nothing else happened. At last she could no longer remain composed. She turned to the old man, her voice unnatural. "You, me." The old man thought for a moment as if he had already forgotten his own name. Only after a long pause did he say proudly, "I am the Yellow Sand Emperor, but knowing that won't be of any use to you." The old man smiled sinisterly. "As a matter of fact, I should thank you for releasing me from the soul-nourishing jar and letting me regain my freedom. Otherwise, I don't know how much longer I would have stayed sealed in that sunless jar." So he really did come from that jar, Xuan thought to himself. Hearing this, Yusin looked at the jar she had opened, regret rising in her heart. Had she known this would happen, she should never have opened that jar. "Then, senior, since we helped you regain your freedom, could you please let us leave?" Yusin asked, clinging to a thread of hope. "Of course I can." To her surprise, the old man agreed without any hesitation. "Really?" Yusin said excitedly. "Of course it's true." The old man waved his hand. "You may go. Thank you." As she spoke, Yusin pulled Xuan and started to leave. But at that moment, the old man's cold voice sounded. "Did you hear me? I said you may go, not him." Yusin froze on the spot. She turned around with difficulty. "You. What did you say?" The old man set his eyes on Xuan, boundless greed flooding his face. "I have never seen such a perfect physical body. Not a single trace of acquired filth. Perfect, simply perfect. This body was clearly prepared for me. Ha ha. To encounter such a supreme body the moment I immersed my 9 million years in the soul-nourishing jar were not wasted." The old man grew more and more crazed, while Yusin's heart sank straight to the bottom. He actually wanted Xiaoxian's body. In that instant, she suddenly found that she was no longer afraid. Without a word, she stepped forward and stood in front of Xuan. Longsword in hand, Yusin pointed it at the old man and said coldly, "As long as I am here, you won't have your way." The old man narrowed his eyes. The next second, his body lunged forward, and a withered old hand shot toward Yusin. She hastily raised her sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the cave dwelling. The peerless top-grade supreme-class treasured sword in Yusin's hand was actually snapped in two by the old man's palm. Without time to think, she channeled her spiritual power and threw a punch at the old man. Boom! When fist met palm, a terrifying wave of spiritual power exploded inside the small cave dwelling. Holding Yusin's fist, the old man let out a snicker and twisted it directly. Her entire arm was wrenched into a spiral, sharp bone spurs piercing through her shoulder. Blood quickly stained her clothes red. A piercing pain shot straight into her mind, but Yusin gritted her teeth and held on. Her expression turning ruthless, she tore herself away, actually abandoning that arm. Xuan stared blankly at Yusin's pale face and the blood spurting from her shoulder like a fountain. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. "Your body isn't bad either. At such a young age, your cultivation has already reached the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm. Given enough room to grow, you will definitely prove the Tao and become an immortal." The old man threw the arm aside and cast a faintly appreciative glance at Yusin, but then shook his head. "Compared with this little boy, however, you are still far too lacking." His eyes scorching with desire, he walked toward Xuan step by step. But at that moment, a small, delicate figure blocked his way. "With me here, you won't touch him." Enduring pain that almost made her faint, Yusin stood before Xuan once more. The old man paused, the smile on his face vanishing. "Do you want to die that badly?" He raised a hand, and flowing sand began to converge inside the cave dwelling. "Although I am only in soul form now, and after 9 million years, less than 1/10 of my strength remains, that still doesn't make me someone, a mere Supreme Realm cultivator, like you can provoke again and again." When he finished, the old man moved his mind slightly, and the gathered flowing sand shot straight at Yusin. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen bloody holes had appeared on Yusin's body. Crimson blood gushed profusely from them, a truly horrifying sight. Yusin lowered her head and looked at her robes, already dyed a bright red by blood. A wave of weakness swept over her, and she finally lost the strength to stay standing and collapsed. The old man glanced at her, then continued walking toward Xuan. Now no one is coming to stop us. He licked his cracked lips, looking at Xuan as if he were examining a peerless treasure. Xuan was extremely nervous. He kept backing away step by step, but soon his back was pressed against the stone wall. There was no way to retreat any further. Xuan felt helpless. Was he really going to die here today? Just a few steps away from Xuan, the old man suddenly stopped. He looked down and saw Bai Yusin using her one remaining hand to grab his foot. With me here. Don't you dare. Take another step. Toward Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Her face pressed against the ground. Bai Yusin's voice was nearly inaudible. Xuan stared blankly at this young girl in her teens, as if something was violently surging through his heart. This was the first time in his life that someone had disregarded her own life to protect him. Even with her body riddled with wounds, she still tried to comfort him. Just how much did she want to protect him? Xuan closed his eyes and tears slowly trickled from the corners of his eyes. Oomph. The old man gave a cold snort, raised his foot, and stomped down ruthlessly. The sound of bones breaking rang out, but Bai Yusin had already grown somewhat numb to the pain. The old man kicked Bai Yusin aside, and after a few steps arrived in front of Xuan. He reached out and touched Xuan's face, the fervent desire in his eyes nearly reaching its peak. Wonderful, wonderful. Perfect. How could the world have such a perfect body? Once I take possession of you, proving the Tao to become an immortal king will be almost within reach. And who knows, even the Immortal Emperor is not impossible. Just as the old man was lost in fantasy, an angry shout came from outside the cave dwelling. Yusin. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, the entire cave dwelling was cleanly sliced open, exposing the three of them to the sky. Xianer. Gu Lingyuan flashed to Xuan's side in an instant. With an anxious expression, he looked Xuan over from head to toe. Xianer, are you? Are you all right? Xuan shook his head and pointed at Bai Yusin. I'm fine. She protected me, but she's badly injured. Gu Lingyuan looked over, shock filling his eyes. Yusin. He came to her side and pressed a finger to her brow. A vast, overwhelming life force surged into Bai Yusin's limbs and bones. The horrible bloody holes began to heal rapidly, and her severed arms slowly grew back. Bai Lingjian walked silently toward the old man. The old man had already been suppressed by Gu Lingyuan's immortal king pressure since moments ago, unable to move. Now seeing Bai Lingjian approaching, fear began to show in his eyes. Bai Lingjian stared at him with eyes devoid of any emotion, then reached out a palm and pressed it on top of the old man's head. A pleading expression spread across the old man's face, but Bai Lingjian didn't even look. With his right hand he abruptly clenched. The old man's soul turned directly into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated completely. Old Bai. Gu Lingyuan watched him with some concern. They were from the Xianxia immortal sect. Bai Lingjian said softly, his tone neither sad nor glad. Brother Gu, take Yusin and Xianer back first. I'm going to kill some people. After saying this, without waiting for Gu Lingyuan to respond, he tore through space and disappeared. The Gu Manor. Gu Xin sat to one side, quietly watching the girl on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, sounds came from outside the door. Old Baiyu. Bang. The door was shoved open, and Bai Lingjian walked in. His white robes were now half stained with blood, and even his face still had undried traces of blood. Clearly he had killed people, and then hurried straight back. He walked to the bed and looked at Bai Yusin, whose lips were still pale. A flicker of heartache passed through his eyes. Xianer, in the secret realm earlier, did that old man do anything to you? Bai Lingjian asked. No, Gu Xian said. Sister Yusin kept protecting me the entire time. That's good. Bai Lingjian nodded, looking at the sleeping Bai Yusin. He gently stroked her little face. Yusin, you did very well. You fulfilled your duty as an older sister. Gu Lingyuan walked in at that moment. All of them killed. Bai Lingjian nodded. All killed. Not one left. Good. Gu Lingyuan patted him on the shoulder. Go change your clothes. When Yusin wakes up, don't scare her again. Bai Lingjian walked out of the room. Under Gu Xian's gaze, Bai Yusin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? This is the Gu Manor. We're back. Gu Xian walked to her side, took one of her hands, and said seriously, thank you for protecting me. Bai Yusin looked at his earnest manner and let out a chuckle. I'm your sister, and my cultivation is higher than yours, so of course I have to protect you. It's only natural. Gu Xian nodded gently, then said, then from now on I'll protect you. Bai Yusin's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, then she broke into a brilliant smile. All right.